a young man attended the job transfer ceremony and unexpectedly awakened to a rare hidden profession, the infinite arrow god, capable of transforming a single arrow into 100. Since the descent of the six-path god towers onto the land of Japan in 2030, the area was reduced to ruins. Soon after, nodes from these towers spread across the globe, dividing the real world into two realms. Time flew by, and it was now 2050. At this moment, the annual job transfer ceremony was taking place in Jiangchang Square, Long Country. The announcements echoed: Neo Dagon, initial profession warrior; Kai Jian, initial profession dancer. The reactions of the young participants varied greatly. Some were ecstatic. Amazing! I'm an assassin. Others were devastated. Why am I a gardener? Even words of consolation seemed hollow. Brother, I assassinate demons. You beautify the city. Both have prospects. Among them was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking complex. Su Ming had been in this world for a year, receiving ample compensation after his parents sacrificed their lives for the God Tower. Now, it was his turn to touch the transfer crystal. Su Ming, initial profession archer. The crowd erupted immediately. Su Ming is an archer. So envious, as long as it's not a life profession. The crowd was in awe, as mage and archer were considered the best professions for commoners to rise. As Su Ming secretly rejoiced, a terrifying force suddenly surged within him towards the crystal. He quickly withdrew his hand, concealing the anomaly. When the person in charge inquired, he simply said he was overwhelmed with excitement. With the transfer complete, Su Ming eagerly checked his status panel. Infinite Arrow God. Mana 999,999. Arrow storage 999,999. More astonishing were his three major talents: endless mana, one arrow splitting into 100, and skills becoming normal attacks. Combined with powerful skills like explosive arrow and ice arrow, he was a battlefield reaper. Hey, wanna team up? I'm a shield master. I'm a mage, I can lead. Newcomers flocked to him, but Su Ming declined all invitations. He needed time to adapt to this incredible power. Afterward, Su Ming walked straight into the node passage, entering the inner world. Once he left, the remaining newcomers buzzed with conversation. What a pity, I wanted to get to know him better. Just an archer, I'll surpass him today. With that, they too gradually entered the node. In Jiangxing City State, at District 5, East Jiang District, number 14 block, a level 1 node flickered with a gentle glow. As the light faded, Su Ming successfully stepped into the other side of Jiangxing's inner world. The city layout here was almost identical to the outer world, but the wild dungeon environments were vastly different. The inner world was divided into various level zones based on secret realms, dungeon levels, and city-state strength. Level 1 zones, as the name suggests, were the starting points for beginners. As dusk fell, the streets were crowded with low-level adventurers coming and going. Wasting no time, Su Ming purchased a map showing the distribution of nearby dungeons in the inner world, and then hailed a deity, heading straight for the novice monster area outside the block. In the inner world, taxis were managed by life-class professional drivers, and the cars zipped around with a series of fluid, effortless drifts at incredible speeds, though the fare, 3 times that of the outer world, was equally astonishing. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, creating a soft, rustling sound. Under the envious gaze of the driver, Su Ming stepped into the dense forest on the outskirts of Block 14. At the edge of the forest, an old sign placed by the ranger remained prominent. Big-eared rabbit forest, level LV1 LV5, recommended for groups of 5 or more beginners. Once inside the forest, Su Ming cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only relaxing once he was sure there was no one around. This level 1 zone had only 2 dungeons suitable for beginners, and he had chosen this more remote location, which indeed proved to be quieter. He swiftly climbed a large tree, and his view expanded. Not far away, a group of big-eared rabbits was frantically digging into the ground, and a system prompt appeared. Big-eared rabbit. Common monster. Level, LV2. HP, 200,200. Info, a group of hyperactive rabbits, always full of excess energy. Perfect, an excellent test subject, Su Ming murmured, as a basic longbow appeared in his hand. The specialized arrows in his quiver didn't need to be purchased separately and automatically had skill effects, far superior to commercially available arrows. Knocking an arrow, he drew the bow and fired. Explosive arrow. Su Ming activated a skill to replace his normal attack, and the tip of the ordinary arrow instantly gathered a blazing flame. More astonishingly, in his view, the arrow split into 100 identical fiery arrows, creating a rain of fire. Each explosive arrow detonated upon landing, causing area damage. Boom, 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 boom. Without pausing, Su Ming knocked a second explosive arrow onto the bow. His attack speed was now 0.8 arrows per second, meaning he could fire 100 explosive arrows every 1.25 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying explosions echoed continuously through the dense forest. The poor big-eared rabbits perished in the dense rain of arrows without even catching a glimpse of Su Ming. Swish! The arrows not only pierced the big-eared rabbits, but also struck the surrounding trees. The entire forest was instantly engulfed in scorching heat waves, while Su Ming's panel continuously refreshed with kill notifications. You killed a big-eared rabbit LV1, gained 10 experience. You killed a big-eared rabbit LV3, gained 30 experience. You killed a big-eared rabbit LV1, gained 10 experience. After each arrow split into 100, every shot from Su Ming created a zone of death, the coverage damage truly terrifying. So terrifying, my ability is really insane. Amidst the scorching heat, Su Ming caught a faint whiff of a pleasant aroma, the smell of roasted rabbit meat. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Let's continue and quickly clear out the rabbits here. Su Ming had an endless supply of magic, so he didn't worry about running out of skills. With a flurry of arrows every 1.25 seconds, the rabbits in the dense forest were quickly wiped out. The system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, you've earned the title Rabbit Slayer. Curious, Su Ming checked out his new title. Rabbit Slayer, permanent title. Grants an additional 5 experience when defeating wild creatures with rabbit in their name. For Su Ming, this bonus was better than nothing. The condition for earning it was to kill 50 same-level big-eared rabbits within 3 seconds, a feat possible for new players, but quite challenging for the average person. Ha ha ha, that was fun, let's go again. Su Ming shouted, continuously firing arrows. The sound of explosions echoed as he shot with exhilaration. For the final wave, Su Ming switched the skill effect from explosive to ice arrows. The flaming arrowheads disappeared, replaced by silvery ice crystals. Whether hitting a rabbit or a tree, the target was encased in small ice formations, suppressing the flames and cooling the surrounding air. TSK. If I could shoot 100 arrows at a boss without control immunity, it wouldn't be able to move at all. Su Ming marveled, gaining a new appreciation for these skills. Big-eared rabbits, being beginner creatures, didn't have a high drop rate. However, due to the sheer number of kills, several pieces of equipment dropped. Once the rabbits deep in the forest were defeated, Su Ming leaped down from the treetop to collect the valuable items. As for most of the rabbit pelts and meat, he didn't need the money and planned to head to a higher-level dungeon to continue leveling up. The big-eared rabbits dropped 3 types of equipment, 2 of which were wearable. Su Ming carefully examined their information. Rabbit hide boots, bronze type. Boots class, universal. Level requirement, LV2. Attributes, agility 8, durability 2020. Feature, actively consume 10 durability for an extra agility 8, lasting 5 seconds. Rabbit Fong necklace, bronze type. Necklace class, universal. Level requirement, LV5. Attributes, mana 100, attack 10, durability 2020. Feature, 10 damage to wild creatures below your level. Rabbit bone staff, bronze type. Weapon class, mage. Level requirement, LV2. Attributes, attack 20, durability 2020. Feature, critical hit 1 inch. Su Ming wore the rabbit hide boots and rabbit fong necklace and took a quick inventory of the extra equipment. Along with the kill information, he received a notification of his level increase. He checked his stats panel again. Name, Su Ming. Class, Infinite Archer. Level, LV10, LV200. Health, 2000. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 19. Agility, 27. Attack speed, 0.89 arrows second. Attack, 48. Defense, 19. Single arrow stock, 9999999999999 inch. I can't believe I'm already level 10 after just one run of beginner creatures, Su Ming marveled. After all, he had cleared the entire forest of rabbits, and the first 10 levels are the easiest to gain. Additionally, his explosive arrow proficiency increased slightly. The skill level caps at LV10, and there are 2 ways to improve it. Continuously using the skill to slowly increase proficiency, or purchasing rare skill proficiency crystals, commonly known as paydoin. Su Ming was considering buying them to quickly enhance his power. Soon, he took out a map and headed out of the forest. Let's see if there's a secluded level 15 dungeon. I'll head there. Thank you to everyone for your gifts and support. Love you all. As Su Ming emerged from the dense forest and stepped onto the open land, he coincidentally spotted a group of 6 people who had stopped at the forest's edge. This team, consisting of 5 men and 1 woman, was engaged in a lively conversation. This is it, Gang. One team member pointed towards the forest, asking, "Why did we take a detour to get here?" "Are you stupid?" laughed the big guy known as Gang. "All the newcomers are out in the open fields, fighting over every single monster. Here, there's no one else. All the monsters are ours. Haha, by the time we're level 3, they'll still be at level 2. Gang is the strongest mage among the newbies," another member chimed in. At that moment, they noticed a solitary figure emerging from the forest, carrying a bow and arrows. "Look, there's someone," one of them whispered, pointing. "Isn't that the archer Su Ming? What's he doing here all alone?" Look at him, he seems dejected. Probably got beaten up, another commented. It's a miracle for a newbie to try soloing and not get killed by the mobs. Someone suggested, we don't have an archer. Maybe we could invite him to join us. With that, the group smiled warmly at Su Ming, and the big mage in the lead waved him over. Brother Su Ming, I suppose you're here to level up in this beginner dungeon. Would you be interested in joining our temporary team? Yeah, exactly. Another team member quickly added, we've got a mage, a warrior, and a priest. You must have realized that soloing is far less efficient than a full team. Oh, they're inviting me? Su Ming thought to himself, but they were completely unaware of his true strength. He was already at level 10. Without breaking stride, Su Ming casually mentioned, the rabbits deep in the forest have all been killed. If you're planning to level up here, you'll have to wait a few hours for them to respawn. Upon hearing this, both Gang and the lone female priest displayed incredulous expressions. Was it you? Gang asked wide-eyed. Su Ming simply shrugged. Who knows? I'm planning to head elsewhere. He had only mentioned it as a courtesy. As for who did it, what did it have to do with Su Ming? Maybe some high-level player came here to blow off steam and left after they were done. The 6 newcomers watched Su Ming's retreating figure, exchanging puzzled glances. Gang I think he's just making excuses to avoid joining us. One team member grumbled. He's just an archer. Who does he think he is? All right, guys, if he doesn't want to join, let's just go in. Gang urged. Clearly, none of them believed Su Ming's words. After all, who other than a newbie would bother slaughtering rabbits? As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew quieter, and the temperature seemed to rise slightly compared to the outside, until they saw the scene in the depths of the forest. Where are the rabbits? One team member looked around, utterly baffled. Holy crap, all I see are rabbit pelts and meat, another exclaimed. Damn, what a waste of time, someone said dejectedly, then brightened up. Wait, these drops can fetch a decent price. With forlorn expressions, they realized Su Ming hadn't lied. There wasn't a single live rabbit in sight. However, the big mage Wang Gang's expression was peculiar. He stared at the scorch marks on the trees, feeling increasingly unsettled. Maybe, he muttered to himself, then shook his head. Never mind. He began picking up the items on the ground at a faster pace. Achoo! Su Ming sneezed as he continued on his way. Although he had no idea what those people might be thinking, he understood that any action he took would leave traces. Therefore, it was best to complete at least one job change as soon as possible. Perhaps I could reveal a part of it, Su Ming pondered. Due to the distinct nature of my multi-arrow skill, it'll be impossible to keep the hidden class a secret during battles. I might as well subtly admit it and reveal that my special ability is arrow splitting. With this thought, his mood lightened considerably. Soon, with the skilled driving of the seasoned driver, Su Ming arrived near a massive mining mountain. He was willing to spend money on any problem that could be solved with it. In his view, once he leveled up, making money with his abilities would be a piece of cake. At the entrance to the mine stood a prominent sign. Labula Mining Volcano, Creatures, Lava Lizard LV-1015, Silver Iron Beast LV-1418, Rare Boss, Golden Iron Beast LV-20. Extinct Volcano Area, Occasional Rockfalls, Very Dangerous. Su Ming glanced at it and understood. Both the dense forest he had traversed earlier and the mining volcano ahead were instances thoroughly explored by humans. Only the unknown secret realms were truly filled with danger and opportunity. As he ventured further into the mountain, finding no one around, Su Ming was secretly pleased he had come to the right place. However, as he reached the mountainside, 3 burly men suddenly rushed down from above, blocking his path. The area ahead is occupied by our Batu Guild. Please take the path to the left, the 3 said simultaneously, displaying their Batu Guild information as an indisputable declaration of their territorial rights. Su Ming didn't engage with them much and chose the path to the left. It wasn't that he feared trouble, he just didn't want these guild members to witness his true combat and monster-slaying abilities. Batu, he recalled. It seems to be one of the top guilds in Jiangcheng. As a level 5 city-state, the strongest guild in Jiangcheng is only level 5. Batu should be a level 4 guild, a minor overlord in this area. Turning onto the secluded path, Su Ming soon spotted a group of large lizards with fiery red mineral crystals embedded in their backs. His detection skill immediately displayed their information. Lava Lizard, Common Monster, Level LV-12, Health 24002-400. The mineral crystals on the Lava Lizard's back store significant fire energy. Su Ming knew that a newcomer's detection ability only worked on monsters below level 20. To detect higher-level monsters or other players' information, one must complete at least one class change. Otherwise, they would have to actively display certain information, like those 3 men did. He quickly distanced himself from the lizard group while drawing his bow. In this flamulamintrich mining mountain, the effect of explosive arrows would be greatly enhanced. Whoosh! The arrow traced a graceful arc, suddenly splitting into 100 identical arrows in midair. Just as the lava lizards charged forward, they collided head-on with the rain of arrows pouring down like fire. The arrowheads pierced their skin, eyes, and the mineral crystals on their backs, then exploded, staining the ground with a deep red hue. One arrow not enough damage. Then I'll cover with 100. Su Ming's hands didn't stop moving as wave after wave of arrow rain descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing the air was unending. The front row of lava lizards soon fell, and Su Ming's level increased once again. Seeing that they couldn't get close, the lizards in the back activated the fiery red mineral crystals on their backs, preparing for a ranged attack. You young lizards, don't be so hot-headed. Su Ming smirked. In that case, let me cool you down, ice arrows. The effect of the arrows instantly transformed, with each icy arrow striking the edge of the mineral crystals, unleashing a chilling frost. The lizards' flame attacks were continuously countered by ice, preventing them from closing the distance. In a matter of moments, Su Ming executed a flawless kill strategy. Buzz! The lava lizards let out pained howls, yet they were powerless to resist. Ultimately, they all turned to ice, shattered into pieces, and fell to the ground. Archers really have a sneaky side, huh? Su Ming chuckled softly as he put away his longbow. In terms of damage, the frost arrow is stronger and offers formidable control, but the explosive arrow covers a wider area, making it the top choice for efficiency. Su Ming killed an 11th level Earthfire lizard, gaining 400 experience points. He then took down a 12th level Earthfire lizard, earning another 400 points. Each kill brought him joy, and each level up gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. Looking around, there were no living Earthfire lizards in sight. Su Ming decisively moved forward to collect the loot left by these creatures. The drops from Earthfire lizards were quite valuable. For every 4 to 5 killed, a low-level magical material called Flame Crystal would drop. He collected all the crystals without missing a single one. In addition to the flame crystals, there were a dozen pieces of bronze equipment scattered on the ground, all of them Earthfire armor. As for other materials like hides, Su Ming didn't spare them a second glance. Earthfire armor is a bronze type, universally applicable equipment for armor professions, requiring a level of 8. Its attributes provide 200 health points, 8 defense, a durability of 3030, and a feature that reduces fire element skill damage by 10. Su Ming equipped one and stashed the rest in his backpack. With the extensive killing of Earthfire lizards, Su Ming's level finally rose to 13. Although he knew that the experience required for future levels would increase, he believed that as long as he killed enough high-level monsters, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. He resolved to reach level 20 in this mine, at which point he could head to the job change hall to complete his exclusive job change quest. Su Ming continued deeper into the mine and eventually spotted a new group of Earthfire lizards in the distance. A sunny smile spread across his face. Here I come, my little darlings. Whoosh, 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 an endless supply of arrows and abundant mana created infinite firepower. He first used explosive arrows to attract the aggro of all the Earthfire lizards, then quickly switched to frost arrows to continuously control the targets ahead. Meanwhile, he moved to the left, easily kiting and taking down wave after wave of charging lizards. Amazingly, Su Ming achieved what normally required a perfectly coordinated team of dozens, a flawless, injury-free wipeout. Although his actions caused quite a commotion, no one came to investigate. As a newcomer to this inner world, Su Ming was oblivious to the situation. Meanwhile, deeper in the central road of the Labramine volcano, a group was gathering. A new batch of silver iron beasts has spawned. Let's go, guys. This is already the 7th wave today, right? The gold iron beast still hasn't appeared. Today's luck is really bad. But the silver shine stones dropped by the silver iron beasts are just as important. This group was from the Batu Guild. Just yesterday, Batu had taken on a task from a prominent family in Jiang, which required collecting a large number of silver shine stones and gold shine stones. Consequently, Batu Guild had high-profile occupation of all major instances in Jiangsheng that produced these items. Of course, they offered some benefits to other major guilds. As for solo players, some were asked to switch paths, while others were simply driven away from the instances. That's why Su Ming didn't encounter anyone else on the left path. As the Batu members counted their loot, one member asked with interest, "Iron Bull, why didn't you drive that kid away earlier? Just a rookie. He probably doesn't know about yesterday's situation and still dares to come here alone. So, you deliberately led him into another path to get him killed." Heh. Iron Bull licked his upper lip, revealing a malicious grin. He just happened to run into our gunfire. Serves him right. In Jiangsheng, who doesn't give us a bit of face? This kid came here, whether intentionally or not. He's disrespecting Batu's day. Su Ming clapped his hands. After dealing with the Earthfire lizards, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, the Labula Mine volcano began to tremble violently. A dark golden figure appeared at the summit, letting out a deafening roar. Roar! It flashed through the air, quickly leaping in another direction and disappearing in an instant. Su Ming held his breath, staying hidden behind a large boulder, and only dared to move once the mountain calmed down. He frowned in thought. What was that? Dark golden. Could it be the boss here? The golden iron beast. He recalled that the target of the Batu Guild's ambush was likely this colossal creature. No wonder he hadn't encountered a single silver iron beast along the way. They were probably all surrounded by Batu on the other side. What does it have to do with me? Su Ming shrugged, choosing to continue hunting earth-fire lizards for leveling up. He had steadily reached level 15, and each monster kill brought a wave of joy. As he continued to climb, his eyes caught a dilapidated sign by the roadside, falling rock zone ahead. Su Ming squinted, contemplating his next move. He had cleared out all the earth-fire lizards below, and they would take hours to respawn. Meanwhile, other paths were occupied by Batu's day. To quickly reach level 20, he figured he had no choice but to venture into the falling rock zone. Even if I encounter falling rocks, my ice arrow will generate enough frost to delay them for a safe retreat, he calculated. Let's do this. As a legendary archer, I can't stop here. Besides, there's no one around, so I don't have to worry about exposing my skills. Su Ming decisively embarked on the rugged path, his longbow ready. As expected, the earth-fire lizards above were mostly level 15, larger than those below, with more vibrant and fuller mineral crystals on their backs. Take my arrow. No, take 100 arrows. Arrows rained down like a waterfall, hitting each earth-fire lizard with precision. The system notifications flashed continuously. You killed earth-fire lizard LV-14, gained 500 experience. You killed earth-fire lizard LV-15, gained 550 experience. The air was filled with smoke and the cries of the lizards as they fell one by one, a sense of harvest joy lighting up Su Ming's face. Just then, a distant collision sound reached him, making him tense. Falling rocks. They're really coming. Yet Su Ming remained unfazed, immediately drawing his bow and firing ice arrows at the approaching rocks, hundreds of frosty barriers rising on the ground to form a temporary shield. He kept his position on the side, attacking while steadily retreating. Boom! The frost managed to hold the foremost rocks for a moment, but couldn't stop them completely. As more rocks came crashing from behind, the entire La Bula mine volcano shook violently again. Su Ming watched his handiwork, realizing he had altered the rock's trajectory but hadn't fully succeeded. The collisions grew more intense behind him. They're all off track. The result was that the rocks shifted paths, speeding down another route. And on that route, damn it, this golden iron beast is finally on its last legs. Let me finish it off. A player was about to strike. What was that sound? Another person looked up, alarmed. Boom. Holy crap. Run. My golden iron beast, no. Damn it. Where did all these falling rocks come from? The Batu Guild members, seeing this scene, didn't hesitate for a second and turned to flee. This instance wasn't high-level, and those who entered were just newly advanced guild members. Faced with the sudden rockslide disaster, they were powerless. After all, no one else could continuously create 100 frosty barriers like Su Ming. Su Ming didn't stop running, sprinting all the way. He muttered to himself, the butterfly effect is truly terrifying. Fortunately, most of the rolling stones diverted to another path, so it was a close call for me. He sighed, still leveling up too slowly. Just as Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed a massive dark golden iron beast charging towards him from a distance. This level 20 boss was something he had to avoid, even under the giant rocks. In the distance, members of the Batu Guild were fleeing to the right, while the golden iron beast was dragging its weakened body to the left-right towards Su Ming. Don't come here. Su Ming squinted his eyes. Wait, something's wrong. This iron beast is already on its last legs. Ice arrow. Su Ming immediately held his breath, focused, and swiftly drew his longbow. An arrow was precisely aimed at the iron beast's forehead. Whoosh! 100 ice arrows split in an instant, all hitting the same target and piercing its body. The freezing effect triggered, and the iron beast collapsed heavily. Roar! The iron beast let out a final low growl before dying. A system notification sounded in Su Ming's ear. You have slain the level 20 boss, Iron Beast, gaining 30,000 experience. You have slain the level 20 boss, Iron Beast, for the first time, gaining additional attribute, Agility 2. With the demise of the Iron Beast, a complete piece of golden or golden shine stone appeared on the ground. Did I just get lucky? Golden shine stone should be quality material. Su Ming marveled at his unexpected luck and immediately stored the stone in his backpack. He knew that the first kill of a rare boss always granted extra benefits, so he wouldn't miss any opportunity. Your level has reached 20. Please complete the job change to continue leveling up. The system prompt sounded again. Having slain a large number of ground fire lizards previously, along with the 30,000 experience from the unexpected Iron Beast kill, he reached the level 20 cap faster than expected. Just as Su Ming was happily considering how to make his exit, the La Bula volcano started shaking again. Not only him, but also the distant Batu Guild members were all staring in horror at the mountain top, where a stream of hot lava erupted. Then a second, and a third followed. What's happening? Su Ming knew nothing about it, as he raced down the mountain, deftly dodging the falling rock debris. Alongside him were a dozen members of Batu, also sprinting downhill. Damn, is this the Labula volcano we know? I've never heard of a mine erupting. I'm pissed. We almost took down the Iron Beast. Screw it. Tonight I need to find a girl and have a good conversation. The Bata members cursed as they ran. When Su Ming reached the convergence point of the paths, the coincidence he hoped to avoid occurred. Both groups met, looking at each other in surprise. Su Ming, someone recognized him. Kid, you're not dead? Weren't you just a level 10 newbie? A Bata member exclaimed in shock. Wait, he's already level 20? How is that possible? Those who had completed their first job change could see Su Ming's name and level. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. To rise from level 10 to level 20 in such a short time? Especially the Iron Bull trio, seeing Su Ming coming down alone, unharmed, was astonishing. Kid, did you kill the Iron Beast? Iron Bull suddenly blocked Su Ming. At this point, the lava's impact was much less than on the mountain, and he started to get crafty. How could you level up 10 levels in such a short time? The Iron Beast's experience must count for something. His words immediately drew the attention of other Bata members. Moreover, Su Ming surveyed the scene before him with caution. It was unusual for a mere level 10 novice to single-handedly slay a lava lizard without a scratch. This person must possess an item of power beyond their apparent strength. He didn't advance recklessly but instead took 3 steps back to maintain a safe distance. At that moment, the group revealed their sinister intentions. What? Do I need to report my actions to you? The leader sneered. Kid, hand over everything in your backpack. Tainyo stepped forward, eyes filled with undisguised greed. And tell us your secret to leveling up so quickly. We might consider letting you go. You can't afford the price of angering Ba Tuesday. Not just Tainyo, but the others around them also displayed greedy expressions, methodically moving to block every possible escape route for Su Ming. There were no other witnesses here. Every year, numerous novices ventured into high-level dungeons only to meet their demise. If Su Ming died here, they could easily wash their hands of it. Kid, if you don't want to die, just obediently. What the? Ice arrow. Having confirmed a sufficient distance, Su Ming unhesitatingly released an ice arrow. You're right, so go to hell. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. In an instant, one arrow split into several, surrounding them completely. At Su Ming's current attack speed of 0.99 arrows per second, another 100 ice arrows followed in the next second. Their levels weren't high enough to withstand the assault. Su Ming's sudden outburst caught them off guard, the first wave hitting directly. This hit marked the beginning of their disaster. To freeze lasted 1 second, matching his rate of 100 arrows per second. The barrage of arrows turned the frozen figures into new blocks of ice. Players at their level had only a few thousand health points. How many arrows can each of you take? Su Ming coldly observed the panic-stricken faces frozen in ice, unwavering and resolute. You killed Tainyo. You killed Huang Dasheng. You killed Li Buju. They never imagined that a newcomer barely at level 20 and not yet specialized could unleash such a terrifying storm of arrows. More frightening was the fact that once controlled, without counter items, they were doomed. Rest in peace, we're even now. Su Ming's final word fell coldly as the ice shattered, leaving none alive. Su Ming exhaled. The rules of the inner world were simple and direct. Strength equated to status, and conflicts were more frequent than in the outer world. He could not afford to be merciful, or he would be the one to fall. Who told you to threaten me? Su Ming said, firing explosive arrows at their corpses. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies were instantly charred, resembling unfortunate souls struck by lava. Without further ado, Su Ming decided to leave. The mysterious disappearance of these people would surely draw Batu's attention, but it was convenient that the volcanic eruptions were becoming more intense. Such a death appeared perfectly natural. Unfortunately, the rule in the inner world was that upon death, all items in one's backpack vanished. Su Ming sighed, can't loot the bodies. This was also why they hadn't attacked him. Immediately killing him would mean never uncovering his secrets. They overlooked one thing. Su Ming's power didn't rely on items, but on the innate talents and skills of his unique class. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Rest in peace. Su Ming cautiously returned to the crater of the Labula mine. The area was deserted, with only the constant eruption of lava fragments indicating something unusual was happening. He squinted to observe for a moment, then decided to change his route, opting to walk to the job change hall. Several hours later, Su Ming arrived at the job change hall in Dongjiang District, Jiang City, a level 3 area. He walked into the opulent hall with ease, as if he were just an ordinary visitor. The hall was bustling with people, from newcomers to seasoned guild veterans. Su Ming knew that the more casually he behaved in such settings, the less attention he would attract. Dear customer, is there anything I can help you with? A pretty lady dressed in a bunny girl outfit approached him with a professional smile. Su Ming took out a heap of bronze equipment and fire crystals from his backpack and neatly placed them on the counter. Please recycle and sell these, he said with a faint smile. I need to enter the first transition crystal space. Certainly. The lady expertly counted and processed the bronze equipment, then handed Su Ming a white card. After deducting the 200,000 fee for entering the first transition space, there are 120,000 left on the card. Please check. These items sold for 320,000. Su Ming thought to himself, amazed at the potential speed of earning money in the future. However, he also noted that entering the first transition space alone cost 200,000. If the job change failed, the fee would have to be paid again, which was unfriendly to players with tight budgets. The receptionist guided Su Ming further into the hall, chatting enthusiastically along the way. Are you new here, handsome? I've never seen you before. Did you get all this equipment by yourself? What's your profession, handsome? She kept throwing questions, trying to keep the conversation going. Archer, Su Ming replied curtly, ignoring the other questions. His aloof demeanor dampened the receptionist's enthusiasm. She softly remarked, reaching level 20 on your own is impressive. I'm sure you'll receive many guild invitations soon. Your future is bright. I'm so envious. As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her collar, trying to catch Su Ming's attention. Finally, under her complex gaze, Su Ming walked into the job change room with a blank expression. Once inside, he shook his head with a sigh, muttering to himself, Tisk, women only slow down my archery. Su Ming's gaze shifted forward. In the center of the room stood a massive, radiant crystal ball, surrounded by countless golden rings. Feeling a surge of excitement, he stepped forward and placed his hands on the connectors in front of the crystal ball. Your level has reached 20, meeting the first transition requirements. Generating job options. You can currently transition to the following profession. Suddenly, the crystal ball's dazzling light dimmed, and the text on Su Ming's panel seemed frozen. However, the crystal ball soon shone brightly again. You can currently transition to the following profession, Shadow Archer. Su Ming frowned in contemplation. He knew that typically, each job transition offered several advanced branches based on the current profession. For example, a regular archer's first transition could be to either magic archer or swift archer. After selecting a profession, a random difficulty job transition task would be generated, which had to be completed for a successful transition. Shadow Archer? Su Ming murmured, recognizing it as a profession he had never heard of before. Since this hidden profession was the only choice, he decided not to hesitate. The job change crystal balls in all countries were directly connected to the Tower of God system, so he wasn't worried about his information being accessed by others. You have chosen the hidden arrow god, generating the job transfer quest. Stealth Hunt, difficulty 10. Su Ming once again focused on the last few flashing words on the task interface, frowning slightly. Difficulty 10 meant that at the current level of 20, this was the highest difficulty task. He sighed softly, wondering if he had used up all his luck by previously finding loopholes. With a light tap of his finger, the task description unfolded before him. Stealth Hunt, difficulty 10. Enter any level 20 secret realm and kill 100 level 20 wild monsters without being detected, with personal damage accounting for over 50. Time limit, 30 days. If failed, the task will reset and change. Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his shoulders dissipating. The task only required him to kill 100 wild monsters without being detected. For an ordinary level 20 archer solo player, this was extremely difficult. They would need to rely on multiple teammates to attract aggro while they stayed hidden and slowly whittled down the enemies, ensuring their damage accounted for more than half. If they failed, they would have to wait 30 days to get a new random job transfer task. But for Su Ming, this was rather a simple test. Starting with a rain of arrows and unlimited firepower to instantly kill was no problem. He just needed to keep an eye on the secret realm updates. With a relaxed smile, Su Ming walked out of the job transfer room. A receptionist dressed in a bunny girl outfit had been waiting nearby. Seeing Su Ming's cheerful expression, she smiled and said, "It seems the handsome guy got lucky. The task difficulty is quite low." "Yeah, it's not too hard," Su Ming replied casually. Hearing this, the receptionist's face was filled with envy. In her eyes, this newcomer was bound to complete his first job transfer soon. Most of the players she interacted with were solo players, often newbies and low-level veterans, so encountering someone with Su Ming's potential naturally sparked her interest in getting close to him. Unfortunately, this tall and handsome guy didn't seem interested in her at all. "Do you sell skill proficiency crystals here?" Su Ming asked casually as he walked towards the hall's exit. The job transfer hall not only provided job transfer services, but also included various other businesses, making it a comprehensive official venue. Huh. The bunny girl was clearly caught off guard by this question and paused momentarily. Skill proficiency crystals are available at auction houses or large trading halls. The Jiang Trading Hall is opening soon. You might want to check it out. Su Ming nodded, continuing the casual conversation. Using skills repeatedly is too slow, and my mana is completely insufficient. He placed both hands behind his head, relaxed. Beautiful lady, you should know the approximate price of the skill proficiency crystals, right? I want to see if I can buy one or two. The receptionist blushed slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Handsome, a skill proficiency crystal costs around 300,000, and they are often out of stock. But with your skills, I'm sure you'll soon earn enough money. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction, flashing a sunny smile. Thank you. The receptionist quickly took out a delicate business card from her pocket and handed it to Su Ming with a pleased wink. Handsome, here's my contact information. If you need anything, you can also find me in the evening. As he walked out of the job transfer hall, Su Ming shrugged, glancing at the card in his hand. Qin Xiaoya, number 1145. Perhaps this was their way of surviving in this world. He made no judgment. Then, he folded the card and casually tossed it into a nearby trash can. Secret realm, here I come. Upon realizing that the Jiangbei trading house would not open for a while, Su Ming decided to complete his job transfer task in a secret realm first. He opened the map and found that there were 3 suitable secret realm points nearby, all quite far away. Su Ming clearly remembered that if dungeons were considered the natural ecological environments of the inner world, then secret realms were deeper, hidden spaces or rather, unknown subspaces connected within the God Tower. By entering the teleportation array at the marked location of a secret realm in the inner world, one would be transported to an alternate space connected to the God Tower. These places were home to not only stronger wild creatures, but also various unknown entities, presenting both opportunities and dangers. As Su Ming walked along 7th Street, a deafening broadcast suddenly echoed throughout Jiang City. Attention all residents of Jiang City's inner world. An unexpected eruption has occurred at the Labula Mine volcano, resulting in the creation of a new secret realm. Residents of the life system are advised to return to their homes in either the outer or inner world and await further instructions. Combat and support system residents can receive corresponding level tasks at the official mission hall in Jiang City. The city protection barrier will rise in 20 minutes, marking the end of the task collection period. To protect our city, please act quickly. This broadcast was repeatedly played through the Jiang City broadcast tower, causing the street where Su Ming stood to become a hub of excitement, filled with the constant blare of loudspeakers. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. The impact of the Labula Mine volcano was enormous. More importantly, he keenly caught a key piece of information. The volcanic eruption had birthed a new secret realm. This meant a realm filled with unprecedented unknowns and possibilities. Unlike any previously marked secret realm point, Su Ming immediately decided to head to the official mission hall, which fortunately was not far from the job transfer hall. At the Jiang City East River District Mission Hall, a level 3 area, Su Ming found the hall already packed with an eager crowd. Oh my god, a new secret realm. It's been 3 years since the last one. A voice stood out amidst the noisy crowd. I just checked. This secret realm targets those with low job transfers, divided into 3 zones. Levels 2025, 5055, and 8085, another person added. What? Someone nearby groaned in frustration. I just reached level 56 yesterday. Well, brother, you can only take on the external volcano and city defense tasks, came the reply. Upon hearing this, someone collapsed to the ground, crying out, a new secret realm. Even a pig could soar if it survives. Don't worry, the mortality rate in new secret realms is terrifyingly high. Let me handle the dangerous stuff. Another person consoled, though his eager grin betrayed his words. Su Ming quickly maneuvered through the throng to reach the area where level 20 combat class tasks were available. The most prominent task before him was the Central Secret Realm mission. Lava Secret Realm. Restriction, level 2025. Information, low-level zone of the new secret realm at Labula Mine volcano, featuring mainly lava-type wild creatures. Boss information unknown. Eligible individuals can register and enter the realm upon accepting the task. Requirement: clear as many wild creatures in the new secret realm as possible. Official reward 1. Receive a cash bonus for each wild creature killed, as logged in the kill record. Official reward 2. Additional rewards for defeating the boss. Additionally, the task description noted significant environmental changes within the Labula Mine volcano. As someone who had previously experienced the area, Su Ming was astonished within such a short time. The mine volcano had transformed into a land of lava. The official statement. In 20 minutes, the lava will erupt again, engulfing the entire Jiang City. Su Ming wasted no time and decisively chose the Lava Secret Realm task. Once the Jiang City barrier is raised, he won't be able to leave, and there's not enough time to head to other realms. No one can predict how long this volcanic eruption will last. To ensure the task proceeds smoothly, the Jiang City officials set up a teleportation array directly in the mission hall. Su Ming quickly returned to the familiar La Bula Mine volcano, only to find the environment drastically changed. The original ground fire lizards had completely vanished, and there was no trace of the silver or gold iron beasts. Instead, rolling lava was everywhere, and new creatures had emerged from it: lava fire serpents. Since these monsters were above level 20, Su Ming couldn't currently probe their detailed information. Young man, are you alone? A guard with a stern expression approached Su Ming, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yes, it shouldn't be a problem. The guard uncle shook his head helplessly. It's just that you're only level 20. Going alone without teammates is too dangerous. Su Ming thought to himself, for lone players, other teams might be more dangerous than the monsters. Thank you for the warning, uncle. I'm confident in my abilities. All right, just remember to prioritize your safety. Su Ming nodded in agreement and followed the other teams up the mountain. He noticed that the original 3 paths up the mountain left, center, and right had disappeared, replaced by 3 special magic arrays. The one on the far left was the one he needed to enter. Without any hesitation, Su Ming stepped into it. Haha, Captain Wang. That kid just called you uncle. Do I look that old? Wang Lin, who was teased, wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, does your Jiang City Intelligence Department have any information on that kid? He was curious about why Su Ming dared to enter the secret realm alone. Su Ming, currently level 20, profession is archer, but other than that, there's nothing. Wang Lin rested his chin on his hand and thought, if even you can't find any information, then he must be a newcomer from the latest batch. Suddenly, he was startled. Wait, that's not right. Wang Lin and his companion exchanged glances. Wasn't the recent newcomer job transfer ceremony in Jiang City just yesterday? And he's already reached level 20 in just one day. If he were from a big family with powerful guild leaders helping him, it would be easy to achieve. But Su Ming clearly wasn't that kind of person. Captain Wang, if he leveled up on his own, could it be an unreported hidden class? The person speculated, suddenly noticing the unusual gleam in the bearded man's eyes. This newcomer, I must have him. Unaware that he had caught the attention of the strange uncle outside, Su Ming found himself on a land surrounded by countless volcanic lava after the teleportation. In the next second, a giant scorpion clad in fiery red rock armor charged at him. Although he couldn't see the monster's detailed information at the moment, Su Ming was unafraid, quickly shooting an ice arrow while moving to the right, using volcanic boulders as cover. Whoosh, 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 the arrows whistled through the air. You have slain rock scorpion LV-21, gaining 1000 experience. Doesn't matter what you are, under my terrifying rain of arrows, you'll all meet your end, Su Ming sneered. The experience he gained before his job transfer could be accumulated, so he wasn't worried about wasting it. Moving cautiously, Su Ming soon discovered a large nest of rock scorpions, numbering over 100. He immediately hid behind a boulder to adjust his position and shooting angle. As long as you can't see me before you die, it's settled, right? Su Ming didn't even need to aim at a specific rock scorpion, instead unleashing a full-scale attack on the entire nest, carpet bombing it with arrows. Unlimited firepower is meant to be played like this. Facing the sky at a 45-degree angle, Su Ming drew his longbow to its full extent. Explosive arrow, he growled softly, releasing his fingers. An arrow sliced through the air, splitting into hundreds of streaks of light high above, raining down like a downpour. Hiding behind a rock cover, Su Ming moved with practiced ease, seamlessly retrieving arrows, knocking, aiming, and shooting. Arrows continuously soared into the sky, each volley bursting into over 100 sharp arrows, densely covering the entire battlefield. Whoosh, 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 in the piercing sound of arrows cutting through the air, each one hit the ground, targeting every rock scorpion precisely, followed by thunderous explosions. This was not a battle, it was a complete one-sided massacre. System notifications chimed repeatedly. You have slain rock scorpion LV-21, gaining 1000 experience. You have slain rock scorpion LV-22, gaining 1000 experience. Su Ming transformed into a relentless archer, continuously drawing and releasing his bow, his gaze focused and icy. Finally, after another round of arrow rain, the system log updated with important information. You have completed the class advancement quest Stealthy Hunt at level 10. A slight smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. What was considered the highest difficulty task for others was a breeze for him. Golden light flashed on the screen, and a new notification emerged. You have advanced to the class Hidden Bow God, gaining 2000 health, 2000 mana, 20 strength, attack speed. Feels good, so satisfying. Su Ming clenched his fist and whispered, a joyful smile spreading across his face. After the class change, his attributes received a significant boost, and the accumulated experience instantly elevated him to level 22. Leveling up is as easy as drinking water, nothing more, he murmured confidently, then opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Class, Hidden Bow God. Level, LV-22, LV-50. Health, 6600. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 51. Agility, 61. Attack speed, 1.21 arrows. Attack, 112. Defense, 59. Single arrow capacity, 9999999999999. Su Ming carefully reviewed the data, calculating in his mind. The base attack had reached 112, and with a level 1 frost arrow enchantment, it became 336 damage. And that was just the power of one arrow. The 100 arrows that split could either cover a wide area or all hit the same target. From any angle, his output was explosive. What excited him even more was the new system notification. You have unlocked a new exclusive talent, Eye of Stealth. You have unlocked new exclusive skills, Gale Arrow, Thunderbolt Arrow. Su Ming's eyes widened. As far as he knew, any new talent after a class change would replace the old one. But not only did he not have to replace it, he also gained this permanently retained super talent. Exclusive talent Eye of Stealth Undetectable, permanently retained. 1. All reconnaissance skills are ineffective against you. 2. When scouting other targets, you can additionally detect their class or weaknesses. 3. Eyes transform into immortal eyes, immune to any eye attacks or controls. Su Ming was overjoyed. This was a god-level talent, a blessing in disguise. From now on, no matter how high the level or special the class, no one could probe his true information. Whatever he claimed would be the truth, and his talent for arrow splitting could firmly establish itself. Don't believe me? Go ahead, try and scout, haha. He couldn't help but boast to the air. Even more thrilling was that he gained 2 exclusive skills. By casually shooting 4 arrows, he could create 4 completely different super effects. Gale Arrow LV1 fires a swift arrow, dealing 200 attack damage to all targets in a 500-meter straight line, and increases your agility by 1 for 5 seconds, consuming 100 mana, with a 10-second cooldown. Thunderbolt Arrow LV1 charges for 5 seconds before firing a thunder-laden arrow, dealing 500 attack damage to a single target, and creates a 10 by 10 electric field for 5 seconds, dealing 100 damage per second to targets within, consuming 200 mana, with a 30-second cooldown. Wow. If I use the Gale Arrow, won't my speed just take off? From now on, I can effortlessly kite enemies to death without any pressure. Su Ming's heart raced, and his fingertips trembled slightly. The speed boost from the Gale Arrow skill meant he could perfectly kite enemies and completely control the battlefield's rhythm. Meanwhile, the countless electric fields created by the Thunder Arrow are a lethal weapon for mass damage, enough to strike fear into the hearts of enemies. Woohoo! Taking off. Su Ming quietly cheered, unable to contain his joy. What excited him even more was that the second effect of his limitless firepower underwent a qualitative leap with his job change. Each arrow he shot could now split into 199 arrows with the same effect originally. It was just 100, but after the job change, it doubled to 200. This overwhelming improvement made Su Ming wonder if a more advanced job change could make one arrow split into thousands. Now, he also gained an innate scouting ability. He turned his gaze to a nearby rock scorpion, and information automatically appeared in his view. Rock scorpion. Common wild monster. Level. LV22. HP. 68006800. Info. Its hard rock armor grants it considerable defense. Weakness. Eyes. Su Ming's eyes lit up. There was indeed a new weakness indicator. Hitting the eyes would be a fatal blow, causing 1.5 times the damage. He quickly entered the rock scorpion's lair, only to find corpses everywhere and not a single living wild creature in sight. There was only one type of drop, a large number of rock cubes scattered on the ground. Squatting down to examine them, Su Ming discovered these crystals were exceptionally rich in earth elements, likely top-tier magical materials. Like the golden glimmer stones he obtained before, he had avoided selling them to steer clear of suspicion. I'll collect them first, Su Ming thought to himself. As he was gathering his spoils, he heard the rustling sound of footsteps outside. A group entered the cave. Su Ming quickly concealed himself in a corner, holding his breath. Who on earth did this? A surprised voice exclaimed. We got here as soon as we heard the commotion, but everything's been taken care of. This must be a well-trained team, and their fire mage is something else. No one's taken these rock cubes, another voice said excitedly. Each one is worth 10,000, and there are so many here. We're going to strike it rich, haha. Clearly, this group mistakenly thought the previous attackers had left and were preparing to collect the rock cubes. At that moment, Su Ming calmly stepped out from the depths. Who goes there? The leader asked cautiously. Why can't we detect any information? He must have anti-detection gear. Su Ming quickly scanned them, and information automatically appeared. Name, Magua. Profession, Spearman. Level, LV23. Name, Zhou. Profession, Fire Mage. Level, LV24. There were 8 others, all only at level 21. These 2 seemed to be the leaders. Hey, are you here to scavenge too? Magua, the spearman, asked with an ambiguous smile, his fingers tightening around his spear. Su Ming didn't answer directly, but countered with, do you know where the most monsters are? Huh. The question caught them off guard. To the east, Zhou, the fire mage, replied. That's where we came from. Besides the rock scorpions, there are also swarms of more terrifying fire needle bees. Hope you're not lying, Su Ming smiled, then started moving towards the exit in front of everyone. Both parties remained vigilant, exchanging tense glances. Once he was at a safe distance, Su Ming stopped and smiled again. I killed these rock scorpions. Are you sure you want to take my spoils? Before the words finished, he drew his bow and shot arrows in one smooth motion. Without any added skills, just a regular shot. Yet 200 arrows flew simultaneously, precisely forming a wall of arrows in front of the group. What? Zhou Zhirong was stunned, a terrifying thought crossing his mind. If Su Ming had aimed at him, wouldn't his life be in grave danger? Holy! Ma Guo could only utter those simple words, realizing his limited vocabulary in the face of such amazement. A bowman? A bowman who can shoot hundreds of arrows at once. I'm not afraid to tell you all. I'm a secret class, the 100-arrow archer. Su Ming thought to himself, knowing that his powerful abilities couldn't be hidden in this secret realm, unless he chose not to fight monsters, but then he wouldn't be able to level up. So, he decided to reveal his cards. With the talent of the hidden eye, even exposing himself now wasn't truly revealing everything. Didn't see that coming, did you? Even after shedding one disguise, I have another. Su Ming's lips curled into a smug smile. What? A hidden class? Ma Guo's face changed dramatically, his voice trembling. Let's talk this out, brother. He immediately chose the path of caution, cold sweat dripping down his back. The guy on the other side was incredibly cautious, only revealing his true intentions when he had the optimal distance for an archer. But then again, if he had chosen to shoot at close range, such a massive volley of arrows would have been unbearable. After all, even the most elite team entering here wouldn't be above level 25, so how could they withstand a one-shot kill? Now, they witnessed firsthand Su Ming's one-hit kill capability. Su Ming drew his bow again, the cold glint of his arrows flickering. The faces of the two defensive warriors in the team turned pale, quickly raising their shields, their legs trembling slightly. So, are you leaving on your own, or do I have to make you leave? Su Ming emphasized the word make, his voice filled with killing intent. Don't get worked up, boss. We're leaving. We're leaving. The leading fire mage didn't hesitate for a second, his voice trembling. Boss, we're members of the level 4 guild, Lost Leaves. We hope to see you again in the future. He quickly pulled Ma Guo and the others away in a hurry. It was clear he understood that Su Ming was sparing them. At this point, instead of confronting force with force, it was better to leave a good impression. This archer was someone they had never seen or heard of before, definitely a rising star. Su Ming was surprised to learn that these seasoned veterans were members of a major guild. This meant that future publicity would be even more ideal. Guided by them, other factions would instinctively regard him as the 100-arrow archer. After all, the feature of shooting 100 arrows at once was quite distinctive. Perfect. Over 100 rock cubes, 1,000,000 directly in earnings. After the few on the other side fled in fear, Su Ming quickly collected the items that hadn't been picked up yet and moved eastward. Without any concerns, he could finally unleash his full power and slaughter monsters at will. Such a hassle. Healer, quick, heal us. A frantic shout came from the distance. I'm trying my best, but I can't keep up. The healer responded with a sobbing tone. The boss might be over here, but these fire needle bees are endless. Let's call in Jiang Long's elite team. We'll withdraw for now. Many individual teams were willing but not ready to risk their lives for it. Dabao, watch out. A teammate's warning came just as two rock scorpions emerged from the ground, lifting Dabao into the air. Suspended for a moment, Dabao became the most obvious target for the fire needle bees. It's too late, Dabao thought, his heart sinking. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The fire needle bees shot countless fiery needles, and Dabao struggled to cover his face, his last act of defiance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The second wave of attacks, however, came from another direction. Hundreds of arrows, trailing fire, collided with the needles in midair, causing a violent explosion, sparks flying everywhere. Su Ming continued his barrage, deliberately not using any skill effects with the subsequent arrows, only the sound of the arrow rain whistling through the air. I'm not dead. Dabao grunted as he landed on the ground, stunned as he looked at the spectacular collision of countless needles and arrows in the sky. Is this an archer squad? Dabao muttered to himself, then widened his eyes. No way. His mouth went from an A shape to an A shape. There's only one person. Su Ming squinted, his sharp gaze sweeping the battlefield, and shouted to the group, stand back and distract the fire needle bees. I'll handle the damage. In his eyes, he had already scanned all the information about the fire needle bees. The rocket needle bees, classified as ordinary wild creatures, are at level 24 with a health of 8850-8850. These creatures possess formidable group coordination abilities and have a fondness for dancing. Their weak point, however, is their wings, which are as thin as cicada wings. Gale arrow. A swift arrow shot from Su Ming's fingers, and the sheer number of arrows provided him with a massive agility boost. He moved as if the wind was beneath his feet, swiftly changing positions to evade the swarm's attacks. Each arrow was nearly a lethal shot, hitting the target's vital points with precision. Under the onslaught of the arrow rain, the first batch of rocket needle bees quickly fell. Su Ming then cleverly switched tactics to regular attacks. Even so, the sheer volume still led to a qualitative change. Arrows rained down in a spectacular display. Is he not even level 25? Dabao was stunned, his mouth agape. After getting back on his feet, The others also used their meager skills to distract the bee swarm and prevent the rock scorpions from approaching Su Ming. Listen to the prayer of fire. Little fireball spell. Whirlwind slash. Spirits from the gate of freedom, I request your blessing. Despite the scene, several teams seemed to be just bystanders. They looked at themselves and then at Su Ming, who was moving and shooting alone in the distance, feeling as if ants were crawling all over their hearts. Who was this extraordinary handsome guy? The gap was just too big. System notifications continually flashed. You have slain Rocket Needle B LV-24, gaining 1200 experience. You have slain Rocket Needle B LV-25, gaining 1200 experience. You have slain Rock Scorpion LV-22, gaining 1000 experience. Experience points kept rising, and in just a few minutes, the pile of wild creature corpses Su Ming had eliminated could form a mountain. Others watched this fantastical scene, their jaws dropping in disbelief. De Bao even slapped himself. Ouch, it hurts. It wasn't an illusion. The archer not only saved him, but was also slaughtering the wild creatures like a one-man army. Explosive arrow. Su Ming finished off the remaining scattered creatures with explosive arrow, leaving none behind. This battle was Su Ming's debut as a newcomer, and he was pleased with the astonished expressions of the 4 or 5 dozen people across from him. He took a moment to check his attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Class, Secret Arrow God. Level, LV-27 LV-50, First Transition. Health, 7,600. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 56. Agility, 66. Attack speed, 1.26 arrows second. Attack, 122. Defense, 64. Single arrow storage, 9999999999999. He directly reached level 27. Coupled with 2 exclusive talents and 4 exclusive skills, he finally had some strength to show off and wouldn't be considered a pushover. Although the entry requirement for the secret realm was level 20 to 25, leveling up inside didn't affect it. After all, the secret realm's opening lasted only a few hours, and when time ran out, survivors would be forcibly teleported out. Those who exceeded the level limit wouldn't be able to enter next time. In addition to the rapid level up, Su Ming also noticed that his explosive arrow skill had increased by 1 level. Explosive Arrow LV-2. After charging for 1 second, it fires a long arrow with an explosive effect, dealing 250 attack damage to all targets in a 2x2 area with a 40 chance to burn, consuming 80 mana, and having a 5-second cooldown. The range hasn't increased, but the damage and burn chance have improved. Not bad. Su Ming relaxed his bow-drawing posture, but kept a firm grip on his large bow with his left hand. He calmly observed the groups of people gathered opposite him, his eyes revealing the composure and vigilance of a strong warrior. Hey there, what's your name? Thanks for saving my life. I'll definitely repay you once we're out. A burly man spoke up, secretly shocked that he couldn't detect any information about the young man in front of him. Name, De Bao. Profession, Heavy Fist Warrior. Level, LV-23. The system information automatically displayed. Su Ming. He answered briefly, waving his hand dismissively. It was just a convenient act. His gaze remained cautious as he scanned the crowd, bending down to pick up the rock cubes dropped by rock scorpions and the equipment left by rocket needle bees. Dozens of fiery red longbows were scattered on the ground. Su Ming's eyes lit up. These were weapons for archers. Rocket longbow, silver type, weapon profession, archer, level requirement. LV-20, attributes, attack 50, attack speed 0.5s, critical hit 2, durability. 50-50, feature. Each arrow shot has a 5 chance to burn the target. These were all silver-grade weapons suitable for all first-tier archers. Su Ming quickly equipped one and stored the rest in his backpack, feeling elated. This haul was bountiful, significantly boosting his overall output with increased attack speed and an additional 2 critical hit rate. Su Ming openly collected all the loot, and none of the surrounding people dared to make a move. Who would dare? Witnessing Su Ming's barrage of arrows earlier had completely shattered their perceptions. Becoming his target would be a death wish. Su Ming, you're incredibly strong. Could you be the heir of a top-tier family? De Bao addressed the obviously younger Su Ming with respect and admiration in his voice. No, I'm a hidden profession 100-arrow shooter, Su Ming replied calmly. A hidden profession. De Bao and everyone nearby were astonished. Everyone knew that if your first profession was a hidden one, your future achievements would far surpass those of ordinary professions. 100-arrow shooter. They recalled the scene of Su Ming unleashing a rain of arrows and couldn't help but gasp. The previous attack was due to his profession. No wonder he could slaughter the swarm, they thought. With such terrifying abilities, he's definitely a newcomer with immense potential. At that moment, many started to have various thoughts. Boom. Suddenly, anomalies arose. The fiery red ground cracked open, and scorching magma began to seep from the fissures. Back up, everyone back up, someone shouted in panic. This tremor affected not just this piece of land, but the entire secret realm. Su Ming saw several teams converging from all directions toward this area. Suddenly, a fire serpent erupted from the magma, striking a nearby girl's face. She screamed, her voice piercing the air, "My face is ruined, ah? I can't live like this." Most people entering the secret realm were no higher than LV-25, and at the same level, they held no advantage over wild creatures, usually requiring teamwork to handle them, let alone the fact that what appeared now was a boss. Many people fled in terror as a three-headed serpent emerged from the magma, thrashing and roaring. Accompanied by countless serpents of fire conjured through magic, the boss of the secret realm finally made its appearance. Su Ming quickly retreated to a safe distance for attacking, raising his gaze to the colossal creature before him, its stats immediately coming into view. Level LV-25. Health points 288, 0002, 88, 000. Info: a creature slumbering within the magma, wielding terrifying fire abilities. Weakness: right head. That's a boss for you. With a whopping 288,000 health points, Su Ming thought, his eyes gleaming. This was the natural advantage of being a boss. As challengers, they could rightly exploit their numbers and the synergy of various roles. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes shone brightly. This was entirely different from the earlier encounter with the gold iron beast. This wasn't just his first kill of this boss. It was the first kill of the boss in this newly discovered secret realm. This meant he would receive extra rewards, which translated to a significant boost in power. This boss is huge. If only we could tie it up. Stop shaking, we'll enjoy it more tonight. The major guilds are on their way. We need to act quickly. A lot of people are going to die. I'll stay on the outskirts and earn some participation rewards. Staying alive is more important. The crowd quickly split into two factions, those who retreated and those whose eyes burned with determination as they advanced. Su Ming stood alone by a large rock, watching the growing crowd, muttering quietly to himself. This boss is mine. He hesitated no longer, pulling his bowstring taut and taking aim. Gale arrow. The Gale arrow inflicted linear damage and didn't create the flashy, explosive effects of his other three skills. But the agility boost it provided was fearsome. Though each arrow only increased agility by 1, Su Ming shot 200 arrows at once, lasting for 5 seconds. Even more terrifying, with his longbow enhancing his attack speed to 1.7, he could shoot nearly 1,600 arrows in those 5 seconds. Whiz, 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 whiz. A rain of arrows filled the sky, mercilessly descending. Hiss. The giant serpent roared in rage, fire snakes and flames erupting everywhere. The unluckiest were the warriors charging forward. And Su Ming? He was already dashing around with wind beneath his feet. I'll move left and shoot. Whiz, 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 whiz. Then I'll move right and shoot again. Whiz, 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 whiz. His rapidly accumulating agility temporarily boosted his speed beyond that of the giant serpent, allowing him to kite the boss single-handedly. Oh my, Su Ming's fighting like a god while we're just playing around. Many watched in awe. Su Ming, having initiated the attack, maintained a commanding lead in damage output, keeping the boss's attention firmly on him. His speed was equally terrifying, enabling him to effortlessly dodge the magma sprays and fiery blasts from the serpent's 3 massive mouths. To observers, it seemed he could even maneuver the giant snake's movements. Is this guy even human? He's like 100 archers rolled into one. How can we compete? I underestimated him. I think he could solo the boss. Does Su Ming need a sidekick? A plugin maybe? The current group of fighters, having witnessed Su Ming's prowess, gave up on competing for the boss, hoping instead to gain his favor. Su Ming swiftly lured the giant serpent away from the molten lava area, his eyes scanning the monster's information panel. Its health had plummeted to 20, and its innate ability was about to trigger. In just a few minutes, Su Ming single-handedly dealt nearly 80 of the boss's health damage. The onlookers watched as the massive 3-headed snake began to split from head to tail, transforming into 3 smaller fire snakes that darted off in different directions. You're not getting away, Su Ming shouted, ice arrow. A gleam of cold light shot from his bowstring, and in an instant, a rain of ice arrows fell from the sky, precisely freezing the 3 fire snakes simultaneously. With exceptional agility, Su Ming closed in on the fire snakes, his arrows now transformed into swift wind arrows. To others, this ice arrow seemed like a powerful move requiring a long charge time, but its execution was seamless. From a distance, a large group witnessed Su Ming's arrow storm. Among them were members of the Jiang Guild, the Baitu Guild, and the previously defeated Lost Leaf Guild. These 3 guilds were the dominant forces in Jiang City, with only Jiang Guild having reached level 5. Damn it, it's all those fake noble idiots from Jiang that made us late. By the time we got here, all the archers had done the job, a Baitu member cursed. The boss said if we don't take down this boss, none of us can stay in Baitu. Another person said darkly, I want to see where all these archers in Jiang City are coming from. On the battlefield, the fire snake from the left head was the first to perish, followed closely by the one from the central head. The fire snake from the right head, being the most cunning, was the weak point. Final strike. Su Ming no longer dispersed his firepower, focusing all his attacks on its head. Kid, stop! Behind Su Ming, an assassin kept flashing, attempting to interrupt him and steal the boss's last hit. But the distance was too great, leaving him only to shout in frustration. Stop my foot! Su Ming was relentless, raining arrows down and blasting a huge hole in the little snake's head. The bodies of the three small snakes fused back into the giant three-headed serpent, but it no longer had any life force. System notifications popped up in succession. You have slain the three-headed serpent LV-25 boss, gaining 50,000 experience. You are the first to kill the three-headed serpent LV-25 boss, receiving additional attributes, attack 5. You completed the first blood of the three-headed serpent LV-25 boss, earning an extra reward, Flame Emblem, HP 500, Mana 500, Strength 5, Agility 5. Indeed, the first blood reward attributes are quite satisfying. Su Ming thought happily. Flame Emblem? What is this? Though unsure of the item's purpose, Su Ming cheerfully added it to his backpack. In the next moment, he didn't go for the other loot but swiftly repositioned himself, aiming his bow at the distant assassin. The assassin was shocked. I barely closed the distance, and now that archer just pulled away again? Damn, he's faster than me. At the same level, an assassin's agility should surpass that of an archer, especially with special speed boosting skills, yet he still couldn't catch up. One more step, and you die. Su Ming's voice was clear and commanding, with an undeniable authority. He had already discerned the opponent's information. Name, Tai Meng. Class, Demon Hunter. Level, LV-25. Tai Meng halted, hesitant. At this range, without the ability to get close, the advantage was entirely with the archer. He never imagined that the terrifying arrow storm earlier was the work of this young man alone. Whether you've joined a small guild or not, here's your choice. Leave it and join Batu. With your potential, you could definitely become one of the future leaders of Batu's Plus. You might even gain the full support of the entire guild. Su Ming almost burst out laughing at the words. The person in front of him claimed to be a member of Batu Guild, unaware that Su Ming had recently defeated a group from Batu's Day. He scrutinized the man named Tai Meng and wondered about his connection to Tai Nyo. Wow, that's quite a bold statement. What if I don't want to? Su Ming asked provocatively. Tai Meng didn't react angrily as expected. Instead, he smirked, raising an eyebrow. You're a newbie indeed. Do you think you can take on an entire guild by yourself? Not necessarily, Su Ming replied confidently, crossing his arms. If I choose Jiang Long or Shi Luo Yi, they probably wouldn't turn me down either. Su Ming wasn't just making empty threats. He had already planned that after making a name for himself, the major guilds in Jiang City would definitely extend invitations. Causing a stir in Jiang City would ensure his safety and allow him to grow steadily an advantageous trade-off. Moreover, he intended to join a high-level guild soon, as higher-level guilds provide greater attribute bonuses and benefits to their members. Jiang Long, being the top guild in Jiang City, was an ideal choice. Tai Meng was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Su Ming's unconventional responses, leaving his rehearsed lines stuck in his throat. Kid, joining Batu is your best option. Otherwise, an untapped potential is worth nothing, wouldn't you agree? Tai Meng pressed on, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, piercing like frost. Are you threatening me? Gale arrow draw. In one seamless motion, the sound of the bowstring tightening was distinctly audible in the air. What the? Tai Meng, though defiant, was nearly trembling with fear. Seeing the large group approaching from behind, he quickly cast a series of skills and fled in a flash. This scene was observed by the surrounding freelance teams. Su Ming dared to stand against Batu, making the situation intriguingly tense. Is that all? Su Ming shook his head in exasperation, choosing not to pursue further. Instead, he moved to the serpent's corpse to check the loot. The sight of the spoils made his eyes light up 3 complete flame hearts, with fire elemental energy so dense it was nearly tangible. Selling such materials would fetch at least 1 million each. Additionally, there was a skill book. I'm hitting the jackpot, Su Ming murmured, quickly checking the skill book's details. Hawkeye Archer Class Skill Book. Level Requirement, LV-30. Hawkeye LV-1. Archers gain acute vision, granting view of all within a 200-meter radius for 1.5 seconds upon activation. Mana cost, 500, cooldown, 60 seconds. Seeing the skill's effects, Su Ming was overjoyed. The book was worth at least 3 million, but he decided to use it himself without hesitation. Although it required level 30 to learn, he immediately stored it in his backpack. The surrounding players, with the highest level barely reaching 25, dared not approach within his range, let alone attempt to snatch the loot. Su Ming claimed all the spoils for himself. Making money really is an easy task, he thought to himself, suddenly realizing that his previous 3 million was just a drop in the bucket. Just as Su Ming was about to leave, the serpent's corpse began to slowly dissipate, and a magic circle emerged from it. Standing next to the serpent, Su Ming was inevitably enveloped by the circle. Boom! The ground shook violently, cracks spreading everywhere, and magma erupted forth. The entire secret realm became increasingly unstable. The place where Su Ming had stood split into a massive chasm. Where's our Archer God? No way. The Bao, who was closest, looked around but could no longer see Su Ming. Feeling a bit dizzy was Su Ming's sole sensation as he was suddenly teleported. Gradually, a light appeared before him more precisely, the fiery glow from the magma lining the path. He found himself in an underground magma chamber, a hidden space. It seemed the teleportation circle had brought him to a special location. The fire emblem-activated circle had protected him, though it was unclear if this was fortunate or not. Proceeding along the only path, a new type of monster appeared in Su Ming's view, a swarm of fierce fire spiders. He hadn't expected so many spider creatures to be lurking beneath the secret realm. With a confident smirk, Su Ming thought to himself, since they're here to offer experience, how could I refuse? In his eyes appeared the information about the group of spiders. Fire venom spider. Level: LV24 common monster. Health: 7500-7500. Trait: multiple body parts carry venom, handle with caution. Weakness: rhombus-shaped protrusion in the center of the body. Following his line of sight, Su Ming indeed found the crucial rhombus-shaped protrusion at the center of the numerous fire venom spiders. As more fiery red spiders crawled towards him, Su Ming's lips curled into a confident smile. Excellent. Thanks for the gift of experience, little ones, Su Ming thought with delight. After this dungeon, I'll definitely reach at least LV30. The space ahead was too narrow for the usual kiting tactics with gale arrows. Su Ming quickly adjusted his strategy, deciding to use freezing control combined with thunder arrows to create a large-scale electric field effect. Ice arrow, thunder arrow. With two incantations, arrows rained down like a storm, the crackle of electricity echoing through the space. The terrifying rain of arrows covered the entire area in front, and the pervasive electric field dealt an additional 100 attack damage per second to the spiders. In 2 seconds, 600 arrows were fired, covering the entire area. Countless densely packed fire venom spiders were frozen and electrocuted before they even reached Su Ming. System notification. You have killed fire venom spider LV24, gaining 1,000 experience points. You have killed fire venom spider LV25, gaining 1,200 experience points. The log of notifications kept refreshing, and Su Ming felt exhilarated. As the spiders ahead turned into corpses, he continued to shoot arrows while slowly advancing. Who would have thought there'd be so many monsters hidden here? Su Ming pondered. In sheer numbers, there's several times more than the rocket needle bee swarm. Even a team of 20 at LV25 wouldn't know if they could make it to the end of the path alive. With a focused gaze, Su Ming continued to draw his bow. Minutes later, whether on the paths or in the lava, only spider carcasses remained. His experience points skyrocketed, breaking through another level barrier. By the time Su Ming stopped drawing his bow, his level had soared to LV32. It's something others wouldn't dare to dream of. Single-handedly cleared a dungeon, rising from LV20 to LV32 in a short time, a true monster-slaying machine. What's this? Among the loot, Su Ming found the only item besides spider leg meta venom drop. It was a purple solid in the shape of a droplet, with several hundred collected. He stored them all in his backpack, thinking, I can find out more about their uses at the exchange later. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Su Ming continued deeper along the path. System notification. Congratulations. You meet the learning conditions for Eagle Eye, successfully learning the skill. Eagle Eye LV1. Upon surpassing level 30, Su Ming finally unlocked this useful support skill. It was the perfect time to use it, and he activated the skill immediately. A strange power surged into his eyes, and Su Ming's vision expanded, clearly revealing everything within a 200-meter radius. No trace of the fire venom spiders remained in sight. What's that? Su Ming noticed a hidden space at the end of the path, and the teleportation array to leave seemed to be on the other side of that space. As the skill's duration ended, the extended vision ceased abruptly. However, Su Ming had already determined his direction and headed straight for the entrance to another space. Wow! Stepping inside, Su Ming was on high alert. Yet, the scene before him made his breath catch. The surrounding lava flowed like streams, all converging at their ultimate source, a blazing sun-like fireball overhead. Su Ming vaguely saw the shadow of a sleeping dragon within the massive fireball, its outline flickering in and out of view under the glow of the lava. A dragon. A real dragon. This astounding discovery made him instantly realize that the lava in this secret realm wasn't naturally formed. It was birthed by this slumbering dragon. His heart pounded wildly, but he forced himself to remain calm as he slowly moved along the narrow stone path towards the teleportation array on the other side. The rocks beneath his feet were scorching due to the high temperature, and each step required extra caution. He silently prayed. As long as he didn't awaken it, he should be able to leave safely. Yet, things did not go as he hoped. Human, is it you who has awakened me from my slumber? A deep voice suddenly echoed in Su Ming's mind, carrying the authority of a superior being and an undeniable sense of excitement. The evil dragon, Zagu Rong, slowly opened its eyes, which were like two burning pools of lava, illuminating the entire cave. Its eyes glimmered with a peculiar light as it scrutinized the tiny human beyond the fireball. How many years had it been sealed in this place for so long? It had lost its sense of time. Today, though it couldn't clearly see the human's features beyond the fireball, it knew that finally, someone had arrived with the special item needed to lift the seal. A sinister smile appeared at the edge of Zagu Rong's draconic snout. Humans, such a greedy race, would surely succumb to the temptations of the great Zagu Rong. Su Ming's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. This was a real dragon, a legendary being, with combat power at least above level 400, far beyond what he, a mere novice who had just changed professions a day ago, could handle. But a question suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, if this dragon is truly as powerful as the legends say, why would it bother talking to an ant like him? So, is it possible? Su Ming immediately adjusted his posture, bowing to present a humble appearance. Esteemed Dragon Lord, I meant no disturbance to your rest, and will leave right away. Wait. Zagu Rong's voice suddenly became urgent, with a hint of barely concealed anxiety. Hearing this reaction, Su Ming, separated by the river of boiling lava, allowed himself a knowing smile. He had guessed correctly. As a transmigrant, he was all too familiar with such scenarios and quickly realized the hidden truth. Lucky boy, you are the human chosen by the dragon. The evil dragon's voice turned seductive. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a fire emblem with you. Su Ming looked down at his left arm, where a fiery red emblem was glowing faintly, emitting a subtle warmth. He thoughtfully touched the emblem, his mind racing. This thing is related to the dragon? So, he decided to continue the act. Oh my, great dragon lord, it was indeed this emblem that guided me here. Within the fireball, Zagu Rong finally showed a satisfied expression, gently stirring the lava with its massive claw. This is the proof of you being a dragon's favorite, Zagu Rong said playfully, its tone filled with a sense of complete control. Come, human, channel the power of the fire emblem into the fireball and forge a contract with me. You will gain the power of a dragon and access to the countless treasures of the great dragon. It tempted him step by step, confident that this greedy human had no idea of the true significance of the fire emblem. Once it broke free from the seal, the world would be under the dominion of the great Zagu Rong. In reality, Zagu Rong was unaware that this secret realm had already been connected to the inner world of Blue Star through the six-path divine tower, no longer in its original dimension. The nations of Blue Star naturally had no knowledge of the fire emblem's true use, considering it at best a high-level fire talisman. Oh, the dragon's treasure! Su Ming exclaimed with faint excitement. What might the great dragon lord's name be? Zagu Rong was quite pleased with Su Ming's flattery, its tail happily thumping in the lava. Listening to Su Ming's greedy words, it could almost see the foolish outcome awaiting him. Boy, enjoy your moment of joy a little longer. I am the progenitor of the lava dragons Zagu Rong. The dragon's voice echoed throughout the space. Boy, as my contract bearer, I permit you to state your name. Progenitor of the lava dragons? That's quite a title. Su Ming paused briefly, quickly formulating a strategy in his mind before responding with feigned reverence. Great Zagu Rong, my humble name is Tai Meng. Come, Tai Meng, embrace the dragon's treasure. Zagu Rong roared triumphantly. Finally, it was about to break free from its seal. Zagu Rong watched with anticipation, his eyes gleaming with malice. This poor fool dared to think he could take advantage of a dragon. He eagerly awaited the moment when the divine seal of flames would vanish, ready to teach this naive human the despair of falling from heaven to hell. Ha 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 ha. Zagu Rong laughed triumphantly, but his laughter abruptly ceased. The seal did not disappear as expected, and a trace of confusion crept into the dragon's mind. Iron Boy, what's going on? Zagu Rong frowned and questioned. Why haven't you made a move? Don't you crave immense power? Don't you want to rule the world? Sign a pact with me, and you'll possess countless treasures. Su Ming stood still, a shrewd calculation flickering in his eyes. Realizing that his identity as a member of the secret I must remain hidden, he quickly understood that the dragon could not break free of the seal. So why not seize the opportunity to gain something? After all, once he left the secret realm, not only would many factions try to recruit him, but there would also be hostile forces waiting for him. The hidden world was fraught with danger, and this was a rare opportunity. The timing was perfect, and Su Ming's Oscar-winning actor mode instantly kicked in. Ahem, he cleared his throat theatrically. Honorable Zagu Rong, while I don't doubt you, my grandmother always said that the devil uses sweet words to deceive. So, if you could give me a token proving your great dragon identity, I would be honored to be your loyal follower. You. Zagu Rong was about to explode in anger but restrained himself. Very well, caution is a good trait. Not blinded by greed. Just as I'd expect from my chosen contractor. If Su Ming could see Zhagu Rong's face at that moment, he would surely find it on the verge of exploding with rage. The dragon seethed internally. Who is this kid's grandmother? Once I'm free, I'll make sure she regrets it. After regaining his composure, Zhagu Rong announced with authority, I am the great lava dragon. Today, I shall let you glimpse a fraction of my true splendor. He thought to himself that he could retrieve it once he was free. Boy, don't disappoint me again. Then, Su Ming saw two items fly out from the fireball. These were taken from a space backpack that everyone possessed, so they weren't affected by the seal. Su Ming adjusted his breathing in excitement and immediately grabbed the two items. Upon closer look, they were two distinctly different large scales: molten fire scale crystal and rock armor scale crystal. Zhagu Rong's voice echoed, as if lost in reminiscence. Iron Boy, seeing these two dragon scales, you must understand my true greatness. The first, molten fire scale crystal, has the ancestral ability to absorb all fire and unleash it with double the power. The other, rock armor scale crystal, inherits the ancestral beast's terrifying defense, granting near absolute defense for almost 3 minutes when activated. It was clear that he held these scale crystals in high regard, and so did Su Ming. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but drool. Dragon scale crystals, and two of them. Even without considering the molten fire scale crystal's extraordinary ability to absorb fire, the rock armor scale crystal alone significantly boosted his survival capability. Equivalent to 3 minutes of invincibility? Paired with his unlimited firepower for a full 3 minutes of damage output, who could survive? Even a god would fall in 3 minutes. Oh, great dragon Zhagu Rong, I am immensely grateful for your trust. Wait a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ming wasted no time in storing the legendary scale crystals in his space backpack. He immediately set his feet in motion, if not now, then when. The blazing sun-like fireball hovered above the center of the path, illuminating Su Ming's fleeing figure. Su Ming quickly dashed towards the location of the magic array at the other end of the path, his steps firm and swift. Through the constraint of the lava fireball, the dragon Zhagu Rong barely saw the small human figure moving outside. Excellent. He's coming to sacrifice himself to the great dragon. Come on, come on. Zhagu Rong was secretly delighted, but then he noticed something was off. Wait, something's not right, boy. Why are you getting further away from me? Respected Lord Zhagu Rong. No, I'm just following the guidance of the flame emblem. Su Ming replied casually, his words dripping with insincerity, yet his feet never paused, instead quickening their pace. Almost there, soon I'll be saying goodbye to this overly narcissistic dragon. Su Ming thought to himself with glee. No, this isn't right. Zhagu Rong, trapped within the fireball, grew increasingly agitated. Boy, you are indeed getting further away. Are you deceiving the great Zhagu Rong? Roar. Zhagu Rong was utterly bewildered. Everything happening was completely derailing its expected script. By all logic, this boy, upon knowing its mighty power, should be eager to approach it. No, I am the great progenitor of the lava dragons. How could this be? It roared in fury, releasing a terrifying dragon's might. However, as soon as the dragon's might touched the edge of the divine flame prison, it vanished without a trace, having no effect. Human, are you deceiving the great dragon? How dare you deceive the great Zhagu Rong? It was unthinkable for someone of its stature to be played like this. What made it even harder to accept was that all this was done by a human, whom it considered as insignificant as an insect. Ironically, the dragon, which should have been playing the human like a puppet, found itself turned into the fool. Human, give me back my scale crystal! Roar. Zhagu Rong bellowed. Puffed. Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. This narcissistic dragon finally realized it had been duped, but alas, it was too late. Oh dear Lord Zhagu Rong. Su Ming dropped the pretense and revealed his true intentions. As my grandma always said, once you give something away, there's no taking it back. I'm just a weakling. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now. Zhagu Rong was instantly infuriated, its head turning a bright crimson, as if about to erupt like a lava explosion. The entire fiery sun prison that held it trembled continuously, but it could never break free. Iron Boy, I will surely kill you, and your damn grandmother too. You lowly insects all deserve to die. Zhagu Rong roared in rage, its voice filled with resentment and hatred. Su Ming chuckled. This dragon really has a one-track mind. See, I knew you had no good intentions either, but you just can't get out, can you? Roar. Human, you have no honor, no virtue. Zhagu Rong howled in despair. Su Ming shrugged, a mocking smile on his face. Oh, we're even. Finally reaching the edge of the teleportation array, Su Ming decisively stepped into it, giving a slight wave of farewell. Don't blame Lord Zhagu Rong for being too foolish. After all, I'm a clever assassin. Goodbye. Iron. Iron. When I break free, I will make you wish for death. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the lava space, but under the powerful suppression of the fireball, Zhagu Rong could only rage helplessly. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Damn Iron. The array shimmered with brilliant light as Su Ming smoothly teleported out of the scorching space. The scenery around him rapidly shifted, blurring then clarifying. When he looked again, he found himself back on the lava land. But the surroundings were empty, not the place where the three-headed snake boss had been. However, in the distance, he saw a group of rock scorpions slowly moving. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he quickly hid behind a large rock nearby, his bow and arrow already in hand. Experience points, you can't escape. Gale arrow fire. Chirp, 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 chirp. Su Ming killed a level 21 rock scorpion and gained 1,000 experience points. Immediately after, he took down another level 22 rock scorpion, earning another 1,000 points. Su Ming had never experienced such an effortless and exhilarating battle. The agility boost from the Gale arrows made his evasion skills incredibly effective, and with the rock armor scale crystal as his backup, he could fully concentrate on continuously drawing his bow and attacking. While this area is empty, go all out. Leave none alive, Su Ming thought, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's intensity, as his bowstring vibrated constantly. If the rock scorpions had wisdom and could speak, they would undoubtedly see Su Ming as a demon descending upon them. Stay away from us. Su Ming shot another arrow, piercing through the shell of a level 22 rock scorpion. The system notification flashed again. Rock scorpion level 22 killed, 1,000 experience points gained. While Su Ming was passionately slaying monsters, the main forces of the three major guilds had already arrived at the boss area. Seeing the ground littered with rock scorpions and fire needle bees, they all wore expressions of disbelief. We couldn't find that kid nearby. He's probably dead. Falling into the lava fissure, it's nearly impossible to survive. Such a waste of talent. Damn, did the boss die for nothing? All those resources wasted. Someone cursed in frustration. Not only did the boss die too quickly, but the kid who killed the boss also vanished suddenly. The leader of the Batu team, the level 25 Time Ming, breathed a sigh of relief, wearing a peculiar expression. Did I jinx it? Only to Bao from a certain team looked disappointed as he prepared to leave with his squad. I saw the Bao god lose his balance and then disappear into the crack, he said in a low voice. He was my lifesaver and such a powerful new archer. What a pity. In the end, everyone had to disperse and resume clearing the rock scorpions and fire needle bees. The secret realm would close soon. Meanwhile, Su Ming was on a rampage. His relentless slaughter had boosted his level from 32 to 35, and he had collected nearly 200 rock cubes. This is all money, Su Ming thought excitedly. Soon, the entire area was cleared of rock scorpions. Su Ming had effectively become the top contributor in the secret realm. He quickly checked his basic stats. Name, Su Ming. Class, Secret Arrow God. Level, 3,550. First transformation health, 9,700. Mana, 9,999,999. Strength, 69. Agility, 79. Attack speed, 1.8 for arrows. Attack, 203. Defense, 72. Single arrow capacity, 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. Once he upgrades to a full set of advanced gear, his stats will increase even more. Of course, his actual combat power is far greater than these stats suggest, as he can fire 200 arrows at once, with all sorts of special effects boosting his performance. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The Lava Secret Realm for levels 2025 will close in 2 minutes. All surviving participants will be randomly teleported out. Although he was a bit reluctant, the monsters in the secret realm had been almost entirely wiped out. Su Ming murmured to himself. Once outside, I might run into Batu and his group. However, with officials present at the lava mine, Batu won't dare make a move. Then I just need to join the Jiang guild, and everything will be easily resolved. With this in mind, Su Ming felt relieved. The rock armor scale crystal needed special identification. He had figured out how to activate it, but its specific effects were still unclear. Once outside, both scale crystals needed to be properly appraised at the exchange. Soon, a gentle light enveloped him from above the secret realm. Su Ming knew he was about to be teleported away from the vicinity of the Labula Mine volcano. Boom. As soon as he emerged from the secret realm, a sudden volcanic eruption caught Su Ming off guard. The expected scenario did not unfold. Instead, a more terrifying sight appeared. Molten lava splattered everywhere, and people were panicking, shoving each other as they fled down the mountain. Lava everywhere. Run down the mountain, someone screamed hysterically. Su Ming was shocked to find that the range of the Labula Mine volcano instance had expanded 7 or 8 times its original size. The previously safe stone path outside the mine's entrance and the dense forest area had all turned into a sea of lava. In the face of danger, Su Ming did not hesitate for a moment and immediately leaped downward, searching for a safe spot. Thinking about the next opening of the secret realm, Su Ming estimated it would take about 10 days or even longer. Some secret realms with extremely high-level restrictions had opening cycles measured in years. Because of this, each time adventurers entered a secret realm, the officials would issue guaranteed reward tasks to encourage them to clear as many wild monsters as possible. If too many wild monsters remained when the secret realm closed, these creatures would affect the wilderness ecosystem of the inner world through the Divine Tower, further impacting the surface world's ecological balance. As he pondered, Su Ming came to a conclusion over time. The inner world and the surface world would eventually fully merge. For someone like him with no attachments to the surface world, this was a perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities in the inner world. In the distance, fiery serpents began to appear frequently in the lava. Su Ming quickly cast a scouting skill, and information immediately appeared in his vision. Lava serpent. Common wild monster level, LV 45. HP, 19,00019,000. Information, a new species born from the magma, wielding terrifying lava abilities. Weakness, white ring on the tail. Seeing this data, Su Ming wisely chose not to draw aggro. After all, even a single lava serpent's level exceeded that of the secret realm boss, so it was a time for self-preservation. Amidst the looming danger, a loud shout came from above. Apocalypse shield. Young man, get up here. Su Ming looked up to see a large armed helicopter lowering a specially designed ladder, surrounded by a glowing shield. Without hesitation, he quickly grabbed the ladder and climbed up, where he found several rescue personnel in uniform and some level 20-something freelance players inside the cabin. We are members of the Jiang City official inner world rescue team. A burly man briefly introduced himself, then frowned slightly. Can't see your name information? Looks like you're using anti-detection items. Don't worry, we'll get you safely to Jiang City. Su Ming nodded in gratitude, while subtly observing the man's information. Name, Jiang Li. Profession, Grand Shield Master. Level, LV 75. Su Ming was secretly amazed that this rescuer's level was not far from a third-tier transformation, indicating formidable strength. Thank you. Su Ming expressed his gratitude briefly, then learned more about the situation from Jiang Li. Since 3 groups of different levels had entered the secret realm, the Labula Mine volcano had soon erupted. Fortunately, the area was still quite far from the town, and Jiang City only needed to raise its city protection barrier to resolve this crisis. As for the rescue team, their task was to save those adventurers just out of the secret realm who couldn't yet fly. Flight skills, at the very least, can only be learned after a second-tier transformation, and they're extremely rare. Su Ming mused to himself. But I believe it won't be long before I can achieve that. As Su Ming headed towards the helicopter's rest area, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. You're alive, Bao God, shouted Bao, leaning against the side, his voice filled with excitement. This shout immediately drew the attention of the other freelance players in the cabin, and everyone's gaze turned to Su Ming. In the entire low-level area of the secret realm, the most memorable thing for most people was the rain of arrows during the boss fight. Except for Bao and the 2 teams recently accompanying Su Ming, others had not seen his real appearance. Now, hearing the title Bao God, they all thought of that formidable archer. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome. I feel my aunt is coming early, a female player exclaimed, covering her mouth. Could it really be him? A true newcomer. He's definitely going to be hotly contested by all the major guilds. Faced with the sudden attention, Su Ming frowned and glanced at Bao. Bro, keep it low-key. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat, turning to the others. I'm just an ordinary person. I need to rest now. Su Ming quietly leaned against the side, silently observing everything around him. No one disturbed him, allowing him a moment to breathe. Soon, he looked up and saw a massive dome-shaped barrier slowly unfolding over Jiang City. It was transparent yet sturdy, completely enveloping the entire city. Rescue helicopters skillfully navigated through a specially designed opening to enter the barrier. Outside the barrier, scorching lava continuously hit the shield, making a sizzling sound before disappearing as if encountering an invisible wall. The sight was both spectacular and reassuring. Everyone is safe, a staff member announced loudly. Based on the current situation, the barrier should last for about a day. After all the scattered people had evacuated, the rescue helicopters took off again, heading towards the lava volcano. The entire city had entered a state of full alert, and even those with ill intentions dared not cause trouble at such a time. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Bao remained behind Su Ming, like a tail that wouldn't go away. So, tell me, buddy, why are you following me? Su Ming asked without turning his head. Bao's face immediately showed an awkward smile as he hurriedly replied. Bao God, if Baitu knows you're still alive and can't recruit you, they might target you. Su Ming recalled that this big guy was standing next to him at the time, clearly aware of the grudge between him and Baitu. Was this a reminder? Su Ming's expression softened slightly. No worries, I don't consider Baitu a threat, Su Ming said as he walked. Suddenly, he remembered something. Do you know where I can find a large number of skill proficiency crystals? Hearing this question, Bao's eyes lit up, and he quickly caught up, his face full of smiles. Bao God, you're asking the right person. He moved closer. Are you planning to go to the Jiang exchange? It might not meet your needs, but the yard exchange in Jiang has the most and best items, sure to satisfy you. Oh, Su Ming stopped and raised an eyebrow slightly. He had heard of Yard's name before. In the surface world, they were the largest electronics company in Jiang City. He didn't expect them to hold significant business in the exchange here. All right, I need to buy quite a few skill proficiency crystals. And I need to appraise the function of 2 scale crystals. They definitely have them, and the quality is guaranteed, though they might be a bit pricey. Bao God. Yu Debao looked at him with some concern. There's no need for you to worry about that, Su Ming said, gently waving his hand to cut him off. At the yard exchange in Jiangnan District, Jiang City, the decor was elegant and impressive, with a plaque marked Level 4 area prominently displayed. Honored guest, is there anything you wish to trade? The receptionist asked with a smile. Su Ming stepped forward and without hesitation, emptied a large number of items and equipment from his spatial backpack onto the counter. Just recycle them. The receptionist's mouth dropped open in surprise, her eyes wide. The low-level equipment wasn't particularly special, but the rock cubes were rare items only found in secret realms. How could one person possess so many? Not to mention the 3 invaluable fiery hearts and golden stones. Please wait a moment, honored guest. She quickly turned and left. Soon, Su Ming saw a graceful lady replacing the receptionist. He naturally scanned her information. Name, Ayajoe. Occupation, advanced florist. Level, LV36. Well, a handsome young guest I haven't seen before, the lady said with a smile, looking Su Ming up and down. Ayajoe, head of the yard exchange, pleased to meet you. It seems you've had quite the harvest in the secret realm. Su Ming calmly looked at the elegant woman, slightly surprised hadn't expected the manager to be someone with a lifestyle profession. Su Ming. He introduced himself briefly, then politely shook her hand. He chose not to respond to the topic of the secret realm. I need 44 skill proficiency crystals and access to the exchange's appraisal room. Ayajoe didn't mind his aloofness. Hearing his request, her lips curved slightly. Honored Mr. Su Ming, 44 skill proficiency crystals might cost around 13 million. Su Ming nodded. All right, I'll cover the rest. He took out a black magnetic card from his pocket and handed it over. There are over 30 million left by my parents in here. Ayajoe's eyes sparkled, as if seeing a walking treasure. This young man is quite the wealthy one. Su Ming calculated in his mind. Besides maxing out all 4 exclusive skills, he also planned to upgrade Eagle Eye to the maximum level. Given the skill's broad scope, it made sense to tackle everything in one go. Soon, Su Ming and the other party completed their inventory check. The total value of the recovered items reached 7.83 million, and the system chimed softly. Please confirm receipt. Behind the counter, Ayajoe flashed a friendly smile and offered a discount. I can give you a special price of 290,000 for each of these skill proficiency crystals. Su Ming nodded and promptly purchased 44 skill proficiency crystals. Unbeknownst to him, the regular price was 330,000 each, and the savings were enough to make ordinary players envious. After making an additional payment of 200,000, he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the appraisal room. Ayajoe watched Su Ming's departing figure, a flicker of interest in her eyes. She tapped her fingers lightly on the counter, her thoughts racing. This young man must have just emerged from the rookie's secret realm, and he's only in the low-level range of LV20 LV25. Such a promising newcomer at such a young age. His future is limitless. She bit her lip. Perhaps I should try to get closer to him. Her fingers moved swiftly over her communicator, sending an encrypted message to her elder brother. Inside the appraisal room, Su Ming exhaled a breath of relief. The air here was laced with a faint fragrance, calming his mind. The nature of the appraisal room was similar to the job transition room, as it was connected to the divine tower, so he felt no pressure. He took out the molten scale crystal from his backpack and placed it on the appraisal platform. A light screen immediately appeared. Appraising this item requires a payment of 8 million. Proceed with appraisal? What the heck? Su Ming nearly bit his tongue. Are you freaking kidding me? However, after calming down, he thought it over. Such high-quality items were usually only obtainable by the truly powerful, and 8 million might just be pocket change to them. Su Ming gritted his teeth, realizing that the appraisal cost more than the transaction itself, but he ultimately chose to proceed. Appraise. Processing. Light flickered on the appraisal platform, and seconds later, the system notification sounded. Appraisal result. Molten scale crystal legendary item. Information. A scale crystal that originated from an ancient lava dragon, gaining immense power after a millennium of development. Passive ability. Holder is immune to fire damage, absorbs fire on contact, and stores it. Active ability. Upon activation, releases stored fire with double power. Also generates a molten flame field, increasing all fire damage by 300 and reducing all non-fire damage by 50. Post-appraisal trait. Immortal. Attack 1000, critical rate 20. Post-appraisal activation. Oh my god, this is incredible. Su Ming was overwhelmed with excitement, a smile spreading uncontrollably across his face. Even a pig could soar with this. His fingers trembled slightly as he quickly retrieved another grayish rock-colored scale crystal from his backpack, moving so fast, it was almost a blur. Appraising this item requires a payment of 8 million. Proceed with appraisal? Appraise. Su Ming confirmed without hesitation. Processing. Appraisal result. Rock armor scale crystal legendary item. Information. A scale crystal that originated from an ancient lava dragon, gaining immense power after a millennium of development. Passive ability. When the holder takes lethal damage, absorbs the damage and clears all current negative effects, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Passive remaining uses, 33. Post-appraisal active ability. Upon activation, immune to any percentage, execution effects and damage below 100 million for 3 minutes, 7-day cooldown. Killing large numbers of monsters can reduce the cooldown, up to 6 days reduced per kill. Post-appraisal trait, immortal. Defense 1000, anti-crit 20. Post-appraisal activation. The system notification blinked beside Su Ming, reminding him that precious high-level items, such as these scale crystals, often required appraisal to unlock their full abilities and traits. A radiant smile appeared on Su Ming's face. I really have to thank the esteemed Zagu Rongdarun. With these 2 scale crystals, he felt unthreatened by anyone below the 4th transition. Wow, an additional 1000 defense, and no one can break through my defense. Su Ming gently stroked the scale crystals, not to mention the 3 uses of the damage absorption passive and the powerful active survival ability. And as long as I kill a lot of monsters, the 3-minute cooldown for the true man mode is reduced to just 1 day. So strong, incredibly strong. He murmured, imagining himself, an archer, standing at the forefront like a warrior, dealing damage, and the thought made him chuckle. After putting the 2 scale crystals back into his backpack, Su Ming calmly walked out of the appraisal room. In the hall, Yajioe awaited him with a charming smile. Congratulations, Su Ming. I assume you got some nice items in the secret realm. Yajioe said, but she didn't press for details. It was the unspoken rule of all exchanges not to inquire about anyone's appraised items. Besides, she thought, as a newcomer, the items he could identify probably weren't too valuable. Su Ming watched Yajioe as she magically produced a special black card from her chest, its surface shimmering with subtle elegance. This is the Yate VIP Black Card. With this card, you'll get a 12 discount on purchases and a 10.8 bonus on sales at Yate, she said, handing the card to Su Ming with a sweetly enticing voice. Thank you, Su Ming said, taking the card without ceremony. He understood that exchanges often used various perks to win the favor of both veterans and newcomers. After all, these individuals provided a constant stream of items of all levels, making it a sort of investment. For Su Ming, it didn't matter much. He would need to sell a lot of equipment in the future, and as long as the price was right, it was fine. Yajioe tilted her head, as if she could read his mind. Handsome young man, is there anything else you need help with? Our exchange will do its best to meet your needs. Oh, I'm just curious, do you have any flying skill books? Su Ming asked casually. Yajioe was visibly taken aback for a moment, then shook her head regretfully. Flying skill books are extremely rare. With the current lockdown, there probably aren't any in the entire Jiang City exchange. But who knows, they might appear soon. If you're interested, we'll certainly keep an eye out. She then smoothly suggested exchanging contact information. Su Ming shrugged, thinking, why not, as long as it's just business. Leaving the Yate exchange, Su Ming immediately spotted Da Bao waiting by the roadside. He raised an eyebrow. This guy is still here? Da Bao quickly approached. Did you get everything you needed, Bao God? Yeah, thanks for the tip, Su Ming nodded. From his conversation with Yajioe, he learned that many items in the major exchanges had been purchased by the Jiang City authorities. If he went to Jiangbei, he might not find as many skill proficiency crystals. As they walked and chatted, Su Ming suddenly asked, by the way, Da Bao, do you know any good residential areas in the inner world of Jiang City? I'm planning to stay there long term. Huh. Da Bao looked surprised. He thought, could this mysterious Bao God be entering the inner world for the first time? But then again, it couldn't be. He must have been a lone monster hunter before. Well, Bao God, if you don't mind, you can treat my home as yours, as a way to repay your life-saving grace. My house is quite big. Da Bao hesitated before sincerely suggesting. Su Ming looked puzzled, then listened as Da Bao explained. It turned out Da Bao was also an orphan, and the only inheritance from his parents was a large house they invested in 20 years ago when the Divine Tower first appeared in the inner world of Jiang City. Its value had multiplied many times over, but he couldn't bear to sell it. So he often teamed up with freelancers to hunt monsters for money. In the Jiangnan district's central residential area, level 1 zone, Su Ming looked at the large villa Da Bao pointed out, his expression turning peculiar. He thought to himself, damn, it's in a prime location. If this fool sold the house, he'd be richer than me? No wonder he recommended this area. He was already familiar with it since it was close to the Yate exchange. All right, I'll take the second floor. Sorry for the trouble, Su Ming simply stated. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, gazing at the city's protective barrier, Su Ming couldn't help but reflect. In just one day, he had reached level 35 and obtained 2 legendary dragon scales. This world seemed far more interesting than he had imagined. As he shifted his gaze to his own interface, Su Ming retrieved 44 pristine skill proficiency crystals from his inventory, their captivating glow catching the light. Taking a deep breath, he began using these precious crystals one by one. He focused first on enhancing the explosive arrow. After using 8 crystals, the system notification sounded, indicating that explosive arrow had reached max level. Su Ming stared intently at the skill description, his pupils slightly dilating. Explosive arrow LV10. After charging for 1 second, fires an arrow with explosive effect, dealing 600 attack damage to all targets within a 10 by 10 area, with a 100 chance to burn, consuming 400 mana, with a 5-second cooldown. His fingers trembled slightly. Combined with infinite firepower, this was incredibly powerful. A 100 burn chance, plus the added effect of molten scale crystal, made this power simply breathtaking. Continue, Su Ming whispered to himself, immediately focusing on enhancing the next skill. After using 9 more crystals, he eagerly checked the max level effect of the ice arrow. Ice arrow LV10. After charging for 2 seconds, fires an arrow with freezing effect, dealing 1000 attack damage to a single target, freezing them for 2 seconds, consuming 800 mana, with a 20-second cooldown. The corners of Su Ming's mouth lifted. Freezing for 2 seconds. Before the opponent could break free, a second shot would follow. This was the effect he was aiming for, control to the point of incapacitation. Continue. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. After 9 more skill proficiency stones, the Gale Arrow also reached max level. The system panel displayed. Gale Arrow LV10 fires a swift arrow, dealing 600 attack damage to all targets in a straight line within a 5 kilometers range, increasing the user's agility by 2 for 10 seconds, consuming 500 mana, with a 10-second cooldown. Su Ming gently caressed his bowstring. If he could learn a flying skill in the future, combined with the terrifying speed boost from these arrows, his enemies might not even see his afterimage. Without any pause, he immediately focused on enhancing the 4th exclusive skill. Thunderbolt Arrow LV10. After charging for 2.5 seconds, fires an arrow enveloped in lightning, dealing 1500 attack damage to a single target, creating an electric field within a 20 by 20 area for 8 seconds, dealing 150 damage per second to targets within, consuming 1200 mana, with a 30-second cooldown. No wonder it's a lightning attribute skill. Su Ming marveled. Each arrow could create a large electric field lasting 8 seconds, with area damage even surpassing the explosive arrow. The power was truly astonishing. Finally, he turned his attention to the highly practical support skill Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye LV10 grants the archer keen vision, activating to gain vision of all within a 1000-meter radius for 3.5 seconds. Consumes 1000 mana, with a 60-second cooldown. Wow, Su Ming exclaimed. The enhancement effect of this skill was unexpectedly impressive, greatly increasing the range of vision and extending the duration to 3.5 seconds. Perfect for scouting enemy positions in advance. Phew, a sleepless night. With all 5 skills maxed out, Su Ming felt his combat power had instantly multiplied. He rubbed his slightly tired eyes, reminding himself, stay humble, I've just had my first-class advancement. Despite this, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Damn. He felt like his current level 35 self could easily take down a group of level 135 foes. After a night had passed, the barrier over Jiang city finally dissipated. De Bao had already gone out to work, leaving Su Ming alone to prepare for his level-up training. Just as he was about to step out the door, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through his home. Cautiously, Su Ming peered through the peephole and saw a man with a bushy beard and wearing a trench coat standing outside. He frowned slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with this person. Upon opening the door and meeting eyes, Su Ming immediately recognized him. It was the same person who had warned him during the crisis at the La Bula mine volcano. Su Ming, my young friend, you are indeed here, the man said, his face lighting up with excitement, bringing life to his usually stern expression. Such a handsome young man can only be Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming's hidden eye had already activated silently, revealing the man's basic information clearly before him. Name, Wang Lin. Profession, Heaven's Punishment Archer. Level, LV236. Su Ming's expression froze instantly. Surpassing level 180 meant reaching the 5th advancement, and only at level 240 could one undertake the 6th advancement task. This person was a top-tier expert, already in the 5th advancement and nearing the 6th. Moreover, he was of the archer class. Without the special ability of the hidden eye, Su Ming could only see a string of question marks for those more than 2 advancements above him. Su Ming, my young friend, Wang Lin said, noticing his stunned expression and shaking his head in mild exasperation. I'm only 24, more of a big brother than an uncle. My name is Wang Lin. Oh, brother Wang Lin, is there something you need? Su Ming quickly adjusted his expression, pretending not to know the man's strength at all. As for why he initially thought of him as an uncle, it was because of that expansive beard and his weathered appearance. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be an official, so it was likely he wasn't here to cause trouble. Don't worry, Wang Lin smiled slightly. This time, I'm representing the Jiang City authorities to invite you to re-register your profession information. You must be an unreported hidden class archer, right? His tone carried a hint of excitement, clearly having heard rumors about the 100 Arrows archer. So that's it. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. After coming out of the secret realm, aside from the group of scattered individuals who returned with him, only the authorities knew he was still alive. Yes, he nodded affirmatively. Wang Lin also relaxed. When I changed professions, I didn't know I was a hidden class until I opened the panel in the inner world. Su Ming told a small white lie. We understand your concerns. Once your identity is public, you'll certainly attract a lot of attention, Wang Lin said with a sympathetic smile. So, besides re-registering your information, would you be interested in joining the Dragon Nation's special guild, the Godslayer Hall? What? Wait, brother Wang Lin, can you say that again? Su Ming asked, shocked. By this time, the two had unconsciously appeared above Jiang City. Su Ming then realized they were standing on the back of a massive griffin. Using his hidden eye, he confirmed it was Wang Lin's level 196 tamed beast. Ha ha. Actually, I'm not from Jiang City, Wang Lin said, walking along the griffin's back to the front. 2 days ago, my father sensed an unusual transcendental aura leaking near Jiang City. So, he sent me to investigate secretly, and who would have thought I'd encounter the volcanic eruption? His eyes turned cold as he spoke. Perhaps this natural disaster isn't as simple as it seems. Is this something I should know? Su Ming's expression was somewhat flustered. Wang Lin quickly realized something, softening his expression and turning to explain to Su Ming. The Godslayer Hall is a level 9 guild. It's established in the Dragon Nation's capital and is one of only 2 level 9 guilds. He paused, his voice becoming deep. But what's worth pondering is that the Godslayer Hall has very few members. They rarely make appearances. The influence is nowhere near that of another prestigious guild in the Dragon Kingdom, the Tianlong Pavilion. This thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. Brother Wang Lin, what could a newcomer like me offer to make the Godslayer Guild interested? Su Ming looked directly into Wang Lin's eyes, a slight frown on his face. The initial shock and excitement had faded, replaced by a hint of fear. Why would such a top-tier guild invite him? The 100 Arrows archer may have some reputation, but without proper growth, it's just an ordinary archer, perhaps warranting only a little attention. And whether it's the 2 dragon scales or his true profession, these secrets he dared not reveal. Dragon scales? Su Ming's thoughts suddenly shifted. Brother Wang Lin, could the aura my father sensed be from the dragon Zhagu Rong? He quickly connected the dots in his mind. Whether it was the magma in the secret realm or the now officially renamed La Bula Magma Mountain, their source pointed to one thing: the lava dragon Zhagu Rong. Damn, Su Ming's pupils narrowed. Does this mean Zhagu Rong was already close to breaking free? More than shock, fear took hold. He realized he might have really provoked a powerful being. Su Ming carefully recalled and believed he hadn't exposed any details of his identity. Right? What does it have to do with me if it's after Iron Ming? He comforted himself, yet he couldn't help but seriously consider joining the Godslayer Guild. In front of the official information tower in Jiang City, within the level 5 area, the two had just jumped off the griffin's back. A mysterious smile appeared on Wang Lin's face as he patted Su Ming on the shoulder. I'll tell you once you come out, go on. 2 fully armed guards then led Su Ming into the testing room. Oh, Su Ming, right? Welcome, said a staff member in uniform. Looking up, before we begin, may I ask if your anti-detection is a talent or a tool? Name, and you. Profession, mechanical warrior. Level, LV 173. The other introduced himself. Tool, a relic from my parents. No further details. All right. And you nodded, not pressing further. 100 Arrows archer, huh? Quite a potential hidden profession, possibly the first of its kind in the Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry, over the past 20 years, there are many professions we still don't know about. Su Ming then demonstrated his terrifying ability to shoot 200 arrows at once, leaving the recorders dumbfounded, even though he concealed the effects of his skills. Thank you for your cooperation. And you said after the test, are you interested in joining the Jiang City Guard? With your potential, you could become a commander in the future. If you're interested, do contact us. Su Ming smiled and quickly left. While the official path had its benefits, it required sacrificing a lot of personal freedom, often leaving one powerless. He preferred the feeling of having his fate in his own hands. Thus, joining a high-level guild was the best choice. Freedom wouldn't be restricted, and by meeting the guild's contribution requirements periodically, one could enjoy significant benefits and conveniences. More importantly, large guilds had close ties with the authorities, with resources that were no less than those of the officials, and many guild leaders and vice leaders held important official positions. Once outside, he saw Wang Lin waving happily at him. So how is it? You probably prefer freedom, right? The Godslayer Guild won't restrict any member's personal freedom. Brother Wang Lin, you must have a reason, right? Su Ming asked directly. Wang Lin sighed and pulled Su Ming aside. All right, I won't hide it from you. We need a hidden profession archer. What do you mean? Su Ming became alert, his fingers ready to activate the rock armor scale crystal. There are things the public doesn't know. The world might undergo another drastic change. Wang Lin lowered his voice. An important secret realm related to the global rankings requires several different fifth-turn hidden professions to enter. Currently, the archer position is vacant. So you need me to enter the secret realm? Su Ming asked. That's indeed my thought. Wang Lin nodded. Not only are you a hidden profession archer, but you also reached level 20 by yourself within a day, right? Yes, Su Ming replied, though he wanted to say he had already reached LV 35. Your talent and potential are immense, and your survival skills are among the top, even among hidden professions. Shooting hundreds of arrows at once is something even I have to admire, Wang Lin said sincerely. Of course, if you're unwilling, we won't force you, as unknown secret realms are fraught with danger. Wang Lin was eagerly extolling the advantages of the Temple of Slayers to Su Ming, speaking so quickly it was as if he were reciting a well-rehearsed script. Su Ming listened intently, his sharp eyes quickly catching the key points of the conversation. No archers with a hidden profession in Longhua for 20 years. Su Ming interrupted bluntly, raising an eyebrow. Wang Lin nodded, his hands subconsciously clenching into fists. There were two known, but both are dead. Now, you're the only one with great potential. His voice tightened slightly, and his eyes dimmed for a moment. Su Ming noticed the complex expression that flashed across Wang Lin's face, observing how his knuckles whitened from the pressure. It seems one of them met their end in that secret realm, Su Ming thought, his gaze locking onto Wang Lin's face, capturing the hint of unwillingness there. Wang Lin took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. If you accept, the Temple of Slayers and I will absolutely ensure you advance smoothly to the fifth transformation. What do you say? His voice steadied, though there remained a certain urgency in his eyes. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, sensing there was more to Wang Lin's words. Why was such a high-ranking figure so enthusiastic about him? There must be another motive. Wang Lin seemed to sense Su Ming's hesitation, clapped his hands, and sighed. To put your mind at ease, it looks like I have to reveal everything. Su Ming, my friend. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Actually, my father is the president of the Temple of Slayers, one of Longhua's 10 ninth transformation powerhouses. After speaking, he quickly brought up his Temple of Slayers guild information and a holographic image of President Wang. Su Ming stared at the projection for a few seconds, unable to deny that this Captain Wang looked remarkably similar to the president in the projection, with identical facial features. Su Ming, you sure have quite the father. Su Ming mused internally. If the earlier examiner and you were here, his jaw would surely drop. This parachute-in Captain Wang turned out to be a big shot in the Temple of Slayers. Personally recruiting a newcomer? Even for a hidden profession, such treatment was unheard of. Su Ming lowered his gaze, contemplating the choices before him. Reject Wang Lin's invitation and join guilds like Jiang Long and Batu, known for their tough stance, facing constant conflicts. Or accept the invitation and use the Temple of Slayers' power to directly ascend to the fifth transformation. A child would surely choose to accept, and an adult, of course, has a heart of childlike innocence. A sly glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he smiled slightly. So I accept. How could I not? As soon as he spoke, Su Ming could clearly sense Wang Lin relaxing, his shoulders easing, and his breathing becoming more relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted. Ha ha, that's great, my friend Su Ming. Wang Lin slapped Su Ming on the shoulder, laughing so heartily his eyes almost turned into slits. If anyone bullies you, come to me, and I'll deal with them directly. If I can't handle it, I'll call on my dad. Faced with this exuberant boasting, Su Ming almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He looked down to hide his expression, thinking, perhaps in the future, he could boast a little too. Is this the joy of having someone powerful backing you? Su Ming looked up, his eyes glistening with a newfound excitement. If he successfully reached the fifth transformation, how terrifying would his talent and skills become? Brother Wang, when the time comes, who knows who will be leading whom, he thought, his smile growing more genuine and joyful. In that case, Wang Lin said, his expression turning serious, tomorrow, you'll come with me to the imperial city of the inner world to join the Temple of Slayers. I'll make sure you soar. After finishing his sentence, a small expectant smile appeared on his otherwise stern face, which was surprisingly endearing. Soon, the two of them were soaring into the sky on a griffin. When they flew over the black mist swamp, Su Ming suddenly pointed below and requested to land there. Su Ming, this is a level 40 zone. Aren't you being too reckless? Wang Lin looked incredulous. Wouldn't it be faster if I trained you tomorrow? Seeing Su Ming insist, Wang Lin hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and pulling a small cross-shaped shield from his storage bag. If you're determined, take this cross shield as a gift. He handed the item to Su Ming, his brows still furrowed. Su Ming took it, immediately scanning the item details. Cross-light, shield superior item. Active ability. Temporarily grants a shield with 50,000 HP upon activation, disappearing after being broken or after 3 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. Identified and active. It had only one simple active ability, but a 50,000 HP shield was indeed a decent safeguard for him at this stage. Don't worry, Brother Wang Lin, I'm already level 35. No need to be concerned. Su Ming patted his chest confidently. All right. Seeing his determination, Wang Lin finally nodded in agreement, satisfaction showing on his face. He then gently patted the griffin, turning to leave to handle the aftermath of the volcano incident. Watching Wang Lin's retreating figure, Su Ming tightened his grip on the cross-light shield, thinking to himself, he's been searching for 3 years with no results. Today, unexpectedly, I discovered a hidden class archer with immense potential. Wang Lin was overjoyed. This was an unexpected surprise. Sometimes, the best things happen when you least expect them. Wang Lin thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He only regretted that he wasn't part of a hidden class himself and couldn't personally undertake this great endeavor. Suddenly, Wang Lin recalled their earlier conversation. Wait, what level did that kid say he was? His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. He's level 35, and it's only been a day? He's even completed the class advancement quest. My goodness, I've really hit the jackpot. Wang Lin slapped his thigh, filled with enthusiasm, with only one thought in mind: finish his tasks quickly and go pick up Su Ming. Meanwhile, Su Ming was carefully examining the small shield in his hand. A shield with 50,000 health points, truly a valuable item, he remarked softly, before putting it into his backpack. Soon, a sign emerged through the mist. Black Mist Swamp. Demon Swamp Fish LV35 LV40. Twisted Tree Spirit LV40 LV45. Rare Boss. Demon Swamp Frog LV45. Black Mist severely impairs vision. Advisable to team up with a light mage. Without hesitation, Su Ming ventured deeper into the black mist, already forming a plan. This time, I'll reach level 50 in one go, he resolved. I'll get the second class advancement quest before Brother Wang Lin takes me to the capital. Who knows, I might complete it along the way. Su Ming thought to himself confidently. I can't rely on others for everything. Ahead, a patch of stagnant water appeared, with several withered trees scattered around, creating an eerie scene under the black mist. Suddenly, a giant vine shot towards him like a poisonous snake. Instinctively, Su Ming rolled to the left, dodging the main attack, but getting grazed on the arm. Uffed. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle, though he tried to suppress it. With his incredible defense, he could easily move through the wild creatures here without a care. Lightning arrows, lightning arrows. In an instant, a barrage of arrows charged with electricity soared into the sky, cutting through the darkness with brilliant streaks of light. It was then Su Ming realized the trees ahead were not ordinary plants, but twisted tree spirits. Twisted Tree Spirit. Normal monster. Level, LV40. Health, 12, 00012, 000. Info. Skilled at wearing down enemies on land. Can regenerate health when rooted. Weakness, roots. Su Ming paid no attention to their weakness, opting instead for a full-scale firepower assault. Apart from the burn and electric field's continuous damage, he could one-hit kill any normal monster here. The 1,000 attack points added by the molten scale crystal were simply too overpowered in the early stages. Whiz, 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 whiz. The sound of arrows slicing through the air was relentless. You have slain Twisted Tree Spirit LV40. Gain 1,600 experience. You have slain Twisted Tree Spirit LV41. Gain 1,600 experience. Gale Arrow. Su Ming occasionally mixed a Gale Arrow with his lightning arrows, boosting his speed and allowing him to move like a whirlwind through the swamp. As he pushed further into the swamp, more Twisted Tree Spirit corpses piled up, and the Demon Swamp Fish in the swamp lake came into view. Demon Swamp Fish. Normal monster. Level, LV36. Health, 96009600. Info. Affected by the black mist, but seems not fully evolved. Weakness, tail. These creatures were weaker than the Twisted Tree Spirits, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As arrows flew, kill notifications appeared one after another. You have slain Demon Swamp Fish LV36, gained 1,400 experience. You have slain Twisted Tree Spirit LV42, gained 1,600 experience. Not long after starting, Su Ming's level had already risen from LV35 to LV38. Even if Wang Lin were watching this monster-slaying speed, he'd be left speechless, exclaiming, "Wow, you're truly something else." Hawkeye. Su Ming activated his skill, and instantly, everything within a 1,000-meter radius came into sharp focus. Twisted Tree Spirits, Demon Swamp Fish, and There it is. The demon swamp frog, behind the swamp lake. Su Ming's eyes lit up, then narrowed in curiosity. What's that? The demon swamp frog's tongue is wrapped around an egg. Su Ming sprang into action immediately. He dashed around the swamp lake, switching all his arrows to gale arrows, which significantly boosted his speed. Taking advantage of the lingering eagle eye effect, he charged straight into the encirclement of the twisted tree spirits. You have slain a twisted tree spirit LV35, gaining 1400 experience. You have slain a twisted tree spirit LV35, gaining 1400 experience. System notifications flashed continuously, and Su Ming deliberately ignored the pain from a few vines striking him. With a grin, he mused. If there were a charged skill, this archer could probably be more reckless than a warrior. Put down that egg. Ice arrow. A frosty gleam shot forth, spreading across the sky. Arrows whistled through the air in rapid succession. Su Ming's movements didn't falter, as he maneuvered like an agile assassin, snatching the egg from the frog's mouth and rolling to the right of the boss, the demon swamp frog. In his field of view, the scouting information appeared. Demon swamp frog boss. Level, LV45. Health, 821, 000, 821, 000. Info, adaptive skin is highly effective in the black mist, making it undetectable. Weakness, tongue. Su Ming quickly analyzed the information. The creature's skills weren't particularly noteworthy except for the invisibility effect triggered by its adaptive skin. Moreover, due to the vast number of swamp fish, if left unchecked, it could devour everything and cause a total wipeout. Su Ming smirked. Too bad you encountered me. Ice arrow. Thunder arrow. Without checking the egg, he swiftly tossed it into his backpack and launched a full-on assault. With ice and lightning intertwining, the demon swamp frog found it impossible to move. Meanwhile, any twisted tree spirits or swamp fish trying to approach the boss were repelled by the dense electrical field. Even though he had ventured alone into the wild creature's territory, this place had now become a sacred ground that the monsters couldn't breach. The giant purple-skinned frog glared at Su Ming with eyes full of rage, its eyeballs turning blood red as it attempted to exert mental control. However, the young man merely chuckled. Sorry, ineffective. In control skills, a significant category of mental control uses the eyes as a medium. Su Ming's second god-level talent, the hidden eye, countered this perfectly. Arrows flew from his bow like a torrential downpour. Whiz, 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 whiz. Under the continuous freeze control, the demon swamp frog soon triggered its adaptive skin. Su Ming tilted his head, eyes brightening. Though the boss's figure vanished within the ice, it was still trapped inside, utterly frustrated. It wasn't the boss's lack of dignity. It was simply that Su Ming was equivalent to 200 archers with powerful skills. He only needed to bombard the area where the ice formed to claim victory easily. You have slain the demon swamp frog LV45 boss, gaining 100,000 experience. You have slain the demon swamp frog LV45 boss for the first time, gaining an additional attribute, defense 7. Oh, an additional defense attribute. Su Ming rejoiced internally. While continuing to use thunder arrows to create a 360-degree electrical field, constantly killing the approaching twisted tree spirits, he looked at the items dropped by the demon swamp frog. 2 eyes of agility, magical materials that could fetch some money. There was also a silver grade ring. Su Ming happily equipped it and checked the item's information. The marsh ring is a silver-type ring. It requires a level 40 to equip and provides the following attributes: attack 50, defense 20, critical hit 5, durability 80-80. Special feature: reduces any negative effects by 30. Although it doesn't stand out in any particular way, its overall performance is quite impressive. Su Ming gazed at the newly acquired ring on his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Accessories like rings, necklaces, and crowns are rarely dropped by anything other than bosses, except for the lowest quality ones occasionally found from low-level monsters in beginner areas. As a result, such equipment is typically several times more rare and valuable than clothes or weapons of the same quality. The reason Su Ming could wear this ring was simple: he had just reached level 40. For a warrior like him, grinding monsters solo for experience was an incredibly efficient way to level up. Name: Su Ming. Class: Secretive Arrow God. Level: LV40 LV50 First Advancement. Health: 10,700. Mana: 9,999,999. Strength: 74. Agility: 84. Attack speed: 1.89 arrows second. Attack: 1,263. Defense: 1,097. Critical hit: 27. Critical resistance: 20. Single arrow capacity: 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. As Su Ming was about to move to a new area, a small detail caught his attention. Embedded in the frog leg meat nearby was a purple fragment, Shadow Space Stone Fragment 14. What is this? Su Ming almost overlooked it, but luckily his keen eyes noticed it. He quickly picked up the fragment. Such an item wouldn't normally be dropped by the marsh frog. It must have swallowed it. Thanks to its immortal-like properties, the fragment didn't disappear and ended up among the loot after the boss was killed by him. Looking at the quarterstone fragment, Su Ming suddenly thought of the egg in his backpack with similar patterns. Since this fragment and the egg were found together, the other 3 fragments were likely nearby as well. After storing the fragment in his backpack, he immediately initiated a thorough search in bombardment mode. With the marsh ring's special feature enhancing his vision, he could see much further than before. Su Ming decided to clear out all the monsters first, and then search for the remaining fragments. Thunderbolt, arrow. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skills repeatedly. The entire black mist swamp was illuminated with flashes of lightning. Phew, Su Ming exhaled with relief. No one else could burn through skills as recklessly as he did. Mana limitations forced countless players to meticulously plan their usage in dungeons and buy costly supplies in advance. But Su Ming needed none of that. Eagle-eyed, he continued to move, seeking out monster groups deeper within, his gaze scanning the desolate landscape. An hour passed. Damn, I'm stuck right at level 49. I've practically wiped out the entire swamp. He said this, but inside, he was thrilled. If there were a Guinness World Record in this world, he'd surely hold the top spot for solo grinding and leveling up. Meanwhile, he had acquired the second fragment, Shadow Space Stone Fragment 24. This fragment was found at the top of a twisted tree spirit, confirming his earlier hypothesis. Su Ming continued his search for the remaining 2 fragments while examining the deeply colored egg. Normally, he wouldn't be able to see any information about the egg, but under the effect of the secretive eye, he could view details just like when scouting other humans or the previous griffin. Species, Dark Phoenix Egg. Belonging, Shadow Space. Level, LV0. About to hatch. It was precisely this information that startled Su Ming, prompting him to rescue it from the frog's mouth by charging in like a human battering ram. In the world of the Divine Tower, both regular creatures and bosses will automatically respawn after a certain time upon death. Creatures hatched from eggs are categorized as interdimensional beasts. These special beast types exist in other dimensional spaces similar to secret realms, much like how summoner-type professions can call forth powerful races from other spaces for temporary assistance in battle. Su Ming frowned in thought, realizing he had never heard of an official record mentioning a dimension called the Shadow Space. Maybe I'm just ignorant. I should ask Brother Wang Lin about it later, he murmured to himself. However, the Shadow Space was not his primary concern at the moment. His gaze fell back on the peculiar egg in his hand, unable to hide his shock. The species is a dark phoenix? A mythical beast of legend. Su Ming shook his head in disbelief. I just encountered a dragon, and now it's a phoenix? During his contemplation, he discovered the 3rd fragment inside the mouth of a dead fish. A system notification immediately appeared. Dark Space Stone Fragment 34. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with this discovery. If I can merge a complete space stone, I might figure out how to enter the dark space. Driven by this thought, he quickened his search. He continuously traversed through withered trees and ventured deep into the swamp. Yet the last fragment remained elusive. Unlike others who needed to examine each object closely, Su Ming's search was more efficient if a fragment appeared within his view. The hidden eye would display all the basic name information of items, allowing him to simply identify what he needed. Then it must be in one place: the lake bed. Su Ming realized the only unexplored area was the lake at the center of the swamp. Unwilling to give up halfway, he swiftly packed all his items into his backpack. With a splash, he dove into the water, and the system immediately prompted. You have entered water-breathing state. Due to the lack of water-breathing items, after staying in water for 60 seconds, your health will decrease by 20 per second. Su Ming paid no heed. This was an interesting setting in the Divine Tower world. For those who couldn't swim, holding their breath for 60 seconds would lead to gradual drowning. However, with only 20 health points decreasing per second, those with thick health bars could still rescue themselves while submerged. He noticed a few magic swamp fish approaching him with bubble attacks. Instead of being annoyed at the disturbance, Su Ming felt grateful for his decision to dive into the lake. Great. Thank you for the gift of experience points, he thought gleefully. I can finally reach level 50 without needing to visit another dungeon. Gale Arrow. The water erupted with waves as hundreds of arrows shot in a straight line, swiftly taking down the last group of magic swamp fish. Ding! You have slain a magic swamp fish LV 39, gaining 1400 experience. In just over 2 days, I can take on the 2nd tier quest. Su Ming was secretly pleased, maintaining a daily progression of 1 tier, all while soloing. Anyone who heard of his feat would be astounded a 100-arrow archer couldn't achieve such an incredible pace. But I'm not a 100-arrow archer, he smirked slightly. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained the title, Executioner. What? I got another title. Su Ming exclaimed, and this title sounds significant. Executioner. Condition to obtain. After entering a dungeon within your level range, slay all creatures within the dungeon. including the boss, before the next respawn, with a maximum team size of 30. Su Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. This is a highly challenging title to acquire. It seems there were still some survivors when I cleared the rabbits last time, just like in this lake. The last group of devil swamp fish, creatures known as hidden monsters, never surfaced from the lake. Su Ming glanced at these devil swamp fish at the bottom of the lake, thinking to himself that there wasn't much difference between monsters in these low-level dungeons. His eyes moved to the description of the newly acquired title effect. Executioner permanent title. When attacking any wild monster or a boss not more than 5 levels higher than oneself, if their health drops below 5, they are instantly executed. This is an excellent effect, Su Ming commented immediately, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It would be a significant advantage in seizing the final blow on a boss. Of course, even without this effect, Su Ming was confident that others wouldn't be able to outcompete him. Today has been another bountiful day, he said with a slight smile, refocusing his thoughts as he swiftly swam through the water, searching for the last fragment. Times have changed. The faster he advanced to the 5th transformation, the more Wang Lin would value him and increase his investment. After the 5th transformation, even if the other party had any ulterior motives, Su Ming would have enough strength to stand his ground. Found it here after all. The weight in Su Ming's heart was lifted. In the gravel at the bottom of the lake, he finally found the last fragment, shadow space stone fragment 44. If this truly is a space stone that can be used for teleportation, that would be fantastic. He clenched the fragment, his heartbeat quickening. The rock armor scale crystal provided him with time to ensure his safety, and combined with this space stone for teleportation, his life would be truly secured in any unexpected situations. Su Ming understood deeply that with the heaven-defying abilities of his hidden class, as long as he stayed alive, he could become a formidable force on his own in the future. It's best to leave here as soon as possible. Su Ming used the flames from the explosive arrow to quickly dry himself off and, with a sunny smile, stepped out of the dungeon. The black mist of Black Mist Swamp enveloped the land like a nurturing mother. Su Ming looked around. There was no one in sight, either inside or outside the dungeon, which proved how unwelcome this remote swamp in the west of Jiang City was to adventurers. This was precisely why he chose to grind monsters here alone. A few hours after he left, a new wave of wild monsters refreshed, and the faint silhouette of a giant frog appeared. However, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared at the edge of the swamp lake, and through the tiny crevice, there was no end in sight. Gone. How is that possible? Her near-death state should never allow her to teleport again. Her scent and the space stone can't be sensed, so she deliberately showed the wrong coordinates. And I, the great shadow demon god, have been deceived. An angry voice roared from the crack. I spent a great deal of effort to open this passage temporarily. Damn Phoenix. Where exactly in the plains are you? Damn traitor. A massive, chaotic silhouette faintly appeared within the crack, screeching continuously. The wild monsters around the swamp lake fled in terror. Soon, as the pitch-black crack uncontrollably forced itself to close, the screeching sound became more and more inaudible until it finally disappeared. In the 3rd-level area of the job change hall in the West Jiang district of Jiang City, Su Ming happily made his way into the city, with the magical egg and 4 fragments safely tucked in his backpack, lifting his spirits. He hopped into a wild ride with an experienced driver and finally arrived in front of the job change hall. Last time he visited the East Jiang district. This time, he headed to the West Jiang district, skillfully making his way inside. Hey there, handsome. How can I assist you? The receptionist politely inquired. I need to enter the 2nd transformation room. Please lead the way, Su Ming stated directly, intending to get the task and decide on his next move. All right, Oh, okay. The receptionist looked at Su Ming in disbelief, somewhat at a loss for words. 2nd transformation? This young and unfamiliar handsome guy is ready for a 2nd transformation? Oh my, did I hear that right? What's your name, handsome? She asked, quickly regaining her professional composure and keeping her voice steady. Su Ming. He replied flatly, his expression unchanged. Mr. Su Ming, please follow me after you pay the 500,000 fee. As she looked at the man in front of her, with his sharp features, tall and strong physique, and a presence that was anything but sickly, she couldn't help but feel her knees weaken slightly. Could this charming young man be from a prominent family? The thought made her knees even weaker. Su Ming took out a black card from his pocket and calmly swiped away the 500,000. What was a fortune to most was merely a trivial amount to him. Please lead the way. Throughout the walk, Su Ming remained calm and silent, making the receptionist swallow back her attempts at small talk. Isn't this young man excited at all? He must be someone who remains composed in the face of honor and disgrace, from a distinguished family, she thought to herself. Su Ming noticed the timid gestures of the receptionist, so different from the bold rabbit girl from earlier. He found it amusing yet slightly helpless. In this era, people valued money and power. In addition, Su Ming's striking good looks were simply irresistible, naturally drawing admiration from women. Then, Su Ming decisively entered the job change room, drawing a bow like a full moon, aiming northwest, shooting down the heavenly wolf. Su Ming mused as he walked forward, a smile playing at his lips. This is the romance of an archer. The crystal ball in the center glowed as brilliantly as ever. He placed his hand on the connection device. Level 50 detected, meeting the conditions for a second job change. Generating job options. You can currently change to sky-piercing arrow god. Still only one job option? Never heard of it. Su Ming murmured to himself. Such prestige, I wonder how strong it will be. Without hesitation, he confirmed, sky-piercing arrow god. You have chosen sky-piercing arrow god. Generating job change quest. 5 venoms woe, difficulty 10. 6 paths tower, that's not fair. I'm a straightforward person, don't bully me, okay? Su Ming couldn't believe his eyes. He confirmed again, and it was still the difficulty 10 5 venoms woe. Alright, though what was the highest difficulty for others might not be as challenging for him. Su Ming quickly checked the task description. 5 venoms woe, difficulty 10. Description, enter the 5 venoms secret realm LV50 LV55, defeat the 5 special bosses, land the final blow, and have a personal damage contribution of 6 for each boss. Time limit, 30 days, failure results in task reset. 5 Venom Secret Realm? It was a well-known secret realm in Longhua, not near Jiangcheng, but in the Himalayan region inland. The appearance of this task meant it would definitely open at least once during this period. Thus, to complete the task, he would have to make a special trip. Su Ming instantly considered 2 options. The first was to fly or teleport directly to the destination from the inner world. What? Travel overland? You'd have to pass through countless dungeons, and wild monsters wouldn't let you through easily. The second was to reach the corresponding town in the outer world, and then enter the inner world from a node. The elites would choose the first option, while ordinary people would have to settle for the second. Or, should he wait at level 50 for 30 days, and then reroll? Su Ming was definitely unwilling to do that. Therefore, he had to make the trip. As for how to get there, Su Ming had no worries. Instead, he smiled slightly. For something like this, you definitely need to find my big brother Wang Len. Calling him big brother is no joke, Su Ming glanced around. The hidden space of the job-changing room was perfect for his upcoming actions. The walls emitted a faint glow, ensuring absolute privacy. Carefully, he took out 4 shards he had previously obtained from his backpack, gently cradling them in his palm as they shimmered with a mysterious light. Shadow space stone fragments. Su Ming murmured, his eyes fixed on the faintly flickering patterns on the shards. He knew that once these shards were combined, they would create a powerful attraction. He hadn't fused them earlier, fearing the success might cause a commotion and attract nearby adventurers. Unexpectedly, the area outside the dungeon was deserted, but now, in the seclusion of the job-changing room, it was undoubtedly safer. Alright, Su Ming made up his mind, carefully placing the 4 shards together. The moment the shards touched, a dark light flashed, and the 4 shards quickly merged into one. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations on successfully fusing the fragments. You have obtained the complete shadow space stone. Instantly, the entire space was engulfed in shadows centered around the space stone in Su Ming's hand. The thick darkness surged like a tide, even dimming the large crystal ball in the center of the room. Good thing I chose this place, Su Ming sighed in relief, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. Soon, subtle light patterns began to flicker across the surface of the space stone. The spreading shadows seemed to obey an invisible command, retreating back into the stone. Su Ming activated his secret eye, immediately seeing the information. The shadow space stone requires a special power to activate. Special power? Su Ming frowned slightly. Then his eyes lit up. Could it be? He quickly retrieved the dark phoenix egg from his backpack, closely examining the patterns on both the space stone and the egg. To his surprise, the patterns were identical, crafted with the precision of a single artisan. Su Ming carefully brought the shadow space stone close to the edge of the eggshell. Suddenly, an irresistible force used the space stone as a conduit, tightly linking him and the egg. My mana is depleting. Su Ming realized in shock that the egg was absorbing his mana. Although he had infinite mana, he could still feel the consumption when using additional skills. This time, it was a continuous and substantial drain. My egg, what are you doing? Su Ming exclaimed. Suddenly, a miraculous change occurred. Through the shadow space stone, he could sense the emotions of the little life inside the egg, even vaguely seeing a small, dark-eyed chick curiously tilting its head at him. Where is this? Who are you? A clear, melodious female voice echoed in his mind, like the tinkling of wind chimes. Whoa! Su Ming's heart raced. No wonder it's a top-tier divine beast, communicating mentally even before hatching. What will this child become in the future? Observing this tiny life, Su Ming had a bold idea. Despite its divine potential, the intelligence of the life inside the egg was akin to that of a human child, appearing both gullible, approachable, and endearing. Hello, little one. I'm Su Ming, your guardian. He responded warmly through their mental connection. Su Ming, guardian. The little life seemed to be grappling with these concepts, its voice filled with confusion and curiosity. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, calming his excitement. A guardian is someone who does fun things with you and provides you with delicious food, like family. He carefully guided and tested the waters. He had never considered forming a beast contract before reaching level 100. Entering a different space without enough strength was courting disaster. For example, Wang Lin's griffin was a dominant force from a certain aerial species. Moreover, gaining a beast's loyalty shouldn't involve exterminating its kind just to gain recognition, should it? Although some aggressive guilds in the Beacon Nation practiced such coercion, in Long Nation, people understood the principle of moderation. Delicious? The little chick's mental waves were filled with anticipation. Su Ming, your mana. Lots, very tasty. Her eyes sparkled, enthralled by Su Ming's seemingly endless mana. What? Su Ming suddenly realized. The egg was absorbing his mana as nourishment for the dark phoenix chick inside. Ahem, little one. Would you like to enjoy my delicious food every day? Su Ming asked, feeling a bit strange. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, why do I feel like an uncle trying to bribe a kid with candy? No, I'm a handsome young man. Really? Su Ming could clearly sense the little one's emotions from inside the egg flowing directly into his minda genuine, unfeigned joy. All you have to do is agree to form a beast-taming contract with me, and we'll be the closest of partners. Then I can provide you with magic power anytime, making sure you grow strong and healthy. Su Ming leaned closer to the eggshell and whispered, little one, my magic power is indeed quite unique. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and he felt even more excited knowing his boundless magic power could serve as sustenance for this little creature. The dark phoenix hatchling consumed magic at an alarming rate. Any level 100 person would be drained instantly. But he possessed an inexhaustible supply of magic. Eat. You can eat as much as you want, Su Ming assured, patting his chest. Su Ming, beast taming, contract is what? The little chick's puzzled thoughts echoed from the egg, though there was a clear hint of interest in its tone. At this moment, the little creature was quite naive, so it was understandable that Su Ming's promises would sway it. This is proof of us being the closest of friends, Su Ming smiled gently. Little one, you wouldn't want to miss out on my delicious and endless magic, would you? He was overjoyed, feeling success was within reach. Having a legendary beast as a mount was a rare feat in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Among the top 10 experts, perhaps only half had such an extraordinary opportunity. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder, what kind of beast does Brother Wang Lin's father have? But now, he was lucky enough to obtain something many coveted. Not just any mythical beast, but an unborn hatchling, meaning that once the contract was signed, its loyalty would be at the maximum from the start. After the second job transition, every profession gains the ability to form a mount contract with a beast from another dimension. For many professions lacking strong survival skills, a powerful mount can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Little one, do you know when you'll hatch? Su Ming continued to ask, thinking that a top-tier mythical beast's peculiarities couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Since it could communicate with him from inside the egg, controlling its hatching time didn't seem far-fetched, right? Su Ming, because of your magic, I feel I can hatch now. Happy. He immediately sensed the excitement from the featherless chick inside the egg. Hold on, little one. Su Ming's expression changed, thinking, but he hasn't completed his second transition yet. Please don't. Luckily, he asked in advance. Little one, you're probably still very weak, so don't rush to hatch. As long as you're in my backpack, I'll keep supplying you with magic, allowing you to accumulate potential and strength inside the egg. After some time, when you hatch, you'll have considerable power. Su Ming was on high alert once the little creature hatched. It couldn't be put back into the backpack. Without a contract to enter a contract space, it would be exposed to the public eye, and the consequences upon leaving the job transfer room were unimaginable. Su Ming, you're so nice. Hummo. Hearing the obedient message from the chick, Su Ming's eyes moistened, deeply moved. Although he had been a bit persuasive, he vowed never to let down this obedient and innocent mythical beast. Stick with me, and you won't regret it, Su Ming murmured. The Dark Phoenix is definitely the ruler of the skies. Even just as a flying mount, it offers an incredible advantage. I wonder just how overpowered its shadow abilities are. The Dark Phoenix, along with the Light Phoenix, are unique and powerful entities even among the Phoenix clan. The mysterious and powerful shadow force of the Dark Phoenix is something Su Ming is eagerly anticipating. Su Ming stood inside the career transfer hall, his eyes gleaming with expectation as he pondered the enigmatic shadow abilities of the Dark Phoenix. Both the Dark and Light Phoenixes are unique and formidable within the Phoenix clan, particularly the Dark Phoenix with its innate, mysterious shadow power, which filled him with anticipation. The girl beside him glanced at Su Ming a few times and smiled. Hey, looks like the task you got isn't too difficult. Congratulations in advance. Yeah, not too bad. Thanks, Su Ming replied politely, his eyes still shining with longing for the Dark Phoenix's abilities. The girl hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to remind him. By the way, if you're planning to leave the city, it's best not to use the West Gate. This is the Jiang district, and it's quite close to the West Gate. Why? Su Ming asked, surprised, with a slight frown. He had just entered through the West Gate. You might not know, but while you were in the career transfer room, the black fog from the Black Mist Swamp suddenly spread extensively. The outskirts beyond the West Gate are completely shrouded, and there are even signs of wild creatures fleeing. The authorities have issued a statement, and there are likely many officials outside the West Gate now, the girl said with a hint of worry in her voice. Su Ming appeared surprised on the surface, but internally, he had already connected this anomaly to the mysterious egg in his backpack. That was unexpected. Yes, the authorities are still investigating what's going on, the girl added, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Thank you for the warning. Su Ming thanked her sincerely, his gaze thoughtful. He understood the anomaly in Black Mist Swamp was likely related to the mysterious egg. Fortunately, the egg and the Shadow Space Stone were safely concealed in his backpack, and he would soon be leaving Jiang City. I'm not worried, Su Ming thought to himself, bidding the girl a friendly farewell before leaning against a stone pillar at the entrance of the career transfer hall. He took out his communicator to message Wang Lin, ensuring he didn't think Su Ming was trapped in the black fog. He subtly mentioned the Five Venom secret realm. Soon, a reply appeared on the screen. Great news, Su Ming. I just finished up and can leave early. Wait near the hall. I'll come pick you up and we can discuss everything in person. Su Ming shrugged casually, a slight smile on his lips. Okay, brother Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's help, many things were no longer a problem. Ah, how convenient, he muttered to himself. He then sent a message to De Bao. They'll be leaving Jiang City for a while. Anyway, you have the key, so feel free to use my bed even if you come back late at night. Su Ming recalled De Bao's simple nature and thought that if he ever needed a helper in the future, De Bao could be a good choice. With his future monster-slaying skills, others could profit just from the leftovers. As his thoughts drifted, a voice from the hall in trance interrupted his daydreaming. Su Ming? Why are you here alone? Looking towards the voice, Su Ming saw a group of people approaching. The speaker was recognized by his system. Name, Li Qifan. Occupation, mage. Level, LV6. Su Ming quickly remembered this was the mage who tried to recruit newcomers for a team on the day of the career transfer ceremony. Reaching level 6 in just 2 days was indeed quite an achievement. Xiao Fan, is this your friend? Asked the leader of the group, a man scrutinizing Su Ming with a frown. Name, Ding Bao. Occupation, archer. Level, LV20. Su Ming instantly understood the situation. These others were likely tagging along with Ding Bao to receive their career transfer tasks. Brother Bao, he transferred at the same time as me and is an archer, Li Qifan explained. Upon hearing archer, Ding Bao's eyes flickered with interest as he sized up Su Ming. Hey kid, you haven't joined a guild yet, right? How about joining the Yi Yin Ding Guild? As soon as Ding Bao finished speaking, Li Qifan enthusiastically introduced Su Ming. Yi Yin Ding is a level 3 major guild, and Brother Bao's brother is even the vice president. With Brother Bao's support, we could complete the first transfer task in just a month. Li Qifan looked confidently at Su Ming, his expression implying certainty in his view. This lone wolf was probably no more than level 3 by now. Su Ming, you should gratefully accept this favor. Su Ming looked at Li Qiming, who was speaking confidently, and for a moment didn't know whether to laugh or burst out laughing. Not interested, Su Ming replied calmly, glancing up at the sky. What are you talking about? Brother Bao invited you, and you actually refused. Li Qiming's face fell, his brow furrowed. I can't believe you're still so clueless. He then scolded Su Ming. Kid, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to take the job change quest. Beside him, Ding Bao's expression was gloomy, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. This was already his third attempt at the first job change quest, and the previous 2 attempts, which were either difficulty level 9 or 8, hadn't been completed within 30 days, earning him several scoldings from his big brother. And now, he had proactively invited this kid, only to be rebuffed. You're so arrogant? Do you really think the Grand Yin Ding Guild would be interested in a rookie like you? Ding Bao said coldly. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. You eliminated the correct answer from the start. What else do you want me to say? So what if I'm here to take the job change quest? What does it have to do with you? With that, he turned and walked away, his back exuding disdain. If he were only a few levels in, he might have argued, but he was already level 50. He was destined to be on a different level from these people. His mindset had changed. Just don't block my path to the 5th job change, and for now, I'll just watch the show. Stop right there, Ding Bao shouted, but at the edge of the job change hall, none of them dared to make a move. So Su Ming continued to stride away, paying no attention. Su Ming? Fine, you've not only angered me. Can you bear the consequences of angering the Yin Ding Guild? Su Ming stopped in his tracks ahead. Ding Bao finally smirked, while Li Qiming and the other newcomers shook their heads in sarcastic resignation. Su Ming slowly turned around, but his demeanor changed abruptly, his gaze icy cold as he stared directly at Ding Bao. Are you sure the Yin Ding Guild wants to be my enemy? You. Ding Bao was dumbfounded, deeply feeling the terrifying aura of killing intent emanating from Su Ming. How did this kid suddenly take control? The air between them seemed to freeze, and many people inside and outside the hall were drawn to the scene. But as long as no one made a move, no one cared. The brief silence was quickly broken by an elegant exclamation from the other end of the hall. What the hell? A rough voice shouted from a high balcony on the other side of the hall. Huh. Su Ming was also drawn to the sound, looking into the distance. Soon, he spotted a casually dressed man, and information immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Jiang Qiongtian. Occupation, Golden Armor Warrior. Level, LV 199. Su Ming's pupils contracted. This man was level 199, a 5th job powerhouse? A level above 180 already meant entering the 5th job change, making him a true powerhouse in a small place like Jiangqing. Soon, two elderly gentlemen in their 40s or 50s appeared at the edge of the balcony, slightly out of breath. President Jiang, if the black mist passes the West City Gate, it'll reach the job change hall. This is an important building connecting to the Divine Tower and can't have any mishaps. Exactly, it's time to thoroughly investigate the source of this black mist. They clearly hadn't noticed the situation below, only eager to urge Jiang Qiongtian, whom they had finally managed to invite, to resolve the issue. But Jiang Qiongtian just laughed heartily. The black mist can be dispersed soon, no rush. Let me first recruit an interesting kid into Jianglong. Huh. The two elders adjusted their glasses in confusion. Then, under the varied gazes of the crowd, Jiang Qiongtian leaped off the balcony with a smile, unconcerned about his image. This kid won't let you get away. Su Ming stood calmly in the job transition hall. He hadn't joined any guild yet, and the president of Jiangqing's largest and most prestigious guild, Jianglong, was approaching him. Jiang Qiongtian strode through the crowd with a confident smile, ignoring everyone around him as if they were invisible. His tall stature and commanding presence exuded strength and confidence with every step. Ha ha, Su Ming, my friend, don't hide. Come join Jianglong, Jiang Qiongtian said as he reached Su Ming, displaying the detailed information of the Jianglong Guild without hesitation. Su Ming frowned slightly, a bit helpless. He didn't expect to encounter the president of Jianglong in such a relatively remote area like Shijiang district. The president's level and composed demeanor confirmed Su Ming's suspicions. Jianglong's president. Li Qiming stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him, Ding Bao was utterly shocked, as if frozen in place, unable to move. Their pride, the Yin Ding, was insignificant in front of the Jianglong president. The two of them stared blankly at Jiang Qiongtian's broad back, and then at Su Ming's hesitant expression, their faces burning as if they'd been slapped. What? Can someone tell me what is going on? Ding Bao muttered to himself. Jiang Qiongtian quietly observed the handsome young man in front of him, giving him ample time to think. In fact, he had noticed the commotion here a few minutes earlier. He had just walked to the terrace from the inner hall when he saw the newcomer's small squabble below. Oh, that kid has a rare anti-surveillance item. Jiang Qiongtian thought to himself. This handsome face seems familiar. It wasn't until Ding Bao shouted Su Ming that Jiang Qiongtian suddenly remembered. The name Su Ming was indeed in the intelligence reports submitted by his members, along with a photo. He found Su Ming familiar because he had seen the photo of the handsome boy before. Many believed Su Ming was dead, but Jiang Qiongtian, due to his close ties with the Jiangqing authorities, knew the true Su Ming was not dead and had even acquired a hidden profession. As far as he knew, this kid was at least a first-rank powerhouse with immense potential. However, he had been elusive, and Jiang Qiongtian didn't know where to recruit him. Unexpectedly, he encountered him today. Su Ming sighed softly and answered calmly. I'm sorry, President Jiang, but I decline. Jiang Qiongtian widened his eyes in surprise, and the entire job transition hall erupted. Those two elders above are the hall masters, so this person is... I remember. I've seen this big shot in the sky before. Yes, he's the #1 in Jianglong, the idol of warriors President Jiang Qiongtian. My God, he's inviting a newcomer? But that newcomer actually refused. How dare he? This newcomer is called Su Ming. Wait, could it be that? The hall buzzed with whispers, while Ding Bao and his group, not far from Su Ming and Jiang Qiongtian, wished they could disappear. They had become mere background for Su Ming and Jiang Qiongtian. No, they had become the laughingstock of the entire hall. I think I just said Yin Ding would be his enemy. Ding Bao was dazed, his legs weak, barely able to stand. Surprisingly, Jiang Qiongtian showed no anger. Su Ming, would you mind telling me why? Otherwise, Jianglong won't give up easily. We can discuss resources and benefits. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the enticing big shot on Brother Wang Lin's side, he might have happily joined Jianglong. The president's carefree and easygoing personality made Su Ming feel comfortable. President Jiang, actually, my heart is already set. Oh, Jiang Qiongtian was even more puzzled. Could it be lost leaf? You wouldn't possibly agree to join those fools in Batu, would you? So, you also think Batu is full of fools? Su Ming wanted to laugh internally but kept a straight face, ready to activate his rock armor scale crystal, if necessary. President Jiang, it's neither. Just as Su Ming was quickly thinking of how to respond, the cry of an eagle pierced the sky. Hearing this sound, Su Ming's expression finally relaxed. Ha ha, Su Ming, my friend, I'm here to pick you up. A familiar voice rang out, then changed tone. Am I interrupting? Wang Lin, observing the strange atmosphere, quickly put away his smile, reverting to a serious uncle demeanor, and decisively stepped forward to shield Su Ming. Oh, Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, hawk-like, staring at Jiang Qiongtian and the two elders in the distance, speaking coldly. Who dares to touch my people? Who gave you the courage? A commanding voice echoed through the job transfer hall, causing everyone inside to hold their breath. Who is he? Wang Lin had been active in the Dongjiang district these past few days, so the locals of Shijiang hadn't seen him. However, Jiang Qiongtian and the two elders on the terrace were too shocked to speak. The president of the Jianglong Guild, a renowned leader of a level 5 grand guild in Jiangcheng, looked incredulously at Su Ming, then turned to Wang Lin. Wang, did you really manage to recruit this kid? Haha, it's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Qiongtian laughed, though his expression gradually turned sour. I was hoping to invite Su Ming to join Jianglong, but it seems you officials got to him first. The burly man looked regretfully at Su Ming. Su Ming, are you sure you want to join the officials? The guilds offer much more freedom. Su Ming noticed Wang Lin's curious glance and simply shrugged, nodding to confirm the situation. Understanding the context, Wang Lin flashed a confident smile at Jiang Qiongtian. I'm about to leave Jiangxing and have resigned as the temporary command leader. Also, Su Ming hasn't joined the Jiangxing officials. His tone carried a sense of calmness and pride, as if he had already secured Su Ming's allegiance. Jiang Qiongtian sighed in resignation. Seems like I really can't compete. Wait, so soon? He was surprised to realize Wang Lin had only just arrived and was already leaving. Though for the local powers in Jiangxing, this was good news. Wang Lin nodded and displayed his guild information Temple of Slaughter. Su Ming is already earmarked as a member of the Temple of Slaughter. Competing for him would be quite impolite. Jiang Qiongtian quickly offered an apologetic smile. Su Ming, my apologies, don't take it to heart. Let's go, I'm eager to get moving. Wang Lin's change in demeanor was as swift as flipping a page, showering Su Ming with attention, to the astonishment of Jiang Qiongtian and the onlookers. Su Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. All right, brother Wang Lin. He then followed Wang Lin out, with no one daring to stop them. Xiaoying, thanks for waiting, Wang Lin called out. Su Ming saw the familiar Griffin species. Griffin, affiliation, Sky Ring Battlefield, level, LV 196. Finally, Wang Lin left one last message from Adair. From now on, anyone who wants to challenge Su Ming must first get the Temple of Slaughter's approval. No one had expected things to end this way. Not only was Su Ming not targeted, but Jiang Qiongtian and a seemingly high-ranking official personally vied for him. Su Ming, is it really him? The one who fought 100 alone in the newcomer's secret realm. But even for a hidden class, this seems like a bit much. Just how formidable is this newcomer? Temple of Slaughter? Sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. Many were deeply shocked by Su Ming's treatment, their perceptions thoroughly challenged. They hadn't yet connected the Temple of Slaughter with the capital. Just then, everyone saw Jiang Qiongtian slap his thighs in frustration. Oh no, Wang is actually no wonder Su Ming was so composed. He wasn't interested in us at all. Why am I only realizing this now? What a loss, what a loss. The Temple of Slaughter, Wang is actually with the Temple of Slaughter? Because of Wang Lin's abrupt arrival, many high-ranking officials and major guilds in Jiangxing harbored resentment and deliberately avoided him. Who could have guessed that Wang was here for Su Ming? If only they had established good relations earlier and introduced him to the Temple of Slaughter Level 9 Guild. He missed the true pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming, who exactly are you? Jiang Qiongtian beat his chest in frustration, his voice full of regret and lament. Seeing this, the others in the hall quickly dispersed, hurrying away, afraid of becoming the target of President Zhang's wrath. Li Qiming dragged the dazed Ding Bao out of the hall, not daring to linger for a moment. As he looked at the bewildered Ding Bao, he doubted his own existence even more. Why is there such a big gap between us when we all change professions at the same time? Li Qiming suddenly realized that Su Ming's solo visit was not without reason. He reached level 20 in just 2 days, while I used every trick in the book to reach level 6. Regret welled up in him, and Li Qiming wished he could slap himself. In front of Su Ming, he was nothing but a fool. I was blind. Why didn't I become friends with Su Ming back then? If he had known that Su Ming was not level 20 but a level 50 powerhouse here for his second transition, he would have regretted it even more. President Jiang, Captain Wang, is actually from the Godslayer Hall. We all underestimated him. Not only Jiang Qiongtian, but even the 2 hall masters who arrived quickly were disheartened. Su Ming joining the Godslayer Hall is something even I envy. If only we had noticed Su Ming earlier, we could have gained his favor. Jiang Qiongtian sighed in resignation. That kid Su Ming might even surpass us in the future. By the way, who were those clueless guys who provoked Su Ming? The two elders' eyes suddenly lit up. President Jiang, leave this small matter to us old folks. Daring to cause trouble in our profession hall. They must be tired of living. The day's events quickly spread throughout Jiangxing. When people realized what the Godslayer Hall represented, most were filled with awe and envy. Is this the treatment of a hidden profession? I'm envious. I'm jealous. Why don't I have Su Ming's luck? I'm crying. No wonder he's called the Bao God, so dazzling. A small number of people, however, were too scared to leave their homes. Su Ming didn't care about any of this. At that moment, he and Wang Lin were sitting on the back of a griffin, flying over the West River. How was my performance just now? Su Ming glanced at Wang Lin, who looked like an old uncle, with a slight twitch of his lips. Brother, stop flattering. Really, it makes me nervous. Thanks, Brother Wang Lin. By the way, you mentioned going to a secret realm? What level are you now? Wang Lin looked at Su Ming with increasing satisfaction. Level 50. The second transition task requires entering the 5-poison secret realm. Oh, Wang Lin nodded, then suddenly froze. What level? 50. So, you weren't just passing by the profession hall, but you were there to take on a second transition task? Yes. Wang Lin shook his head in shock. Kid, you're as extraordinary as ever. He had seen Su Ming enter the Black Mist Swamp alone, and in such a short time, he had jumped from level 35 to level 50. Could he have cleared the entire dungeon by himself? I think, even without special circumstances, you would still be highly valued by the Godslayer Hall. Su Ming smiled without answering. Indeed, if his true vocational talent were exposed, who knows what kind of storm it would cause worldwide. So, being nurtured by a super guild under the current half-misunderstanding was a great deal for him. We've arrived, the Jiangxing Center Information Tower, level 5 zone. As the two chatted and laughed, the griffin flew into the top of the Jiangxing Center Information Tower, where Wang Lin had prepared a teleportation array in advance. With a screech, the teleportation array lit up. The scene before Su Ming changed, and he found himself on the other side of the teleportation array at the Imperial City Information Tower. Central Information Tower, level 9 city-state, Imperial Capital. As soon as Su Ming stepped out of the teleportation array, his nerves instantly tightened. This was a level 9 zone, a gathering place for true elites, and the invisible pressure was overwhelming. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, afraid of accidentally provoking someone he shouldn't. At that moment, Su Ming's interface suddenly flickered, updating with a new message. Wang Lin invites you to join the Godslayer Guild. Proxy approver Wang Bo has approved it. Do you agree to join? Yes, no. The guild invitation flashed before his eyes, and the words Godslayer Guild shone brightly. Just as Wang Lin had mentioned before, the guild's establishment was limited by the city-state's boundaries, so he had to enter the imperial capital to join the Godslayer Guild. Of course, once he joined, these restrictions would no longer apply. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. He had just set foot in the imperial capital, and Wang Lin had already prepared all the guild's approval procedures. It was indeed a treatment befitting a favored son. Su Ming, joining the Godslayer Guild will definitely benefit you immensely. Wang Lin noticed the hesitation on Su Ming's face and was even more astonished. Families across the Dragon Country used every means possible, hoping their outstanding descendants could enter the Godslayer Guild, competing fiercely each year for a spot. Yet, Su Ming seemed so hesitant, which would surely infuriate those vying desperately to get in. Eventually, Su Ming took a deep breath and pressed yes. A prompt appeared. You have agreed to join the Godslayer Guild. Approval in progress. In this era of universal job transitions, the higher the level and the more transitions one undergoes, the more complex and challenging the tasks become. Having a guild support can greatly accelerate one's strength development while providing higher life security. This is why almost everyone joins various guilds. Although Su Ming was used to fighting like a lone wolf, he understood there would be times when one person couldn't handle everything. As a transmigrator with only one life, he was acutely aware of the importance of guild resources. At this stage, he needed to grow and secure his future, and a level 9 guild like the Godslayer Guild likely already possessed what he would need in the future, perfectly solving various problems. If something wasn't available in a level 9 guild, it would probably be hard to find anywhere in the Dragon Country. Ha ha ha. Su Ming, welcome officially to the guild. Don't be surprised later. Wang Lin laughed heartily, as the approval was completed. Subsequently, Su Ming's interface log began to refresh rapidly. Ah, really? Su Ming's surprise was completely genuine. He widened his eyes, staring at the guild buff information displayed in front of him, almost speechless with shock. The terrifying array of buffs was right there: an additional 2,000 health points, 2,000 mana points, and a 100-point boost in agility, defense, strength, and spell power, along with special buffs generated under various conditions. There were even names of otherworldly spaces he had never heard of, clearly information secretly held by high-ranking officials of various countries. No wonder it's the highest level 9 guild. Damn, this is too tempting. Su Ming was ecstatic inside. Just joining means getting massive attributes for free. However, a question suddenly arose in Su Ming's mind. He turned to Wang Lin. Brother Wang Lin, if the high-level guild buffs are so amazing, why doesn't everyone join a guild to enhance the nation's overall strength? Wang Lin chuckled at Su Ming's question and replied, the reason is simple. There are annual membership limitations. Guilds above level 7 receive more buffs as recognized by the Divine Tower, but at the same time, their membership is limited by size. Su Ming nodded, suddenly enlightened. I see. The largest guild in Jiangcheng was only level 5, so he hadn't known about these before. The benefits were incomparable. He thought to himself, no wonder so many people are desperate to join higher-level guilds. This is blatant preferential treatment. And Su Ming was no different. Under the powerful buffs of the Godslayer Hall, his stats panel had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name, Su Ming. Class, Secret Arrow God. Level, LV50 LV50 First Transition. Health, 14,800. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 234. Agility, 194. Attack speed, 2.99 arrows. Attack, 1833. Defense, 1,257. Critical, 27. Anti-critical, 20. Single arrow capacity, 9999999999999. These were just the most straightforward basic stats. Various other buffs would also subtly become part of his strength. For now, the boosts from Molten Scale Crystal and Rock Armor Scale Crystal were particularly impactful. I'm only level 50. Attack 1833. Defense 1,257. 3 arrows per second. Su Ming couldn't believe his eyes. I just wonder, can an ordinary level 100, or even level 120 who hasn't reached their 4th transition withstand a single arrow from me? 1 arrow was currently equivalent to 200 arrows. After completing his class transition, the number of arrows could become even more terrifying. Moreover, what excited him most was the 400 increase in experience gain, effectively 5 times the original. Since he was only at the 2nd transition, leveling up could be very quick. Once he reached the 3rd transition at level 80, and then the 4th at level 120, the immense experience required and the complex transition tasks would be a true test. Now, he wasn't worried about leveling up quickly. Su Ming thought about challenging the record for the fastest 5th transition completion. Consequently, a graceful smile appeared on his lips. Su Ming, now you see the benefits of joining the Godslayer Hall, right? And this is just the beginning. A 9-level guild recognized by the Divine Tower is far more complex than it seems. In the future, you'll experience even more hidden perks. Wang Lin, seeing Su Ming's reaction, finally showed a satisfied and reassuring smile. Smart people always act honestly. Since your current level is quite low, your primary goal should be to level up as quickly as possible before reaching the 3rd tier. Later, as long as you earn enough guild contribution, you could potentially exchange it for almost all rare items. Wang Lin explained patiently to Su Ming as he absorbed the information. Su Ming quickly scanned the guild task list. These were the daily tasks visible to all guild members. While the first 2 tiers had no tasks, the subsequent tiers included dozens, if not hundreds, of tasks of various sizes. Not only could they earn substantial money and contributions, but they also offered rare items that couldn't be found in ordinary places, along with special customized items based on the member's profession. This is the power of a top-tier guild, Su Ming thought to himself. If he had been hesitant before about joining due to the fear of his secrets being exposed, experiencing the convenience brought by the Godslaying Hall made him eager to share his newfound insights with a senior named Wang Jingza. It was truly amazing. The latest pinned guild information read. First day new member Su Ming has joined the Godslaying Hall, pinned by Wang Bo. The guild information channel unlocks at level 18. Su Ming frowned slightly, realizing he couldn't yet access the guild messages. He also took a quick look at the guild shop, accessible to ordinary members. As expected, most rare items and equipment required contributions. However, compared to the treasures that were hard to come by in Jiang City, they were available here in bulk. For example, skill proficiency crystals. As long as you have enough contributions, you can buy 99 directly from the guild shop. Just then, Su Ming heard Wang Lin's laughter again. Ha ha ha, Su Ming, you have no idea. The vice presidents and elders in the guild channel are in an uproar. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, Brother Wang Lin, what's going on? Oh, I haven't told you yet. This year's recruitment competition for the Godslaying Hall is in a month. So, you're the only one who got in early, and it was personally confirmed by my father. Now, they're probably eager to meet my dad and ask about your identity. Su Ming looked helpless. Isn't that inappropriate? Just because you're the guild leader's son, you can do whatever you want. Su Ming was a bit taken aback by Wang Lin's boasting and his mixed expression of pride and subtle regret. It seemed Brother Wang Lin had paid a hefty price for his spot. As an ordinary member, You enjoy basic benefits without restrictions, giving you the most freedom. If you want to gain more resources through the guild, keep increasing your guild contribution. You can use it to exchange for items or improve your status within the guild, which is very practical. You should be able to see the ordinary shop items, right? Su Ming nodded. Indeed. As expected of a level 9 guild, even the ordinary shop has items that are highly sought after by others for years. It's impressive across all professions. The equipment and jewelry made of gold, platinum, and even diamond quality shimmered brilliantly on the display racks, a dazzling array. As Su Ming's gaze swept over these treasures, he understood that these were merely the most common low-grade items. As he looked further, more rare treasures gradually came into view, life-saving items like the low-tier rock armor scales and the specialized skill books that countless players coveted, all laid bare before him. Even Jiang, one of the most prominent figures in Jiang City, would drool over these, Su Ming thought to himself. Imagine the incredible items one would see with a higher status. This is the most direct advantage of joining a major guild. I believe, with your talent, if you can safely emerge from that secret realm, you are destined to become a major force in the Temple of the Gods. Wang Lin said enthusiastically, with a tone of certainty. Of course, it's all up to your own willingness. Su Ming nodded again. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed like a helpful older brother, continuously sharing information with him. Right now, don't worry about anything else. I'll first help you quickly advance to the 3rd rank. Once you receive the 4th rank quest, the special space will be where you can truly shine. Wang Lin paused, gently patting the mount beneath him. By the way, are you interested in contracting a griffin? Su Ming, however, showed a cheerful smile. Haha, I haven't decided yet. Then he cleverly changed the topic. Brother Wang Lin, I also want to level up quickly, but the class change quest requires clearing the 5 poison secret realm. He quickly explained the quest requirements to Wang Lin. When Wang Lin heard that Su Ming needed to defeat 5 bosses along the way, his expression froze, eyes wide open in astonishment. Su Ming smiled and winked, hinting, you get what I mean, right? Sure. If you think you can handle it, I'll make the arrangements. Wang Lin said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but agreed nonetheless. He continued to explain, the 5 poison secret realm is a very special low-level elite realm, with levels ranging from 50 to 60. There are 5 bosses in total, each in a separate space, not interfering with each other. Moreover, each team enters a different space because the bosses are actually avatars created by the real 5 poison beast. No one knows where the true 5 poison beast is. Wang Lin's expression suddenly turned serious. Therefore, in any secret realm, do not respond to unknown entities. Su Ming maintained a calm exterior, but internally he was quite unsettled. Not only had he provoked the lava dragon Zagorong, which could break free at any moment, but he also had to deal with the mysterious shadow spaces chick. The unknowns in this world were far more numerous than he had imagined. How about this? I'll find you 4 teammates, and then we can depart immediately, Wang Lin suggested. Su Ming looked puzzled. Teammates? Did he need them? With his infinite ice arrow, he could control the boss to the point of helplessness. For him, entering the secret realm, killing bosses and minions seemed no different. Perhaps the only role teammates would play was to cheer him on from the sidelines. Just as he was about to refuse, indicating he could handle it alone, Wang Lin spoke again. I know your damage output is now equivalent to 200 people. But if you want to take down 5 bosses at once, you need to form a team, at least a 5-person team. Wang Lin looked at Su Ming's resigned expression, almost wanting to curse, but held back. You think you can solo 5 bosses? Others need teams of dozens to take down a single boss, and it's still risky. If they knew, they'd lose their minds. Soon, with Wang Lin's remote preparations, the griffin soared high, entering a specific sector. The teleportation array glowed, energy surged, leading directly to Himalaya. Himalaya city-state, level 7 city-state Himalaya snowy mountains, level 5 area. A chill rapidly swept through Su Ming's body. Everywhere he looked, snow-covered mountains stretched into the distance, punctuated by patches of green grass and grazing animals, adding a touch of life to the breathtaking landscape. It was his first time witnessing the snowy mountains of the inner world, and the majestic view compelled him to pause. However, Su Ming was well aware that beneath this beauty lay hidden dangers and omnipresent threats. Wang Lin, let's get 4 support members. Let's wrap this up quickly, Su Ming said casually, his tone leaving no room for doubt. All right. Wang Lin's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself. This kid, it's like I'm begging him to accept my help. Yet, Su Ming's quirky, yet steady personality grew on him. He swiftly operated the communication device, his fingers moving even faster than before. They'll be here soon. Despite usually keeping a low profile, Wang Lin, a prominent and powerful figure in the Temple of Godslayers, found himself repeatedly outmaneuvered by Su Ming, ultimately resigning to a helpless smile. Haha, Su Ming, my old man will definitely be grateful he agreed to my request. With your potential, he might even personally watch over you in the future. Wang Lin's laughter carried a sincere note of appreciation. Su Ming remained calm and unhurried. He knew that without Wang Lin's assistance, it would take him at least 10 days to reach the secret realm. Along the way, he had learned through their conversations that Wang Lin's grandfather, Wang Bo, was fiercely protective, once causing a major incident with the Lighthouse Nation, who dared not complain. They're here. A helicopter approached from the distance, the roar of its engines growing louder. Soon, it landed, the doors opened, and 2 men and 2 women stepped out, saluting Wang Lin in unison. Su Ming stayed silent, observing. This older brother seemed to have an extraordinary status. His gaze shifted to the information panels of the 4 individuals. Name, Mu Mian. Profession, Enlightener. Level, LV58. Name, Muya. Profession, Enlightener. Level, LV57. Name, Shi Tailong. Profession, Master Shield Bearer. Level, LV60. Name, Luo Fonglin. Profession, Plant Mage. Level, LV57. These 4 are top talents from the border military, meeting your needs. Rest assured, they won't hold you back, Wang Lin said, feeling a bit odd about his own words, as if he had already acknowledged Su Ming's exceptional strength. Commander Wang? Oh my god, it's really you! Mu Mian and Mu Ya exclaimed in surprise, evidently familiar with Wang Lin from before. This is Su Ming. You understand the conditions for this mission, right? Wang Lin briefly introduced. Understood, sir, the 4 replied in unison, their eyes then all focusing on Su Ming, their expressions a mix of curiosity and complexity. They wondered, who is this handsome young man they had never heard of? More puzzling was the mission's requirement defeating 5 bosses with just 5 people, and the only damage dealer was an archer, Su Ming. Could he really manage it? Despite their doubts, they didn't hesitate. The greatest advantage of this secret realm was the option to retreat if overwhelmed, although doing so would bar re-entry for a year. A system notification rang in Su Ming's ear. You have formed a temporary team. Leader, Su Ming. Mu Mian has joined your team. Current team size, 240. Muya has joined your team. Current team size, 340. Shi Tailong has joined your team. Current team size, 440. Luo Fonglin has joined your team. Current team size, 540. The maximum group size for the 5 Venom secret realm was 40, yet Su Ming's team consisted of only 5 members, hastily assembled out of necessity. As a griffin soared overhead, many local adventurers and members of major guilds in the Himalayas were surprised to see Su Ming and his team preparing to enter the secret realm. Just a few of them going into the secret realm? That's bold. Either they're well-connected or just plain foolish. Nothing to do with us. One adventurer scoffed, then turned to those around him. Anyone up for teaming up? We need 39 more. As Su Ming expected, the entrance to the 5 Venom's secret realm had been open for some time. With a nod from Wang Lin, Su Ming led his team of 4 inside without hesitation. Your team has entered the ancient centipede domain. The system notification sounded in their ears. Su Ming quickly issued commands. You won't need to do much, except for the plant mage who should keep using plants for control. The rest of you, just provide buffs and shields from behind. He took a deep breath, his arm muscles tensed. As for let's get started. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to shake violently, and countless giant centipedes burst forth, their segmented bodies writhing, venomous fangs dripping. As Luo Fonglin swiftly set up several plant barriers ahead, Su Ming twisted his wrist and drew his Baotot. Swift arrow. The arrows whistled through the air, the sound forming a continuous stream. With a 27 guaranteed critical hit rate, at least a quarter of the arrows in the rain of arrows shone with deadly light, each one taking down a centipede in an instant kill. Meanwhile, he saw the information panel of these centipedes appear in his view. 100-legged centipede. Common monster. Level, LV52. Health, 21, 00021, 000. Info, a species born from ancient centipedes, possessing terrifying toxicity. Weakness, antennae. Su Ming glanced back to see his teammates standing there, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you standing around for? Buff me. With that, he dashed forward. The centipedes couldn't advance as fast as he could eliminate them. The relentless barrage of arrows, 3 shots per second, left his teammates in awe. Alternating between swift arrows and ice arrows, even his basic attacks without any special effects formed an impenetrable defense. After all, who else could unleash 200 arrows in one go with a basic attack? What? Muya was stunned, turning slowly to look at her sister, only to find the other teammates equally astonished. What the heck? What kind of monster is Su Ming? A hidden class? Muya thought to herself. He must be a hidden class, and one with incredibly terrifying damage output at that. The teammates finally understood the purpose behind Wang Lin's task, and their eyes were now full of admiration and respect for Su Ming. Scroll of Enlightenment. Volume 1 Divine Power. 4 Direction Shield. A series of buff skills were unleashed by his teammates. You have received a skill effect from teammate Mu Mian, increasing your strength by 10 based on both levels, lasting 10 seconds. You have received a skill effect from teammate Muya, increasing your agility by 10 based on both levels, lasting 10 seconds. You have gained a shield. While continuously firing his bow, Su Ming felt the invigorating enhancement in his body, muttering to himself. There's a reason why damage dealers love having support. This temporary 10 boost might be a minor advantage for others at the same level, but for Su Ming, it was a game changer, especially the further increase in agility, which made him lightning fast. Ice arrow. Su Ming's arrow quickly created a swath of frost, immobilizing the centipede swarm. Luo Fonglin, use plants to restrict their movement space. Yes, Captain. Luo Fonglin responded firmly. In a short time, Su Ming had taken these four prodigies from initial frustration to admiration and then to feeling honored. After all, they had the privilege of teaming up with Su Ming. This connection might just help them soar in the future. You have slain a 100-legged centipede LV52, gaining 5,000 experience. The rest of the team shares 5,000 experience. You have slain a 100-legged centipede LV53, gaining 5,000 experience. The rest of the team shares 5,000 experience. Su Ming was overjoyed. The guild's 5x experience bonus was indeed formidable, with each monster yielding 10,000 experience. However, in a team setting, the Slayer received half, with the rest sharing the other half. This is why he preferred solo hunting. My goodness, what kind of monster is Su Ming? Sure Tai Long, the shield master, watched Su Ming, his voice trembling. Anyone teamed up with him can be carried to victory. He was astonished to find that with Su Ming leading the charge, his role, which was supposed to be the main defensive force, had become completely redundant. Not only was Sure Tai Long questioning his life choices, but the plant mage Luo Fonglin also looked embarrassed. This mage, who always prided himself on being a master controller, was utterly stunned after witnessing Su Ming casually unleash hundreds of frost arrows. Amazing. Thank goodness Su Ming can't freeze things indefinitely, or I'd be left dumbfounded, Luo Fonglin thought to himself. For the first time, he felt a sense of awe towards someone his own age. Little did he know that if Su Ming wished, he could teach him a lesson with every frost arrow. Not to mention, Su Ming had yet to reveal his two major killing moves, the explosive arrow and the thunder arrow. In the arena, the cold light of frost flickered. Although progress was slightly slow, it only took a few minutes for the entire space to be filled with the corpses of centipedes, which then gradually faded into the air. The boss is coming, Luo Fonglin shouted, quickly retreating behind Su Ming, his eyes filled with a vigilant gleam. All right, leave it to me, Su Ming said with a slight smile, nodding to the cautious mage. It had to be said, Luo Fonglin's combat awareness was indeed commendable. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a giant centipede burst forth, emitting an ear-piercing screech. Hissus. Level, LV55. Health, 1, 145, 0001, 145, 000. Info. A venomous creature born from ancient times, capable of unleashing a terrifying poison rain. Weakness, antennae. Su Ming squinted, quickly analyzing the situation. The boss's weakness was also its antennae, but the most daunting aspect was its poison rain skill, a terrifying large-scale toxic attack. Thus, he couldn't allow this behemoth the time to unleash it. Wind arrow, ice arrow. The arrows left his hands, whistling through the air. The buffs from Sisters Mu Mian and Muya once again enveloped him, providing additional combat power. Cover the ground with plants, don't let it burrow around, Su Ming shouted, recognizing the value of the plant mage's support abilities. As the arrows flew towards the centipede, frost rose instantly on the massive creature charging angrily at Su Ming. Its enormous body arched, momentarily paused in the air. Plant vines and a barrage of arrows took the lead, forming a perfect combination of control and damage. Su Ming remained vigilant, immediately following up with explosive arrow next. As the ice shattered, the entire body of the giant centipede resounded with deafening explosions, the intense pain causing it to writhe frantically. Antennae, right? Shoot them. Whiz, 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 whiz. A series of arrows hit the vital spots, with massive critical hit numbers flashing in the air. These critical hits, satisfying. Adjusting his angle, Su Ming continuously drew his bow, executing 3 shots per second seamlessly. His skilled actions once again left the support trio behind him in awe. No, they were now a support quartet. The giant centipede began to arch backwards, attempting one last counterattack before death. Unfortunately, its 2 innate skills were useless against Su Ming's absolute burst, unable to close in quickly or by enough casting time. It could only unleash a shriek, spraying poison rain in a futile struggle. However, Su Ming had already darted beneath the giant centipede, unleashing an arrow skyward. Wind arrow. Several arrows shot upwards, piercing the massive body and striking its weak points. Impressive, impressive. You have slain the ancient centipede LV55 boss, gaining 375,000 experience points, with the rest of the team sharing an equal 375,000 experience points. You have slain the ancient centipede LV-55 boss for the first time, gaining an additional attribute, agility 12. Damn, it just died like that. Sure, Tai Long exclaimed, seeing the other three shrug helplessly. They truly were support characters, never having felt such genuine security before. Su Ming, we won't take any of the loot from future bosses. Yeah, gaining so much experience so easily is more than enough for us. They were well aware of their capabilities. He was determined to build a good relationship with Su Ming. This guy is definitely a big deal, a Bao master. Imagine how strong our team will be if we can recruit a newcomer who's already delivering explosive damage as an archer. They calculated silently, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Ming didn't hesitate and agreed naturally. He knew that even without these teammates, he could handle the monsters on his own. After all, archers have always been powerful. Su Ming shrugged slightly, a barely noticeable smile playing on his lips just a tad stronger. That's all. A venomous crystal. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he swiftly stored the loot in his backpack. He had learned from Wang Lin that in the Five Poisons secret realm, only bosses dropped items, and among these, rare items might appear. This venomous crystal was precisely one of those. For any poison-related profession, like assassins, this venomous crystal is an excellent tool for toxic refinement. Su Ming calculated. Even if I don't use it myself, I can trade it for some desired treasures. Besides the crystal, there was also a piece of equipment on the ground, a pair of swift gloves. Su Ming picked them up calmly, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement. Although they were only of golden quality, for a drop from a level 55 boss, this was genuinely rare. Haha. After seeing so many items in the guild shop, I've become a bit spoiled. Su Ming chuckled at himself, then focused on examining the gloves' attributes. Swift gloves. Type, gold. Class, gloves. Usable by, physical classes. Level requirement, LV 60. Attributes, strength 80, crit 5, and crit 5. Durability 120120. Feature, increases attack speed by 0.5 for assassin and archer classes, 0.3 for others. Effect, significantly boosts strength. What caught Su Ming's attention was the glove's ability to further increase attack speed by 0.5. The faster the shots, the more powerful they are. However, he knew he needed to complete his job change to meet the level requirement. Su Ming happily stored the gloves in his backpack, thinking that after leaving the secret realm, he would easily reach the level requirement. Scattered on the ground were also dozens of ordinary poison droplets and numerous centipede legs. Su Ming bent down to pick up the poison droplets, but as for the centipede legs, he just shrugged. Whoever wants them can have them. He certainly didn't. Su Ming exhaled softly, watching the massive centipede corpse slowly dissolve, preparing to enter the next area. Suddenly, Su Ming sensed something unusual from his backpack. Dark Phoenix Egg? Not only that, he realized that the Shadow Space Stone seemed to have reacted as well. Then, standing next to the boss's massive corpse, Su Ming was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious shadow. Captain, are you okay? Luo Fonglin shouted, quickly manipulating plants in an attempt to pull Su Ming out of the shadow. However, the next moment, they were all surprised to see the shadow mysteriously vanish. I'm fine, Su Ming said with a natural smile. That was just a phenomenon of the corpse generating a special item. He made something up casually. Haha, I'm lucky, the boss generated a rare item. Really? Congratulations. Congrats. So envious. It's all because you're so amazing, Su Ming. Hope to see your prowess again in the future. With Su Ming's clever guidance, their expressions shifted from worry to deep envy. Then, they started praising him. Su Ming chatted and laughed with the others, his eyes slightly squinted, while his consciousness was quietly communicating with a certain presence. Little one, is this ancient centipede mark you forcibly left behind a power of shadow? Su Ming asked in his mind. Ahuo, came the tiny mental response. With this confirmation, Su Ming visibly relaxed. He recalled the previous situation when the little chick urgently informed him about the ancient centipede boss containing a dissipating shadow mark, which held the essence of shadow power. Now, this precious power had been successfully stolen by the Dark Phoenix hatchling. The little one has acquired such a terrifying source of darkness even before hatching. Once it emerges, its shadow talent will surely surpass its kin. Su Ming thought to himself. The hatchling couldn't have achieved this on its own, being an unborn baby after all. But with Su Ming as an inexhaustible source of magic, he didn't hesitate to support the little one. Even if it took consuming 10,000 mana points to barely sustain its unconscious manipulation of shadow for a moment in the egg. A system notification sounded. You have completed the challenge of the ancient centipede domain. Currently in team mode 540, you can choose to exit the secret realm or continue into a random area as the temporary team leader. Su Ming received the notification almost instantly and chose to continue without hesitation. Everyone, get ready for the next area, Su Ming simply reminded. The other four nodded respectfully. Having witnessed Su Ming's terrifying output capability firsthand, they had no doubts left. Yeah, the The five of us are really strong. Su Ming said with satisfaction. Your team has entered the ancient spider domain. The system notification followed. Just like before, Su Ming quickly sprang into action, his longbow drawn as he unleashed a series of relentless skills. Gale, arrow ice, arrow rain of arrows. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was continuous. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew pew. System notifications flashed repeatedly. You have slain a reed spider LV52, gaining 5,000 experience, which is shared equally with the team. You have slain a reed spider LV53, gaining 5,000 experience, which is shared equally with the team. As webs shot in from all directions, Su Ming began switching his main output skill to explosive arrow. His basic attacks and skills seamlessly intertwined, forming a barrage of relentless assaults. The burning areas created by the explosions became an unbreakable barrier against the spiders. Hawkeye. Su Ming activated the skill, instantly revealing a 2,000-meter radius around him. He saw more areas densely covered with spider webs and focused his gaze. Something's definitely off. You're up there. Explosive arrow. Su Ming drew his bow and aimed. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, teammates Mu Mian, Muya, and Shi Taishan cast various buffs and shield skills on his Su Ming. With their support, Su Ming once again showcased his incredible and elusive maneuvers on the battlefield, leaving everyone in awe. An information panel appeared. Level, LV55. Health, 1, 201, 0001, 201, 000. Info, a poisonous insect born of ancient times, a dancer in the webs, graceful yet dangerous. Weakness, compound eyes. As the description suggested, Su Ming internally assessed that this creature's normal difficulty exceeded that of the ancient centipede. Moreover, its crimson eye was a powerful mental control skill that could potentially lead to the team's downfall if a key member was caught. Too bad, I'm not normal. Su Ming smirked confidently. Explosive arrow. He quickly analyzed the situation. Since this creature can continuously flicker on the web, the priority is to burn all the webs. Pew 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 pew, boom boom boom. Arrows rained down, igniting every web in the space. The boss, enraged by Su Ming's actions, spewed a massive web cage. Little web, burn for me. Su Ming drew all the aggro, deftly dodging with speed surpassing the creatures. Without the web for cover, and with control skills ineffective against him, the ancient spider had no choice but to become indistinguishable from the ancient centipede. Su Ming coldly pulled back the bowstring, the icy arrow gathering a chilling frost at his fingertips. As for spinning a cocoon, that just makes you a perfect target, and I'd enjoy that even more. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he aimed at the massive creature attempting to spin its web. The final explosive arrow shot through the air, piercing directly through the spider's head. Slain. Dead. A system notification chimed in his mind. You have killed the ancient spider LV55 boss, gaining 375,000 experience. The rest of your team shares 375,000 experience equally. You are the first to kill the ancient spider LV55 boss, gaining an additional attribute. Attack 18. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. The joyous slaughter was brief, but the forthcoming loot collection was even more delightful. Does this one have it too? Su Ming's eyes lit up. After quickly verifying, he decided to address this important matter first. With a second effort from Su Ming and his little companion, they successfully obtained the ancient spider's mark without alerting the shadows. So, all 5 bosses are essentially the same. Su Ming mused. No wonder Brother Wang Lin said the 5 venomous creatures are avatars of the 5 poison beast. In that case, the real 5 poison beast must be a shadow creature. His 4 teammates were left stunned once more, realizing that Su Ming's power was on a completely different level, akin to a 20-member team rather than just 5. This time, the giant spider didn't drop any gold quality equipment. Aside from the usual spider leg meat and venom droplet, there were no high-grade materials like toxic crystals. However, Su Ming was ecstatic because this boss dropped a book that greatly satisfied him. A skill book, and not just any skill book, but a powerful skill exclusive to archers. Arrownet Hell. Archer class skill book. Level requirement, LV60. Arrownet Hell, LV1. Fires a special arrow with no attack power. Upon reaching the target point, it generates aggro for all nearby monsters, forcing them to converge at the point, lasting 2 seconds, covering a 200-meter radius. If it were a damage skill, Su Ming might not have been particularly interested, given his terrifying innate skills and infinite firepower. However, Arrownet Hell was a crowd control skill. After gathering the monsters, he could unleash a barrage of arrows, significantly boosting his damage efficiency. It's not the rarity of the skill that matters, but its usability. Oh, giant spider, how I adore you, Su Ming muttered to himself, decisively stowing the skill book in his backpack. He was eager to clear the remaining 3 spaces, knowing that after his next class change, he'd soon reach LV60 to learn this skill. Once maxed out, the crowd control effect will be absolutely terrifying. Su Ming thought excitedly. Aside from the innate class skills gained with each job change, he could only learn 2 additional skills from skill books per change. For example, after completing his second job change, he would be able to learn a total of 4 skills from skill books. The system notification echoed again. You have completed the Ancient Spider Domain Challenge. Currently in Team Mode 540, you may choose to exit the realm or continue to a random area. Without hesitation, Su Ming confirmed to continue. The other 4 quickly moved to supportive positions. Up front, Su Ming alone was an entire army, ready to unleash his bow. After swiftly clearing 2 zones, the team eagerly pressed forward into the domain of the ancient serpent. The snake's lair erupted, revealing the boss. Su Ming locked onto the serpent's skill information, narrowing his eyes slightly. This thing has an area-wide attack. Be mindful of when to apply shields, he warned in a serious tone. Got it, Captain. Sure Tailong perked up, finally relieved. A look of excitement crossed his face. At last, he wouldn't be just a bystander. Ancient serpent. Level, LV 55. Health, 1, 198, 0001, 198, 000. Information, a venomous creature born of ancient times, with tough skin and the ability to cause massive destruction to the land. Weakness, mouth. The area-wide attack Su Ming referred to as earthquake. Even taking it heat-in wouldn't significantly reduce their health, but with Sure Tailong as a formidable shield master, Su Ming chuckled lightly. You can't just sit back and watch, can you? He quickly drew his rocket longbow, aimed at the target, and commanded, shoot. Ice arrow. The arrows shot through the air, making a series of whoosh sounds. A system notification immediately popped up. You have slain the LV-55 boss, Ancient Serpent, gaining 375,000 experience. The rest of the team shares 375,000 experience equally. First time slaying of LV-55 boss, Ancient Serpent, grants additional attribute, attack 16. The team then proceeded to the domain of the Ancient Scorpion, followed by the Ancient Toad. The strategy for these 3 bosses was remarkably similar. After a brief analysis of their skills and talents, Su Ming quickly devised the most efficient solution using 4 exclusive techniques. As expected, aside from their regular loot, each boss also dropped their respective shadow marks. Su Ming was slightly concerned about overwhelming the little one, but upon receiving a message that it was merely indigestion with no serious issue, he was relieved. Moreover, slaying the Ancient Scorpion granted him 15 attack points, and defeating the Ancient Toad provided him with 8 defense points, along with some decent loot. The necklace dropped by the Scorpion could replace the rabbit's beginner gear. Given his rapid leveling, Su Ming knew there was no need to deliberately collect ordinary equipment before the 3rd or even 4th job advancement. Anything he found along the way would suffice, as he would eventually craft equipment perfectly suited to his class. His gaze fell on the necklace. Jade pendant necklace. Type, gold. Class, universal. Level requirement, LV 60. Attributes, health 5000, mana 2000, attack 80, durability 120120. Feature, removes the first control effect you received damage not removed, with a separate cooldown of 3 hours. This feature is fantastic. Su Ming praised internally. The control removal trait alone made it far more valuable than a typical gold-level necklace. Since many controls aren't visually triggered, he needed this immunity feature. It was a timely boon. The Ancient Serpent dropped a giant serpent fang. If embedded in an assassin or warrior weapon, it could triple the weapon's damage to shields, valued at a minimum of 3 million Dragon Country currency. The last boss, the Ancient Toad, was the real heavyweight. Its health reached 2,400,000, primarily due to its talent, reducing its attack, while significantly boosting its health. Su Ming's luck was good. The loot included 2 particularly valuable items. One of the items was a water spirit pearl, a highly sought-after material for water and ice mages. Su Ming's attention shifted, and his heart began to race. The second item was a complete artifact, the 5 Poisons Cube. Su Ming stared at this epic artifact, deeply shocked. Such an item required special appraisal, and even someone as experienced as him was taken aback. This was beyond mere luck. It was utterly outrageous. How could a regular boss at the second transition stage drop a complete artifact? It defied common sense. He examined the cube closely, noticing its similarities to the Molten Scale Crystal and Rock Armor Scale Crystal, with its own exclusive effects and the ability to be activated directly. Su Ming already knew the quality of this item. It was of epic quality, which was quite high. Wait. Su Ming frowned, pondering a possibility. Could this not be a drop from the giant toad? He recalled stealing all the dark origins from this secret realm, which might have triggered some hidden condition resulting in the artifact's appearance. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Damn, I better get out of here quickly, Su Ming thought to himself, realizing he might have stolen a treasure belonging to the 5 Poisons beast itself. In the end, Su Ming gained a substantial reward, and the 4 scavengers did not leave empty-handed. The snake's skin, poisonous toad skin, and scorpion tails, which Su Ming considered worthless, were treasures to them, their excitement and trembling hands hard to conceal. Captain Su Ming, one scavenger said with admiration, you're destined to become a legendary Bao god. I hope we'll meet again. To join the god-slaying hall, you must be a prodigy, and Captain, you're exceptional even among them, another chimed in. Captain, if you ever need the border troops' help, just let us know. Facing their admiring gazes, Su Ming nodded gently. I will. Although he was used to being a lone wolf, he wasn't antisocial. He reciprocated kindness towards those who had helped him. A system notification sounded. Your team will leave the Five Poisons secret realm in 1 minute. A gentle light enveloped the five of them. When they opened their eyes again, Su Ming saw Wang Lin waiting at the entrance, looking shocked. Oh, isn't this brother Wang Lin? Su Ming glanced at the distant snow-capped mountains, feeling pleased. You guys? So fast. Wang Lin was completely dumbfounded. Su Ming's team had defeated 5 bosses faster than other teams could handle one. At that moment, Su Ming's message log updated. Congratulations on earning the title, Nemesis of the 5 Poisons. Huh? Another achievement. Su Ming eagerly checked the details. Nemesis of the 5 Poisons condition. Participate in killing 5 bosses in the 5 Poisons secret realm in one go, with a personal damage contribution of 10 for each boss. This achievement is limited to 10 people, and you are the first to obtain it. Indeed, no one could achieve this feat. This meant he was not only the first, but potentially the only one to ever complete this achievement. Moreover, this hidden achievement was currently unknown to anyone else. Su Ming immediately checked the title effects. 1. Deal an additional 10 true damage to centipede, spider, snake, scorpion, and toad-type creatures. 2. When attracting the hatred of a special entity, this triggers and permanently enhances the title. It's not a permanent title under normal circumstances, Su Ming pondered. And this special entity is pretty much naming the 5 Poisons beast. He wore a peculiar expression, but remained unfazed. The extent of his future strength was unimaginable. What was a 5 Poisons beast to him? If gods come, head slay gods. If demons come, head slay demons. Meanwhile, another message in the log updated. You completed the job transfer quest. Woe of the 5 Poisons. Level 10 job transfer complete. Sky-scorching Arrow God. Su Ming transitioned to become the sky-piercing Arrow God, and instantly felt a surge of power within him. His health points skyrocketed by 50-100, his mana increased by 50-100, his strength attribute went up by a full 50 points, and his attack speed increased as well. He had just completed the Wounds of the 5 Poisons secret realm quest, and truly understood the terror of this level 10 challenge. Damn, anyone else would have given up. In 30 days, they'd be back on their feet, Su Ming thought to himself, realizing that even a team of 40 elite players would struggle against 5 bosses and an overwhelming number of minions, especially at levels 50 to 60. With the transition complete, a vast amount of accumulated experience points from the secret realm were unlocked. Su Ming felt the experience flood into him like a torrent. This feels amazing. Even in a team setting, the experience gained was 2.5 times the usual amount, allowing him to level up rapidly. Level 59, 60, 61, 62. In just one secret realm run, Su Ming's level shot up to 62. Coupled with the additional attribute bonuses from his transition, his basic stats saw a significant increase. But this was far from over. Equip Swift Gloves. Equip Jade Necklace. Su Ming quickly donned his newly acquired gear and immediately used a skill book from his inventory. A system notification popped up. You meet the learning requirements for Arrow Net Hell and have successfully learned the skill. Arrow Net Hell LV1 fires a special arrow with no attack power. Upon reaching its target point, it generates aggro for all nearby monsters, forcing them to gather at the location for 2 seconds, with a current range of 200 meters. Unexpectedly, right after leaving the secret realm, I can strike while the iron is hot. Su Ming thought with delight, knowing that the equipment and skill books had finally met the level requirement, and these resources must not go to waste. Under Wang Lin's amazed gaze, Su Ming checked his dramatically increased stat panel. Name, Su Ming. Class, Sky-piercing Arrow God. Level, LV62 LV802 transition. Health, 27,200. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 376. Agility, 268. Attack speed, 4.11 arrows. Attack, 2,236. Defense, 1,327. Critical, 32. Anti-critical, 25. Single arrow capacity, 9999999999999. Looking at these numbers, Su Ming was filled with awe. For him, maybe only the health value was not quite satisfactory, but the base attack power had reached an astonishing 2,236 points. Not to mention I can shoot 4 arrows a second? My hands might cramp from shooting. Su Ming murmured to himself. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Fortunately, he still had the rock armor scale crystal as a life-saving trump card. Su Ming made a mental note to focus on items that would increase his health in the future. Of course, completing the transition brought more than just numerical changes. A system notification appeared again, unveiling a new permanent talent and 2 exclusive skills on his panel. This made Su Ming even more excited. Other so-called hidden classes only receive 1 exclusive skill with each transition, but he got 2. This means that in terms of skill variation, I will be far ahead of everyone else. You unlocked a new exclusive talent, Sky-Piercing Arrow Intention. You unlocked new exclusive skills, Holy Light Arrow, Shadow Curtain Arrow. When Su Ming carefully examined their descriptions, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and gasp in astonishment. Exclusive talent Sky-Piercing Arrow Intention. Cannot be investigated, permanently retained. 1. Generates a progress bar for any monster species, and upon reaching the kill limit, randomly plunders some of their attributes. 2. Extra plundering of some attributes when killing a boss, ensuring at least 1 rare item suitable for archers drops from its loot. What a terrifying talent. Su Ming was utterly stunned. Each type of boss effect only activates once, and attack and defense power will never decrease. This is truly a growth talent. Su Ming's eyes lit up with intense joy swelling in his heart. This talent is no less impressive than infinite firepower. On the surface, the attributes plundered from each monster and boss aren't high, but small increments add up, and quantity will eventually lead to qualitative changes. Given enough time to grow by defeating monsters, he could single-handedly contend with any nation causing trouble in the future. What satisfied him even more was Effect 3, which gave him absolute assurance in his offensive capabilities. My attack power only goes up. Then, 2 powerful exclusive skills caught his eye. Exclusive skill Holy Light Arrow LV1. After charging for 2 seconds, shoot a Holy Light Arrow that deals 400 true attack damage to the target and purifies all its buffs, transferring them to yourself for 10 seconds. Consumes 200 mana, 60-second cooldown. Shadow Veil Arrow LV1. After charging for 2 seconds, shoot a Shadow Veil Arrow that deals 200 attack damage to all targets within a 1010 range, with a 10 chance to silence them for 1 second, preventing any skill use. Consumes 200 mana, 60-second cooldown. Su Ming carefully analyzed the effects of these 2 skills. In terms of damage, under the forced pairing with infinite firepower, there was no issue at all. The Holy Light Arrow's ability to steal the opponent's buffs was incredibly useful, as any higher-level boss or enemy encountered in the future would invariably stack various buffs before battle. Your buffs are nice, but they're about to be mine. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. The Shadow Veil Arrow's effect was equally astonishing. It can silence a large area of enemies, even at level 1. Su Ming couldn't help but imagine how terrifying the range would be when this skill reached its maximum level. Although the final silence probability wouldn't be too high, his advantage lay in the sheer number of arrows. With hundreds of arrows fired at once, currently at 4 shots per second, it can turn any monster into a super minion unable to cast spells. This combination, along with the Arrow Net Hell's mob-gathering ability, ensures that Su Ming can always output damage in a safe environment. Finally, with each job advancement, the number of arrow splits changes, one of the most terrifying effects of infinite firepower. Each arrow shot splits into 399 additional arrows with the same effect, increasing with each job advancement. My goodness! Su Ming was inwardly shocked. Even someone as composed as him could feel the intense heartbeat at this moment. The previous job advancement increased the arrow count by 100, and now it had doubled again. From 200 arrows, it rose to 400. Imagine, 4 shots per second equates to 1,600 arrows. Is he really going to grow to the point where 1 arrow can obliterate an entire plain civilization? Su Ming shook his head helplessly, feeling like he had become just a bit stronger. Su Ming, you never cease to amaze me. As the 5 of them emerged from the secret realm without any hesitation, the crowd outside immediately displayed 2 entirely different attitudes. Wang Lin naturally understood that Su Ming had definitely succeeded, while several teams wore mocking expressions. See? These 5 came out in no time. They must have quit voluntarily. How arrogant to challenge one of the 5 poisons bosses with so few people. Last year, our group of 40 was defeated by the Toad's Terror. How could they possibly succeed? Sure, Tai Long and the others glared angrily at those who mocked them, but Su Ming showed no reaction, just a slight wave and a light smile. He had already surpassed these people's understanding, and they were destined to only look up to him. Thank you for your hard work. We're leaving this place now, Wang Lin said to the team members. No trouble at all. Sure, Tai Long and the others quickly responded. Thinking back to the scenes in the secret realm, there was an inexplicable bitterness on their faces. Compared to Su Ming, we really didn't do much. Don't underestimate yourselves. You were great too. Su Ming nodded. Then, he jumped onto the back of the griffin and left with Wang Lin. Wang Lin invited you to join his temporary team. Do you want to join? Yes. Su Ming confirmed without hesitation, his gaze firm. After all, for efficiency's sake, the team would disband once they leveled up. A system notification sounded in his ear. You have successfully joined Wang Lin's team. Current team members, too. Wang Lin patted Su Ming on the shoulder, his eyes shining with confidence. Let's head straight to the advanced dungeon. My experience boost is tenfold. Sharing it makes it fivefold, which is just like your own. It won't affect your monster hunting. With Little Eagle protecting us, your safety is assured. As he finished speaking, a majestic griffin landed in front of them, spreading its massive wings. They mounted the griffin and flew eastward through the sky, clouds swirling beneath them, distant mountains stretching endlessly. Eventually, the griffin landed steadily atop the branches of a gigantic canopy tree. Su Ming looked up, seeing the tree crown seemingly merging with the sky. This is a dome instance near the Himalayas, populated by flying creatures ranging from level 160 to 179. Wang Lin explained to Su Ming, drawing a large purple gold bow from his back, its body adorned with mysterious runes. Adjusting the bowstring, Wang Lin spoke with a hint of admiration. Su Ming, you might be the fastest in the history of the Dragon Kingdom to reach Tier 3. While others can level up with help from veterans, the class change quest must be completed personally. For most, even at difficulty levels 5 or 6, thorough preparation is essential. But with Su Ming, it's just a matter of finding the right place and getting it done in no time. Su Ming chuckled softly, his eyes sharply focused on the creatures ahead. System information immediately appeared in his view. Azure-scaled eagle. Common creature. Level, 165. Health, 686, 000686000. Info, dominant flyers residing in the sky. Their group coordination is terrifying. Weakness, eyes. Sky demon rock. Common creature. Level, 172. Health, 745, 000745000. Info, dominant flyers residing in the sky. Each individual possesses formidable strength. Weakness, eyes. TSK Tisk. Wang Lin clicked his tongue, pointing into the distance. Two large groups of giant avian beasts approached, their wings blocking out the sun, emitting piercing cries. Meanwhile, Wang Lin had already begun charging, drawing his bowstring to full tension, energy converging at the arrow's tip. Divine punishment falling strike. Since I promised to help you level up quickly, I need to show some real skills. Wang Lin's aura surged, and as he released the arrow, it vanished from Su Ming's sight. When it reappeared, it was high above the sky, transforming into a massive arrow that descended with thunderous force. It struck the center of the bird flock, exploding in a dazzling light, scattering the surrounding birds in a shockwave. Before Su Ming could react, Wang Lin relentlessly charged again, sending wave after wave of giant arrows. Simultaneously, the griffin beneath them opened its mouth, gathering light bullets in its throat, continuously bombarding the bird flock. Su Ming quickly grasped Wang Lin's output method, using the griffin's mobility to maneuver, and consistently unleashing massive arrows that dealt extensive area damage. He's indeed a textbook archer pro, Su Ming silently praised. System notifications flashed in succession. Wang Lin killed an azure-scaled eagle at level 168. You gained 202,000 experience points as part of the team. Wang Lin killed an azure-scaled eagle at level 169. You gained 202,000 experience points as part of the team. Soon, Su Ming's experience bar skyrocketed, and he experienced the joy of leveling up effortlessly. However, he wasn't planning to remain idle. He also drew his bow, wanting to test his attack power against the defenses. Explosive arrow. Su Ming muttered, the bowstring vibrating. Whiz, 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 whiz. If Wang Lin's attack was a single massive arrow descending from the sky, Su Ming's was a rain of countless sharp arrows, each leaving a trail of light in the air. Su Ming's eyes shone with excitement. Although the damage wasn't as ideal as when facing lower-level monsters, he was indeed breaking through defenses. But Wang Lin was stunned, nearly dropping his bow. Su Ming, you can break through the defenses of monsters at such a higher level? And with such high damage? He wasn't joking. He was genuinely shocked, his hands trembling slightly. Wait, did your arrow-splitting ability improve again? Wang Lin's eyes widened, staring incredulously at Su Ming's latest shot. The numbers seemed to have far exceeded what we had before. Wang Lin almost couldn't breathe, staring in disbelief at Su Ming's combat stats. Oh my god, you're only around level 60, right? Your output is almost catching up with mine. His voice trembled a bit. If you complete the third transition, won't you definitely surpass me? Is this the hidden class for ultimate output? Wang Lin's expression shifted from shock to complexity. As a mentor guiding Su Ming, he had never felt such an internal turmoil. Ignoring survival skills, Su Ming's ability to exceed the output of those who have gone through 5 transitions with just 3 made Wang Lin feel like crying. Can Su Ming stop with all the surprises? Wang Lin chuckled wryly. Otherwise, my heart won't be able to take it. In a month, the old man will definitely laugh his head off. You're really something else. By then, the old man might personally protect you. While Wang Lin was overwhelmed with emotion, Su Ming noticed a new progress bar in the information he saw. Azure Scale Eagle Progress, 12. Demon Rock Progress, 8. This must be the separate progress bar formed by the sky-seizing arrow intent, Su Ming realized. Apart from Wang Lin's giant arrows killing a large number of monsters at once, Su Ming's terrifying damage from continuous arrow rain ensured his kill speed wasn't far behind. Let's fill up the progress. Attack. Su Ming's eyes were sharp as he repeatedly drew his bowstring. Thunderbolt Arrow. As the current group-killing weapon, countless bolts of electricity crackled. Across the sky, arrows flew and lightning flashed. At the moment, with Wang Lin's help, his experience gain rate had indeed increased significantly. But it was not as Wang Lin imagined. Wang Lin thought that even if Su Ming relied on himself, it would only take a bit more effort with proper survival measures. This kid is a total monster. Wang Lin secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, he's already joined the Godslayer Hall. Perhaps Su Ming will only need 10 years, and by then, the Dragon Kingdom will have another 9 transition legendary archer. System notifications flashed continuously. You killed Azure Scale Eagle LV-169, gained 201,000 experience. Team members share 201,000 experience. You killed Demon Rock LV-177, gained 212,000 experience. Team members share 212,000 experience. Wang Lin killed Demon Rock LV-178. In the team, you gained 212,000 experience. Even though he shared half the experience with Wang Lin when he killed, Wang Lin still killed more, so he profited greatly. Su Ming kept shooting while watching his experience roll in with a grin. Unsurprisingly, Su Ming's level shot up, soon reaching level 80, with the remaining experience accumulating. However, he deliberately glanced at Wang Lin's level information, which remained at LV-236. The further you go, the more experience you need. It's like a bottomless pit. But Su Ming wasn't intimidated. No matter how much, my inexhaustible infinite arrows don't agree. Soon, new system messages arrived. Azure Scale Eagle Progress, 100, you plundered 15 agility. Demon Rock Progress, 100, you plundered 2,300 health. Simple and straightforward, these are solid attributes. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Wow, so that's how it is, awesome. If I can keep plundering more and more health, even a fragile archer like me can become a tank. Moreover, other attributes will continue to be plundered, widening the gap with others. Excitement gleamed in Su Ming's eyes. In the future, my archer will have more health than a warrior. Is that okay? My archer will be faster than an assassin. Is that okay? My archer. If an archer's attack isn't the highest, can they even be called an archer god? He asked himself and answered, a smug smile forming at the corner of his mouth. No problem at all. Soon, under the relentless assault of their arrows, the beasts fell in droves. The primary advantage lay in the speed of their griffins, which far outpaced the wild creatures, granting them superior maneuverability. Wang Lin shot an arrow that pierced the throat of a Tianma rock, and a system notification popped up. You have killed a Tianma rock LV-178. In a party, you gain 212,000 experience. Su Ming's arrow precisely penetrated an azure-scaled eagle's eyes. You have killed an azure-scaled eagle LV-169, gaining 201,000 experience, shared equally among the party. The flock of birds on the outskirts was swiftly wiped out without exception. At this moment, Su Ming deeply understood the true power of an archer being able to deal damage safely from a distance, beyond the reach of melee, far exceeding other classes. This is exactly why in battles, both sides prioritize targeting the opposing archers. If I survive just one more second, it can be devastating for any enemy. Su Ming thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the upcoming contract. I hope the little guy will surprise me. Once he enters the profession-changing room again, it will be time for the contract. His gaze swept over the scattered azure scales on the ground, which were excellent materials for crafting shields. The value of recycling all these materials was considerable, and they were all his spoils of war. After confirming that Su Ming had reached the level 80 cap, the two decided to quickly leave the area. The harvest this time was bountiful. Su Ming not only accumulated a large amount of experience in one go, but also acquired all the loot. At this moment, he truly understood the saying, the stronger you are, the faster you make money. The goal this time wasn't to clear the dungeon, but to level up, Su Ming said. It's been less than 10 minutes. Wang Lin marveled. Su Ming was equally amazed, thinking of other rookies who might struggle for a month to barely reach level 20, while he had already rocketed to level 80. The difference was as vast as the Pacific Ocean. Yet for him, this speed was incredibly satisfying. Let's head straight to the job change hall near the Himalayas, Su Ming decisively decided, and the Griffin accelerated to full speed. By the way, Su Ming, the tasks for the third job change and beyond will be noticeably different from before, Wang Lin suddenly reminded him. How so? Su Ming inquired. Wang Lin explained. As you know, the tasks you received before had nothing to do with your class. But starting from the third job change, the tasks will gradually align more with your class. But don't worry, the third change is just the initial shift, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. Su Ming nodded slowly, feeling a bit resigned. No matter how he looked at it, his tasks wouldn't be simple. But he wasn't worried and thought to himself, one arrow isn't enough? Then I'll use 1,000, 10,000 arrows. Soon, they arrived at the level 5 area of the job change hall in the Himalayan city-state. Hello, I need to enter the third job change room to receive my task, Su Ming calmly stated. All right. The bunny girl at the front desk was momentarily stunned, a look of astonishment passing through her eyes. Su Ming found her reaction amusing, but waited politely for her to regain composure. The three receptionists he had encountered in recent days all reacted this way, each time more intensely than the last. Sir, are you sure you want to enter the third job change room? The bunny girl asked again, incredulous. Yes, here's 1,000,000. Su Ming calmly handed over the gold coins. All right, please follow me. After witnessing Su Ming effortlessly and nonchalantly pay the 1,000,000, the bunny girl was completely convinced, though her mind was filled with questions. Who exactly is this handsome young man? She couldn't immediately connect Su Ming with any particular faction in the Himalayan city-state. Thus, under the curious and surprised gaze of the receptionist, Su Ming stepped into the job change space without hesitation. As always, he once again faced the large crystal ball connected to the divine tower. Perhaps there are more secrets hidden inside the divine tower, Su Ming murmured, ever since joining the Godslayer Hall. After discovering numerous hidden spaces in the world within the divine tower, he was no longer an ignorant youth. He realized that only by becoming stronger quickly could he have the confidence to make free choices. Hey there, little one. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su Ming said softly as he took out the dark phoenix egg and the complete shadow space stone from his backpack. In an instant, he noticed the eggshell begin to gently tremble. Holding the space stone, Su Ming immediately transferred a massive amount of mana to the chick inside the egg. As the energy flowed, he felt a rare sense of exhaustion, which was unusual given his endless mana talent. You sure can absorb a lot, little one. Su Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Anyone else would have been drained dry by now. Plus, it could take years for it to hatch. He mused to himself. Archers have always been overpowered. And here I am, Su Ming, not just overpowered but with several advantages. My 3 current talents alone would make countless people envious, and soon, I'll have another one. A crisp cracking sound echoed as tiny fractures appeared on the eggshell. Under Su Ming's expectant gaze, the shell finally broke, revealing a damp little black chick. Ha ha, just as I thought. Little chick, I have to record this for your future embarrassment. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Who would have guessed that the legendary beast Dark Phoenix, destined to fight alongside Su Ming, would start as a bare little black chick? A system message appeared. Species, Dark Phoenix. Origin, Shadow Space. Level, LV20. Chirp. The little creature chirped happily, then ate the entire eggshell and affectionately nuzzled Su Ming's leg. Su Ming was surprised to find that even in its newborn state, he could sense its intentions through the shadow space stone. What exactly is the connection between this stone and her, he wondered. It doesn't seem like a companion item, such as the Zaka merge with 2 scales. You're already level 20 at birth, impressive, he remarked, knowing that at least half of its dark essence was yet to be absorbed, meaning it would level up rapidly even without his help. Contract, contract. The little black chick's voice echoed in his mind. I want to eat something rich in shadows. All right, Su Ming agreed, then focused on the ability he naturally acquired after his second transformation. Beast Taming Contract Second Transformation acquired. Sign a contract with a selected target. With the target's consent, a loyalty of 50 is required for a successful contract. If failed, a 10-day cooldown is applied. Info 1. You can only have 1 beast contract at a time. If the contracted beast dies, you can recontract after 1 year. Summoner-type classes receive an additional slot, and cooldown is halved. Info 2. When a beast's loyalty reaches 100, it will never betray. Contracting a newborn results in a loyalty range of 90 to 100, depending on intimacy. Info 3. Contracted beasts do not share the contractor's experience, but gain 50 of the contractor's experience and give 50 of their own experience to the contractor. Based on Info 2, Su Ming was confident that he and the little one could achieve an initial 100 loyalty. After all, his endless mana made it reliant on him. Importantly, the little one had already communicated with him from within the egg, reaching a level of intimacy other beast cubs couldn't. Looking at Info 3, he saw that the beast wouldn't reduce his experience gain and would even provide him with additional experience. Due to the contract, it would automatically receive 50 of his experience, ensuring it kept up with him. This was something everyone valued greatly. For true warriors, a tamed beast wasn't just a mount, but a battle partner on equal footing. Let's do this. Su Ming faced the mythical beast cub without a moment of hesitation. While others might underestimate the combat power of a young beast, Su Ming understood the true potential. A mythical beast cub not only possesses inherent battle strength, but also provides incredible enhancements through a species contract. Securing a contract with a legendary level beast could be as valuable as owning a powerful artifact. With swift hand signs, Su Ming's fingertips glowed with starlight, forming a shimmering contract array. Gentle radiance emanated from the array, enveloping the curious Dark Phoenix, who tilted its head in wonder. A system prompt appeared. Dark Phoenix has agreed to your contract request. Current loyalty, 100, never betray. Seeing the updated log, Su Ming couldn't help but grin, bursting into joyous laughter. Ha! Ha! He could hardly believe he had so easily persuaded a mythical beast cub, especially one with an initial 100 loyalty. This meant that once it recognized him as its master, no one could take it away. Once the contract was sealed, the detailed information of the Dark Phoenix was revealed to Su Ming, accessible only to the contract holder. Species, Dark Phoenix, Beast Juvenile. Contractor, Su Ming. Domain, Shadow Space. Level, LV20 LV20 upgradable. Health, 488, 000488, 000. Mana, 72, 00072, 000. Magic, 377. Attack, 754. Defense, 378. Combat agility, 520. Riding agility, 52012. Contractor agility. Skills, Shadow Avatar, Shadow Ball, Shadow Leap Unlearned, Phoenix Wings Soar Unlearned, Shadow Possession Unlearned. 16 skills unlearned in total. Talent Phantom God Phoenix. 1. Can conceal itself within shadows, undetectable by any means. 2. Immune to all natural elements except light and dark, immune to abnormal states and percentage damage. 3. In a near-death state, it can choose to undergo rebirth, masking all its auras. At least one successful rebirth unlocks effect 4. Remaining rebirths, 23. 4. All attributes growth 20. Each instance of damage taken does not exceed 5 of total health. Can control all beasts below God Beast level that are 20 levels lower than itself. Unlocked. Species Contract Enhancements. Contractor's total health 10. Contractor's total mana 10. Contractor's total strength magic 10. Contractor's total agility 30. Contractor's total attack 20. Contractor's total defense 20. Contractor's critical rate 20. 50 of damage received by the contractor is transferred to the beast. Information, an ancient legendary mythical beast, master of space and shadow, possessing the eternal power of reincarnation, shrouded in mystery. Wow, Su Ming gasped. These enhancements are incredible. He scrutinized the data, particularly astonished by the Dark Phoenix's formidable base stats even at just level 20. He understood that beast health values could far exceed those of humans, but the agility stat being nearly double his own was astounding. The additional 20 all attribute growth made its already formidable stats even more fearsome. Suddenly, a detail caught Su Ming's attention. Wait, you've already undergone rebirth once. He looked at the innocent little Dark Phoenix in shock, forming a bold hypothesis in his mind. Could it be that this little creature was once in its complete form? Recalling the unusual events in the Misty Marsh, Su Ming had several suspicions. It was likely that a powerful entity had been pursuing this little Dark Phoenix. Gently stroking the carefree creature's head, he vowed silently, "Now that you're mine." "No, my bird, rest assured. I will help you resolve these troubles in the future. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Yi," he chuckled. "E." The little Dark Phoenix chirped happily, seemingly pleased with its new name, its eyes sparkling with joy. Su Ming contemplated the significant advantages these percentage enhancements provided. This is the true mark of a mythical beast. Even joining the level 9 Godslayer Hall only offered fixed attribute boosts. As his level increased, the power of percentages is far beyond comparison. Ever since completing the contract, Xiao Yi has been able to communicate mentally with Su Ming even without the Shadow Space Stone. "Su Ming, this is amazing." Xiao Yi's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind, filled with curiosity and excitement, unaware that he had embarked on an irreversible journey. At that moment, the Shadow Space Stone in Su Ming's hand suddenly unleashed a surge of shadow energy, with a strong wave of power emanating from the stone's surface. "Su Ming, this feels somewhat familiar," Xiao Yi said softly. Strangely, this time the shadow energy didn't disperse as usual, but instead seemed to find a home, continuously merging into Xiao Yi's body, as if these powers inherently belonged to the little creature. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as thoughts raced through his mind, and he began to understand some things. Besides Nirvana, Xiao Yi had previously activated the last of the shadow energy within the Space Stone, which allowed them to cross space and end up in the Misty Marsh. Consequently, the Shadow Space Stone shattered into 4 pieces. It changed. As the shadow energy continued to flow, Su Ming, using the power of the hidden eye, perceived new information. "It's truly a space teleportation stone." A flash of excitement crossed his eyes. Shadow Space Stone special item damaged. Information, a unique item from the shadow space, requiring the user to possess both shadow and space abilities. Active ability 1. After activating the space stone with shadow power, it can teleport to any place within 100,000 meters, with a 12-hour cooldown after each use. Active ability 2. Unusable. Su Ming frowned slightly. It seems that the fusion could only maintain its integrity. The original active ability 2 might have enabled cross-plane teleportation at a significant cost, but Xiao Yi could activate active ability 2. Therefore, for him, it remains an excellent escape tool. Xiao Yi, you continue to surprise me beyond my expectations. Su Ming exclaimed sincerely. Xiao Yi patted his chest proudly and chirped. I'm very powerful. HMPF. Alright, you can enter the contract space first. I'll get you plenty of food rich in shadow energy later. Su Ming promised with a smile. Okay. Xiao Yi responded happily. Su Ming clapped his hands, his face full of smiles. He knew Xiao Yi needed to advance once more to gain the ability to fly with a passenger, so he immediately checked her advancement requirements. Your contract beast meets the advancement level LV 20 LV 20. Advancement to first tier requirements. Black Feather of the Wing 1, Shadow Stone 1. Beasts are also divided into 1st to 9th tiers, but due to species limitations, most max out at 5th to 7th tiers. Clearly, Xiao Yi's limit is at least 9th tier. Su Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief. The advancement requirements weren't difficult as long as there was enough money. Acquiring these two items in the Grand Exchange wasn't hard. Moreover, if needed, the Temple of the Godslayer could provide them through guild contribution points. Then, Su Ming looked at his massively increased stats. Name, Su Ming. Class, Sky Arrow God. Level, LV 80 LV 80 second transfer. Health, 34,133. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 434. Agility, 391. Attack speed, 4.29 arrows. Attack, 2,823. Defense, 1,614. Critical rate, 52. Critical resistance, 25. Single arrow capacity, 9999999999999. At only LV 80, his attack had already reached a terrifying 2823, not to mention a critical rate exceeding 50. However, his agility was still not as high as Xiao Yi's. The Dark Phoenix truly is the ruler of the skies, Su Ming thought to himself. With the contract finally complete, Xiao Yi contentedly flew around the contract space, absorbing Su Ming's mana. Su Ming squinted slightly as he approached the large crystal orb used for job transfers and placed his hand on the connection device. Detected, you have reached LV 80, meeting the third transfer condition. Generating transfer class. Available class for transfer, Undying Arrow God. Once again, there was no unexpected choice. Now Su Ming's expression remained calm. Undying? Could it be a talent that greatly enhances survival abilities? He was quite eager, confirming without hesitation. You have chosen the Immortal Arrow God. The interface for the class change quest flickered before Su Ming's eyes, displaying the words Spirit Arrow with a prominent Difficulty 10 label beside it. Su Ming frowned slightly, then smiled with understanding. Difficulty 10, as expected, but so what? According to Brother Wang Lin, starting from the third class change, the quest difficulty is closely linked to the profession itself, and most people's quests are of medium difficulty. Su Ming shrugged and glanced over the quest details. It seemed that his terrifying hidden class always had difficulty 10 quests not by chance, but as a matter of course. With this realization, he felt more at ease after all. Isn't that the hallmark of a powerful class? The quest description was clearly displayed on the interface. Spirit Arrow Difficulty 10. Description: you are summoned by ancient spirits to enter the world corridor in the Six Paths Divine Tower. Following the guidance of the Dawn Church, find and defeat the boss who has devoured the spirit demon Arrow Raider Calamity. Time limit, 30 days. Quest resets upon failure. The world corridor? Su Ming's eyes widened slightly, spotting the name of this space in the description. He had only first heard of this mysterious place through the guild buff in the Temple of the Gods. At times like this, it was time to seek out Brother Wang Lin again. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming walked straight out of the class change room, not lingering in the class change hall. Outside, Wang Lin was patiently waiting. Seeing Su Ming come out, he immediately approached. How did it go? If you need my help, just let me know. The next opening of that secret realm isn't far off, so you need to reach the 5th class change as quickly as possible. After that, it's up to you. Looking at this seemingly young yet world-weary brother, Su Ming scratched his head and smiled. Brother Wang Lin, I do need your help, haha. As Su Ming spoke, he noticed the sudden freeze in his brother's expression. The world corridor? Did I hear that right? Wang Lin's eyes widened. Yes. Difficulty 10? Wang Lin pressed further. Su Ming saw his expression change again. How do you know? I was planning to let you venture in after you reached level 120 and completed the 4th class change. But you're only level 80 and haven't even reached the 3rd change yet. The world corridor would only be difficulty 10 for you, Wang Lin explained quickly, because in that realm, even the ordinary wild monsters are all over level 100. I trust your offensive abilities, but survival is the real issue. With a sigh, the older brother added, fortunately, the world corridor is the main plane connected internally by the Six Paths Divine Tower. The Dawn Church of the Dragon Nation has established a safe teleportation point there. So, you can complete your quest under the church's protection as best as you can. As the two moved towards the Himalaya Trading Hall, Su Ming gained a basic understanding of that realm from Brother Wang Lin. The various different factions in the world corridor have special interactions with different countries on Blue Star. For instance, the Dawn Church is a major faction of the lawful camp in this realm. Oh, there's an Altair trading post here too? Su Ming's eyes lit up, seeing the level 6 sign of the Altair trading post in the central area of the Himalaya. It seems the Altair family is even more extensive than I thought. He decisively entered the trading post. He originally intended to visit here anyway, not only to handle the abundant loot he had collected, but also to purchase the items Xiaomi needed. Additionally, he needed to appraise the 5 Venom Cube. Brother Wang Lin continued to wait patiently outside, watching Su Ming's back with a sense of nostalgia. Old man, in a few years, your title as Dragon Nation's Bao God might be at risk, Su Ming murmured to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. Big brother, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. With my potential, I will definitely kill that lurking mastermind demon. He took a deep breath and continued walking into the exchange. Along the way, Su Ming remained calm, deftly pulling out the black card given to him by Ye Jiui. Recycle all these common drops and equipment, he said, pushing a pile of items to the counter. His gaze swept over the remaining items in his hand. Check if these venom crystals and serpent fangs can be traded for a black feather or shadow stone. If not, recycle them too. He paused for a moment and added, I need to purchase 27 skill proficiency crystals and a large amount of shadow powder crystal. I doubt they're out of stock. Also, I need to visit the appraisal room. Su Ming's smooth transactions left the receptionists in awe. They exchanged looks, thinking to themselves, how can someone so young have such valuable items? Maybe he's recycling on behalf of an entire mid-level guild. Soon, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the inner room. When he saw Su Ming and the black card in his hand, he became visibly excited, his face flushing as his hands trembled slightly. Are you Su Ming, young friend? The old man asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su Ming quickly scanned his information. Name, Yalin Cheng. Profession, Star Spirit Mystic. Level, LV 158. A fourth-year elder, but his profession was a unique support role. Initially awakened as an astrologer's support class, this profession had no offensive abilities but could predict numerous dangers ahead for the team. You know me? Su Ming asked, slightly surprised. Ha ha. The old man laughed heartily, the wrinkles around his eyes smoothing out. Of course, as news of you being favored by the Godslayer Temple spread in Jiang City, all our local exchanges received a message from Jiui. After all, you are our esteemed guest. I didn't expect you to come here. The two quickly engaged in a lively conversation. After Su Ming made his requests, he received a satisfactory response. The black feather and shadowstone were both obtainable. Su Ming preferred to keep the items related to the Dark Phoenix's advancement discreet, collecting them through transactions to avoid alerting Wang Lin, who was connected to a formidable 9th-tier power. It's always wise to be cautious. Finally, Su Ming entered the appraisal room and retrieved a jet black, hard 5-poison cube from his space bag, placing it on the appraisal table. Let's see what you're capable of, Su Ming said with anticipation, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. A system notification sounded in his mind. Appraising this item requires a payment of 2 million. Proceed with appraisal? 2 million. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. I hope you're worth it. Although 2 million wasn't a significant sum for him now, it was still a hefty price. He unhesitatingly confirmed. Appraise. Processing. Appraisal results as follows. 5 poison cube. Epic item information. An item containing the toxic essence of the 5 poison beasts, capable of enhancing its toxicity through the slaughter of 5 types of poisonous creatures. Passive abilities. 1. The bearer is immune to poison damage and can absorb 1/10 of the original poison damage value to restore health. 2. All of the bearer's normal attacks inflict poison damage, with permanent duration. Post-appraisal active traits. 5 poison split, 5 poison convergence. Holder's attack, 300. Su Ming's eyes lit up. It was an item with only passive abilities. It granted poison immunity upon acquisition, though he hadn't realized it at the time. The second and third abilities that activated post-appraisal perfectly complemented his profession. Since his skills were also considered normal attacks, every arrow would now be laced with poison. It would continuously sap 500 health per second, and unless quickly neutralized, it could be lethal. Even more astonishing, the poison damage could evolve. Su Ming was ecstatic. He could foresee tormenting bosses to death with poison alone. Moreover, he finally understood why he obtained the cube. The traits of 5 poison split and 5 poison convergence Xiao. He had stolen 5 dark essences from the 5 poison beasts, preventing the poison essence from returning as usual, ultimately converging in the cube. Unbeknownst to him, in a dark and terrifying crypt, an indescribable chaotic poisonous insect opened countless compound eyes, murmuring with deep astonishment. The dark essence I buried is gone? Even the poison essence is missing. How is this possible? It suddenly hesitated, countless eyes flickering with unease. Could there be a terrifying existence hidden behind that dimension? Then those eyes gradually showed fear, finally losing all composure. To so easily erase everything, it means they didn't consider me a threat. The one who acted must be a shadow overlord. I must report to the insect emperor to avoid rash actions. Such a terror. That dimension surely harbors a terror beyond humanity. One day in the future, when it evolves further, it plans to exact revenge. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement, but he maintained a calm demeanor as he exited the appraisal room. The 5 poison cube had boosted his attack power to an impressive 3,183 points, making him even stronger. Young friend Su Ming, everything you requested has been prepared. The remaining 3.28 million gold coins have been deposited in the black card, Mr. Yi said with a smile, handing the card to Su Ming. Su Ming accepted the card and replied warmly, "Thank you, sir." "Ha ha, a young man with such composure truly impressive." Mr. Yi laughed heartily. Although upgrading Xiao Yi had been straightforward, it had cost a significant amount of money. Su Ming initially planned to buy only 27 skill proficiency crystals, but ended up purchasing 63, enough to upgrade 7 skills from level 1 directly to level 10. This move exhausted the exchange's stock and temporarily emptied his wallet. I can learn 2 more skills now, and with the 2 exclusive skills from my successful job change, I can solve everything at once. Su Ming calculated in his mind. Plus, skills learned from skill books can be forgotten at any time. I should first consult Brother Wang Lin to see if there are any skills particularly suited for survival. As he muttered to himself, he had already left the altar trading house. Shortly after, they boarded a griffin and flew to the teleportation array they had arrived from, leaving the city-state by the snowy mountains. In the center information tower of the imperial capital, a level 9 city-state, within the level 9 area. I've already contacted the old man, and you've been granted access to the godslaying hall, Wang Lin said. The world corridor is far more complex and dangerous than you imagine. Generally, no one is allowed entry before the 4th transition, so you encountered a small issue. Tilting his head, Su Ming asked, "Can I enter? Is there something even the godslaying hall can't handle within the Dragon Kingdom?" His interest piqued. "Of course not. No one would dare interfere with your spot," Wang Lin explained. "However, because you temporarily took an archer's spot, an archer from a certain family was bumped off." Wang Lin gave a meaningful smile, indicating that his relationship with the family was already strained. Su Ming understood immediately. "I see. They want an explanation, don't they?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. "Smart young friend Su Ming, exactly. So, the old man suggested that you have a fair competition with them beforehand." Wang Lin almost chuckled when he said fair. Truly fair 4th transition against 2nd transition. Wang Lin continued. "But after witnessing your impressive area damage, I'm completely at ease. Those old folks don't realize they're in for a surprise. Haha." Su Ming also smiled. Since this was crucial for his job transition, he intended to ensure the opponent was thoroughly convinced of their loss. "Your opponent is level 122 and has already undergone the 4th transition. But they have no idea you're still under the 3rd transition." As the griffin flew towards the wilderness outside the imperial capital, Wang Lin suddenly said, "Here it comes." At the same time, the top of the imperial capital's information tower emitted a deep red glow, which lasted only a moment. Then Su Ming saw the sky above turn into a starry landscape, with the surrounding scenes constantly shifting. This isn't the surface world or the inner world," Su Ming remarked in surprise as he looked around. "Don't be surprised. Those below the 3rd transition typically don't encounter this. Besides, you're still a newcomer who transitioned just days ago," Wang Lin explained. In fact, not only the imperial capital, but the Jiang City information tower can also connect to the divine tower space. Meanwhile, a well-dressed man stood in the center of the field, his face dark with anger, brows furrowed. "Who is Su Ming? How dare he take my spot? Is this newcomer too afraid to show up?" His voice dripped with disdain and impatience. Next to Zhu Peiqi, the person in charge, a middle-aged man, looked helpless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He leaned closer to Zhu Peiqi and whispered, "Young Master Zhu, please remain calm. You know the decision was made by that esteemed individual. As long as you defeat him, the spot will still be yours." Zhu Peiqi may be the weakest, but he did manage to reach the 4th rank in just a year. The middle-aged man thought to himself. "I've heard this Su Ming is a newcomer to the Temple of Godslayers. How can this match be fair?" As they conversed, the air shimmered slightly, and 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. Su Ming and Wang Lin had arrived. Once the scene stabilized, Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a dense forest with 2 figures standing at the edge. "So you're Su Ming?" Zhu Peiqi looked him up and down with disdain in his eyes. "Hiding in the shadows, are we?" He tried to check Su Ming's information but found nothing, prompting a mocking laugh. Su Ming remained calm, ignoring Zhu Peiqi's provocations. Wang Lin, however, couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Zhu, better not cry later. Ridiculous. Afraid of this rookie? Not a chance, Zhu Peiqi scoffed, dismissively. A slight smile played on Su Ming's lips as he discreetly assessed his opponent. Instantly, the system information appeared before him. Name, Zhu Peiqi. Class, Secret Arrow Archer. Level, LV-122. The other middle-aged man was evidently the leader on their side. Name, Li Gud. Class, Swift Wind Assassin. Level, LV-188. In the next moment, beams of light enveloped both Su Ming and Zhu Peiqi, transporting them to different areas within the forest. The forest is the perfect stage for a secret arrow archer like me, Zhu Peiqi thought as he swiftly concealed himself in the thick foliage, a cold smile on his lips. Kid, you're too inexperienced to take my spot. He chose to hide his presence, waiting for his prey to appear. In his mind, once the target showed up, there would be no escape from his arrow's pursuit. Simultaneously, Su Ming was transported to the other side of the forest. Wang Lin's parting words still echoed in his ears. This space is a virtual battleground created by the Imperial Capital Information Tower using the Tower of Gods. In here, death isn't real, just defeat the opponent to win. A smile tugged at Su Ming's lips. Typically, a vast forest is indeed the most thrilling setting for an archer duel, where archers use the trees for cover to pick off their opponents step by step. But he was different. Hide? Not an option, Su Ming murmured. Since I don't know where you are, I'll just cover the entire forest. Eagle-eyed. His eyes sharpened instantly, his vision expanding dramatically. He then advanced, drawing his bow taut. Explosive arrow, explosive arrow. 4 arrows per second, each arrow splitting into 400. Countless flaming arrows whistled forth, blanketing the path ahead. The dense sound of arrows filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Followed by the loud explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Hidden behind the trees, Zhu Peiqi wore a scornful smile. His family had told him that Su Ming might have a level over 100, but certainly not 4th rank. The advantage was his. Foolish, making such a commotion, he thought, amused by the distant noise. He's practically announcing his position. With such skills, he dares compete with me. Zhu Peiqi adjusted his stance, readying his bow. Watch me draw, huh? He suddenly looked up to see the sky covered in countless red dots, too many arrows to evade. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The fiery rain descended mercilessly, igniting everything in its path. Damn! Zhu Peiqi stood frozen in place, his mind overwhelmed by a single incredulous thought. Is it even possible to cheat in a virtual battlefield? How is this possible? Zhu Peiqi was utterly stunned, her eyes wide open. How could an archer release such a dense barrage of arrows in just a few seconds? Her face was pale, filled with disbelief. If I can't dodge, then I won't, she calculated quickly in her mind. With that many arrows, each individual one can't do much damage. Gritting her teeth, Zhu Peiqi decided to confront the attack heat-in. She let out a cold laugh, staring at Su Ming on the other side. This guy was foolish enough to expose his position. All she had to do was take him out before the arrow storm hit. She gave a sinister smile at the incoming arrows, released her bowstring, and shot an arrow through the air. You think this can? Then, Zhu Peiqi opened her eyes in bewilderment, frozen in place. Did he die? She didn't even know how she lost. The scene before her gradually became clear as her consciousness returned to reality. If this had been a real battle, she'd be ashes before she even reacted. Hiss! Li Gud stood to the side, eyes wide with disbelief, his voice filled with shock. Not even a minute, and you're out. Wang Lin, however, smirked slightly, watching the scene unfold as if he had expected this outcome. Two only shot 1 arrow. How did I lose? Zhu Peiqi's voice trembled, her fingers clenched into fists. How could that kid shoot so many arrows in such a short time? It's impossible, he must have cheated with the information tower system. Zhu Peiqi was filled with doubt and anger, her eyes showing her unwillingness to accept the defeat. At this point, Su Ming walked over calmly, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Brother Wang Lin, is everything settled now? Yes. Wang Lin nodded in confirmation, his eyes filled with admiration. TSK, 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 Wang Lin thought to himself. Even I have to be cautious facing Su Ming. The Zhu family kid must feel humiliated. You must have cheated, right? Zhu Peiqi stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury, unable to comprehend her complete defeat. Su Ming shook his head coldly, his gaze calm, yet carrying a chill. He had noted Zhu Peiqi. If her family ever decided to go against him, he wouldn't hold back. But for now, completing his job transition task was his priority. You dare look down on me? Oh. Zhu Peiqi clenched her fists, her face tense with veins bulging. Wang Lin walked out with Su Ming, pausing for a moment before turning back to Sai. Don't compare yourself to Su Ming, or you'll just end up frustrated. Perhaps it won't be long before Su Ming reaches his 4th or even 5th transition. The gap will only widen then. What do you mean? Zhu Peiqi was stunned, watching helplessly as the two disappeared from view. A hidden class? He muttered. Grandfather mentioned Su Ming might have a hidden class, but can a hidden class achieve this? No way. He gritted his teeth, his voice low but determined. Su Ming, next time we meet, I'll prove to everyone that I'm the strongest archer. Su Ming, are you really just an arrow master? After leaving the arena, Wang Lin turned his head to ask, his eyes filled with curiosity. Facing Wang Lin's gaze, Su Ming nodded without changing his expression. If you don't believe me, you can check yourself. All right then, rest assured, my promise to you remains unchanged. Wang Lin showed a genuine smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit secret room, the silhouettes of two elderly men could be seen, their faces worn yet resolute under the light. Elder Wu, could the hidden future be related to that boy's hidden class? I don't know. Even I can't see through it. The elder's voice was hoarse, but his eyes were bright. If it really is him, you must protect him well, cough cough. Elder Wu, Wang Bo's face showed concern. It's all right, Xiao Bo, I can hold on for another 2 years. The elder raised his hand to stop him. But the future of Longhua and even Blue Planet is becoming increasingly unpredictable. Yet, the Lighthouse Nation continues to provoke civil wars. Damn it. The alien races and the heavenly demons are stirring, and he might bring us a surprise. Cough cough. Okay. Wang Bo responded with a hint of sadness. The person referred to as Elder Wu was the first in Longhua to reach the 9th transition, and he was the most senior elder. Moreover, his class was a support-type hidden class. If he wished, he could see almost all information about those of a lower level, at the cost of his own life. He was inscrutable, as if he had no past, but that was good news. Wang Bo pondered over Wu Lao's last unexplained words when his phone vibrated, and a message from Wang Lin popped up. Did Su Ming solve it in less than a minute? Wang Bo muttered to himself, but he didn't share what Wu Lao had said with Wang Lin. He frowned deeply. Being a master archer was already impressive, but what if Su Ming's abilities went beyond that? He must be a treasure. Su Ming might be our Dragon Nation's future hope. Wang Bo crossed his hands under his chin, contemplating the current situation. For now, he could still buy Su Ming some time to grow. I can't be too obvious about it, he chuckled to himself. I heard he needs a flying skill to save himself. It wouldn't be too much to give him one, would it? He was relieved that Su Ming was discovered by his own people first in the Dragon Nation. Thanks to his swift intervention and Wu Lao's efforts, much of Su Ming's real-world information had been specially concealed and suppressed. Su Ming's hidden class was completely different from past hidden class holders. Su Ming wasn't aware that the two elders were paving the way for him, but he knew his strength would only become more evident unless he kept hiding and refrained from action. Now, with the support of the God-slaying Hall, he might as well ride the wave and become an unbeatable force. Oh, by the way, Su Ming, Wang Bo suddenly said, aren't you missing a flying skill? My uncle's family urgently needs something from the world corridor. After they posted the task, I intercepted it for you. The reward is a flying skill that's perfect for you. Will you take it? Since your 3rd turn task is in the world corridor, the probability that your 4th turn task is also there is very high, Wang Bo added. Su Ming was thrilled and nodded eagerly. I'll take it. It was a picking task, which didn't conflict with his current mission. Even if he didn't complete it, he wouldn't lose anything. The flying skill was worth billions and was priceless. With Brother Wang here, it's like being in the right place at the right time, you know? As for the 4th turn task, Su Ming was already mentally prepared. The subsequent tasks were related to his class and were indeed likely to also be in the world corridor. In the center of the capital, at the information tower, level 9 district, Su Ming returned to this towering summit, this time following Wang Lin into its interior, up to a special chamber. Before him appeared a large crystal ball again. Only this time, it was completely transparent, unlike the one seen during regular class changes. In the entire Dragon Nation, only the capital and the Magic City had nodes to enter the world corridor from level 80 to level 180. This special dimension, spanning the 3rd to 5th career turns, was different from ordinary secret realms. Only one person could enter each node at the same time, and someone had already entered the Magic City's node for a while. Moreover, other countries also had nodes, meaning Su Ming might encounter people from other nations entering at the same time. Su Ming was well aware that if there was a conflict with people from other countries, they would attack without hesitation. For his own safety, he wouldn't hold back either. Finally, Wang Lin temporarily lent one of his protective items to Su Ming, who put it around his neck and stepped into the teleportation array. The large crystal ball shone brightly, and after a moment of dizziness, the scene before him changed. World Corridor, Dawn Church Heroic Temple, Hall of Heroes. A white-bearded priest was praying devoutly. Oh, esteemed Bao Hero Su Ming, thank you for heeding the call of dawn. The elder priest, Holder, quickly led Su Ming toward the main hall with a brisk and determined pace. Holder was apparently unaware that the original Bao Hero had been replaced by Su Ming, but this change would only enhance the mission's success. Su Ming discreetly activated his secret eye, and the information about the elder in front of him immediately appeared. Name, Holder. Occupation, Priest Elder. Level, LV 145. At that moment, Su Ming's log interface flashed as a new message popped up. You have entered the world corridor, gaining a buff, an additional 10 health restored per second, an additional 5 mana restored per second, and shadow damage reduced by 10. This is a bonus provided by the Temple of the Godslayer, Su Ming pondered. The special connection between the Dragon Kingdom and the Church of Dawn is indeed unusual. Before entering this world, Su Ming had already learned that the professional system of the world corridor was similar yet distinct from that of Blue Star. Here, people placed more emphasis on titles rather than professional expertise like his current title. Bao Hero. Guided by Holder, Su Ming soon met more priest elders. They were seated around a wide stone table in the main hall, their expressions stern and grave. Hero Su Ming, the Church of Dawn requires your assistance. A silver-haired elder stepped forward and said, Of course, we will provide you with generous rewards. The elders then straightforwardly explained the entrusted task. Su Ming listened quietly, but his heart grew increasingly restless. Had just arrived and already triggered a main storyline quest related to his profession. This event was evidently crucial to the church. Su Ming was well aware of the iron rule in this realm. The cost of death was true death. He kept this in mind, knowing he must execute every step as perfectly as possible. So that's how it is, everyone. I didn't expect Late Calamity to be such an existence, Su Ming remarked. A system prompt then appeared. The Church of Dawn has issued you a quest, the Sole Returner of Dawn. Do you accept? The situation matched Su Ming's conjecture. The Church of Dawn needed a skilled archer to enter the Hall of Heroes in the land of the dead and release Late Calamity, who had been corrupted by the heroic magic arrow. Due to the arrow's unique properties, only an archer could end him. The heroic magic arrow might actually be a good thing for me, Su Ming thought to himself. Sigh. Lade was once the church's foremost archer, unmatched by anyone. An elderly elder lamented. But after being beguiled by the heroic magic arrow, he ultimately became a demon of slaughter. Hero Su Ming, once you lay him to rest, you must quickly destroy the heroic magic arrow, the elders urged with concern. Understood, Su Ming replied briefly, his calm demeanor reassuring the elders. The elder priests exchanged whispers privately. Su Ming seemed so confident. He must be at least LV 150. After all, the church had already lost several invaluable archers over this matter. The details of the quest appeared before Su Ming. The Sole Returner of Dawn. Description: legendary genius archer Lade reappeared after disappearing for centuries, only to become a slaughtered demon enslaved by the magic arrow Lade Calamity, following his instinct to hunt one prey after another in the land of the dead. Requirement: defeat Lade Calamity to release him, and use the Bottle of Dawn to return his soul to the dawn. Level requirement: LV 80 LV 179. Class restriction: no restriction for the outer area. Final Hall of Heroes requires archer class. Party restriction: outer area party limit of 20. Final Hall of Heroes must be solo, no party allowed. Time limit: none. Wow, not the usual quest, but Su Ming's tears flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. The Holy Magic Stone was an ultra-rare item unique to the world corridor, not replaced even with equipment changes. The Holy Magic Stone being specifically for Bao-type weapons would only enhance its effects for him. Su Ming was secretly delighted, as this stone not only matched his weapon perfectly, but also came with a mysterious title. Regardless of the final outcome, this title was bound to be greatly beneficial to him. Rest assured, everyone, I will complete this task, Su Ming said with determination. Even though this task did not overlap with his job transformation, he would not miss this opportunity. It was a rare hidden task that even Zhu Peiqi was unaware of. Initially, the purpose of entering this place was merely to kill monsters and collect precious items. If it weren't for Su Ming's premonition due to his job transfer task, this opportunity might not have been his to seize. Su Ming smiled slightly and continued, Esteemed priests and elders, besides your commission, I also need to enter Yinglu Valley to collect some rare herbs. Could the church provide me with a more detailed map? He patiently awaited their response. He didn't want to miss this side quest as long as it didn't delay the main storyline. Moreover, there he could unleash his firepower freely, and his leveling speed would likely be faster than in the inner world. Yinglu Valley. Holder looked puzzled. Yes, this, Su Ming was about to explain when he noticed Holder's expression turn uneasy. Eventually, another priest named Luffman sighed and explained, Brave Su Ming, you may not know this, but Yinglu Valley has recently become a temporary base for the undead cult, blood demon cult, and other evil sections. They seem to be conducting some dangerous ritual. Hasn't the Church of Dawn taken any action? Su Ming asked with a frown. Yes, we have dispatched an entire brave legion to suppress them. Another hero is accompanying the legion. We believe we will receive the latest intelligence soon, Luffman replied. After understanding the situation in Yinglu Valley, Su Ming successfully obtained 2 relatively detailed maps. You have obtained a detailed map of Yinglu Valley. You have obtained a detailed map of the land of the dead. If you still plan to go to Inglu Valley, Commander Horton might be able to offer you substantial help, Holder said, handing over a sun emblem and a small golden bottle. You have obtained the Church of Dawn emblem. You have obtained the Dawn bottle. The Dawn bottle can ultimately purify Lade's soul and return it to the light. Praise the sun, and may the dawn protect you. With a deep breath, Su Ming stepped into the church's teleportation array. When he opened his eyes again, Su Ming found himself in a gloomy, withered forest outside Sanglai town. The teleportation only reached the edge of the nearest town to the land of the dead. He quickly gathered his thoughts, took out the map, and headed towards the land of the dead. Soon, after passing through the withered forest, a crimson mist enveloped the entire land. Is this mist poisonous? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. It seemed that even before reaching the outskirts of the land of the dead, it had already deterred many adventurers. Despite his musings, he didn't stop because he carried the 5 poison cube. Sorry, I'm immune to poison. Suddenly, from the far left, there was a stirring sound. Countless eyes glowing red emerged from the ground. Su Ming swiftly shifted to the right while activating his eagle-eye vision. Gale arrow net hell. Ice arrow shadow arrow. Within a second, 4 different effect arrows flew from his fingers, blanketing the sky as they shot forth. Thanks to Hawkeye's wide field of vision, Su Ming could see the information of the creatures ahead from a safe distancia group of crimson demon rats ranging in level from 105 to 115. So it's just a bunch of rats. Su Ming's eyes flashed with disdain as system data automatically appeared in his view. Crimson Demon, Rat Common Wild Monster, Level 108, HP 218, 000218, 000. Although these creatures were small and agile, their most fatal weakness lay in their eyes, which could emit crimson rays. Let's start with you. The agility effect of Gale arrows had already kicked in, making Su Ming's movements incredibly swift. He knew that the crimson rays were a terrifying long-distance linear attack skill. Although he wasn't sure if his 1,614 defense points could completely withstand the rats' attacks, the fact that their fatal weakness was in their eyes gave him confidence in his victory. The rat horde, which was about to charge, was suddenly affected by the powerful force of net hell, forcibly pulling them towards the center. Astonishing damage numbers continuously surged above the wild monsters' heads, and system notifications flashed repeatedly. You have defeated Crimson Demon Rat LV-108, gaining 135,000 experience. You have defeated Crimson Demon Rat LV-108, gaining 135,000 experience. Each wild monster gives 5 times the experience. It's just too good. Su Ming marveled as he continuously shot shadow arrows to cover the entire rat horde. The combination of a max-level net hell and shadow arrows group silence is just ruthless. He recalled using 27 skill proficiency crystals before setting off, which had brought all his core skills to a perfect level 10. Net hell LV-10 fires a special arrow with no attack power, which, upon reaching its target, generates hatred towards all nearby wild monsters, forcing them to gather at the point of impact for 2.5 seconds. The current range is a 1,000 meter radius. The most terrifying aspect of this skill was not only the increased duration to 2.5 seconds, but also the significant range boost 1,000 meters. Any wild monsters trying to get close would first be forcibly pulled back. Holy Light Arrow LV-10. After a 3-second charge, fires a Holy Light Arrow that deals 1,200 true attack damage to the target, purifies all its beneficial effects, and transfers them to the user for 10 seconds. Consumes 1,500 mana, with a 60-second cooldown. Shadow Arrow LV-10. After a 3-second charge, fires a Shadow Arrow that deals 600 attack damage to all targets within a 50 by 50 range, with a 50 chance to silence them for 1 second, preventing any skill use. Consumes 1,500 mana, with a 60-second cooldown. The Holy Light Arrow now not only purifies benefits, but also doubles them for the user, while the Shadow Arrow's attack range has reached terrifying levels, with a 50 chance to trigger a silence effect, making it the best tool for group kills. Whoosh, 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 the sound of arrows piercing the air was incessant. Most of the rat horde was not only silenced, but also frozen into ice until death. A few lucky ones that dodged the first wave of arrows finally shot out crimson rays, but Su Ming easily evaded them with his ghost-like movements. Even though I won't get hurt, why let them hit me? Su Ming chuckled to himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the terrifying speed boost from Gale arrows. The system log updated again. Crimson Demon Rat Progress. 100. You have plundered 7 attack points. With the special progress bar reaching 100, Su Ming smirked, thinking, I wonder how many times I need to poison before I can enhance again. Surrounded by a mountain of corpses, Su Ming continued to push forward. The poisonous damage Su Ming was currently enduring was negligible compared to the terrifying harm he was facing. He frowned slightly, but didn't pay much attention to it. The scarlet demon rats he killed dropped a bunch of ordinary items, and Su Ming casually tossed all the loot, except for the skins and meat, into his backpack. No equipment. Useless rats, he muttered, knowing well that these wild creatures weren't supposed to drop any equipment. As he ventured deeper, Su Ming finally stepped into the densest part of the poisonous mist. The sight before him made everything clear. The true culprits behind the toxic fog were another group of wild creatures, the small overlords of this misty land, the mist venom snakes. Mist venom snake. Common wild creature level, LV 118. Health, 273,000, 273,000. Info, individually average, but in groups, they possess the terrifying ability to alter the environment. Weakness, 7-inch mark. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Little snakes, do you know I can inflict an additional 10 true damage on you? Before the venomous snakes could react, Su Ming decisively drew his longbow. The bowstring tightened, and the arrowheads glimmered with a dangerous firelight. Explosive arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Arrows rained down, each one hitting its target with precision. Thanks to the semi-active skill of toxic smoke, as long as the mist venom snakes kept breathing, they could generate large amounts of poisonous fog. But to Su Ming, this posed no threat. In just a few moments, all that remained on the ground were charred snake corpses. Using fire against venomous snakes proved to be remarkably effective. System notifications flashed repeatedly. You have slain mist venom snake LV 118, gaining 145,000 experience. You have slain mist venom snake LV 129, gaining 145,000 experience. Mist venom snake progress, 100. You have plundered 8 defense. Perfectly resolved, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction, feeling the accumulating experience points. Perhaps once he completed the job change, he could immediately take on the 4th transition quest. This advanced progress made Su Ming feel a bit bemused. He couldn't help but wonder, how long would it take others or teams to pass through this area smoothly? And he, in less than 10 minutes, passed through unscathed. Among the loot were several pairs of silver quality boots, which could be sold for a good amount. As Su Ming was tallying his gains, he suddenly noticed a large mother snake had dropped a piece of gold-level armor. That's not bad. Su Ming beamed with a sunny smile, immediately swapping the equipment. Snakeskin boots replaced rabbit-skin boots, and the mist robe replaced the fire armor. Snakeskin boots. Silver type, boots. Class, general. Level requirement, LV 40. Attributes, agility 20, defense 10, durability 40-40. Feature, 10 chance to poison the attacker for 1 second upon being hit. Su Ming thought. Not many days had passed, and even his beginner gear hadn't worn out yet. Mist robe, gold type, armor. Class, general. Level requirement, LV 80. Attributes, health 5,000, defense 80, durability 100,100. Feature, 30 chance to poison the attacker for 1 second upon being hit. This equipment perfectly met his level requirement. Su Ming chuckled, realizing that both items had poison effects as their features, as if it was destined. Passing through the toxic mist, Su Ming finally reached the outskirts of the real land of death. He became more vigilant, using his eagle-eye ability to scout the area. After confirming there were no lurking dangers, he cautiously stepped inside. The Hall of Heroes, where Lady Calamity was currently trapped, was a secret altar space somewhere in the land of death. Besides the Dawn Church, no other forces were aware of Lady Calamity and the existence of the Spirit Arrow. Generally speaking, no one would come to this place. However, at this moment, in the opposite direction, 2 tall figures cloaked in black quickly made their way through the poisonous marsh, approaching the vicinity of the land of death. Bilaxi, this is the right place according to the intel. However, their destination was just off from Su Ming's path. Little did anyone know, deep within this place lay a shadowy incarnation of a demon god sealed away. Oh, great power of the demon god, very good. The land of death, Black Crow Cliff. Su Ming arrived at the base of Black Crow Cliff, guided by his map, with the incessant cawing of crows echoing around him. As he ventured deeper, he halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on an unusual spot on the cliff fascia, faint blue glow emanating from a damp, moss-covered rock wall. A flock of pitch-black crows was fiercely battling at the source of the glow, pecking at each other in a frenzied struggle over the glowing object. Su Ming's vision immediately displayed the information about these creatures. Shadow Crow, common wild monster level, LV 124. HP, 281, 000, 281, 000. Info, crows with shadow abilities. Holy light can have a significant effect. Weakness, beak. The sharp-eyed crows soon noticed Su Ming, perceiving him as yet another competitor for the coveted treasure. How can I let this slide? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Caw, caw, caw. The flock cried out in unison, their wings stirring up a shadowy storm. Undaunted by the aggressive onslaught, Su Ming stood his ground. With a flick of his wrist, a longbow appeared in his hand. The bowstring thrummed as arrows rained down like a relentless storm. Gale, arrow, gale, arrow. Wind clashed against wind, two forces colliding violently. Su Ming's arrows wove an impenetrable net of death in the air, ensnaring the crows within. With a smirk, Su Ming released a precise shot, targeting the other side of the cliff. The crows, intent on guarding the glow, were unwittingly drawn into the attack range. Caw, chirp, chirp, chirp. Red damage numbers floated through the air. The crows, oblivious to the severity of the situation, suddenly went rigid, then one by one rolled over with upturned eyes, plummeting to the ground below. You have slain Shadow Crow LV-128, gaining 172,000 experience. You have slain Shadow Crow LV-129, gaining 172,000 experience. Watching the critical hit values flash across the screen, Su Ming marveled. I'm not even fully advanced, and I'm already landing more than half my hits as criticals. Soon, I'll surpass 100. He then calmly analyzed. Of course, higher-level bosses will have significant anti-critical stats, so the higher the value, the better. Su Ming's actions were swift and unrelenting, his steps just as agile. Taking advantage of the distraction among the crows, he deftly leapt up the small stone steps, heading straight for the source of the glow. This is the azure blue fruit. His eyes glittered with excitement as he finally discerned the treasure within the glow, a peculiar flower with a fruit on the verge of ripening. The crows had fought endlessly for this moment, only for it to fall into the hands of an outsider. The glow was fading, signaling the optimal time for harvesting. Su Ming swiftly unleashed several ice arrows at the approaching crows. Ice arrow. Chunks of ice rained from the sky, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming reached out without hesitation, plucking the azure blue fruit and storing it in his backpack in one fluid motion. Su Ming's excitement was well-founded. The azure blue fruit was a rare item in the world corridor, with records in the Imperial Capital's archives stating that any profession could gain a permanent buff by consuming the fruit during their career advancement. The timing would be perfect for him to consume it once he reached his third advancement. Caw, 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 caw. The shadows thickened, and the crows were visibly enraged. Su Ming's expression turned cold, a faint smile playing at his lips. Now that I have the fruit, none of you are getting away. Shadow arrow, Su Ming snorted. You bring shadows, so do I. But you're no match for me, are you? Chirp, 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 chirp. Though the shadowy veil reduced his visibility, it did nothing to hinder Su Ming's assault. Effortlessly drawing his bow, he unleashed a chaotic barrage that covered the entire area. Because my coverage is total wherever you run, arrows will follow. Shadow Crow progress, 100. You have absorbed 2,000 life, gaining an additional 2,000 large life points. Su Ming was grinning from ear to ear. Health points were the attribute he needed most at the moment. He looked over the battlefield with a slight smirk. A mass attack with silence even the gods would have to hide. This feeling was exhilarating. As the shadows dissipated, Su Ming bent down to pick up the spoils on the now deserted battlefield, his eyes sharply scanning every inch of the ground. He raised an eyebrow. So these foolish birds also drop black feather quills. Among the pile of bird legs and wings, Su Ming's fingers sifted through the debris to discover a few special feathers, jet black and shiny, just as precious as those traded at the exchange. Each one was valuable, and now, he had been lucky enough to find 3. He carefully stored the feathers, and his thoughts turned to his contracted creature. The little one had already used the advancement item and was completing its evolution in the contract space. Once her first evolution was complete, both her appearance and strength would truly transform. The Hall of Heroes is actually hidden within the mysterious space of the Raven Altar, Su Ming muttered to himself, recalling the legends recorded by the Dawn Church. This place was once home to an ancient shadow beast, manifesting as a black raven. Thus, the altar is a symbol of the eternal call of the ravens to the gods. Legends are always a mix of truth and fiction. No one in the world corridor had ever seen the altar receive a response from the shadow beast. Instead, it was the Dawn Church that used secret methods to communicate with the Hall of Heroes. Unintended success, perhaps? Su Ming shrugged, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Eagle-eyed. As he moved forward, he tensed up, becoming more vigilant. Before entering the Hall of Heroes, he had to break through the defenses of the Raven Altar itself, a giant raven boss. This boss allowed a team of 20 to take it on, and had additional plundering attributes, not to be missed. He quickened his pace, gripping his weapon tightly. Squawk. The next second, a tremendous noise invaded Su Ming's ears, filled with rage and fury. The shadow of a giant bird darkened the already gloomy cliff, making it even more somber. It seemed to have discovered that all its minions had been wiped out by Su Ming. Su Ming decisively raised his longbow, a dangerous curve on his lips, aiming at the bird high above the altar. Come down here, big bird. An arrow flashed coldly, followed by a barrage of arrows, carrying fierce winds and forming icy blossoms. Against the massive boss, a single freezing arrow could only cover part of it, but it still significantly hindered its movements. The bird's wings became stiff, covered in ice, and it slowly descended a few notches with difficulty. Looks like I can't pass up the flight skill book. Su Ming calculated. If I could fly, taking down this boss would be even easier. But now, even as a level 135 boss, what can you do? I'll take you down all the same. Ice arrow, get down here obediently. Shadow Raven King. Boss level, LV 135. Health points, 7.922 M, 12.866 M. Info, a creature empowered by formidable shadow forces, master of the Black Ravens. Weakness, claws. Su Ming squinted, examining the boss's attributes. No mistake, this boss's health exceeded 10 million. Even for a team of 20 around level 135, defeating this boss without casualties required extensive preparation and damage calculation. But I alone am equivalent to 400 frenzied archers who can shoot until their arms are sore, overwhelming you with damage. Su Ming was full of confidence. In terms of attack, with several powerful items and divine beast bonuses, his damage exceeded 3k, with no worry about failing to penetrate defenses. Currently, Su Ming's health was only 45,000, temporarily at a disadvantage. Once I've plundered enough, boosting my health 100-fold should be no problem, right? He chuckled coldly. But now, he wouldn't give the opponent any chance to retaliate kill. Su Ming's hands moved swiftly, gathering a myriad of icy glints into a single point. Facing this formidable boss, he chose the most practical skill ice arrow. Control, watch me seamlessly lock you down. Su Ming chuckled to himself, his fingers dancing as arrows rained down. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Each arrow hit its mark with precision. The Crow King let out a pained cry, shadows enveloping it instantly. The battle state was triggered, and a small flock of black crows emerged from the shadows. However, under Su Ming's indiscriminate attack, these little crows turned to ice before they could get close, smashing to the ground. The Shadow Crow King attempted to spread its shadows, while Su Ming nimbly moved around the altar's perimeter, switching to Shadow Arrow. Indeed, this tactic worked. The Shadow Crow King seemed trapped, unable to expand its shadows any further. Su Ming closely monitored the boss's shadow teleportation skill. He knew that Xiao Yi's skill set also included a similar ability, which, when combined with shadows, was an incredibly powerful blink skill. This boss's shadow lineage is impressive, Su Ming assessed quietly. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Arrows continued to fly, maintaining the silence effect. Let's see how you blink now, Su Ming smirked. As the number of arrows increased, the accumulated poison damage per second became even more terrifying. Caw, 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 caw. The Crow King cried out anxiously. If it could shed tears, they would have flowed like a river by now. Its wings were quickly covered in frost, making flight extremely laborious. The summoned minions turned to shattered ice before getting close. The once seemingly invincible shadow ability was completely silenced by this human. In desperation, the Shadow Crow King launched a final attack. Countless wings transformed into shadowy needles, flying desperately towards Su Ming. However, Su Ming was prepared. He suddenly stopped, turned, and swiftly distanced himself without looking back. Su Ming. The Crow King let out its final wail. Meanwhile, Su Ming's last wave of arrows had already fallen. The Crow King died in frustration, dissipating into a mass of shadows. System notifications flashed repeatedly. You have slain the Shadow Crow King LV 135 boss, gaining 1.35 million experience. You have slain the Shadow Crow King LV 135 boss for the first time, gaining additional attributes, 500 HP. Shadow Crow King boss progress, 100. You have plundered 3,200 HP. Su Ming finally smiled with satisfaction. What a treasure trove of crows. The HP plundering is so satisfying. Confirming the Crow King was dead, he quickly approached the altar. Knowing there wouldn't be any black crows respawning for at least a few hours, Su Ming eagerly checked the loot. According to the Arrow of Sky's description, killing a boss would guarantee at least one rare item suitable for archers. Su Ming was filled with anticipation. The first thing that caught his eye was over a cubic meter of shadow crystal powder, just the right sustenance for Xiao Yi. There was also a sharp beak, a high-grade material for crafting magical items. Suddenly, something caught Su Ming's attention. What's this? He discovered a black emblem adorned with feathers. Pseudo-hunter emblem, archer item. Upon seeing the unique ability of this item, Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. Pseudo-hunter emblem. Archers excel at camouflage on the battlefield, achieving an effect of blending with the surroundings when activated, which is nullified upon entering combat. Effective against creatures of a lower level than the wearer. That's its only function. Su Ming muttered to himself. Wearing this, it's like achieving optical invisibility in front of creatures below my level. His mind was already envisioning countless scenarios for its use. An archer unnoticed by everyone, suddenly erupting, could certainly cause a massive impact on the entire battle. Although it had only this one ability, Su Ming had already seen its limitless potential. This pseudo-hunter emblem might become a significant weapon in his future conquests. He can still be located through other means. However, he is sure to give a big surprise to anyone meeting him for the first time. Su Ming was secretly delighted, thinking that this item must have dropped due to his unique talent. Eagerly, he equipped it and discovered he could activate or deactivate it at will, marveling at its convenience. Su Ming quickly sorted through all his spoils of war and took a moment to review his character stats. Name: Su Ming. Class: Sky-piercing Arrow God. Level: LV80 LV80. Second job advancement. Health: 48,213. Mana: 9,999,999. Strength: 434. Agility: 406. Attack speed: 4.29 arrows. Attack: 3,191. Defense: 1,722. Critical rate: 52. Critical resistance: 25. Single arrow capacity: 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. Although his level was temporarily capped at LV80, Su Ming wasn't concerned. He knew that once he defeated the Rider Calamity and completed his job advancement, the accumulated experience could potentially propel him to LV120 in one leap. Su Ming's strength wasn't reflected in his level, but in the terrifying talents and powerful exclusive skills he acquired with each job advancement. He calculated that by the 9th advancement, he would possess 10 god-level talents, and the thought of his potential made him excited. With the Crow Altar no longer posing a threat, Su Ming strode confidently towards the stone-etched array at the center of the altar. He took out the Dawn Church's token, and the patterns on the token immediately resonated with the stone-etched array. Minutes later, the system log updated. You have activated a mysterious space. You meet the conditions to enter. Would you like to enter? Su Ming recalled the Dawn Church's description. The Hall of Heroes existed in the crevices of the world corridor, making it an excellent place for gifted individuals to surpass themselves. Without hesitation, he chose to confirm. The stone-etched array emitted a faint glow, enveloping Su Ming. In the next moment, a magnificent palace appeared in his sight, seemingly floating in the starry sky. The palace doors were slightly ajar, but the interior was not visible. Above the door, the words Hall of Heroes were inscribed, along with an ancient longbow, suggesting that only archers could enter. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Ming stepped into the grand hall without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, the Dawn Church had intended to create a training ground for powerful archers, but the core had been corrupted and taken over by the Rider Calamity, transforming it into a special boss comparable to LV-130. Several strong archers had already fallen here. The Hall of Heroes only allowed one person to enter at a time, and challengers had to pass the trials within the hall before facing the final boss. Even for experts at LV-179, defeating a LV-130 boss in an unknown battle was no easy feat. The greatest threat lay in the stark difference in health. The boss had 10 million health points, while challengers had only 100,000. As a fragile archer, being hit by the boss's combo could result in instant death. However, having just controlled an LV-135 treasure raven, Su Ming appeared calm and composed. As he stepped into the hall, the environment abruptly changed. Su Ming found himself in a vast desert. A system prompt immediately sounded. Fearless archer, you have initiated the trial of the Hall of Heroes. Only by completing all final trials or facing death will everything come to an end. Then, the first challenge appeared. Desert Shadow Trial 1. Use the archer's wisdom and strength to slay the beasts lurking beneath the sands. The sound of rustling sand echoed all around as numerous sand creatures began to stir. Su Ming looked around warily, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Su Ming decisively activated his special skills. Hawkeye, Arrow Net Hell, he murmured, and his vision expanded instantly, taking in everything around him. To the northwest, an arrow shot through the air. The activation of these two auxiliary skills allowed him to quickly grasp the battlefield situation. The rustling sounds that were closing in from all directions now converged at the point where Arrow Net Hell landed. A confident smile played on Su Ming's lips, and a glint of self-assurance flashed in his eyes. Thunderbolt Arrow, he called out twice, and currents of electricity surged around him, forming a ring of lightning centered on his position. While other archers might choose to move constantly to confuse the enemy, Su Ming stood as steady as a rock. He stood there with composure and a hint of audacity, as if declaring to his enemies, I'm right here. Come through this electric field if you dare. Amidst the crackling of electricity, Su Ming's gaze pierced through the electric field, landing on the gathering point of the wild monsters. Finally, he saw the true form of these creatures emerging from the ground. Sand skeletons, special monsters with a mutation level of LV-125 and health points of 52, 00052, 000. Su Ming quickly analyzed the information. These skeletons traded their health for immense attack power, making them extremely dangerous up close. However, their clumsy movements gave him an advantage. So why not fight to his heart's content? Explosive Arrow. Shadow Arrow. Su Ming unleashed a barrage of arrows in rapid succession. With a series of whistling sounds, terrifying damage numbers floated up. The sustained area damage of the thunderbolt arrow combined with the instant explosive power of the explosive arrow and shadow arrow created a deadly web of firepower. The skeletons were shattered by the dense arrow rain as soon as they appeared. A few remaining skulls attempted to fly towards Su Ming to bite him, only to be blasted into fragments by a shouted, explosive arrow. Amidst the booming explosions, Su Ming calmly thought, "Art is an explosion." From the start to the end of the battle, Su Ming hadn't moved an inch. The system notifications flashed continuously. You have killed Sand Skeleton LV-125, gained 50,000 experience. You have killed Sand Skeleton LV-126, gained 50,000 experience. Although the experience from a single skeleton wasn't much, their sheer numbers made up for it. Soon, the Sand Skeleton progress reached 100, and Su Ming additionally gained 12 attack bonus points. At that moment, the system prompted again. Fearless Archer, congratulations on passing the Shadow of the Desert trial, earning the Hall of Heroes bow permanent gain, Strength 20, Agility 20, Attack Speed 0.2. A hint of delight flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Such a significant boost explained why the Church of Dawn was reluctant to abandon this place. If not for the sudden appearance of the Rider Calamity, the Church of Dawn, occupying this Hall of Heroes, could have nurtured a large number of powerful archer legacies within a few years. For Su Ming, the increase in attack speed was particularly thrilling. He knew well that in this perilous world, every bit of power gained could be the key to survival. Su Ming murmured to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips, current attack speed, for 0.49 arrows per second. Soon, I'll be pushing for 1.5 shots per second. With the completion of the first trial, the scene before him changed abruptly. He was once again standing under the vast expanse of the starry sky, reminiscent of his first arrival outside the Hall of Heroes. However, this time, two golden doors appeared ahead, each shimmering with different messages. Challenge the left God domain, normal difficulty, average rewards. Challenge the right God domain, extreme difficulty, rich rewards, and access to the leaderboard of past challengers. Successfully passing this trial would lead him to the final layer where the disaster of Lade resided. Su Ming recalled how the previous group chose the left door to conserve their strength, only to fall to Lade's arrows. I choose the right, Su Ming declared with resolve. Each professional had only one chance to enter the World Corridor Hall of Heroes, succeed or face death. As a greedy traveler, Su Ming understood the importance of quickly becoming stronger. He was not reckless. He knew his own strength and potential. Others might not have the capability, but I do. A true man always chooses the hardest mode. With that, Su Ming stepped into the right door. You have chosen to challenge the right God domain, Trial 2. Challenger leaderboard activated. Wave 13. Challenge countdown 10 seconds. Who? As he safely entered the door, Su Ming found himself in a massive sky arena. During the 10-second preparation time, he quickly memorized the arena's layout. A stormy sandy area in front, snow-covered mountains to the left, a thunderous lake to the right, and a temporarily calm grassy field behind. It seems I'll have to handle attacks from creatures with different attributes simultaneously. For a lone archer, this was indeed a daunting trial. Yet, for some reason, Su Ming felt a thrill. If they come, I'll take them all down. As the countdown ended, Su Ming stood in the center of the battlefield, launching swift arrows towards the sandy, snowy, and stormy areas. Gale, arrow. At the same time, his agility propelled him forward, and he turned his gaze to the grassy field behind. Secure the grassy field first, and there'll be no worries from behind. Sure enough, as the gale arrows struck, a flood of creatures emerged from each scene. The difficulty was indeed immense, with attacks coming from all directions. Unlike the clumsy sand skeletons, these four types of creatures were each unique, working in powerful synergy with their environments. Charging across the grassland were ironhorn rhinos. Information about them immediately appeared in Su Ming's mind. Ironhorn rhino. Special creature. Mutant level, LV-128. HP, 126, 000126, 000. Info, sacrifices health for immense attack power, with a terrifying trampling effect on grassland. Battlefield buff, direct damage received on the grassland is reduced by 10. Weakness, rear. The iron-horned rhinos, like other mutated wild creatures, come with additional battlefield buffs. Su Ming couldn't help but feel pleased his strategy had worked. He managed to take control of one battlefield and lure the other three groups in. Out of the way, arrownet hell. Su Ming shouted as he suddenly braked in front of the charging herd. An arrow shot through the air like lightning, piercing the back of the herd. To his surprise, the charging rhinos abruptly turned, now charging in the same direction as Su Ming. With your backsides facing me, I can't help myself, Su Ming smirked, drawing his bowstring taut. Shadow arrow, explosive arrow. Arrows rained down, each one hitting the rhino's weak spots with precision. With the critical hits double damage, Su Ming was like a master butcher. The battle log updated rapidly. You have slain Ironhorned Rhino LV-127, gaining 51,000 experience. You have slain Iron-Horned Rhino LV-128, gaining 51,000 experience. A large number of rhinos collapsed, while the remaining ones roared in fury, their hooves pounding the ground, causing it to tremble. I can't let you destroy this place, Su Ming quickly reacted. Shadow arrow silence. Silence them all. However, Su Ming keenly noticed that the rhino's roar seemed to be some sort of buff. He immediately adjusted his strategy. Hold on. Holy light arrow pew 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 pew. It was a rare moment for the holy light arrow to shine, and Su Ming wasn't going to miss it. Soon, the silenced rhinos fell under the next wave of holy light arrows. The battle log refreshed again. You successfully purified the iron-horned rhino's buff, gaining double transfer. Attack 200, area of effect for group attacks increased by 40, lasting 10 seconds. An increase in the range of area attacks. Su Ming was thrilled, knowing that this would significantly boost his monster-killing speed. Pew 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 pew. The range of the explosive arrows and shadow arrows further expanded, and Su Ming's hands moved swiftly, launching arrow after arrow. The battle log updated once more. Iron-Horned Rhino progress. 100. You have plundered 10 defense points. Su Ming clapped his hands and looked around, realizing he was the only survivor on the grassland. Once you get the hang of it, it's not that hard, he muttered to himself. If Wang Lin, another archer, were here, he might have almost crushed his fingers in frustration. With no time to rest, Su Ming quickly set up an electromagnetic defense barrier in the few seconds he had to gain distance. He knew that a truly qualified archer not only needed high damage output, but also had to ensure his own safety. Only with a calm mindset could one afford to be bold. Thunderbolt arrow. At this moment, the enraged wild creatures from the other 3 battlefields also poured into the grassland. A system prompt followed. Wave 23. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Not only that, but he also saw more rhinos appearing on the grassland. Clearing one battlefield's creatures triggers the next wave early? He seemed to have discovered a feature of this domain of challenges. For Su Ming, whether dealing with 10 or 100 wild creatures at once didn't make much difference. His tactic was to blanket them with a rain of arrows, followed by explosive and shadow silence group attacks, along with a persistent electric field. Crackle, crackle, crackle. With the electric field in place, Su Ming grinned mischievously. The grassland has turned into a field of lightning, hee hee. Then, he looked past the newly arrived iron-horned rhinos, focusing on the back. 2 waves of monsters had accumulated, with 2 types being flying creatures, a nightmare for ordinary archers. But for me, they're just experience points, Su Ming added, already analyzing the information of each one. The blizzard ape, sand dragonfly, and thunder battlehawk lined up in front of Su Ming. These unique creatures, each at level 128, possessed distinct abilities and weaknesses. The blizzard ape was massive, boasting a health of 182,000, thriving in the snowy battlefield. Its nose was its only weak spot, but its formidable attack power compensated for this flaw. The sand dragonfly, with a lower health of 101,000, became significantly more powerful in a stormy environment, though its fragile wings were a clear vulnerability. The thunder battlehawk, with a health of 124,000, excelled in lightning conditions, with its eyes being its sole weakness. Each creature could perform at over 100 efficiency in its respective environment. While most would be daunted by such a lineup, Su Ming was different. His decisive actions minimized potential threats and shortened the time needed for a breakthrough. The battle commenced. The sand dragonflies and thunder battlehawks swarmed the sky, creating a daunting spectacle. Undeterred, Su Ming swiftly laid out his strategy, setting up an electric field on the ground as a defensive line, shouting, "Freeze them all." He then launched a remarkable offensive. Eagle Eye, Arrow Net Inferno. His arrows rained down like a storm. Ice Arrow, Shadow Arrow. His rapid-fire skills turned the battlefield into a frozen wasteland. Within minutes, the battle was over. Su Ming laughed heartily. That's the terror of limitless firepower. Even the final wave of fierce monsters couldn't breach the distance covered by his flying arrows. A system notification popped up. Blizzard 8 progress. 100. You have plundered 9 strength points. Sand Dragonfly progress. 100. You have plundered 1,800 health points. Thunder Battlehawk progress. 100. You have plundered 8 agility points. Waves 33. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, the potential of scalable damage should never be underestimated. In the future, even poison might deal thousands of damage per second. Despite appearing to do a lot, the entire challenge took less than 10 minutes. The system quickly provided an evaluation. Fearless Archer, congratulations on being the 23rd to pass the Divine Domain Rights trial, gaining a permanent boost, Strength 100, Agility 100, Attack Speed 0.5. Wow, a 0.5 attack speed boost. Su Ming excitedly checked his attribute changes. This reward, automatically granted upon completion, was likely more substantial than entering the left door. Next came the random rewards from the leaderboard. Su Ming patiently awaited the Hall of Valor's results, reflecting, I didn't expect 22 others to have passed this devilish challenge before me. But then again, the world corridor has existed for countless millennia, so it's not surprising for an extraordinary archer to emerge in some era. The results were soon finalized. Surprisingly, the leaderboard was divided into two categories. Su Ming first looked at the completion time leaderboard. Completion time leaderboard LV80 LV179. First place, Su Ming. Time, 8 minutes 32 seconds. Second place, Aisharode. Time, 76 minutes 44 seconds. I'm first. Su Ming was surprised. He knew his monster-slaying speed was fast, but he hadn't expected to be first. Seeing the nearly 70-minute gap between himself and the second-place Aisharode, Su Ming couldn't help but mutter, are they really that slow? It seems there's quite a difference, huh? Su Ming's gaze shifted from the leaderboard to the rewards section, his eyes widening with surprise. The reward list prominently displayed rare items like 1 million experience points, a critical hit amulet, and an ultimate stone. His attention then turned to another leaderboard, the overall performance board. In the level 80 to level 179 range, Su Ming topped the list with a score of 19,198, far surpassing the second-place Elgar, who had only 2,077 points, a nearly tenfold difference. Su Ming was secretly delighted. Choosing the super difficult mode had really paid off. Not only had he gained a total of 2 million experience points, but the items he received were invaluable treasures. He carefully examined the attributes of the amulets. Critical Hit Amulet increases the carrier's critical hit rate by 10, with the first attack in battle guaranteed to be a critical hit. Guardian Amulet increases the carrier's defense by 100, reduces the damage from the first attack by 99, with a 24-hour independent cooldown. These two amulets could be equipped to take effect immediately, and the damage reduction effect of the Guardian Amulet was particularly enticing. The Ultimate Stone was an extraordinary consumable item, capable of restoring all statuses, practically granting another life. Su Ming couldn't help but smile like a child. As for the Morning Arrowhead, although it wasn't very useful to him, he was already considering trading it with other archers, thinking that Wang Lin might be interested. As the storm clouds over the snowy mountains gradually dissipated, Su Ming returned to the opulent hall. However, this time the Hall of Heroes did not display the usual information about the Trial of Legacy. A sudden chill swept over him, and Su Ming instinctively drew his bow. At the end of the corridor, a shadowy figure emerged, accompanied by the clanking sound of chains. Intruder, you do not belong here. Die die. A deep voice echoed through the hall. Rider Woe. Su Ming recognized the figure and unhesitatingly shot his arrow. With a burst of speed, Frost blossomed, and silence enveloped a flawless opening combo. Yet, the opponent seemed immune to control effects. Su Ming quickly adjusted his strategy, retreating while switching arrows. Holy Light Arrow. The golden arrow sliced through the air, heading straight for the enemy. A system prompt immediately appeared. You successfully purified Rider Woe's buffs, gaining a double transfer effect. Ignore 200 of all enemies' defenses within 10,000 range. Gain 40 lifesteal effect, lasting 10 seconds. Su Ming was thrilled. The buff was incredible. He swiftly scanned the enemy's information. Level 130. Health 1, 024, 0001, 881, 000. Traits 1. Each one decrease in health increases strength and agility by 1. 2. Attacks always cause burns that cannot be dispelled within 3 seconds. 3. Releases Deathfire when health is below 20. Heroic Transformation. Immune to control. Continues to exist in heroic state for 30 seconds after death, ignoring all damage and control. Information. The Lost One. Destined to lose everything. Weakness. Unable to trigger. This should have been a high-tier, imposing special boss, but in front of Su Ming, its aura seemed to have vanished. Su Ming gripped his bow, ready to face this unexpected challenge. Whether it was defense or bloodlust, all were stolen twice over by Su Ming. As the invader loosed an arrow, Su Ming was already poised, hundreds of arrows shimmering at his fingertips. Die, he muttered, and the arrows cascaded down like a waterfall. Amidst the demonic flames, the twisted visage of Lade Calamity emerged. Su Ming shook his head slightly, recognizing this as nothing more than a pitiful creature driven by the instinct to kill. The life value of 1,881,000 plummeted rapidly under Su Ming's fierce assault. Suddenly, Lade Calamity leaped skyward, a pitch-black magic arrow homing in on Su Ming with uncanny precision. A homing attack. Su Ming was startled, immediately activating his speed boost, his figure flickering like a phantom. Simultaneously, he launched ice arrows, attempting to slow the magic arrow's pursuit. The entire hall transformed into Su Ming's arena of evasion. His figure darted swiftly within the hall, wind arrows shooting skyward. This guy's no joke, Su Ming silently praised, relishing the long-lost challenge. When Lade Calamity's life value dropped below 20, Su Ming surprisingly felt relieved. Death's fire sounded terrifying, but he was prepared. In his hand appeared a molten scale crystal. It's finally your time to shine. Under the relentless barrage of arrows, Lade Calamity's life value plummeted to 15, then 8. It let out a maniacal laugh. Ha! You all must die? I will destroy everything, engulf all in flames. However, in the next moment, the demonized boss suddenly froze. A blaze of death erupted from within, engulfing the entire hall. The cold white flames tinged with crimson consumed everything, except for Su Ming and the scale crystal in his hand, which absorbed the flames instead. How is this possible? You should be dead. Why are you ruining my masterpiece? Ah! Lade Calamity let out a final, anguished roar before being consumed by the inferno. Silence fell over the hall, and the arrows tracking Su Ming slowly dissipated. Yet, Su Ming remained on high alert. He knew that during the 30 absolute seconds after a spirit's demonization, any carelessness could lead to instant death. Su Ming's strategy was simple: evade and stall. Attacks were ineffective now. He just needed to survive these 30 seconds, and it would all be over. Oh, die all of you. I want to destroy. Burn, sun. The sun? What is happening to me? Where is this? Lade Calamity suddenly stopped, confusion filling its voice. As the molten scale crystal continued to absorb the death fire, the temperature in the hall gradually decreased. Su Ming watched Lade Calamity warily, noticing a change in its demeanor. I am Lade, not Lade Calamity, I. Lade Calamity suddenly turned, speaking urgently. Brave archer, was it you who saved me? Before he could finish, it rushed towards Su Ming. Alarmed, Su Ming retreated quickly. What are you doing? Stay back, get away. Warrior, I am about to vanish. Please, you must hear my final words. Lade's tone grew more urgent, as if something important needed to be conveyed to Su Ming. Su Ming cautiously kept his distance from the spirit-possessed Lade Plague, his mind filled with questions. He pondered whether absorbing all the death flames had taken away some of the corruption, allowing Lade to regain some clarity. Unwilling to take risks, Su Ming shouted, whether you're under a demon's influence or have something genuine to say, stop right there. Stay at least 1,000 meters away. Speak up, but it's my choice whether or not to listen. He was determined not to give the other any chance to launch a surprise attack. Last 10 seconds, the choice is yours. What will it be? Su Ming asked calmly. Unexpectedly, Lade Plague spoke. Warrior, beneath this land of death lies a demon god's avatar. Furthermore, there are 2 more hidden under Ingluo Valley and Silent Hill. Please, you must destroy the demon god's avatars. If not, when the demon god awakens and becomes whole, multiple worlds will face an apocalyptic disaster. Su Ming was skeptical. A demon god? Beneath the land of death. Although he had encountered other extraordinary beings like treasure dragons, this information still shocked him. Lade continued. 100 years ago, I came for the demon god's avatar. But in the end, I couldn't resist the corruption of the spirit arrows. He glanced at the molten scale crystal in Su Ming's hand. You can absorb the demonic power. As long as you wield the spirit arrow, you can destroy the demon god's avatar. In his final moments, the spirit-possessed Lade prayed devoutly. Thank you for returning me to the embrace of the dawn. May the dawn protect you. His actions proved to Su Ming that his soul had been purified. As specks of light surrounded him, Lade Plague dissipated. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. A devout believer, what a twist of fate. How pitiful. He hadn't expected the most dangerous 30 seconds to end in such a way. The system notification popped up. You have slain Lade Plague LV-130 boss, gaining 1,500,000 experience. First kill of Lade Plague LV-130 boss, bonus attribute, attack 20. First kill of Lade Plague LV-130 boss, bonus attribute, agility 20. Lade Plague boss progress, 100. You have plundered 18 strength. Su Ming took out the dawn bottle given by Holder. A soft glow slowly emerged from the bottle, blossoming brilliantly. It seemed to sense something, dancing joyfully before dimming and returning to the bottle. Lade should have returned to the dawn. Su Ming sighed, slightly disappointed. What's a boss without dropping anything? No sooner had he spoken than, with the flames fully absorbed, a purplured arrow filled with demonic energy began to form where Lade had perished the spirit demon arrow. Su Ming wasn't sure if this was due to the power of the sky-piercing arrow or if it was the only drop from Lade Plague. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. You have completed the class change quest Spirit Arrow difficulty 10. You have changed class to Immortal Arrow God. Health 10,000, Mana 10,000, Strength 100, Attack Speed 0.5. Immortal Arrow God, impressive. Su Ming clapped his hands, exhaling in relief. At last, after relentless effort, this challenging quest was completed. However, this was far from the end. This is hilarious, absolutely hilarious. It's the peak of amusement. Su Ming couldn't help but crack a smile. With the breakthrough of his constraints, his levels soared like a runaway horse. He jumped directly from third transition to the state where he could take on fourth transition tasks, finally halting at level 120. This leap was enough to prove he deserved the title of Bao God. Feeling the surging power within, Su Ming was both excited and composed. He knew all too well that level 120 was far from sufficient. A thought flashed through his mind. Only by reaching the realm of firing 1,000 arrows and instantly defeating a ninth transition can he truly feel secure. His gaze fell on the attribute panel as he carefully examined the significantly enhanced base stats. Name: Su Ming. Class: Immortal Bao God. Level: 120120 third transition. Health: 67,013. Mana: 9,999,999. Strength: 530. Agility: 640. Attack speed: 5.49 arrows second. Attack: 3,783. Defense: 1,888. Critical rate: 52. Crit resistance: 25. Single arrow capacity: 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. As an archer, these stats were undoubtedly impressive, particularly the terrifying combination of attack speed and damage, which could make any opponent tremble. The only drawback was his health, which increased by only 200 points per level, slightly higher than a pure damage mage, but still relatively fragile. However, Su Ming was no longer worried. His eyes fell on the newly acquired talent, and a wave of joy surged in his heart. With this talent, even the passive of rock armor scale crystal might not have much use. Talent exclusive immortal arrow body undetectable, permanently retained. 1. Possesses a shield equal to 100 of health, takes damage first, benefits from all healing effects, resets if not damaged for 10 seconds. 2. While the shield exists, personal defense is calculated at final value x2, and both shield and defense cannot be ignored. 3. When the shield is broken, cannot be targeted by any skills for 3 seconds. Su Ming couldn't help but shout with excitement. This talent was practically a second life. As long as he was out of combat for 10 seconds, the shield would refresh, and more importantly, after the shield was broken, he'd gained 3 seconds of invincibility. He felt secretly proud. Not only would he lock in health, but he'd also lock in full health. In addition, Su Ming gained 2 exclusive skills. He quickly took out the skill proficiency crystals he had prepared in advance, and used them consecutively to upgrade the 2 skills to the maximum level, level 10. Skill exclusive Rock Shatter Arrow level 10. Charges for 3 seconds before firing a rock-shattering arrow that deals 800 attack damage to the target. If it hits the ground, it triggers an earthquake. Consumes 1,500 mana, with a 60-second cooldown. Guardian Arrow level 10. Fires a guardian arrow that deals 600 true attack damage to all targets in a 20 by 20 area, and steals 10 temporary defense from all targets, transferring it to self up to a maximum defense of 100, lasting 10 seconds. Consumes 1,200 mana, with a 30-second cooldown. Su Ming's eyes lit up with surprise upon discovering a defense-stealing skill. He quickly calculated in his mind. By temporarily stealing 100 defense with Guardian Arrow, combined with the double value calculation of the shield from Immortal Arrow Body, which cannot be ignored. This means that during the 10-second duration of the skill, if someone attacks him, the defense calculation would reach an astonishing 1888 by 4. Holy crap, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. This defense is probably so high that even I can't break it. Not only that, the seismic effect of the shattered rock arrows is truly extraordinary. Thousands of arrows fly simultaneously, turning Su Ming into a creator of natural disasters. His gaze shifted to the first infinite firepower talent, eagerly anticipating the power boost. Effect 2. Each arrow fired splits into an additional 999 arrows with the same effect, increasing with advancement. Su Ming widened his eyes and repeatedly confirmed there was no mistake. 1,000 arrows at once. It was simply beyond human capability. He should have burst into laughter, but instead, he found himself with a mixed expression of amusement and disbelief. Just one advancement ago, it was 400 arrows. This rate of improvement was terrifying, and he was not far from reaching the realm of unleashing tens of thousands of arrows with a single shot. He quickly calculated his current attack speed was 5.39 shots per second, which meant he could fire 5,000 arrows per second, divided into 5 different effects with 1,000 arrows each. Just imagining the scene was enough to make one's blood race. While examining the panel, Su Ming's hands did not stop moving. He retrieved a plump azure fruit from his backpack, and the system prompt immediately appeared. You meet the conditions to use the azure fruit, generating a permanent buff, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Additional life recovery 20 second, omnipotent lifesteal 10, attack speed 0.5 shots second, after theoretically absorbing 30 of total life, lasting for 3 seconds. Su Ming was thrilled. The buffs from the azure fruit were always highly random and sometimes completely useless, but this time he had clearly hit the jackpot. Bloodthirsty Frenzy could increase attack speed. That was a huge win. Not to mention the added lifesteal effect. Given his damage output, the theoretical lifesteal value could explode instantly. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming calmed his excitement and looked further ahead. As he focused on contemplating the magic arrows, a clear, melodious voice echoed in his mind. This arrow is soaked in such rich shadow energy. Xiaomi. Su Ming was overjoyed. Have you successfully advanced? Yes, yes. Oh. The contract space trembled, and Xiaomi's form appeared in the Hall of Heroes. Her jet-black phoenix feathers were mysterious and majestic. She spread her beautiful wings, and her phoenix call resonated through the hall, like a sovereign of shadows. Me. Her streamlined, radiant body made hearts race. This was the legendary phoenix wing soar. Xiaomi had reached LV50, mastering the skills of shadow shift and phoenix wing soar upon her advancement. Su Ming was secretly amazed. This pair, a human and a phoenix, was indeed unique. How could one immediately reach the next advancement state, right after a successful advancement? This majestic and sacred little creature was now in her adolescent phase, a pure, yet emerging powerful young phoenix. Su Ming had determined her gender back when she was still an egg. Xiaomi, let's get down to business. Can you absorb its shadow power? He waved to the dark phoenix, soaring high. Thinking of a feasible method, the magic energy of the spirit arrow wasn't self-generated. I can. Xiaomi nodded her phoenix head, putting aside her playful demeanor. Then, she began to fade, blending into the darkness. Shadow incarnation? Su Ming marveled silently. The shadow touched the spirit arrow. Dark energy surged forth as Su Ming cautiously took a step forward, watching the entire hall gradually become shrouded in thick, ominous aura. He was secretly relieved that he hadn't rashly picked up the item earlier, a decision that was evidently correct. Su Ming furrowed his brows, noticing the information before him suddenly change. Has the activation information changed after the spirit arrow fused with the artifact? He observed closely. On the surface, it still appeared as the spirit arrow, but through his secret vision, he seemed to perceive its true essence. Su Ming had already noticed this ability, although it wasn't mentioned in the talent description. He was certain that his eyes were extraordinary, they were actually part of the artifact. Well, there's nothing more to say, just take it. Now, there was no hesitation in claiming it. Su Ming's gaze softened as he looked at Xiao Yi. Raising a Shadow King from a young age meant avoiding all curses, dark energy, and invasions. It's time to leave. Xiao Yi cheerfully returned to the contract space, greedily absorbing the shadow powder crystals. Meanwhile, Su Ming finally stepped out through the majestic and solemn star gate. Fearless archer, you have gained the approval of the Spirit Hall. You will leave this space in 10 seconds. With a whoosh, Su Ming's figure appeared out of nowhere on the altar of the Raven God. In truth, he hadn't spent much time since entering. The Crow King boss hadn't respawned yet, so he decided to explore in another direction, cautiously verifying what Lade had said. In a certain eerie underground depth, two figures were excitedly conversing. Ha ha, this is the day of great witness, one of them laughed maniacally. With this soul lamp, the power of the demon god will be controlled by the Lighthouse Nation. The two finally unveiled their cloaks, revealing their true faces. That's right, Bila Shi, this is the summoning magic circle for the demon god. The undead cult is about to summon another demon god incarnation. When the two merge and are controlled by us, the lighthouse will become the ruler of Blue Star. And we will be the heroes of the lighthouse, accompanied by beauties and legendary mounts. In reality, they believed that the demon god only had 2 shadow incarnations. Carefully, they took out numerous offerings and began chanting a complex, seductive incantation. Awaken, demon god, and become a slave of our great lighthouse nation. They raised the soul lamp in their hands, eyes filled with fanaticism. Hee hee hee, an eerie laughter echoed in the space. Very good. It is us who have liberated you. Obediently enter the soul lamp. The shadows grew denser, gradually converging towards the soul lamp. He, the indistinct figure within the shadows, continued to emit a chilling laughter. These two insects have awakened themselves prematurely? They almost ruined its plan. I really must thank you. Oh. Su Ming stood frozen in place. Damn, those Lighthouse Nation bastards. Name, Bilashi class, Boulder Mage level, LV 145. Name, Te La Pu class, Traction Warrior level, LV 143. He hadn't expected that following the guidance of the spirit arrow to this extremely secret underground space, he would witness two people arrogantly commanding a shadowy figure, all the while extolling the greatness of the lighthouse, leaving Su Ming speechless. There's no need for me to intervene, because in the next second, the lights suddenly extinguished, and the two were instantly transformed into soulless corpses assimilated by the shadows. Lade hadn't lied. Su Ming confirmed this. It was just unexpected that the Lighthouse Nation turned out to be one of the instigators. Unfortunately, they underestimated the power of the demon god. Without an artifact like the spirit arrow, even Su Ming wouldn't dare explore. They were simply courting death. Xiao Yi, just isolate the shadow power. As long as these shadow forces posed no threat, Su Ming faced the newly awakened demon god incarnation without fear. After all, he had the spirit arrow in hand. Hee, there's another little insect in the distance. The voice within the shadows spoke again, then suddenly seemed puzzled. Huh, why can't I corrode it? Then, it saw Su Ming charging forward, longbow drawn, though this arrow was somewhat different from before. Spirit arrow. An arrow was released, tearing through the air. Hee, poor insect, do you think you can? The demon god's incarnation perished. Su Ming approached the fallen divine arrow with a blank expression, appearing calm, but with his heart racing with excitement. He had truly killed the demon god's avatar with a single shot. As his fingers touched the arrow, he could still feel the lingering divine energy. While luck played a part in this victory, the shadow avatar had not fully regained its demonic powers upon awakening, and its shadow abilities were naturally countered by Xiao Yi's divine arrow was a perfect weapon against it, making the avatar as fragile as a common soldier. The demon god's avatar was utterly defeated, unable to unleash even a fraction of its power before being vanquished. The sooner I deal with the other two avatars, the easier the battle will be. Su Ming calculated his next move in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed a darkly glowing crystal on the ground. Oh, it dropped an eternal shadow crystal. Su Ming's eyes lit up. So, this body was sustained by this extremely dark material. This rare material is something even high-level shadow experts would envy. Su Ming picked up the crystal and examined its patterns under the moonlight. Though it was useless to him, it held a completely different significance for Xiao Yi's Dark Phoenix. Xiao Yi, stop drooling. Su Ming teased, noticing Xiao Yi's reaction. No, absolutely not. Xiao Yi quickly denied, but her eyes were filled with undeniable joy, almost to the point of tears. She was certain in her heart that following Su Ming was the best decision she had ever made. Master Su Ming, Xiao Yi said shyly, please never abandon me. You can ride me now, you know. Su Ming ignored Xiao Yi's flirting, quickly confirming the demon god's complete demise. He drew his bow and used explosive arrows to incinerate the soulless corpses, reducing them to ashes. In the flames, he spotted and picked up an ancient-looking lamp. This soul lamp seems to be mostly intact. Su Ming examined the special item. The lamp was engraved with complex runes, emitting a faint glow. The soul whisper lamp, capable of controlling and directing absorbed shadow creatures by igniting a special flame. Su Ming read the item description. Despite the incomplete information, he wasn't particularly concerned. He never intended to rely on it for anything. Maybe Brother Wang Lin can study it and figure out the Lighthouse Nation's next move. After erasing all traces, Su Ming left the scene without delay. No one noticed the shadowy phoenix silently flying overhead in the land of death. This is amazing. Su Ming felt like he had discovered a new world, moving with a spring in his step as he returned to the Dawn Church via the teleportation array in Sanatown. Inside the Dawn Church's grand hall, Elder Holder stood at the altar, welcoming Su Ming with deep respect. Honorable Bao Hero Su Ming, you are truly remarkable. Holder praised without reservation. Thank you for freeing Lade's soul. May the dawn bless you. Bao Hero Su Ming, what about the divine arrow? Holder asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. It's destroyed, Su Ming replied calmly. Destroyed, good, good. Holder nodded repeatedly, though Su Ming sensed a tinge of disappointment in his emotions. Su Ming didn't mind, as the divine arrow was now his. After handing over the dawn bottle, Su Ming's mission was officially complete. He finally smiled and checked the system notification. You have completed the Dawn Church's commission and earned the title Soul Redeemer of Dawn. Su Ming immediately checked the details of his new title. Dawn's Arrow, permanent title. Blessed by the Dawn. Each shot has a 10 chance to cleanse abnormal statuses and grant immunity to the next control effect. Cleanse abnormal statuses? Control immunity. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This title effect is fantastic. Although the probability was only 10, with Su Ming's current shooting speed of 5 arrows per second, the chance of triggering it was quite significant. Meanwhile, the system also notified him of a platinum-level accessory, allowing him to choose between a ring, necklace, or crown mask. I choose the mask, Su Ming said without hesitation. The crown was only suitable for magic-based classes, while the mask was ideal for physical-based classes. Wearing it would conceal its appearance, causing no change in his outward look. He didn't have any mask-type accessories, and both masks and crowns were the rarest types, seldom seen in major trading houses. Platinum level is quite good, though the level might not be enough. You obtained the Deep Sea Mask, and it's a special equipment with no level restriction? Su Ming exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening with genuine delight. That's fantastic. Without hesitation, he reached out, took the mask, and promptly put it on. A system notification appeared before him. Deep Sea Mask. Quality, Platinum. Type, Mask, universal for physical classes. Level requirement, none. Attributes, Life 10,000, Defense 100, Critical Resistance 20. Durability, 360,360. Trait 1, reduces water attribute damage by 50. Trait 2. When life is below 50, removes all abnormal statuses and restores to 80. Independent cooldown of 48 hours. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Equipment at the platinum level always comes with 2 traits, and this accessory was no exception. More importantly, it had no level restriction. This alone could fetch millions if he decided to sell it. The second trait, which greatly enhances survivability, would only increase its value. With the mask equipped, Su Ming's defense stat reached 2,008 points. He secured the rewards and turned to the high priest beside him. Priest Holder, I need to visit the church's job transition hall. What? You're already level 180. The old man was visibly shocked, his voice trembling slightly. My goodness, no wonder you completed the task so effortlessly. The surrounding priests were all moved by his words, their expressions filled with complex emotions. Clearly, they assumed Su Ming was about to undergo the 5th job transition, not the 4th. In their understanding, once a hero completes the 5th transition and surpasses level 180, they are forcibly sent back to the inner world by the world corridor. Such a talented hero, it's a shame we won't be able to see him again soon. An elderly priest murmured, his tone full of regret. Faced with this misunderstanding, Su Ming simply smiled calmly, offering no further explanation. The Dawn Church's job transition hall was located within a solemn marble building, with golden rays pouring from the dome. The world corridor itself was a part of a plane intercepted by the Divine Tower. Thus this place also had a job transition hall. Su Ming entered it with a composed expression, the doors closing slowly behind him. Great Crystal, I'm back. This time, without any hesitation, he walked straight to the massive crystal in the center of the hall and activated the connection device. The crystal immediately emitted a rainbow glow, and a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected, your level reached LV-120, meeting the requirement for the 4th job transition. Generating job options. Available job options. Time-Space Archer God. Wait, Time-Space Archer God. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. This title was quite grand. The abilities of time and space are rare on their own. For other ordinary job transition paths, it would take at least the 8th or 9th transition to even slightly touch such powers. Yet, here he was, only at the 4th transition, with a job title directly named Time-Space. Impressive, Su Ming thought to himself. Will the future job titles become increasingly intimidating? Though his mind was filled with thoughts, his actions were resolute, as he decisively pressed the confirmation button. Time-Space Archer God. You have chosen Time-Space Archer God, generating transition task, Eternal Divine String. Difficulty, 10. Only difficulty 10, that's a piece of cake. Now seeing this familiar difficulty, Su Ming felt quite at ease. If it weren't difficulty 10, there would be a problem. But this? A divine arrow, a divine string. Su Ming pondered. Could the next 5th transition task involve the bow body? He suddenly recalled that the heroic divine arrow was a fusion artifact, and his eyes lit up. Is this leading to an ultra-artifact fusion? With this thought, Su Ming's expression became more serious, determined. I can't let this go. Others rely on crafting for their exclusive weapons. I rely on artifact fusion for mine. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Even the demon gods would call him a spendthrift. Su Ming quickly focused on the task details. As expected, the location for the 4th transition task was still the same. The Eternal Divine String quest had a difficulty level of 10, requiring him to enter the world corridor, find and slay a demon god named Garusifa, and obtain clues about the Eternal Divine String. The time limit was 30 days, and failure would result in the task being reset and changed. This discovery left Su Ming astonished. Wasn't Garusifa that weak demon god, who could only laugh eerily and got killed with a single arrow? It turns out that obtaining the heroic spirit arrow and the information revealed by Lade before his death were all setting the stage for this chain task. So, no matter what, that demon god must fall to my arrows. After all, you took my bowstring. Su Ming contemplated silently. He noticed the other 2 task locations were Yinglu Valley and Silent Hill. Recalling what Holder had said earlier, Su Ming frowned. No, I must eliminate it before those cultists release it. I'll head to Yinglu Valley first, and complete the gathering task along the way. With his decision made, Su Ming swiftly exited the career change hall. With the heroic spirit arrow in hand, he felt confident. Oh, my esteemed warrior Su Ming. Is there anything else you require? Holder and several priests all smiled warmly. If Su Ming truly reached level 180, he would be a top-tier force in the world corridor. It would be great if he could assist the Dawn Church in the final moments. Chief Priest, I plan to depart for Yinglu Valley immediately, Su Ming stated calmly. Really? That's wonderful. The elderly men were thrilled. If you intend to help the brave legion, you might receive considerable rewards from Horton. Su Ming nodded slightly, understanding the hint Horton had hidden commissions. Without further hesitation, Su Ming stepped into the teleportation array once more. In the small woods outside Yinglu Valley, Su Ming steadied himself and calmly opened his eyes. He summoned Xiaoyi. Su Ming, I will protect you well. Oh, The little creature responded cheerfully, then transformed into a shadow and hid within Su Ming's shadow. This was her innate ability as a phantom phoenix, allowing her to conceal herself in shadows with a stealth effect that could rival the terrifying hidden eye. With Xiaoyi around, the demon god's shadow embodiment's strange corrosive power could no longer threaten him. Let's start from here. Su Ming opened the map and swiftly moved through the small woods. Yinglu Valley was vast, and his location was on the edge of the area and not controlled by the church's brave legion. Perhaps he might encounter church members along the way, but the Dawn Church token in Su Ming's hand was proof of his identity. Rustling sounds ahead immediately put Su Ming on alert. A group of forest lizards? Courting death. Su Ming hadn't even started looking for experience points when they charged at him. Forest lizard. Ordinary monster level, LV 134. Health, 356, 000, 356, 000. Info, dominant inhabitants of the forest. Their sheer numbers stop countless people at the valley's edge. Weakness, head. Gale Arrow Guardian Arrow Fire. It was a magnificent sight of splitting one arrow into 1,000. With Gale Arrow leading the way, Su Ming's speed surged instantly. This was his first time experiencing the effects of the Guardian Arrow. Your defense steal has reached 100, temporarily increasing by 2008, lasting 10 seconds. Just one wave of Guardian Arrows temporarily boosted his defense to 4016, with excellent results. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty berserk effect triggered, further increasing his attack speed. Su Ming was like a machine gun with his bow, firing arrows in rapid succession. The forest lizards in front of him had no time to react. The screen was flooded with notifications. You have slain forest lizard LV 135, gained 280,000 experience, and forest lizard progress 100. With each kill, Su Ming accurately siphoned off 2,800 health points, replenishing his own status. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he surveyed the scattered meat chunks and crystal cores. Forest crystals, not bad, he muttered, quickly stashing the valuable items into his backpack. As he ventured deeper into the valley, the spirit arrow provided clear guidance. Su Ming realized the arrow wasn't sensing the demon itself, but the eternal divine string. It was the divine string's aura on the demon that triggered the arrow's reaction. The guidance pointed to the uninhabited right side of the valley. There might be cultists hiding there, Su Ming thought, immediately on high alert. Eagle Eye. Activating the skill, his vision dramatically improved for 3.5 seconds. He advanced quickly, soon spotting figures cloaked in black in the distance. Though their numbers were few, each was around level 150. Could this be their base? Su Ming wondered, analyzing the terrain. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. If the Legion can't finish them in one go, they could easily escape. He shrugged, a cold smile forming. Killing people seems easier than killing monsters. The archer's hunt began. To Su Ming, as long as he turned all obstacles into sieves, no one would notice his presence. Shadow Arrow. In the distance, the cloaked figures were conversing. Those fools at the Dawn Church, haha. They've been toyed with on the left battlefield, completely unaware that the real goal of our three leaders is to awaken the Great One sleeping underground. Once the Demon Lord emerges, it will be the undead cult's world, hee. Cat Protector, do you feel the sky darkening? Why is it getting dark? One of the cloaked figures suddenly looked up. No, that's arrows. Those are arrows raining down. The sound of arrows piercing the air filled the sky. Another volley of arrows followed. System notifications flashed. You killed Mogu. You killed Kak. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Shamelessa. A cloaked figure shouted angrily, his voice cut short. It's just one person? Damn it. Master of Flames, hear my... A sorcerer tried to cast a spell, but was interrupted. Why can't I use my skills? Ice Arrow. New kill notifications appeared. You killed Teddens. You killed Kabuffman. In an instant, the once mighty protectors were silenced and frozen, with no time to react before meeting their end. The valley was covered in frost, and only one person stood in the sunlight, shaking his head lightly. Su Ming. The spirit arrow's signal grew stronger, confirming Su Ming's suspicion. The demon is definitely ahead. Without hesitation, he moved past the bodies. Upon seeing a dugout entrance, his eyes gleamed. It's in there. The damp, cold stone walls exuded a faint aura of malevolence, causing Su Ming to feel a chill in his heart. This doppelganger might have already emerged. He immediately activated his Gale Arrow, maintaining his accelerated state, as at the end of the stone path, a shadowy figure was silently turning away, with 3 desiccated corpses lying nearby. This little insect seems a bit different. The avatar of Garuxifa, upon awakening, did not rush out but instead tried to restore as much of the demon god's power as possible. The shadowy erosion surged like a tide, yet it was all blocked by Xiaoyi. Heroic Spirit Arrow. Without hesitation, Su Ming drew his bow and shot a powerful arrow. The arrow pierced through the shadowy body with precision, clearly showing that its current demonic power was far from sufficient. The avatar of Garuxifa was utterly shocked and, before dissipating, suddenly recalled something. You? You are no. I must transfer my power to the third main body. That damned archer. The main body won't let you go. Despite being a demon god, it was humiliating to be shot down by a mere insect at its weakest moment. Its unwillingness and hatred erupted at its final moment. Ah, you're all talk, and yet you were taken down in one shot. Su Ming's expression turned serious. It seems I must eliminate all avatars to obtain information about the divine string. He swiftly moved forward to retrieve the heroic spirit arrow and the fallen shadow crystal. I need to finish things here quickly. Su Ming aimed his bow, rock-splitting arrow. Boom. As he left, he unleashed a barrage of arrows on the ground, causing the earth to shake violently and the rocks to collapse. Both the corpses and the entrance were buried deep beneath. The soul-calming flowers and knotweed aren't here. After a quick sweep, Su Ming found no trace of the target items and thus advanced towards the center, moving leftward like a bulldozer, leaving no creature behind. Pressed for time, don't block the way, shadow arrow. The critical hit rate was astounding, and the sheer damage and number were unimaginable for any offensive class below level 200. Knotweed found it. The guardians of this patch of grass had mostly been slain by Su Ming on his way. Swift Wolf Normal Monster. Level, LV 135. Health, 358, 358, 000. Info, a powerful giant wolf, excellent in pack coordination. Weakness, eyes. Bloodfang Tiger Normal Monster. Level, LV 140. Health, 361, 361, 000. Info, the true overlord of the forest, posing a huge threat even in small numbers. Weakness, eyes. There were far fewer Bloodfang tigers compared to the swift wolves, yet the wolf pack did not dare make a rash move. Shoot. Ice arrow. Su Ming didn't hesitate, breaking the tranquility of the moment. To him, all these were experience points. As frost bloomed, a glance revealed several blocks of ice encasing the beast corpses. System notification. You killed a swift wolf LV 135, gaining 281,000 experience points. You killed a swift wolf LV 136, gaining 281,000 experience points. You killed a Bloodfang Tiger LV 140, gaining 284,000 experience points. Swift Wolf Progress, 100, you plundered 13 agility points. Bloodfang Tiger Progress, 100, you plundered 10 strength points. Additionally, by defeating the Bloodfang Tiger, Su Ming luckily acquired several pieces of identical gold-level equipment. Blood Tiger Boots, a gold-grade item, suitable for all classes, requiring level 110. Attributes, Agility 50, Attack 100, Defense 50, Durability 140140. Special feature, increases received acceleration effects by an additional 10 and extends their duration by 10. Upon seeing this special feature, Su Ming's eyes lit up with joy. These are a perfect match for swift wind arrows. Who needs serpent skin boots now? He quickly swapped and equipped the Blood Tiger boots, gaining a significant amount of experience and attribute bonuses. Happily, he picked up some knot grass from a field and murmured to himself, "This is great." Soon, Su Ming advanced effortlessly, nearing the left side of the valley. In this open field, two factions were fiercely battling. The Dawn Church lackeys know nothing. Ha ha, laughed a member of the cult. Once our leader completes the grand ritual, their lives will end. Hee hee, they'll all turn into undead and blood corpses. On the battlefield, spells shone brightly, and warriors charged bravely. Horton, the commander of the Brave Legion and the rear strategist, wore a serious expression. He turned to a nearby figure. Li Huiyao, the brave of the blade. I need you to take out the enemy commander this time. Li Huiyao smirked, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Taking the enemy commander's head from amidst the army is the art of a true assassin. Don't forget my reward. Excited, Li Huiyao accepted the special task and slowly left the command area. When Horton was alone, he muttered, according to my father's information, there might be another brave archer to aid us. But what can an archer do against an army? The cult also has a powerful archer from another world, whose impact can't compare to an assassin. I hope this powerful warrior can strike the enemy commander's heart. Elsewhere, Su Ming frowned and murmured to himself, I haven't seen any soul-calming grass on the way. Since the church has been here for a few days, they should know. Through his eagle-eye vision, Su Ming finally saw the two battling sides through the dense forest. They're not even fighting each other properly, he thought disdainfully, accustomed to mass attacks and arrow volleys. Is it really that hard to wipe out a few small cults? Not wanting to waste more time, Su Ming shouted, Hey, I am the archer of the Dawn Church, and it's my duty to eradicate evil. Cultists, prepare to be cleansed by my holy light arrows. Holy light arrow. Su Ming decisively attacked, aiming at the cultists. In just a second, countless arrows imbued with holy light arced gracefully through the air, each dealing damage in the thousands. Such a breathtaking scene left everyone on the battlefield momentarily stunned. No way, he's a one-man army. The Dawn Church faction was on the verge of kneeling in reverence. Witnessing Su Ming's volley of arrows, the warriors' eyes gleamed with fervor as they shouted in excitement. What holy arrows! He must be the messenger of the goddess of dawn. My God, this sacred rain of arrows was caused by him alone. The soldiers were in high spirits, with some raising their weapons and shouting, "Long live the bow hero! Dawn guides us, brothers, charge!" In the center of the battlefield, Su Ming had transformed into a relentless war arrow. The number of arrows he shot in such a short time was incredible, far exceeding the number of people on the battlefield. Each arrow was a perfect holy light arrow, shining with the divine radiance of the goddess of dawn. So holy, he must be the savior chosen by the goddess of dawn, a devout follower murmured. Su Ming smiled confidently. Call me the messenger of justice. On the battlefield, there were both cheers and despair. On the other side, the undead, blood demons, and other cultists were thrown into chaos. They ran in panic. Help! Run quickly! The leading blood warrior, who was over level 100, didn't even have a chance to react and was instantly killed by an arrow. How can this be? Is he a hero? A cultist shouted in fear. A hero? Don't we have a bow hero too? At the back of the crowd, a journeyman from the Sunset Nation stood frozen, his mouth agape. Oh my God! He quickly regained his senses and turned to his companion. Sorry, Protector Kalen, I suddenly have urgent business. Without another word, he took out a tool and, ignoring his surprised companions, retreated at high speed. An archer? Can't see any information, he thought in terror as he ran. I need to inform my family. He's definitely a future threat to the Sunset Nation. No, I need to get home quickly. I want my mom. Meanwhile, Su Ming also noticed the information of the fleeing archer. Name, Folger. Class, Secret Arrow Archer. Level, LV-152. Secret Arrow Archer? This reminded him of Zhu Peiqi. Su Ming's eyes sharpened. Since you're here, you might as well stay. He knew he couldn't let the opponent return to report. Unless they were forcibly transported out by exceeding the level limit, the opponent could only return from where they descended. That person was definitely planning to run back to the cult's true stronghold. Arrow Web Hell. An arrow shot forward, and Folger, along with many cultists, were immobilized by a powerful force. Then, Su Ming shot continuously, explosive arrow. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another. This can't be possible. He's definitely beyond a fifth turn. Why? I don't want to die. Faced with such a despairing rain of arrows, Folger couldn't even muster the courage to raise his bow, only watching death approach. With one arrow, he's already shot thousands from the other side. Someone let out a final wail. System notifications flashed before Su Ming. You have killed USA. You have killed Ulka. You have killed Folger. Su Ming smiled brightly, like a messenger bathed in the light of dawn. He knew that generally, before reaching 5th turn LV-180, even pure offensive classes found it difficult to achieve a qualitative change in output. The 5th turn was a critical point for transformation. Yet, the strength Su Ming displayed was beyond transformation, leaving Folger bewildered even in death. Long live the dawn! Long live the bow hero! The soldiers of the Dawn Church faction cheered. Since Su Ming entered the battlefield, the situation had completely turned in their favor. On the other side, Li Huiyao emerged from the rear camp with a smile. I heard there's someone from the Sunset Nation aiding the enemy. I need to find a way to sneak over and take him out in the corridor. Li Huiyao muttered to himself, suddenly noticing something strange. Wait, what's happening in the sky? On the side of the battlefield. He looked up and was stunned. Seeing the rain of arrows and the figure single-handedly changing the course of the battle, Li Huiyao was momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally squeezed out a number. 6. Damn. He shook his head with a wry smile. That guy wiped them out directly. Where am I supposed to sneak in and take command? As the battlefield gradually calmed, Su Ming lowered his bow and stood tall. My friends, I need to see Commander Horton. Su Ming entered the battlefield of the Dawn Church, holding the church's emblem and straightforwardly stated, Blessed by the Dawn Hall, indeed a hero of our Dawn Church. Honorable Bow Hero, please follow us. Before Su Ming could delve further into the camp, his gaze caught sight of a heavily armored man and a figure next to him whose expression was as grim as if suffering from constipation. Name, Li Huiyao. Profession, Shadow Seeker. Level, LV-148. Su Ming's eyes flickered as he assessed. Is this guy on the path of a Shadow Seeker, transitioning from an assassin? Brother Wang Lin mentioned Li Huiyao before he entered this realm, saying he's the same age as Zhu Peiqi and giving a favorable review, patriotic and a model youth, not a threat. With this in mind, Su Ming nodded at him politely, acknowledging his presence. But that was all. His gaze remained calm and steady, for he wouldn't trust anyone easily. Li Huiyao went from being frustrated to pleasantly surprised. He quickly nodded in return, his eyes alight with amazement. He had never seen Su Ming before and was inwardly shocked. What kind of hidden powerhouse is he? Honorable Bow Hero, did you really solve this? The armored man still couldn't believe his eyes. A moment ago, He was lamenting that another hero couldn't change anything, and now reality had proven him wrong. Name, Horton. Profession, Holy Knight. Level, LV 160. What do you think? Su Ming's lips curled into a smile that Li Huiyao found somewhat unsettling. He didn't intend to explain further, and as he walked with Horton, he stated his purpose. Captain Horton, I need the soul-soothing glow flowers. They're said to be in the Glow Dew Valley, but why couldn't I find any along the way? As Su Ming conversed with him, Horton's body stiffened, and Li Huiyao was once again stunned. Did you take out the other side's base as well? No wonder. No wonder they kept stalling us. The soul-soothing glow flowers. Horton's voice trembled. Bao Hero, you arrived at just the right time. In the next moment, Su Ming's log panel updated with 2 new messages. Captain Horton of the Brave Legion has issued you a special commission. Eliminate the hidden cult battlefield Commander Urka. You have completed Horton's commission. Hero, actually the place where the soul-soothing glow flowers were located. Horton began to explain. Fastest commission completion in history, done the moment it was issued. Su Ming interrupted calmly, nodding slightly. I see. When the Legion arrived, they encountered a group of cultists ravaging the Flower Valley. After a battle, the 2 factions each took some. Thank you. Then Su Ming turned to face Li Huiyao, who was looking at him with longing eyes, almost on the verge of tears. Su Ming understood. Had he just intercepted a task originally meant for him? Refined light shards aren't of much use to me. If you want them, bring some advanced archer items to the Temple of the Slayer for exchange. You know how it is. Su Ming smiled, patting him on the shoulder. I'm Su Ming. Until we meet again. Refined light shards are very valuable for assassin-type professions, so he understood Li Huiyao's feelings. This was Horton's hidden task, seemingly meant for some other hero previously. After informing Horton and several deputies about the location of the other base, Su Ming vanished into the forest, a shadow rising quietly and disappearing in an instant. Next destination, Silent Hill. Li Huiyao was left standing there, bewildered. Am I just a side character now? Su Ming is so strong. Where did he go? So he came from the Temple of the Slayer. Wait, please take me with you. Oh mighty one. Oh. Su Ming came and went in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he was already on the distant horizon. Shall we push harder, go? Oh yeah. Su Ming urged, riding on the back of the Dark Phoenix, speeding rapidly along the way. Silent Ridge was a remote place even for the World Corridor, with no nearby towns or signs of human activity. With Xiao Yi's enhanced abilities after leveling up, combined with Su Ming's agility boost, they swiftly soared through the skies, soon approaching the eerie land below. After passing through a layer of mist, Su Ming frowned. Before him circled a group of vicious black hawks. Storm Black Hawk. Normal monster level, LV 148. Health, 402k 402k. Info, powerful creatures of the storm, mastering formidable storm abilities. Weakness, eyes. Even in this realm, this Black Hawk species was considered a dominant force. Xiao Yi, don't stop. Su Ming had already drawn his longbow. Shadow Arrow Ice Arrow. Thousands of arrows split instantly, triggering a freezing silence effect. The wings of the approaching Black Hawks stiffened, and they plummeted in droves. With the 4 divine talents accumulated, Su Ming dispatched minor monsters as effortlessly as drinking water. You killed Storm Black Hawk LV 148, gaining 292k experience. You killed Storm Black Hawk LV 149, gaining 292k experience. Storm Black Hawk progress, 100. You have plundered 12 agility. Agility, not bad. In just a few seconds, the once screeching group of dominators turned into dying cries. As for the scattered feathers, Su Ming couldn't be bothered to waste time collecting them, too extravagant for his taste. The Dark Phoenix revealed its magnificent, colorful body below. Xiao Yi skillfully hid within Su Ming's shadow. Eagle Eye. With a keen vision, Su Ming cautiously moved deeper into Silent Ridge. Everything's turned into corpses. Silent Ridge, shrouded in shadow, was as dead as its name suggested. The bodies of giant bear monsters were strewn about, none left alive. They hadn't been dead for long, as old corpses and loot would gradually disappear before the next respawn. Su Ming thought of the shadow techniques of Garuxifa, a chill running through him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Eventually, following the guidance of the spirit arrow, he discovered a cave. Roar! A tremendous roar suddenly echoed from the cave. Sticking close to the wall, Su Ming approached the interior, his spirit arrow and longbow weapon ready at any moment. Keek keek, you damned insect, you finally arrived. Today, I'll control you and torture you 1,000 times over. It had been less than an hour since Su Ming dealt with the second incarnation. In desperation, this demon's final incarnation chose to use the remaining demonic power to control the strongest magical beast here to fight on its behalf. Su Ming's arrow could find it, so it had to eliminate Su Ming first to continue hiding in this realm and slowly regain its demonic power. Is this possession? With a mix of curiosity and seriousness, Su Ming's expression hardened. He quickly drew a swift arrow, simultaneously retreating from the cave. At first glance, Su Ming saw the entity's information. This was the strongest boss he'd encountered so far, and its health was immense. The silent demon bear boss, marked with the demon seal, stands at level 170 with a health pool of 50 million. The demon seal enhances its attacks, causing any target to enter a state of erosion, significantly affecting their mind. The longer it lasts, the higher the chance of assimilation by the demon. It gains a 50 increase in all attributes for 12 minutes. At the cave entrance, the massive silhouette of the bear slowly emerges, its black fur shimmering with eerie demonic patterns. Su Ming squints, quickly analyzing the opponent's information. A creature completely corroded by a trace of demonic power, dangerous and formidable. This beast has no apparent weaknesses, boasting 50 million health points, and cannot be critically hit. For anyone below the 5th tier, it's an insurmountable barrier. Damn you, wretched insect. Because of you, I had to merge with this ugly bear, roar. As the giant bear steps out of the cave, a human voice filled with resentment comes from its throat. This time, Su Ming doesn't draw his usual heroic spirit arrow. He knows he has only one chance for a decisive strike. Galuxifa is hidden inside this corrupted boss and must be forced out by first eliminating the bear. Immune to control only after 50? Then I won't hold back now. Su Ming mutters coldly, a sharp glint in his eyes. After setting up the arrow net hell, the real battle begins. Shoot. Rapid wind, arrow holy light, arrow guardian, arrow shadow, arrow ice arrow. 5 arrows with different effects are released in a second. The rapid wind arrow accelerates. The holy light and guardian arrows steal buffs and attributes, followed by alternating shadow and ice arrows. The arrows pierce the air, whistling sharply as they target the demon bear. System notifications flash. You successfully purified the silent demon bear's buff, gaining double transfer. All attributes 100 for 10 seconds. You stole the silent demon bear's defense, reducing its defense to 0, temporarily increasing it by 2258 for 10 seconds. What? Su Ming nearly bursts into laughter. Is that even possible? Well, sorry then. He managed to double steal the terrifying demonic buff from the giant bear, increasing his attributes by 100, and his defense soared to 4,016 points. Moreover, the stolen defense cap can reach 4016, while the bear's total defense, without its attribute boost, is only 2258. Great, stealing everything makes it quicker to kill you. Su Ming smirks, his hands never stopping, as each arrow inflicts real damage. Soon, the bear's roar turns into a piercing wail. How is this possible? My power is gone. What did you do? Frozen, silenced. Frozen again. The silent demon bear is now a giant, helpless target, unable to fight back. Is your belly full of ice? Su Ming sneers, continuing to fire arrow after arrow. Galuxifa curses in frustration. So many terrifying elemental powers. Who are you? I can't use any skills. This stupid bear is so useless. The arrows leave the bear's body riddled with holes, driving Galuxifa to madness. Once immensely powerful, it now can only use the silent demon bear's abilities. But with fake silence and real vulnerability, it can't do anything at all. At this moment, the silent demon bear had none of the dignity of a formidable boss, standing dumbfounded at the cave entrance like a fool. Boom. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. The bear's armor rapidly appeared, only to shatter in an instant. An earthquake. Su Ming murmured to himself. Xiaoyi. Master Su Ming. I'm here. Came a clear response, accompanied by the majestic sight of a dark phoenix spreading its wings. Su Ming swiftly mounted Xiao Yi, soaring into the air, cautiously maintaining distance from the demon bear. Stay alert, he advised in a low voice, his hands ceaselessly launching attacks. Against such uncontrollable creatures, Su Ming held an absolute advantage. In less than a minute, he had dealt significant damage, leaving the demon bear defenseless and its health rapidly depleting. This worthless giant bear. I was careless, the bear roared in agony. Soon, the silent demon bear's eyes turned pitch black. So it goes into demon mode when its health drops below 50. Not very resilient. Su Ming calmly assessed the battle. The demon bear's innate demonic ability activated, allowing the uncontrollable Grucifa to unleash its fury. Little bug, don't think that flying will keep you safe from me. The bear's voice dripped with malice. Demonic, body-silent world. The earth trembled violently once more. The already towering bear's body exuded thick, black, demonic energy, growing even larger, resembling a colossal beast dominating the land. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi beneath Su Ming used its shadow power, enveloping him in a protective shadow form. Holy light arrows. Su Ming called out. In an instant, countless golden arrows shot through the darkened sky, relentlessly purifying the buffs granted to the boss by the demon god. Damn it. Roar. The giant bear decided to make a desperate move. As powerful as a demon god, it only needs to hit Su Ming once, just once. It could then let the demon god's power corrupt Su Ming's body. The massive bear paw descended like a mountain, its full force covering the entire silent hill. Let's see how you dodge this. the demon god, declared you would die. The bear's face, riddled with arrows, finally showed a cunning expression. It could endure multiple wounds, but the man and bird before it could not afford even one. Die. Crucifa no longer concealed its excitement. This insect, even without that terrifying purplered arrow, almost killed the bear. In the face of absolute power, you will fall, haha. Oh really? Su Ming responded calmly, his eyes filled with determination. Stone scale armor, activate. Just as the massive bear's severed paw was about to strike, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier. Though it reached Su Ming's head, it couldn't descend further. Phew, I guess I wasn't cautious enough. Su Ming's expression grew more serious. Even without activating the stone scale armor, he had the invincible shield of the immortal arrow body for protection. But since it was a skill transformed by the demon god's power, Su Ming dared not be careless. Only by being overly cautious and having multiple safeguards could he feel truly secure. In the next moment, Su Ming seamlessly drew his bow and shot arrows. A twitching attack speed of nearly 6 shots per second re-emerged, with thousands of arrows pouring down like a torrential rain. Su Ming's lips finally curled into a smile. My turn. You can rest in peace now. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. This demon god had shown Su Ming its terrifying nature. Thus, he was even more determined to eliminate any future threats. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of divine arrows slicing through the air echoed across the battlefield. Why aren't you dead? Guruxifa stared incredulously at the human before him, his voice filled with fear. You're just a weak bug, so why are you so resilient? You must have a secret, and I will consume you. The demon bear's shield reappeared, forming a shadow barrier in the air. However, this defense was no match for Su Ming's assault and was shattered instantly. Countless demonic energies gathered, transforming into a giant hand that pressed down on Su Ming. The silent demon bear looked down at Su Ming, as if silently mocking him. Do you think you still have a chance? Su Ming calmly observed the battlefield, needing only to remind the enraged demon god of one fact: your health is almost gone. For others, countless arrows might only scratch the surface, but his arrows cut to the bone. Dare to stand firm? Be prepared to be reduced to bare bones. I want to kill, huh? Where's my body? Guruxifa suddenly froze, looking down at himself, only to find the giant bear's hands had vanished. Now's the time. Su Ming's eyes shone brightly as he swiftly knocked the divine arrow onto his longbow, pulling it back with determination. Whoosh! The divine arrow soared across the sky, piercing through the air with lethal intent, heading straight for its target. You're a demon, stay away, no? The fatal arrow pierced through the massive body of the silent demon bear, simultaneously penetrating Guruxifa's shadowy form. Double kill. Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, clapping his hands. Battles truly are the best way to hone skills. A system notification immediately appeared before him. You have slain the silent demon bear LV-170 boss, gaining 1.5 million experience. First kill of the silent demon bear LV-170 boss, granting extra attributes, 1500 health. Silent demon bear boss progress, 100. You have plundered 15 strength. Oh, what's this? As the boss and shadow form fell simultaneously, Su Ming quickly retrieved the divine arrow. He discovered that besides the usual shadow crystal drop, Guruxifa had also left behind a scroll formed from shadows and demonic energy. Sealing demon scroll. Decayed. A special item used to seal demon gods. This was the information provided by the Eye of Secrets for Su Ming. The scroll before him was slowly disintegrating. As expected, now that the demon god was completely vanquished, the item couldn't be sustained. Wait, on the scroll, is that a map marker and a text hint? Su Ming's mind raced. Eternal divine string. This possibility immediately sprang to his mind. The final map marker was deep within Silent Hill. So, this text might be the special incantation needed to unlock the treasure. No wonder it was necessary to eliminate 3 incarnations. Only after they were all dealt with would the sealing demon scroll appear briefly. Then, his gaze turned to the loot from the true boss of this place, the silent demon bear. This heart, could it have mutated after being corrupted by the demon god's power? Su Ming held the demon bear's heart in his hand, clearly feeling how different it was from normal. Xiaoyi, is this useful to you? The dark phoenix stretched its little head, looking around, then retreated repeatedly. Master Su Ming, I seem to find this aura very repulsive. Maybe you can use it against other demon gods. Su Ming stored the demon heart in his backpack, giving Xiaoyi a peculiar look. Little guy, could your enemies also be related to the demon gods? He thought to himself that he needed to be more cautious in the future. Besides that, Su Ming also found a purple-black ring. Platinum level? Silent ring. Platinum type, ring. Class, universal. Level requirement, LV100. Attributes, attack 500, critical hit 20, durability 280280. Feature, damage dealt to targets with more than 50 health cannot be healed, lasts 5 seconds. Feature, damage to targets with less than 50 health increased by 20. Su Ming toyed with the Ring of Silence, carefully appraising its properties. It had a characteristic that couldn't be restored and one that increased damage. Although it wasn't perfect, it was still quite decent. What pleased him more was that the ring's basic attributes significantly boosted attack and critical hit rates, and the level requirement was surprisingly low, allowing him to wear it immediately. His attention then shifted to the last special item for archers, and his heart raced. What a find, he murmured, incredulously confirming the item's name. It's an arrow tracker amulet. Arrow tracker amulet, archer-exclusive amulet. Feature: upon entering combat, it allows the wearer to designate a target no more than 20 levels above them, causing all subsequent arrows to automatically track the target. Only one target can be designated at a time. Su Ming couldn't suppress the smile on his face as he read the amulet's description. This is amazing. For any archer, this was a dream item, valued at no less than 1 billion. However, he wouldn't show it off, fearing it might shock others. Even though Su Ming's archery skills were praised by even Wang Laoch, achieving a shooting speed of 1,000 arrows per minute, and likely more in the future, made it difficult to hit a small target consistently. With this arrow tracker amulet, the situation was entirely different. Once a target was designated, he could shoot randomly, and the arrows would curve to hit the target as if they had eyes. Su Ming immediately thought of the fully automated tracking arrows used by Lade. If it were him, it wouldn't be a single large arrow, but 5,000 arrows per second relentlessly pursuing the target. Imagining the scene, he couldn't help but chuckle. If every arrow hit the boss, the leader might be the first to fall before the minions. Acquiring this top-tier item was thanks to the plundering effect of the sky-scorching arrow intent. After collecting all the items, Su Ming moved deeper into Silent Hill, glancing at his enhanced attributes. Name: Su Ming. Class: Undying Arrow God. Level: 120,120. Third transition. Health: 81,743. Mana: 9,999,999. Strength: 557. Agility: 711. Attack speed: 5.39 arrows second. Attack: 4,497. Defense: 2,056. Critical hit: 67. Critical resistance: 45. Arrow capacity: 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. His current attack had reached 4,497 points, which would surely shock Wang Lin if he knew. Wang Lin's transition quest was also nearing completion, and once he reached the 4th transition, his strength would leap forward again. Thinking of this, Su Ming quickened his pace. This is it. Passing the former boss's cave, Su Ming saw a dilapidated altar and a blank stone tablet. Wait, he squinted. There should have been writing there. Activating his eagle eye skill to inspect the area for any signs of life, he carefully inscribed the text from the scroll onto the stone tablet. The next moment, the stone tablet cracked. Su Ming took a cautious step back, but soon realized it was just due to the altar's aging. After a moment, movement began. From the center of the altar, a high platform slowly rose, and on it sat an enticing treasure chest. The conditions to obtain this hidden chest are truly challenging. Su Ming sighed. Apart from myself, in the 20 years since the Divine Tower's descent, no one else could have done it. He stepped forward and opened the ancient chest, and a system prompt immediately appeared. You have opened the ancient chest and acquired Eternal Divine String, Fusion Divine Stone 1. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The Eternal Divine String was indeed inside. As the radiant glow of the Eternal Divine String fused with the artifact gradually faded, Su Ming stood before the altar, a glint of surprise flickering in his deep-set eyes. It really is a fusion artifact, he murmured to himself, completely convinced of one thing: the uniqueness of his personal weapon. Gently stroking the divine string in his hand, he pondered. I wonder if the 5th transformation will be enough to complete the fusion. His gaze shifted to another item, Fusion Divine Stone. Perhaps my exclusive artifact has a high chance of needing this. Quickly and efficiently, Su Ming stored the 2 special items in his storage space. Then, he drew his bow and shot a barrage of fragmented rock arrows around him. The arrows whistled through the air, striking the surrounding cliff walls. The real earthquake began. The rocks trembled violently, and the altar gradually collapsed under the rain of arrows, sending fragments flying in all directions. Su Ming watched calmly, ensuring that all traces were thoroughly erased from the site. Xiao Yi, it's time to go back, he said softly to his mount beside him. Yi, Xiao Yi responded happily, making a joyful sound. Su Ming leaped onto Xiao Yi's back, his expression turning serious. Whether it's the demon god, the eternal divine string, or the heroic spirit divine arrow, their influence is too immense, he decided. I don't plan to tell the Church of Dawn or anyone else. Still not strong enough, Su Ming sighed lightly. However, in the next moment, his vision was updated with new log information. You have completed the class change quest, Eternal Divine String, difficulty 10. Su Ming clapped his hands, exhaling a breath of relief. Completing 2 class changes solo in just a few days, I should commend myself. You have changed class to Temporal Arrow God, health 30,000, mana 30,000, strength 300, attack speed 0.8. Temporal Arrow God. I wonder what terrifying abilities it has, Su Ming muttered to himself, his eyes immediately moving to the talent and skill area. At the same time, the experience points he had accumulated for a long time began to surge quickly. Oh, a jump of 32 levels, now at LV 152. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He was somewhat surprised that despite his massive killing spree of numerous monsters, the experience accumulated during the 4th transformation had already exceeded 1 billion, yet he only advanced 32 levels instead of reaching the cap. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. The experience requirement as you go further is indeed a bottomless pit. He suddenly thought, if Wang Lin were here, he would definitely shout, what the heck? After all, Su Ming was only a level 80 non-class changer when he entered the instance, and in just 2 days he reached level 152. This meant he killed an astonishing number of monsters without a moment's rest. Wang Lin would be so shocked because he never expected Su Ming's arrow splitting to evolve to 1,000 arrows, nor did he anticipate Su Ming's complete disregard for resource consumption. Su Ming's monster-killing speed left even him, a near 6th transformation powerhouse, in the dust. No, now there might not even be room for conversation. Unlimited firepower effect too. Each arrow fired splits into an additional 2,999 arrows with the same effect, increasing with class changes. How many? Am I seeing this right? Su Ming exclaimed, nearly falling off Xiao Yi's back. 1 arrow becomes 3,000 arrows. He recalled that at the 3rd transformation it was 1 splitting into 1,000, and now it had tripled. What would happen at the 5th transformation? Would it break 10,000? Su Ming thought it was highly possible. He quickly calculated. Currently, he could fire 6 shots per second, so he could shoot 18,000 arrows in 1 second. If he added the arrow chase amulet, defeating a boss might not even take a second. Crazy, absolutely crazy, Su Ming murmured to himself, but a smile crept onto his lips. Su Ming had undergone a significant transformation. He was only at the 4th stage, not even halfway through his career path. The dark phoenix soared through the sky at a terrifying speed, its shadow streaking like lightning, with the wind howling alongside its wings. Soon, at a brief gesture from Su Ming, the dark phoenix hovered above a dense rainforest, its wings spread wide beneath the clouds. Su Ming gazed down at the rainforest, his sharp eyes quickly locking onto 2 powerful monster communities below. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. Time to grind hard. Let's start leveling up from down there. Once I reach the level 180 cap, I can confidently leave the world corridor. He, perched on his shoulder, chirped happily, its large eyes shining with intelligence, a translucent shadow crystal in its mouth, its fangs gently rubbing against the crystal's surface. The primeval rainforest was a desolate, untouched wilderness. Towering trees reached into the sky, vines intertwined, and canopies connected, with wild creatures constantly battling, the scent of blood lingering in the humid air. Finally, before descending, Su Ming's attention turned to his newly acquired Time Arrow God talent. He leaned back involuntarily, eyes widening in shock it had the ability to rewind time. Despite his astonishment, Su Ming couldn't help but smile broadly. Talent exclusive time travel. Undetectable, permanently retained. 1. Attacks hit the target 1 second earlier, and incoming attacks are delayed by 1 second. 2. Within a 1K space, an absolute lockdown can be formed, nullifying all spatial abilities. 3. After entering combat, it can be triggered to revert to the state 3 seconds prior, then enters a 60-second cooldown. Holy crap, Su Ming exclaimed softly. The first effect was incredibly versatile. The 1 second time difference could determine life or death in combat. It might not matter much when grinding monsters, but in life or death battles with others, having an extra second could mean the difference between life and death. Against demons or beings like Zhagu Rong, this gave him a significant advantage. The second effect could lock down space and forcefully keep opponents in place, which was extremely useful. As for the third effect, Su Ming clenched his fists, knuckles turning white with excitement, feeling his survival abilities had improved. For someone with many secrets, having more survival techniques provided a greater sense of security. Truly invaluable. Su Ming lightly jumped onto a sturdy branch of a giant tree, the bark creaking softly underfoot. He eagerly slipped into his shadow, leaving only its bright eyes gleaming in the darkness. This little creature was becoming more in tune with him. But in the next moment, he spotted several groups of large, agile mantises with muscular bodies. Their forelimbs were like blades, and the wings on their backs formed an X shape as they charged menacingly toward him, the air filled with the grating sound of their fangs. One of the 2 dominant monster groups in the rainforest, the Cross Mantis. Cross Mantis. Common monster level, LV 172. Health, 688, 000688000. Info, a creature with exceptionally strong power and agility attributes. Getting close to it is extremely dangerous. Weakness, abdomen. These monsters had reached level 170, placing them at the top of the food chain in this realm, explaining why no one dared to approach for miles around. A glint of battle intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Perfect for testing my new strength. Eagle Eye. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if golden light flickered within his pupils. Arrow web hell. Countless phantom arrows formed an impenetrable net in front of him. Explosive arrow. The explosive arrow instantly split into 3,000 identical arrows, each slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, their tips gleaming with a cold light. Even a single explosive arrow's damage exceeded 30,000. If it triggered a critical or fatal hit, it would be even more terrifying. Not to mention, after stacking Bloodthirsty Rage, his temporary attack speed soared to 7.01 arrows per second following the monster gathering in Arrow Web Hell. In just 1 second, 21,000 arrows descended like divine retribution. Amidst the whistling sounds of them cutting through the air and the booming explosions, a bizarre scene unfolded. The arrows, which had not yet touched the bodies of the wild creatures, suddenly accelerated, catching the group of cross mantises off guard, directly hitting their bodies and exploding wildly. System notifications flashed consecutively. You have slain cross mantis LV-171, gaining 402,000 experience. You have slain cross mantis LV-173, gaining 404,000 experience. Su Ming coldly observed the battlefield, thinking to himself, no matter how formidable the monster, it must fall before the barrage of arrows that cover everything. Suddenly, he noticed the bodies of mantises in the rear starting to flicker with light. Were they blinking? No, it was extreme blinking. Su Ming was familiar with the blinking skill, but he had never seen such an extreme version. Since it was a spatial technique, it was the perfect subject for an experiment. This discovery stirred Su Ming's desire to test his own abilities. Spatial lock, he shouted, unleashing an invisible wave from his center, creating a restricted space in the covered area. The cross mantises, which had been flickering incessantly, suddenly froze, as if grabbed by an invisible hand, uncontrollably falling from the air. The whistling sound of arrows cutting through the air resounded again, and unsurprisingly, they all perished in the volley. The system notification popped up. Cross mantis progress. 100. You have plundered 14 strength points. Su Ming smiled, transforming into a shooting machine, continuing his relentless barrage. Within a 1,000-meter radius around the tree where he stood, no mantis could set foot. Those who did, met only one fate death. Finally, after clearing wave after wave of cross mantises, the accumulated experience allowed Su Ming to level up once more. In every battle with wild creatures, his mana consumption was more terrifying than hundreds of assembled mage groups combined. But this was no problem for Su Ming. His magic was infinite. He also didn't have to worry about running out of stored arrows, greatly saving time on mana recovery and ammunition reloading. The cross mantises screeched terribly, but within moments, their former territory began to be occupied by another dominant group of wild creatures, the armored hive bees. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he noted their arrival. The system information displayed. Armored hive bee, common wild creature level, LV-173, health, 775, 000 775, 000. Information, a very special species, adept at defensive offense. Never underestimate them. Weakness, tail. The armored hive bees were a peculiar outlier among countless bee species. Unlike others that solely enhanced their attack, these bees were born with armor. Even their wings were designed for defense. In this primitive rainforest supermap, only the cross mantises could form a balanced confrontation of attack and defense with them. Are you collaborating to bully an outsider like me? Su Ming mused with a mix of amusement and exasperation. But in the face of his absolute dominance, such cooperation was futile. The 2 arrows that left his bow this time were completely different from those used before. Lock arrow. Time decay arrow. The 2 arrows split into 6,000, perfectly landing on the opposing wild creature battlefield with a 1-second interval. Arrows were raining down more densely than ever, creating a deadly storm around Su Ming. System notifications flashed continuously in his vision. You have slain a cross mantis LV-173, gaining 404,000 experience. You have slain an armored hornet LV-174, gaining 404,000 experience. Armored hornet progress, 100. You have plundered 11 defense points. Su Ming gazed at these messages, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muttered to himself, very unique effects. The skills he had just used, locking arrow and time dissipation arrow, were the exclusive abilities he acquired after advancing to become a temporal arrow god. While explosive arrow and shadow curtain arrow were still the best choices for clearing mobs on the large map, this skill trial had him marveling. As expected, these skills are in a league of their own. When he completed the job change, The remaining 18 skill proficiency crystals were just enough to max out these two exclusive skills to level 10. He recalled the skill attributes in his mind. Exclusive skill locking arrow LV10. After charging for 3 seconds, shoot a large locking arrow that deals 800 attack damage to the target and locks a 10 by 10 area around it, preventing targets within from moving independently for 3 seconds. Consumes 1500 mana, with a 60-second cooldown. Time dissipation arrow LV10. After charging for 3 seconds, shoot a large time dissipation arrow that deals 1500 attack damage to the target and accelerates all abnormal status effects they carry, resolving each at 20 times the normal rate. This damage cannot be healed. Consumes 1500 mana, with a 60-second cooldown. At first glance, these skills might seem unremarkable, but upon closer examination, the locking arrow even surpasses the group control ability of the shadow curtain arrow. The locking effect is similar to petrification, but locked targets cannot move on their own, though they can be moved by external forces. A gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Didn't he have the perfect external force skill? Arrownet Hell. Arrownet Hell creates a massive suction force, allowing agile enemies to potentially escape using spatial techniques. But by locking them first and then pulling them in, no one can escape. This is a forced 3-second group control, which is 1 second longer than the single target free skill. The uniqueness of the time dissipation arrow lies in accelerating abnormal statuses. Statuses like burning, poisoning, and bleeding can be exacerbated with a single shot, dealing poison damage at 20 times per second, which cannot be healed. Poison damage alone can reach a staggering 16,000 per second, and without using antidotes, it's a death sentence. This is extremely useful in specific environments. For instance, when unable to sustain damage output in harsh conditions, just shoot a time dissipation arrow and hide, leaving the opponent to die slowly. That's about enough. Let's finish this quickly. Su Ming's fingers moved slightly as he unleashed his skills in rapid succession. Explosive arrow shadow curtain arrow. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The arrows whistled through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound. Having understood the effects of those unique skills, Su Ming quickly analyzed the most suitable battle scenarios for them. The alternating use of these deadly arrows in this place was like a lethal symphony, with screams and howls composing the most beautiful melody. The cross mantis and armored hornet, the apex predators of this plane's ecosystem, never imagined they would become mere test subjects for Su Ming's skill experiments. Before long, Su Ming used his eagle eye skill, surveying the field littered with insect corpses. He dusted off his clothes and began leaping forward, collecting the valuable spoils along the way. Armored hornet wing shield. His backpack was already filled with several golden quality shields. For shield bearers or shield warriors, the drop from the armored hornet is naturally expected. Su Ming praised it, noting that the armored hornet was a treasure trove, an excellent material for crafting armor. He quickly pocketed the spoils, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Although the swarm of cross mantis he had been fighting didn't drop any equipment, the sheer number of cross pincers they left behind was quite valuable. Just as Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at the mantis corpses, a faint glimmer caught his eye, drawing his attention. A skill book. A regular wild creature dropping a skill book meant the group had great potential. Usually, only special boss types have a chance to drop skill books. Even the likes of the three-headed serpent or the ancient spider are far beyond the typical bosses found in regular instances of the inner world. Muttering to himself, Su Ming quickly rushed over and carefully picked up the skill book, which emitted a faint glow. Extreme Blink. Non-melee class skill book. Level requirement LV 120. Su Ming's eyes skimmed over the skill book's description. Extreme Blink LV 1. A masterful spatial movement skill, allowing the user to blink to any location within 200 meters, consuming 1000 mana. Can be used again after each second, with range and mana consumption doubling each time. Can be used up to 5 times within 10 seconds, then enters a 60-second cooldown. Wow, unbelievable. Looking back at the cross mantis corpses, Su Ming's gaze became distinctly affectionate. I admit, I misjudged you. Truly the dominant wild creature group in the world corridor. He thought to himself that given time, the cross mantis would undoubtedly produce a boss-level entity, surpassing even the silent demon bear to become the strongest boss in this realm. Extreme Blink explained why those mantises could blink repeatedly. Ordinary blink skills typically have a cooldown of 3040 seconds and can only be used once at a time. If Su Ming had to choose, he would definitely go for Extreme Blink. Being able to blink 5 times within 10 seconds, with the range doubling each time, is incredibly appealing. For him, this was an excellent escape skill. He could first use Spatial Lock to restrict his opponent, then blink away himself. Perfect. This skill's value was no less than the flying skill book promised by Brother Wang Lin. This time, he had stumbled upon a fortune worth billions. Little treasure mantis. I love it. I love it. A system notification promptly sounded. You meet the learning conditions for Extreme Blink and have successfully learned this skill. Extreme Blink LV1. Su Ming flashed a sunny smile. Now he could not only dramatically increase his speed and agility, but also move like a phantom with extreme blink. As an archer, being a bit more agile than an assassin is not too much to ask, right? With the spoils collected, Su Ming didn't choose to wait for the next respawn. Instead, he called upon his companion. Xiaoyi, let's go hunt the wild creatures on the neighboring map. After making a round there, we can return here just in time for the next wave, hee. Finally reaching level 156, we can push ourselves and reach level 180 in just one day and night if we keep going non-stop. Su Ming knew well that he couldn't just focus on one group for easy gains. Instead, he needed to spread his efforts evenly. Riding on Xiaoyi's back, he held his longbow tightly, eyes locked on the group of monsters ahead. Oh yeah, attack. Follow the master, let's fight. Xiaoyi shouted excitedly, flapping her wings with even more vigor. Su Ming frowned slightly, speaking calmly. You're still a beautiful phoenix girl, but all you talk about is fighting. I wonder who you learned that from. As he finished speaking, he adjusted his posture, sitting stably on Xiaoyi's back. Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she screeched. Yay, here come the monster overlords. The system notification from Falling Cloud Valley popped up. You have slain a rainbow cloud Kuan LV-168, gaining 388,000 experience. Rainbow cloud Kuan progress. 100. You have plundered 1,200 life. Another message followed. You have slain a sawtooth shark LV-169. In the Luofu Stone Valley, the man and the bird worked in perfect harmony. One was in charge of rapid movement, the other of rapid shooting. Su Ming's arrows rained down like a storm, while Xiaoyi darted through the monster groups with astonishing speed. Wherever they went, no monster was left standing. They remained relentless, thoroughly clearing out every type of monster group they encountered, achieving 100 plunder progress without missing a single one. After a day and night of intense hunting, the top-level monster overlords of the world corridor were utterly miserable. Su Ming's gains were exceptionally rich, plundered a total of 6,800 life, 37 strength, 32 agility, 52 attack, and 23 defense. While feeling quite pleased, he also confirmed one thing. Due to his mana being infinitely capped, he wouldn't plunder the mana attribute. As the monsters respawned, Su Ming decisively commanded, "The jungle monsters have respawned. Let's go again." After several intense hours of battle, the system notification finally popped up. Your level has reached LV-180. Please complete the job change quest to continue leveling up. Finally level 180. Su Ming exhaled deeply, stretching his sore wrist. Xiaoyi, help me out here, my hand's a bit cramped from shooting. Reaching level 180 meant he could now take on the job change quest. With excitement in his heart, Su Ming mounted Xiaoyi, preparing to return to the Dawn Church. He only needed to find the nearest town with a teleportation array set up by the Dawn Church to easily return to familiar territory. While taking this opportunity, Su Ming quickly reviewed his spoils from monster hunting. Besides the precious items from various monster overlord groups, he had also acquired over 100 pieces of golden equipment in total. However, of the 7 types of equipment he currently wore, all but the rocket longbow were of a golden grade or higher. After comparing attributes, he didn't need to make any changes for now. Monsters that specifically drop bow and arrow weapons are indeed rare, but Su Ming didn't mind. He increasingly felt that the few fusion artifacts he obtained were related to his weapons. Adding the rainbow cloak dropped by the rainbow cloud Kuan, he now had a complete set of 8 pieces of equipment. Rainbow cloak, golden type, head armor class, physical system general, level requirement, LV-150, attributes, life 3,000, mana 1,000, defense 80, critical resistance 15, durability 160. Feature, under the protection of the rainbow clouds, cannot suffer a critical hit. Weapons, armor, boots, head armor, gloves, rings, necklaces, masks. These are the 8 basic pieces of equipment for an archer class. Different class types may vary based on their needs, such as gloves and masks. Many classes use gauntlets, crowns, etc. Head armor, while not as rare as accessory types, generally has high level restrictions for similar quality. Then Su Ming glanced at his dramatically increased attributes. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, temporal arrow god. Level, LV-180 LV-180, 4th advancement. Health, 143,123. Mana, 9,999,999. Strength, 1,017. Agility, 1,347. Attack speed, 6.99 arrows second. Attack, 5,574. Defense, 2,587. Critical hit, 67. Critical resistance, 60. Single arrow capacity, 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. Su Ming let out a deep breath, his eyes scanning over the panel stats, filled with a sense of accomplishment. His health had finally surpassed the 140,000 mark, and his critical resistance reached 60. Although he was still considered a fragile archer by profession, his formidable talents and items provided excellent safety for his life. The shield of the undying arrow body might not even be broken. Su Ming mused to himself, a confident gleam in his eyes. What pleased him even more was his terrifying offensive capability. With a base attack of 5,574, once enhanced with the arrow pursuit talisman, he could unleash tens of thousands of arrows in an instant against any boss, turning them into a pincushion and instantly defeating them. I hope to find more items that increase health in the future, Su Ming muttered to himself. Finally, Xiaoyi returned to the contract space, and Su Ming stepped into the teleportation array. In a flash of light, he found himself inside the heroic temple of the Dawn Church. Oh my, the esteemed Bao hero Su Ming. A priest immediately recognized him, his face filled with joy. You have been out of contact with the church for 2 days. Your safe return brings us joy, thanks to the protection of the Dawn. Upon hearing of Su Ming's return, Hall and several senior priests rushed to the scene. They had evidently received news from Horton and the Heroic Legion. As a super strong figure and symbol of their Dawn hero, Su Ming deserved the utmost attention from the Dawn Church. Su Ming glanced around and asked, "Has the Thorn hero left?" Hall nodded and respectfully replied, "Yes, he has completed his mission. He returned to his plane just yesterday at this time." The elder, with a hint of reluctance, inquired, "Bao hero, are you also leaving?" People should never compare themselves to others, for comparison only brings harm. Not only Hall and all the church leaders, but even Li Huiyao himself, when thinking of Su Ming, would question reality. How could he be so strong? Previous heroes of various professions couldn't achieve what Su Ming did so effortlessly. A journey that should have taken a month of arduous training was compressed into less than 3 days by Su Ming. To be precise, it was completed in just 1 day, with almost 2 days of him simply disappearing. Su Ming nodded to confirm, "Yes. However, before that, I need to visit the advancement hall." Su Ming thought to himself that the 5th advancement task was unlikely to be here, but just in case. Besides, having the task in hand would set his mind at ease. All the priests nodded respectfully with smiles, but the next moment they froze. What is this? Hero Su Ming, haven't you already received the advancement task?" Su Ming shrugged helplessly. "Yes, but I'm getting it again now." The elderly priests were dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Wait, could it be that the previous one and this one are not the same advancement identity? This hero, my goodness. Su Ming walked into the job change hall with a nonchalant demeanor. His steps were light, yet steady, and there was a hint of calmness in his eyes. After all, he would soon leave this place and have no interaction with these people in the future, so why bother caring too much? In the center of the hall, a gigantic crystal ball hovered, emitting a gentle glow, as if an old friend was awaiting his arrival. Gazing at this familiar job change device, a slight smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. All those sleepless nights grinding now seemed worthwhile. "Let's do this," Su Ming said, without hesitation, as he placed his hands firmly on the connecting device. The crystal ball immediately lit up with a blinding light, starting to scan his information. "Detected your level at LV 180, meeting the criteria for a 5th job change." A mechanical voice echoed through the hall. "Job options generated. You can now change to the class, Extinction Arrow God." Extinction? Su Ming's pupils contracted. The last time he saw the name, Time-Space Arrow God, he could deduce that the skill involved time and space. Now, the word extinction sent a chill down his spine, spreading along his back. If his enemy-slaying ability were to be enhanced to an epic level again, how terrifying would his attack power become? Would he be able to slay demon gods across levels? As he pondered this, a smile crept onto his lips, and his tense body relaxed significantly. He clicked the confirm button without hesitation. Extinction Arrow God. The only choice, still mysterious and powerful. A system prompt appeared before him. You have chosen Extinction Arrow God. Generated job change quest 1. Extinction Overlord, difficulty 10. Generated job change quest 2. Ancient God Bao, difficulty 10. Generated job change quest 3. Eternal Creator, difficulty 10. Note: you must complete the 3 quests in sequence, with no time limit, and the quests cannot be reset. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, filled with surprise. 3 job change quests, and all at difficulty 10? No wonder Brother Wang Lin said that reaching the 5th job change was an insurmountable barrier for many, as the job change difficulty stops most people in their tracks. What shocked Su Ming even more was that these quests couldn't be reset. This meant that if he couldn't complete them, he'd never be able to change jobs again. Wasn't this supposed to be permanently fixed at the 7th job change? But here he was, facing such challenges at the 5th. It seemed the hidden class indeed had its unique characteristics. Every year, many risked their lives to complete tasks, only to fall silently in desolate lands. Because, apart from the required items, all battles in the quest required personal participation from the job changer. Su Ming took a deep breath, quickly calming his mind. He focused on the first quest requirement. Extinction Overlord, difficulty 10. Description: Only by annihilating all obstacles can one become the supreme ruler. Achieve the top rank in the Sky Ring Battlefield's World Leaderboard, 0-1. At least kill 100 enemies ranked in the top 1,000 of the opposing faction, 0-100. What the heck? Su Ming's eyes widened. This is just the first quest, and it's already hellish? Although it's one quest, it involves two challenges that can be tackled simultaneously. Sky Ring Battlefield. This time, I need to seek Brother Wang's help. Su Ming remembered Wang Lin's griffin, which was acquired from the Sky Ring Battlefield. He needed to thoroughly understand the rules of this special dimension. Su Ming never considered himself a saint. He was well aware that in such battles, his life could be at risk at any moment. Therefore, he would never hesitate to eliminate necessary enemies. Honorable Warrior Su Ming, thank you for your assistance. This is a parting gift. May the dawn protect you. As Su Ming exited the job change hall, he naturally mentioned his intention to return from the Hall of Heroes. He didn't expect to suddenly receive several items in his hands, a treatment likely unmatched by anyone else entering the world corridor. A system prompt flashed in his view. You have received Luminous Crystal 1. You have received the skill book, Holy Light Spell 1. You have received the skill book, Flame Sun Holy Arrow 1. Looking at the gifts in his hands, Su Ming murmured to himself, the Church of Dawn excels in healing and purification abilities. For a priest, the Luminous Crystal and the Holy Light technique are invaluable treasures. Su Ming looked at these precious items in his hand, pondering their worth. Clearly, the giver understood his situation, as they also included a Sunfire Arrow skill book, a highly effective area attack skill for archers. Su Ming frowned as he skimmed through the Sunfire Arrow skill description, realizing it wasn't something he could use. A slight smile played on his lips. It's not that you're weak. It's just that my skill combination is overwhelmingly powerful, he murmured to himself, tapping the cover of the skill book lightly. Maybe I can trade it for a more suitable support skill in the future. For self-learned skills, Su Ming didn't need offensive skills, but rather supportive ones. A few ideal options flashed through his mind: Eagle Eye, Extreme Blink. However, the total value of these three prized items was over $1 billion. The thought left him feeling a rush of excitement. Suddenly, a teleportation light enveloped him, bringing a brief wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a transparent crystal sphere. Imperial Capital, Level 9 City-State, Central Information Tower, Level 9 Zone. Su Ming glanced around and smiled. I'm back. He had finally returned to the inner world of the Dragon Kingdom. A nearby researcher responsible for the passageway looked at Su Ming in shock, then quickly turned to inform Wang Lin. During the few minutes of waiting, Su Ming chose to communicate with his contract space. Hey, look at me, Su Ming. Am I awesome or what? The little creature was causing a ruckus in the contract space, waving its paws as if showing off. However, Su Ming's attention was caught by another message. Your contract beast has reached the advancement level LV50 LV50. Advancement to Tier 2 requires Shadow Jade 1 liter of Shadow Beast Blood, Knight of the Hidden Moon. Currently, the requirements for Tier 2 advancement weren't too difficult for him. These materials could be acquired at the exchange. With a breakthrough on a cloud-covered night, her speed would increase, progressively restoring her formidable cross-level combat capabilities. Yet a peculiar thought crossed Su Ming's mind. I just hope the little one doesn't turn out as overpowered as I did when she reaches Tier 5, he silently wished. Su Ming, my friend, have you completed it? Wang Lin burst in, urgency written all over his face. He hurriedly led Su Ming into the adjacent secret chamber. Yes, Su Ming replied calmly. Level 120. Wang Lin eyed Su Ming, lowering his voice. Or, level 180, he asked quietly, his mind in turmoil. During Su Ming's time in the world corridor, Wang Lin had vaguely learned of some significant news related to Su Ming from his father. His foremost task now was to gain Su Ming's favor, remove any obstacles hindering Su Ming's growth, and if necessary, employ the full authority of the Temple of Godslayers. He could even use artifacts. Su Ming, I absolutely adore you. Of course, this was only Wang Lin's inner thought. If Su Ming heard it, he'd likely be startled and bowled away. I'm not into older guys. Aren't little Lolas cute enough? Su Ming, rest assured, now that you're one of us in the Temple of Godslayers, we won't pry into your affairs and will fully support you, Wang Lin said sincerely. Just remember, the Dragon Kingdom will always be your backing. At that moment, Su Ming noticed a unique gentleness in Wang Lin's demeanor, as if he were a wise elder earnestly entrusting a successor. Ahem, Su Ming cleared his throat lightly. Brother Wang Lin, don't make it sound like you're giving a final testament. I've already reached level 180. Indeed, upon hearing Su Ming's confirmation, Wang Lin felt a wave of relief. This was Su Ming's true potential. But then a thought struck him. Damn, does this mean this kid will soon surpass me? Will I end up asking him for help? The realization hit him hard, leaving him with a mixed expression of joy and despair, on the verge of tears. Su Ming, why is Brother Wang Lin smiling and crying at the same time? Su Ming wondered, perplexed by Wang Lin's complex expression. The two of them left the information tower on a griffin, with the wind howling in their ears. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Ming asked about the flying skill book and the Tianhuan battlefield. Fortunately, I cleverly brought the skill book ahead of time, Wang Lin said, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This flying skill book is possibly the only one of its kind on Blue Star. It won't disappoint you, Feng Yi Tianxiang. Feng Yi Tianxiang. Hearing the name, Su Ming remained outwardly calm, but internally he was excited. It immediately reminded him of Xiao Yi, who was in the contract space, and her super flying skill, Huang Yi Tianxiang. Could there be a connection between the two? Su Ming looked down to check the details of the skill book. Feng Yi Tianxiang. Universal Skill Book. Level Requirement, LV 150. Feng Yi Tianxiang, LV 1. Break through the shackles, allowing magical phoenix wings to grow from your back, granting the powerful flying abilities of the Divine Phoenix clan. Base agility increased by 100. During this time, can trigger a superstorm. Mana consumption, 1000s, no cooldown. The mana consumption rate was indeed terrifying. Su Ming continued to read the description of the superstorm. Superstorm. The phoenix wings can be concealed, but when revealed, they create a storm zone in a 1k 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 space with continuous flapping. Deals 100 true damage per second to targets entering the area and slows them by 60. It seems it can be further fused. The skill is actually a combination of attribute enhancement and damage effects. The flying and base agility boost of 100 is entirely different from a temporary attribute gain. Since it only consumes mana, Su Ming suddenly realized he could keep this skill activated permanently. The advantage of unlimited mana was perfectly highlighted here. He could fly whenever he wanted, using the effect as a passive skill. The base agility boost of 100 was significant, but the Superstorm was the truly terrifying ability. It resembled a domain, with a range that matched the confined space, and the two could stack. However, the phrase "seems it can be further fused" was thought-provoking. Damn, now anyone who wants to get within 1k meters of me will have to ask my permission. Su Ming was thrilled. Brother Wang Lin, isn't this skill a bit too valuable? Su Ming wasn't foolish. He quickly pieced together some clues in his mind. Su Ming, the old man thinks highly of you, Wang Lin said sincerely. Take it. It will surely play a miraculous role on the stage of the future. Combined with your terrifying output mobility, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Oh, you asked me about the Tianhuan battlefield earlier. Has old Master Wang already noticed me? It seems he's investing in me. Su Ming looked at Feng Yi Tianxiang and couldn't help but reach out to take it. Just tell me if it's awesome or not. Wang Lin chuckled. And besides, he loves this homeland of Longhua. In the future, any offenders, no matter how far, will be punished. The system notification sounded. You meet the learning conditions for Feng Yi Tianxiang and have successfully learned this skill. Feng Yi Tianxiang, LV1. Super strong flying domain skill acquired. With just the use of a skill proficiency crystal, this perfect scene would come to an end. The Griffin's destination was the aired exchange. During the flight, Su Ming had already explained the situation regarding the Tianhuan battlefield. Wang Lin was stunned, taking a full 3 seconds to accept this fact. Then he resumed his lighthearted smile and said, "Being with you feels like a new world every day? If that's the case, maybe soon we'll be teammates, truly life and death teammates." Wang Lin's expression became serious, as if there was something important to discuss once he finished dealing with his own matters. This was even without Su Ming explicitly telling him that he had to secure the top spot. Otherwise, the reaction might have been even more intense, right? Inside the Yart trading exchange in the 7th level zone, Su Ming skillfully sorted through the scrap he had collected, his fingers moving swiftly and efficiently. After completing his task, he decisively purchased 72 skill proficiency crystals and all the materials needed for Xiao Yi's advancement. The exchange system operated continuously, alerting him whenever a trader offered something that met Su Ming's satisfaction. The transaction was overseen by the chief, Ye Jiulin, who watched Su Ming's every move with a gleam of desire for treasures in his eyes. In this atmosphere, all of Su Ming's transactions went surprisingly smoothly. However, to his surprise, the seemingly ordinary man in his 40s was actually the elder brother of Ye Jiuyi's confidant. Although the man carried an item that blocked detection, Su Ming's secret eye revealed Ye Jiulin's true level as LV 322, a number that shocked him internally. Su Ming maintained his composure and continued conversing with Ye Jiulin, their dialogue flowing as smoothly as if they were old friends. No wonder my sister recommended this young man so highly, Ye Jiulin thought to himself. Excluding the items with exorbitant consignment fees, the total value of Su Ming's other recyclables reached an astonishing 2.4 billion. Su Ming, my young friend, feel free to visit this old man whenever you have time. Ye Jiulin invited with a smile. Old man? I don't believe that for a second. Su Ming thought to himself, but he chose not to expose the man's true identity, simply nodding politely in response. After Su Ming left, Ye Jiulin stood in place, watching the young man's silhouette fade into the distance. He murmured to himself. What a pity, the Shirshan palace of old Master Wang got to him first. With a sigh, he continued. The Yart family seems to have connected with someone extraordinary. At Yijulin's level, he couldn't know the exact reasons, but he could confirm from various sources that Su Ming was likely chosen by old Master Wang Bo, one of the nine-turn guardians of Long Country, as his successor, a rising Bao god in the making. It's a pity about that young Wang Lin, if not for his brother. Yijulin shook his head, a sly smile crossing his face. Su Ming is quite the handsome young man, and he's single? Maybe I could convince him to become my son-in-law, he. Su Ming stepped out of the Yart trading exchange, the sunlight warming his shoulders, oblivious to the old man's musings. Brother Wang Lin, where to next? Su Ming asked, turning to him. He already knew the Tianhuan battlefield wouldn't open for another half-month. It's a special interdimensional battleground suitable for challengers between LV-180 and LV-239. According to old brother Wang, this battlefield plays a crucial role in acquiring resources for the real world each year, with fierce competition and a high mortality rate. Participants are all specially selected 5-turn powerhouses from various countries. Su Ming, though stuck at the 4-turn limit, had just reached the threshold to participate. This was why Wang Lin was momentarily stunned. He wondered why Su Ming's job transition requirements were so extraordinary. Each country can send a total of 10,000 people, and I was originally one of them, Wang Lin explained, though he was prepared to give up his spot for Su Ming. But now, the situation worked out perfectly. Rest assured, since it's your job requirement, there will definitely be a spot for you among Long Country's quotas, Wang Lin said confidently, his eyes full of determination. The old man has spoken. Anyone who disagrees will have to deal with my artifact. Su Ming tilted his head, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Facing someone so committed to helping him, he silently noted this favor in his heart. Little Wang, I'll have your back in the future too. If you wait until half a month later, it might be too late. But now, the timing is just right. Wang Lin said, a meaningful smile on his face. Just before you enter the Tianhuan battlefield, there's an excellent trial ground. Come with me. I'll take you to a great place. The griffin's speed surged as it beat its wings vigorously against the air, landing swiftly on the platform atop the Godslayer Guild. In the Imperial capital, specifically at the Godslayer Guild in the Level 9 area, Su Ming realized that the guild wasn't situated in the bustling center of the city. Instead, it occupied a secluded area on the outskirts. From the outside, the building appeared unassuming, almost inconspicuous. Wang Lin had once told him that although the Godslayer Guild had few members, each was an elite with exceptional combat abilities. They were so busy with their duties that they didn't care much for outward appearances. Don't be deceived by its exterior, there's much more inside. Wang Lin smiled slightly. They bypassed the main entrance, opting instead to enter through a hidden door at the top. They then descended slowly into the depths via a specially designed elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Su Ming was taken aback by what he saw. Before him lay an unimaginably vast underground world. It was brightly lit, with an array of buildings and people bustling about. The Godslayer Guild, as a Level 9 guild, was indeed only showing the tip of the iceberg. We're using a secret passage here, so no one will disturb you, Wang Lin explained as he led Su Ming forward quickly. Soon, they reached a unique space ahead, with a faint blue energy barrier at its entrance, flickering with mysterious runes. Every guild of Level 5 and above has such a space. Wang Lin pointed to the sign above the barrier, which clearly read, Void Spirit Space LV-150 LV-200. You can only enter the Void Spirit Space once in your lifetime, with a randomly generated map full of unknowns. Dying inside will force you out, but you won't actually die, so you can treat it as a trial battlefield. Su Ming quickly understood Wang Lin's intention. In the real Celestial Ring battlefield, death meant the end of everything, but here it offered a chance to fail and prepare mentally. He might even encounter unexpected opportunities in this special space. Unless you choose to leave voluntarily, you'll be forcibly transported out after 10 days, or if you're killed, Wang Lin added. Su Ming nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the blue barrier without hesitation. After a flash of light, Su Ming opened his eyes to find himself in a new world of Void Spirit Realm, Dragon Valley, War Plaza. Contrary to his expectations of a dark setting, it was vibrant and full of life. Dragon Valley? Sounds like a nice place, Su Ming thought. The plaza was filled with numerous figures, but strangely, everyone, including Su Ming, was shrouded in a mysterious mist. This was evidently a system protection mechanism, preventing entrants from detecting each other's true identities. Since no real death occurred here, there was no burden in killing others. However, Su Ming discovered that with his secret eye skill, he could still see through the mist and identify others' names, professions, and levels. Just as he was observing his surroundings, many figures in the plaza suddenly vanished. Immediately, a message popped up in front of Su Ming. You are about to be randomly transported to the depths of Dragon Valley. Basic Challenge 1. Kill at least 20 enemies within 3 days, or you'll be forcibly removed. As soon as Su Ming finished reading the message, the scene changed abruptly. Tall trees surrounded him, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Just as he was about to summon his pet, Xiaomi, a mist-shrouded figure rushed towards him from a distance. A newcomer? I'll gladly take your head. Haha. A rough voice laughed. Su Ming moved swiftly, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion, while attempting to attach an arrow chase talisman. Ice arrow, he muttered, as a frost-tipped arrow shot through the air. Unexpectedly, the arrow chase talisman successfully attached. Makes sense, the highest level here is only LV 200. Su Ming thought joyfully. Now die. What? I just got here a day ago, no? The opponent's scream was cut short as the arrow struck, turning him into a frozen porcupine, collapsing lifelessly. A system prompt immediately sounded. You have killed an enemy 120. Xiaomi and Dark Phoenix appeared beside Su Ming. He swiftly mounted Dark Phoenix, not for its flying ability, but to cleverly use Xiaomi's shadow clone ability for concealment. Su Ming planned to gain a better vantage point from the sky to locate more targets. Hawkeye. With the skill activated, Su Ming's vision expanded instantly. Indeed, Dragon Valley was vast and seemingly boundless. As he knew, the towers would periodically issue challenge tasks, and as long as all participants completed the trials within the specified time, they would succeed. This place definitely holds many treasures just waiting to be discovered. Su Ming's gaze swept to the lower left, where he noticed a large group of dinosaur-like creatures gathering in the dense forest. Savage earth dragons, regular monsters at level 170 with 696, 000696, 000 health points. These dragons boast thick skin, with their only weak point being their feet. Oh wow, these monsters don't appear outside, Su Ming said with a smirk. Since I found them, I can't just let them go. He quickly drew his longbow in the sky, shadow arrow. The arrow shot out at an astonishing speed of 21,000 per second, instantly blocking out the midday sun. Not only the earth dragons, but also the challengers nearby looked up in confusion. What's that in the sky? What the heck? Run. Damn, those with flying skills are a real pain. Trying indiscriminate attacks? I'll take him down. Su Ming shot his arrows without hesitation, a rain of arrows covering the entire forest below. Knowing the rules here, he didn't hold back. System notifications flashed continuously. You've killed a savage earth dragon LV 170, gaining 391,000 experience. You've killed a savage earth dragon LV 170, gaining 391,000 experience. You've killed an enemy 220. You've killed an enemy 320. In just 3 seconds, he not only took down a large group of savage earth dragons, but also completed his challenge target. Killing requires skill? Simple and straightforward. You've completed basic challenge 1. Choose to increase health or mana attributes. Oh, I can gain attributes too. Su Ming didn't hesitate. Health. You've gained an additional 10,000 base health points. Not bad. Coming here was the right choice. Su Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. He planned not to miss any type of monster before the next challenge task appeared. With only one chance, he couldn't miss the opportunity to exploit his talents. Savage Earth Dragon progress. 100. You've plundered 9 defense points. Perfect. Su Ming scanned the area, finding no other monsters nearby besides the corpses of the savage earth dragons. Just as he was about to fly forward to explore further, he halted abruptly. Wait, what's that? Looking over the corpses of the earth dragons, Su Ming in the sky spotted a peculiar array pattern engraved on a stone wall in an inconspicuous corner of the Dragon Valley. Could it be? There's something special buried there. With excitement, Su Ming approached the stone wall and finally made out the inscription. Sealing array can be unlocked with external force. Unlock? Yes. Su Ming cautiously retreated, but in the next moment, his log updated with new information. You've triggered a hidden map, Dragon's Relic, and will receive a unique relic hint. Suddenly, the entire valley echoed with a loud mechanical voice. Dragon's Relic has been activated. All will receive a relic location hint in 10 seconds. What the heck is happening? With the array triggered, the stone wall crumbled, revealing ancient relic bricks. Compared to others, Su Ming seemed to have a 10-second advantage and a special hint. Eagle Eye. Xiaomi disappeared into his shadow. After confirming no one else was around, Su Ming dashed into the relic without hesitation. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Map guide.jpg. The relic is a death maze. Following the map guide will safely lead to the center of the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace, you may acquire the title, Dragon's Sovereign and Dragon's Companion. Companion. Su Ming's eyes gleamed. Whoa, my luck is incredible. This reminded him of Zagu Rong's 2 scale crystals, legendary items he couldn't afford to miss. Su Ming followed the guidance of the additional map, pondering to himself. Who would have thought there was a hidden space here? It reminded him of the labyrinth in Valhalla, perhaps a trial ground formed by overlapping multiple spaces. In front of him stood 3 doors side by side. The map indicated that 2 of the doors led to dead ends. only wasting time if entered. Of course, behind any chosen door lurked various monsters ready to challenge intruders. Gripping the map tightly, Su Ming cautiously stepped through the door on the right. Eagle-eyed. The moment the skill activated, the eerie and dim space became clear before his eyes. Deep growls echoed from the darkness, and Su Ming could already see the creatures blocking his path. Fire! With his command, shadow arrows whistled through the air, piercing the atmosphere in seconds, dealing damage before even reaching the bodies of the skeletal beasts. Ruined Beast, Ordinary Wild Monster Level, LV 172. Health, 716k, 716k. Information, lacks any consciousness, only knows to kill all intruders. Weakness, head. Su Ming nearly laughed out loud. It took less than a second for the arrows to hit the monsters. Thus, as soon as the arrows were released, life and death were decided. Before they could react, they quietly fell. System notification, you killed Ruined Beast LV 172, gaining 395k experience. System notification, you killed Ruined Beast LV 174, gaining 396k experience. Even without riding on Xiao Yi, Su Ming easily floated above the space. The massive wings unfurled behind him were the opposite of the Dark Phoenix's black elegance. They were pure white, more accurately, sacred. Su Ming mused that when acting with Xiao Yi, others might mistake them for the arrival of a black and white duo. However, these phoenix wings could be hidden unless a superstorm was triggered, making them quite handy. System notification, Ruined Beast progress. 100, you plundered 10 strength points. Soon, Su Ming noticed movement below. The silenced and pierced beast corpses did not dissolve into light particles, but instead began to swell like inflated balloons. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Tisk, TSK, this is corpse explosion, a truly disgusting skill. Su Ming calmly analyzed. It triggers inevitably. Monsters with this skill create a massive explosion upon death, causing real damage and stun within a large area. But there's a limitation: it can't target the air. So, Su Ming had already prepared in advance, perfectly neutralizing this threat. The ground was now littered with scattered bones, none intact. Explosive arrow. Su Ming acted again. Boom 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 boom. Second and third waves of arrows were fired in succession, finally burning everything to ashes, leaving the ground renewed. A truly novel kind of renewal. Su Ming chuckled to himself. Then, he landed on the ground, spotting small piles of loot death powder crystals. It seemed Xiao Yi could absorb these as well, so he quickly stored them in his backpack and turned to the newly opened 2 doors. So many doors, Su Ming remarked. Although there was only one true path, fortunately, he had the map. He concealed the wings on his back and swiftly entered the door on the left. The sacred wings allowed flight even without manifestation, and Su Ming had merely been testing the superstorm earlier. Indeed, the skill lived up to its name. Having purchased the skill proficiency crystals, both Phoenix Wing Soar and Extreme Blink had reached LV10 perfection. The former significantly boosted the storm's damage and slowdown effect. In a 1k 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 area, a storm zone is generated, dealing 500 true damage per second to any targets entering it, and slowing them by 80. This is true damage, and as long as there's enough mana, the space around you can become extremely terrifying. And as for him, Su Ming, if there's anything he has in abundance, it's mana. Bring it on. The latter upgrade seems even more astonishing to Su Ming. Extreme Blink LV10, a masterful spatial movement, allows him to blink to any position within 300 meters, consuming 1,000 mana. It can be used again each second, with the range and mana cost doubling from the previous use. It can be used up to 7 times within 10 seconds, after which there's a 60-second cooldown. The initial distance has increased from the original to 300 meters, and the usage limit within 10 seconds has increased from 5 times to 7 times. Calculating this, the maximum range can reach 19,200 meters. A distance of 20,000 meters is incredibly practical. So, just 10 seconds after Su Ming stepped through the next gate, challengers from various countries across the entire Divine Dragon Valley simultaneously received the location information of the array pattern on the stone wall. Divine Dragon Ruins? Ha ha ha. All the treasures are mine. I am a golden armored warrior. Anyone who doesn't want to die should follow my orders. Screw you. No one is taking my stuff. My kidney? Who's sneaking up on me? I don't want to be forced to exit. Ah. The entrance to the ruins was crowded with challengers, but no one was willing to back down. In the shadows, several fogs secretly took down a bunch of those arguing. Su Ming didn't care about what others thought, nor did he have the time to play games with them. By this time, he was already in midair, surrounded by the shadow power generated by Xiao Yi. His right hand conjured the wind, and after the arrow net hell, ice arrows and sealing arrows rained down in succession. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Su Ming's eyes were seriously observing everything below. He hadn't expected that just as he stepped into this place, the entire scene would undergo a dramatic change. There were no traces of ruins. Instead, a sea of flowers unfolded before him, stunningly beautiful, like the utopia Su Ming once dreamed of. But in the next moment, countless flowers began to wither and wilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sharp sounds emanated from the sea of flowers. The flowers had come to life. Illusory Dream Flower Demon. Ordinary Monster Level, LV 180. HP, 333, 000 Info. A very special type of creature, capable of invading the dreams of any living being. Weakness, cannot trigger. Oh, unable to trigger a critical hit. Su Ming was slightly surprised. Though its health was quite low, its skills were indeed outrageous. So, we can't give them the chance to use their skills. Ice Arrow Sealing Arrow Shadow Arrow. Freezing, sealing, and silence continuously triggered. Countless flowers, transformed into demons, scattered across the land. As Su Ming moved continuously, the bodies began to pile up once more. His arrows pierced through the bodies of one phantom dream flower demon after another with unerring precision, while system notifications flashed repeatedly in his vision. You have slain Phantom Dream Flower Demon LV 180, gaining 43,000 experience. You have slain Phantom Dream Flower Demon LV 179, gaining 43,000 experience. Shooting feels amazing. Su Ming sighed in relief, his gaze sweeping across the vast sea of flowers. It would only take a few more seconds to finish clearing them out. This flower field was so expansive, it seemed to stretch endlessly. The whistling sound of arrows slicing through the air was incessant, and the Phantom Dream Flower Demons fell one after another, their loot scattered all around. Wait, something's not right. Su Ming suddenly became alert, frowning deeply. The experience gained from killing the Phantom Dream Flower Demons was too low. Moreover, despite having killed more than he expected, the progress of the sky-piercing arrow intent had not reached 100. Dream Devourer, Soul Symbiosis. Su Ming murmured to himself, a flash of insight crossing his mind. Could this place not be a relic space, but rather my dream? Once he identified the problem, he immediately thought of a solution. Secret Eye. Su Ming's eyes lit up with an unusual glow, a natural ability of his that allowed him to see the true essence of things. He carefully scanned the entire flower field, and soon, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile, as if he had discovered his prey. So it's you causing trouble. This is the Other Shore Dream Flower. The Other Shore Dream Flower had cleverly disguised itself as a phantom dream flower demon and hidden among the flower corpses. Su Ming was surprised to find that not a single one of his arrows had hit it. This thing is really sly. Even more afraid of death than I am. Su Ming muttered to himself. Even more astonishing, the information revealed by his secret eye showed that it wasn't a typical monster or even a boss, but rather a plant-type tamed beast. Species, Other Shore Dream Flower. Affiliation, Dragon's Rest. Level, LV 188. This creature is similar to Xiao Yi, a special being from another dimension. Arrow Pursuit Talisman. Since the rain of arrows couldn't hit it, he decided to use a talisman to lock on directly. Success. Su Ming's actions didn't pause for a moment. Regardless of what it was, he aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, a terrified voice echoed in his mind. Wait, you've passed the test of the Great Dragon. Spare me, please. Su Ming. The faint lullaby-like voice faded into the distance. The flower field, littered with corpses, seemed to undergo a cycle of rebirth. It was as if Su Ming was watching a movie in reverse. The bodies of the flower demons vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze swept through, creating visible waves across the sea of flowers. However, this time, a delicate creature adorned with roses stood in the flower field, looking pitifully at him. Please don't kill me. I'm just a guardian spirit used by the Great Dragon to test challengers. Since this was a dream world, Su Ming was communicating with it through his mind. Nevertheless, he didn't lower his drawn bow. Oh, then can you tell me about this great dragon you mentioned? The Other Shore Dream Flower exhaled slightly in relief and began to explain. Brave challenger, you have entered one of the tombs of the great dragon, Nigriel. He was a dragon king who ruled the spiritual realm, mysterious and powerful. But one day, after being besieged by the demon lords, he realized he was about to fall. Thus, he divided his spirit into several parts and buried them in different tombs. If you can obtain Nigriel's relic, you will gain immense spiritual power. As it spoke, the Other Shore Dream Flower showed an expression of excitement. Challenger, the exit for you has already appeared. May you be blessed with Nigriel's legacy. It assumed a very humble posture. Su Ming followed its direction. Indeed, a doorway of light appeared behind the sea of flowers. You have passed the test, a voice announced. Once you enter, you will reach the place where the Dragon Lord resides. The Mental Dragon King? Su Ming was taken aback by the news. Abilities in the mental realm can be even more mysterious and unfathomable than those of time and space, with most powerful control abilities linked to it. If he could gain some of the Dragon King's mental powers, his eyes could become even more formidable. Su Ming slowly put away his bow and arrows, nodding slightly. Thank you, fair lady. The dream flower across the shore showed a gentle and enchanting side, her vines swaying softly. No need to thank me, Challenger. You are the strongest I've seen in years, and you alone have the chance to earn Nigrel's favor. As Su Ming descended to the ground, he suddenly frowned. By the way, may I ask you a question? The dream flower's body visibly stiffened, her rose branches moving hesitantly. Wow, what is it? I was wondering. A cold glint flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Why do you sometimes call him the Dragon Lord, and other times Nigrel? Bow drawn, arrow released, shoot. Ice arrow. A flash of cold light shot out as Su Ming acted decisively. The dream flower's face turned pale, her vines twisting in panic. Su Ming calmly smiled. Thank you, but I must ask you to die now. The damage was instant and overwhelming. The dream flower, targeted by the arrow, had no chance of escape. The freezing effect was particularly deadly to plants, and she was turned into an icy porcupine, frozen in place. Being a fragile spellcaster, she couldn't withstand such an attack. The next moment, a system message appeared. You have slain the dream flower. The sky rapidly changed, the calm blue gradually tainted with darkness. The flower sea withered quickly, but this time, no flower spirits emerged. Everything was being consumed by darkness. Literally, a cheerful voice came from Su Ming's shadow. I'm hero, you got fooled, didn't you? It turned out to be a bad guy. Little Yi's shadow power protected Su Ming, leaving him unaffected. But even without Little Yi's protection, it was all over. The scene before him darkened, and he found himself back in the ruins maze. Opening his eyes, Su Ming saw a massive net woven from countless vines directly ahead. So this is your true form. Explosive arrow. The arrow turned into flames, and gradually, everything was consumed by fire. Su Ming shrugged. It's easy to be deceived if you let your guard down. He tapped Little Yi's tiny head. The little creature wasn't upset, and instead retreated into the shadow to reflect. Just think, if this was truly a test, why didn't the opponent ever lift the dream trapping ability? And the fact that the dream flower spirit possesses a soul symbiosis skill means it's one of this creature's abilities. Once inside the light, I might have faced soul destruction. Su Ming pondered to himself. Indeed, one must never be careless. When the flames reduced everything to ashes, a slightly charred seed dropped from the center of the plant's network. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he immediately saw its information appear in his vision. Phantom Dream Seed? Su Ming's eyes lit up. It's a cultivatable item. Plant it in the contract space. Nurture it carefully, and it will grow into a contract phantom tree, significantly enhancing the host's and contract beast's attributes and mental abilities. Wow, this is a great find. Su Ming quickly picked up the seed, feeling the unique energy it held. Following the description, he had Xiao Yi plant the seed in her contract space. As soon as the seed was planted, it began absorbing Su Ming's mana. Absorb as much as you want. Su Ming generously channeled his energy into it. He was amazed to discover that the seed could not only absorb his mana, but also the shadow power that Xiao Yi emitted. Can it absorb any energy source? With this hypothesis in mind, Su Ming sprinkled the death crystal powder he had previously acquired onto the seed. In just 2 seconds, the powder was completely absorbed. Every time the seed absorbed energy, Su Ming could feel its growth accelerating slightly, and there was a faint feedback of mental strength to him. Although this feedback was negligible now, Su Ming was convinced that once it grew into a full tree, it would bring tremendous benefits. Now nothing that drops is junk anymore, Su Ming thought happily. Anything I can't use but don't want to waste, I can feed to it. It's perfect. Su Ming activated his eagle eye ability to carefully survey his surroundings. The space was void of any wild creatures or exits. But he quickly realized something was amiss. The space originally had wild creatures, but they had been stolen by the original spirit source of the dream flower. Now that he had taken the seed, wild creatures would soon reappear. His prediction was spot on. In the next second, he swiftly ascended, releasing his bowstring. Explosive arrow, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted as Su Ming saw a group of skeletons emerging from the ground. Netherfire skeletons, regular wild creature, level 180, HP 806, 000, 806, 000. The information flashed before Su Ming. A group of skeletons that can continuously reassemble their bodies. Cyclical in nature. Weak point, fire core. Fire core. Su Ming glanced aside, having already released his arrow. This weak point information was not obtained through ordinary scouting, but was a special effect of the hidden eye, often providing unique hints. Watching the skeletons repeatedly collapse and reform, Su Ming understood their true essence lay in the fire core within them. You have slain a netherfire skeleton, level 180, gaining 398,000 experience. You have slain a netherfire skeleton, level 179, gaining 398,000 experience. The system notifications flashed one after another. With his terrifying output, Su Ming ensured that none of the skeletons could escape their doom within mere seconds. Boom, boom, boom. As the final skeletons fell, the system notified again. Netherfire skeleton progress 100. You have plundered 22 points of strength. Su Ming looked satisfied, but noticed something unusual. The fire cores were not extinguished. They are actually drop items. Su Ming realized. As the skeletons fell, these fire cores seemed to sense a call from the ruins, slowly ascending towards the ceiling. I can feel these fire cores possess immensely powerful flame abilities. Wait, don't go. Su Ming's eyes gleamed as he quickly flew forward, producing a fiery red scale crystal, the molten scale crystal. You can absorb, right? Gather them for me. Remembering the situation with the dream flower, Su Ming was certain these fire cores could be taken. Activating the scale crystal created a massive vortex that began to draw in the escaping fire cores. Got them. Haha, Su Ming chuckled triumphantly, clutching the scale crystal tightly in his hand. He has absorbed two extremely rare flames, the flame of death and the heart flame, which seems to be related to part of Nigel's abilities. Perhaps in the future, he might become a walking calamity of stored flames. Boom. The ruins suddenly trembled slightly, and Su Ming's gaze was fixed on the only open giant door behind him. Although it seemed like he had spent a long time in the sea of flowers created by the dream flower of the other shore, it was actually only a few seconds. This is the power of mental abilities. Realizing this, Su Ming quickened his pace and swiftly stepped through the giant door. Wait, where's this place? The sudden change made Su Ming tense up immediately. His body lost support, as if triggering some mechanism, and he began to fall in the darkness. Fortunately, he quickly activated his flying skill, stabilized himself, and slowly landed on the ground. This place was completely different from the space shown on the map. According to the map, entering the giant door should have led only to the correct area of the third level of the labyrinth, while the entire ruins were 18 levels deep. Just as Su Ming activated his eagle eye to survey the surroundings, he looked up and saw a terrifying sight. Before him, the branches of a giant tree were intricately intertwined, and deep within those tightly wrapped branches lay a slumbering silver-glinted dragon. Damn, Nigel. Su Ming was shocked. Did I skip straight to the final level? On second thought, the aura of this dragon was distinctly different from the terrifying pressure of Zagu Rong. Recalling the fireball space, even when Zagu Rong was sealed, Su Ming instinctively felt a sense of dread. But now, he felt no oppressive force from this being. At that moment, a voice resonated directly in his mind. Human? Are you the one who dealt with that wretched dreamflower thief? The dragon remained in a state of slumber, but Su Ming had a strong intuitive sense that the voice came from it. I have indeed perished. This is merely a part of my spiritual form left behind, untouchable. Cautiously, Su Ming moved back, fingers grazing his bow, filled with doubt. Why did the other party have a favorable impression of him from the start? Just because he killed the dreamflower? Since when did dragons become so approachable? Especially one that was a proud and mysterious dragon king. Xiao Yi was also prepared in the shadows, ready to transform into a shadow form. Su Ming activated his eagle eye and cautiously asked, Yes, so are you the one who brought me here? Soon, a calm response came. You dealt with the one who attempted to steal my spiritual power. As a result, this body of mine temporarily regained a bit of strength, allowing me to bring you to my side. The other party paused for a few seconds before continuing in an even gentler voice. I sense the aura of the Dragon King on you. You have been acknowledged by the Dragon King. Therefore, if you fulfill my last wish, I shall grant you a companion creature. Su Ming suddenly understood. It was because he possessed Zagu Rong's scale crystal, leading the other party to mistakenly believe he was one of their own. With this revelation, he immediately put on a fawning expression. I see. Oh, great Lord Nigel. I, Tai Meng, am your devoted follower. Su Ming accidentally revealed the aura of the Dragon King when he carelessly extracted the molten scale crystal while collecting the fire core, catching the attention of the ruin's owner, Nigrer. For Su Ming, the Dragon King's willingness to hand over his companion object was indeed a form of recognition. However, he was well aware that if Zha Gurong knew his true identity, it would be a miracle if the dragon didn't go mad and attack him immediately. A bold idea flashed through Su Ming's mind, and he quickly adjusted his demeanor, his voice filled with reverence. You are truly the great Nigrer, the mighty Dragon King. I never expected to meet you again today. I, Tai Meng, am willing to go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Su Ming's act began. The innocent dragon envoy and the Dragon King's spokesperson, Tai Meng, was officially on stage. He knew that this dragon now only existed as a spiritual entity, unable to recognize his true form. This situation filled Su Ming with secret delight. It was too perfect. Indeed, the spirit of the fallen Dragon King was in a good mood, radiating waves of spiritual energy. Every thread of energy that touched Su Ming's body was quietly absorbed by the dream seed planted in the contract space, visibly accelerating its growth. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he didn't have to take any action. Oh, human Tai Meng, you are quite impressive. It seems you sincerely believe in the greatness of the dragon race. The Dragon King's voice echoed through the space. This is the power I bestow upon your humble race. The Dragon King granted Su Ming a sliver of spiritual power, which was also a test. The result evidently pleased the Dragon King, who finally displayed his innate majesty and arrogance. Great Nigrer, thank you for your generosity. Su Ming responded respectfully, while allowing the dream seed to siphon off a large amount of energy. Despite his joy, he couldn't help but think, if the Dragon King hadn't assumed he was an ally, he probably wouldn't have considered granting him any legacy or companion object, and would have simply roared and killed him without a second thought. Damn, that's really sneaky. Su Ming muttered to himself. So, it's fair for a good young man like me to quietly take advantage, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his log updated with a new task message. Nigrer Spirit 12 has issued you a commission, Dragon Burial Sanctuary. Do you accept? Special Information 1. Accepting this task will provide the coordinates to the Dragon Burial Sanctuary. Special Information 2. The sanctuary holds the sealed Dragon Clan artifact and the remains of a demon lord. If not for encountering an envoy recognized by the dragons like you, I would have hidden my last wish until it dissipated. We are the mighty dragon race, but alas, you are just a small human. Yes, whatever you say, huh? Su Ming chuckled internally. Compared to Zhagu Rong, this Dragon King seemed a bit more agreeable. Mastering spiritual power, at least, meant it wouldn't suddenly lose its mind and become violent. Communicating was quite smooth. So, can you peacefully disappear now? Su Ming maintained an outward show of respect, though inwardly he was dismissive. He accepted the task with ease, figuring it wouldn't matter if he didn't follow through. What could the Dragon King do? Resurrect and come after him? Then he checked the detailed task description. Dragon Burial Sanctuary description. The deceased shall return to their homeland. Bury the spiritual crystal formed by Nigrer Spirit 12 next to the other half in one of the Dragon Clan burial grounds, the Dragon Burial Sanctuary. Once combined, obtain the location of the Dragon Clan artifact and ultimately activate the artifact to destroy the sealed remains of the demon lord. Rewards. 1. A mysterious dragon artifact. 2. The last gift of Nigrer's complete spirit. Level restriction. LV 181 LV 239. Su Ming stared at the task information in front of him with a peculiar expression. This is a place that requires a 5th transformation to enter, and although the rewards are not explicitly detailed, they are evidently extraordinary. He was indeed tempted by the dragon artifact, but did not expect the task to involve the celestial demon, especially the celestial demon Lorda, nearly complete demon god. Even if it's just a remnant, it should not be underestimated. I need to complete the 5th transformation task quickly and merge with the artifact bow to have confidence, Su Ming calculated internally. Regarding celestial demons, the records in Longhua are more detailed than those of demon gods. Especially after joining the God-slaying hall, Su Ming learned many secrets unknown to the common people. Demon gods are individual entities, while celestial demons are a powerful race in the entire universe of the Divine Tower. They have no independent thought, driven only by an instinctive desire to kill and devour everything. Even Blue Star is one of their targets. For Su Ming, celestial demons are destined to be enemies he must annihilate, making this task perfectly suited for him. It was one of those who besieged us. If not for being surrounded by 5 celestial lords at the end, I could have held my ground against 3 of them. Nigrer roared in anger, his voice filled with resentment and hatred. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the entire maze of the sacred dragon's ruins, causing the walls to tremble violently and the ceiling to rain down debris. The challengers who had finally reached the 2nd level were knocked to the ground by the sudden quake, only to be trampled by the maze's wild creatures. I was careless. I wanted the treasure. Ack. Where's my staff? Who stole my staff? Oh my god, where did my shield go? There's a traitor among us. Damn it. Screams echoed throughout the maze. You have unlocked the coordinates of the sacred dragon tomb, Dragon's Emissary. I hope you do not disappoint me. Nigrer's voice turned solemn and majestic. The next moment, the silver dragon before Su Ming began to dissolve into glimmering points of light. Come, the final trial has begun. Prove your strength and obtain the scale crystal I left behind. I look forward to the moment when you return to the sacred dragon tomb. A half-formed spiritual crystal fell into Su Ming's hand, its surface shimmering with faint silver light. Only by merging it with the other half can it trigger the last spiritual message Nigrer recorded before his death. Boom, boom. At that moment, the towering trees around Su Ming began to grow wildly, their branches moving as if alive. Monster information appeared on the giant tree vines before him, densely surrounding him. War Tree, normal monster. Level, LV 188. HP, 955, 000955, 000. Info, a large plant animated by special power, with extremely fast-growing branches. Weakness, roots. Su Ming swiftly stored the spiritual crystal in his backpack and then soared into the air. Explosive arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, Thousands of explosive arrows split in 3 directions, striking the vine net. The rain of arrows created a breach, with flames and leaves flying everywhere. Nigrear's spirit had last told him that the sacred dragon hall lay at the end of the path ahead. So, onward to the front, toward the destination, surpassing the fleeting moment. Meanwhile, a pair of sacred wings materialized behind Su Ming superstorm. The raging winds howled, instantly forming countless sharp wind blades around him, slicing through every encroaching branch with precision. Any giant tree attempting to approach was relentlessly shredded into pieces by the powerful wind blades. Gale arrow. As Su Ming released the bowstring, a series of piercing sounds echoed continuously. The beauty of the gale was that even if it didn't cause substantial damage, it still triggered a significant speed increase. Extreme blink. Accelerate again. Extreme blink. The thrill of speed and blinking intertwined, accompanied by the roar of flames. The battlefield was left with toppled, charred remains of giant trees. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. You have slain War Tree LV-188, gaining 405,000 experience points. You have slain War Tree LV-186, gaining 404,000 experience points. War Tree progress, 100. You have plundered 6,000 life points. 6k life points? Nice. As Su Ming reveled in his triumph, another message popped up. Double delight. Finally leveled up again. Not bad. Su Ming thought with satisfaction, validating his relentless shooting. If he used the time decay arrow, the poison damage per second could reach a terrifying 30,000, effectively turning him into a mobile poison source. Dragon Ruins, Dragon Hall. Phew. Su Ming finally passed through the door at the end, a satisfied smirk on his face. Even without the Shadow Space Stone, what seemed like an immense distance to others was a breeze for him. Explosive arrow. Finally, he shot tens of thousands of sharp arrows at the other half of the door. The explosive flames instantly incinerated everything. A real man never looks back. This is it. Su Ming carefully checked the map guide, realizing that the correct door he was supposed to enter was actually on the opposite side. He didn't expect to be directly pulled into the Dragon Hall by Nigelair. So, Nigelair's previous position was, in fact, beyond the 19th level of the Dragon Hall. Eagle Eye. Su Ming activated the skill, and his vision became instantly clear. The grand silver-white palace was vast and empty, with the center of the hall featuring a lifelike silver dragon statue. Unlike Nigelair, this one didn't look nearly as majestic. With a light chuckle, Su Ming's gaze locked onto the dragon's gaping mouth. Indeed, it held a similarly silver-white scale crystal. Excited yet cautious, Su Ming approached. This was definitely Nigelair's accompanying scale crystal. It was almost identical to the molten scale crystal and rock armor scale crystal he possessed. Although there was only one, its involvement with mental capabilities made it far more mysterious than the natural element scale crystals. Roar. In the next moment, a deep dragon roar suddenly echoed. Having personally experienced the roars of 2 dragon kings, Su Ming immediately realized this wasn't a true dragon's roar, but the statue itself. The statue's eyes opened, and its stone skin began to crumble. The final relic guardian boss. Su Ming finally saw the boss's information in his vision. It was slowly awakening. Level, LV-195. Health, 36, 236, 00036, 236, 000. Dragon Favor Enhancement. Increases damage dealt to non-dragon targets by 20, with 20 of all damage converted to true damage. Information. Once a dragon servant of the Dragon King, its soul was sealed within a guardian statue, transforming into a powerful creature. Weakness. Eyes. It seemed that the final test Nigelair mentioned wasn't over. He still had to deal with this statue dragon. I won't hold back either. Su Ming's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. 7th second, extreme blink, 47. 8th second, extreme blink, 57. The higher the number of blinks, the more terrifying the distance. Seizing the moment as the statue crumbled, Su Ming acted decisively, snatched the scale from the dragon's mouth. Only by securing this scale crystal would he feel more assured. If the statue dragon boss could use the scale crystal later, he might be subjected to bizarre mental attacks. The will scale crystal requires special identification. With the scale crystal in hand, once identified, it becomes another legendary item. Roar. The statue crumbled rapidly, and the statue dragon was furious. This little bug. How dare it snatch its cherished treasure from its mouth upon waking? The dragon's breath, brimming with energy, began brewing in its mouth, clearly a charged skill. It intended to obliterate the tiny insect in front of it. 9th second, extreme blink, 67. Su Ming pulled away again. From the information, the opponent's charging skill was the ultimate breath, charging a big move right off the bat. This statue dragon was indeed petty. The dragon had no worries about its skill being interrupted. The mental guard talent was its confidence. Besides, it was just a little bug. Could it really defeat him? Su Ming displayed an odd expression. This creature was charging right in front of him. To secure the will scale crystal, I let you live 3 seconds longer. Don't be ungrateful. Time decay, arrow pursuit amulet. Lock on. Fire. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Given its ability to counter control, why bother with control? Just use the time decay arrow with its highest single arrow damage to finish it off. Tens of thousands of sharp arrows swarmed the dragon's body. Beyond the single arrow damage, each arrow triggered an initial 30,000 poison damage. The dragon's ultimate breath exploded right in its mouth. Boom. The dragon hall shook, and Su Ming's information log updated simultaneously. This statue dragon had shown him no respect. See, it woke up and then got obliterated. Soon, the log refreshed again, and a new message caught Su Ming's attention. Congratulations on earning the title Dragon Master. Although Su Ming was prepared, he didn't know the exact requirements to achieve it. As he glanced over the description, he found that the conditions weren't difficult. Dealing 10 of the damage in a boss fight and landing the final blow. He chuckled softly. This was no challenge for him, had dealt 100 of the damage on his own. This explained why the stone dragon had charged up right in front of him. It wasn't afraid of being killed without hundreds of challengers, yet it met its end with regret. Dragon Master permanent title. Increases damage dealt to any dragon-affiliated monsters and bosses by 10. Dragon creatures' initial disposition towards you is friendly. A surge of joy welled up inside Su Ming. While the damage boost was nice, the increase in dragon's initial friendliness was even more valuable to him. He could already envision friendly exchanges with various dragon kings. The stone dragon's body shattered and collapsed under his arrows, scattering fragments everywhere. Su Ming's eyes caught sight of 2 dropped items, and he immediately spread his wings, flying forward to grab them. Another amulet. Su Ming's eyes lit up. I've hit the jackpot. Gale Amulet Archer Exclusive Amulet. Trait. After continuously shooting for 3 seconds, the archer gradually breaks through the current limit, increasing attack speed by 0.1 arrows per second, up to a maximum of 2.0 arrows. The effect ends 3 seconds after exiting combat. Wow. Eventually increasing attack speed by 2 arrows per second. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. His attack speed was already close to 7 arrows per second. With this amulet, his hands would become mere blurs in battle. I'm on the path to becoming the right hand of God, he mused with a chuckle. Then, his attention shifted to another Itima round stone. A dragon soul core? What's this? Su Ming stared at the intact round stone, recalling the boss's information. He suddenly realized that this stone was akin to the soul of a dragon's servant, capable of controlling the power of numerous statues when placed in them. Something that might come in handy later. He quickly stashed it in his backpack. The dragon temple began to collapse, and Su Ming immediately took to the air. Boom, boom. The entire ruin shook violently with no sign of stopping. At that moment, not only Su Ming but all the remaining challengers within the ruins received a message. The final challenge of the dragon ruins has been completed. The ruins will now enter the final endless mode, with all maze doors opening and guardian monster respawn times reduced by 90, lasting for 3 days. Endless mode. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with thought. Doesn't this mean an endless stream of monsters? No, it means an endless stream of experience points. He knew that the experience required for each subsequent level was extraordinarily high. Otherwise, his brother Wang Lin wouldn't still be a few levels shy of his 6th promotion. With this in mind, Su Ming didn't hesitate to dash into the portal leading to the 17th floor. I'm going to fight my way to the end. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, his longbow fully drawn. Fire explosive arrow thunder, arrow shadow arrow. While Su Ming had already reached the 17th floor, the other challengers remained stuck on the 2nd floor. Faced with the constantly shaking ruins and the sudden system message, they could only look at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. What the heck? What's going on? Who could it possibly be? Deep within the ruins, a sudden system notification echoed, causing all the adventurers' faces to change drastically. The final challenge had been completed. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, finding it hard to believe. This is impossible, shouted a burly warrior, veins bulging on his forehead. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and shadows within the cave started to writhe. Monsters! The wild creatures are charging at us. Fall back, someone yelled urgently. Amidst the chaos, a mage cursed. What kind of crappy ruins are these? We just got here, and you're telling me someone has already completed it? The already wary challengers from different countries were thrown into further disarray, all inwardly resenting the mysterious person who had yet to appear. Meanwhile, on the upper levels of the ruins, Su Ming was in the midst of an intense battle. You have slain the quicksand golem LV-185, gaining 385,000 experience. Quicksand golem progress 100. You have plundered 25 strength points. You have slain the ancient fiend wolf LV-183, gaining 384,000 experience. Ancient fiend wolf progress 100. You have plundered 23 agility points. Soaring through the air, Su Ming didn't even need to glance at the monsters below. His gaze was fixed on the sky, his hands rapidly drawing and releasing his bow. With multiple enhancements, his attack speed had climbed to 9.49 arrows per second. Arrows rained down like a meteor shower, adding a dramatic splash of color to the tumultuous ruins, leaving silence in their wake. A clear phoenix cry echoed, and shadows swept across the ruins terrain with Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Xiao Yi, you've advanced again. Yes, yes. I want to fight alongside my master. Su Ming gazed excitedly at the noble dark phoenix, whose wings were now even more magnificent. Riding on Xiao Yi's back would be incredibly impressive. Chirp, 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 chirp. Xiao Yi chirped joyfully. From the 17th to the 16th level, the duo relentlessly pushed forward. Countless notifications of experience and attribute plunder flashed in Su Ming's vision. The monsters within the ruins, rare species never seen outside, were all valuable resources. With a grin, Su Ming fully embraced the mindset of mine, all mine. In every space on each level, Su Ming was determined to achieve 100 progress on all monster species. As time passed, the bodies piled up behind him. To his delight, the dream seed began to sprout, granting both him and Xiao Yi attribute boosts. Combined with the attributes plundered from various monsters, even at just LV 180, his stats had significantly improved. Name: Su Ming. Class: Time Arrow God. Level: LV 180 LV 180. Fourth job: HP: 198,540. MP: 9,999,999. Strength: 1,348. Agility: 1,432. Attack speed: 6.99 arrows. Attack: 6,234. Defense: 2,778. Critical rate: 67. Critical resistance: 45. Single arrow capacity: 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. Wow, I didn't expect my attack to reach over 6,002. Su Ming remarked. I can take down bosses even faster now. With everything settled, the deeper labyrinth continued to collapse and vanish. Su Ming dashed towards the exit of the ruins. The place was no longer as deserted as it had been days ago. Groups of challengers from various nations were gathered at the exit, awaiting this moment. A new challenge task had already been updated. Basic Challenge 2. Kill at least 50 enemies and 100 monsters over LV 175 within 3 days, or face death. Phew. Su Ming sighed softly, noting the increased kill requirements. But he wasn't worried. He could easily achieve them while slaying monsters. Monsters of the entire valley, Su Ming is back. At the entrance of the ruins, a large number of persistent challengers stood guard, their expressions vigilant as they scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, the stone wall shook violently, and a figure shrouded in mist emerged. The ancient stone wall behind him collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the ruins along with the traces of the formation disappeared without a trace. The atmosphere in the dense forest became tense, as if a battle were imminent. Could it be him? One challenger whispered to his companion. Who? Where? I don't see anything, the companion replied, looking around in confusion. Su Ming has a pseudo-hunter emblem. Anyone below level 180 can't see him. If it's really him, the treasure must be on him. Quick, contain the person in the mist. We can't let him exit this space. With the orders given, a web of skill lights interwove in the air. Plant cage. Silence array, activate. Countless control skills rained down on Su Ming. His cold gaze swept across the area, instantly grasping the situation. There were still many wild creatures in the valley whose attributes he had yet to plunder, and he had no intention of ending this hunt prematurely. Don't get excited, Xiaoyi. I can handle this alone. A confident challenger stepped forward. Space lock, extreme blink. Trying to deal with him? Go home to your mothers. Su Ming's figure flickered like a ghost, effortlessly dodging all incoming skills. With his time-space travel talent, any skill that wanted to reach him had to wait a forced second. How is that possible? He's gone. Oh my god, what did I just see? In my country, we've never seen someone so incredible. We can't let him escape. Hey, whoever you are, hand over the treasure you found. Or else. The threatening words were cut short as a cold gleam flashed. Draw ice arrows. A series of arrows whistled through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. System prompts flashed before Su Ming's eyes. You have killed an enemy 150. You have killed an enemy 250. Or else what? You'll all die. Su Ming replied coldly. The forest echoed with cries of anger and shock. Even the challengers in the distance were stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Is he cheating? Don't shoot me. I'm just watching. Arg. We're all over level 100. Why is he so strong? Wherever the arrow rain passed, none survived. Most hadn't even reacted before the arrows pierced their bodies. Damn, I got one-shotted. System prompts continued to flash. You have killed an enemy 4950. You have killed an enemy 5050. In mere seconds, the entrance to the ruins had become a desolate place. Su Ming looked around and murmured, not a single worthy opponent. With everything easily resolved, he continued forward, stopping at a distance from the entrance. Now, this is my perfect hunting ground. Just as he was about to ascend and unleash a barrage, he suddenly sensed a faint spatial fluctuation within the locked area as a target exited the range. Right side. Su Ming instantly became alert, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the right. The silent forest seemed even more deserted, not even a bird in sight. After a moment, Su Ming withdrew his gaze and moved on. This simple action caused Li Huiyang, hidden behind a distant giant tree, to break out in a cold sweat. Pressed against the tree trunk, he remained motionless, though his mind was in turmoil. That was close. I didn't expect his perception of spatial fluctuations to be so strong. Luckily, he didn't notice me. Li Huiyang was an assassin, but not an ordinary one. 2 years ago, witnessed by his family members, he transitioned into an unprecedented hidden profession, with stealth abilities more terrifying than those of a shadow. His initial profession, divine stealth thief. This profession's leveling and advancement were quite unique, requiring not only experience, but also the achievement of a special theft proficiency. It took a whole 2 years to finally reach level 198. Li Huiyang discreetly followed behind various challengers as they infiltrated the dragon ruins, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings, his fingers poised to act. He didn't kill any monsters, instead waiting for the right moment to stealthily snatch away weapons and items from other challengers. As the ruins began to collapse, he deliberately stayed at the back of the crowd, maintaining a safe distance. However, the scene before him left him utterly shocked. Su Ming, shrouded in mist, had his longbow fully drawn, unleashing a breathtaking barrage of arrows. Li Huiyang constantly flickered and dodged, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, narrowly avoiding a fatal fate. At that moment, perhaps he was the only survivor in the area besides the archer. Logic told him to immediately distance himself from this dangerous archer, but his professional instincts made his heart race. Li Huiyang licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. The thrill comes from facing someone more skilled than yourself. He was completely captivated by Su Ming. Being so formidable, without even reaching level 200, was exactly the kind of target he was searching for. He will definitely break my 2-year record for the highest theft score among peers. Li Huiyang clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. If I get a chance to steal his items, my talent could undergo a further transformation. By the end of the year, I will definitely advance to the 6th rank. He smiled confidently. A 20-year-old 6th rank genius. The title of Dragon Country's God of Assassins should be mine. Li Huiyang knew he was exceptionally talented with a promising future, but this talent also limited him, making leveling up particularly challenging. Moreover, this was the virtual space, where failure didn't mean actual death. This was his perfect opportunity to ascend. Who wouldn't be tempted? He held his breath, sticking to the shadows, thinking confidently. He can't possibly detect me. This is perfect. However, Su Ming, though not looking to his right, had a peculiar expression. His secret eye, akin to cheating, had long captured someone's basic information. Is it you following me? Su Ming's eyes flickered as he silently read the information. Name, Li Huiyang. Occupation, infinite thief. Level, LV 198. Li Huiyang? From the Dragon Country. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Wait, is it that guy? After coming out of the world corridor, he mentioned meeting Li Huiyao to Wang Lin. During the conversation, he learned that Li Huiyao had a brother named Li Huiyang. It was said that he was the strongest young talent of the Li family in this generation. However, when mentioning Li Huiyang's occupation, Brother Wang Lin showed a meaningful look of envy. An assassin's hidden occupation. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He is one of the hidden professionals who will later enter a certain secret realm with me. Infinite thief? Su Ming pondered. It's definitely not in the normal assassin advancement path. Thief. Thief. Could he be planning to steal my equipment? Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he pretended not to notice someone and continued walking forward. In reality, the space lock was already ready. As soon as the other party stepped forward, he could lock down Li Huiyang's spatial methods at any time. Moreover, with a shield that could serve as a second life every 10 seconds and a guardian amulet that reduces the first hit by 99, being instantly defeated was impossible. At that moment, a rustling noise came from ahead. It was a pack of swift wolves attracted by the previous commotion. On the right, Li Huiyang hadn't moved yet, but Su Ming had already drawn his bow without hesitation, his gaze sharp, explosive arrow. The scorching breath of fire swept through the dense forest. Accompanied by the howls of the wolf pack, Su Ming's information panel continuously updated. You have slain Swift Fierce Wolf LV 177, gaining 379,000 experience points. You have slain Swift Fierce Wolf LV 178, gaining 379,000 experience points. Swift Fierce Wolf Progress 100. You have plundered 21 agility points. In just a few seconds, the forest floor was littered with the bodies of the wolves, with several piles of shimmering crystal dust glinting faintly. Su Ming glanced at them. They held little value to him now, but at least they could provide some nourishment for the dream seed now evolved into the dream sprout. A system notification sounded in his mind. You have completed the basic challenge. You may choose to increase either strength or agility. Strength. Su Ming chose to increase his strength without hesitation. His agility was already boosted by the crazy speed of the Gale arrow, making his movements in battle so fast that only afterimages remained, so further enhancement wasn't necessary. You have gained an additional 80 strength points. Not bad. Su Ming was fairly satisfied, casually collecting the dropped items into his space pouch. This is just too strong. Li Huiyang, who had been watching from afar in the bushes to the right, was dumbfounded, his breathing becoming uncontrollably rapid. If not for his special innate ability, he would have been turned into a human pincushion by now. Despite his panic, he keenly noticed that this was the moment when Su Ming in the mist was most off guard. I can't let this perfect opportunity slip by. No matter how strong he is, as long as he doesn't discover me, I'll have the last laugh, hee. Li Huiyang thought to himself, targeting ability activated, performance evaluation countdown initiated. It's my time to shine. Phantom flash. What the? Just as Li Huiyang was about to use his flashing skill, he suddenly felt an unseen energy wall rise around him, like an insurmountable barrier trapping him within. Did I just flash into a wall? No. All blinking abilities have been neutralized. Then, to his horror, his arrow pursuit charms alert activated in his senses. As a master of stealth, he instantly felt the crisis of being locked onto. Li Huiyang's adrenaline surged, fear washing over him. I'm going to die? I'll die in the next moment if I don't forcefully exit this place. However, the expected system prompt to exit the tower didn't appear. From the mist came a teasing voice, seemingly suppressing laughter. Su Ming wore a mischievous grin and said, in one of these small void space maps, to encounter such a stealth master. If I weren't more skilled, I might have been caught off guard. Since you won't show yourself, I'll send you on your way. Su Ming spoke with interest, but his hands were already poised with an ice arrow. If Li Huiyang remained silent, Su Ming wouldn't give him any chance to speak. Shoot. Wait. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom too, brother. Li Huiyang clung to this lifeline. Finally, in the place where Su Ming had locked onto him, a figure appeared like all other challengers in the mist. But facing Su Ming with a fully drawn bow, he found himself still unable to blink away, seemingly only able to shout his last words. Rather than forceful exit, Li Huiyang was more concerned about the innate ability he had recklessly activated. If the theft failed, the proficiency he had painstakingly improved would be deducted in reverse. Hold on, brother, would you be willing to give me any item, and then I won't mind being shot by you? Please, anything will do. Time is running out, brother, father, grandfather. Li Huiyang's voice was tinged with a whimper, marking the worst setback he had ever faced. His theft score could very well become negative, threatening to undo all his progress. Su Ming. Damn, you really have no scruples, do you? Even less than your younger brother. It seems. Li Huiyang is actually 2 years older than him? Su Ming was quite relieved. He pulled out a gleaming assassin's dagger from his backpack, a trophy dropped by some wild creature. Good grandson, remember to call me that next time we meet. Su Ming smirked, his eyes shining with the anticipation of their official meeting soon. Ice arrow go? The arrow formed into ice at his fingertips, and after a moment of concentration, it flew off the string. The ice arrow whistled through the air, precisely hitting Li Huiyang and instantly turning him into a glittering ball of ice crystals. A system notification immediately sounded. You have killed an enemy. In this deathless, ethereal space, all challengers entering the same map are temporary enemies. It is said that on the last day of closure, only one can survive to meet the challenge requirements. Watching his satisfied opponent leave, Su Ming naturally showed no mercy. He softly remarked, it seems my hidden class is just a bit stronger. Haka. Su Ming used his skill, and his vision instantly expanded. There was no one else around, but in the distance, dust was flying, suggesting more wild creatures were rushing towards this place. As the ruins, its entrance, and most of Li Huiyang's group exited, the mist surrounding the challengers in the Shanlong Valley became very sparse. Su Ming clapped his hands, leaped into the air, and executed his unique 45-degree random arrow technique. With a clear mind, his hands fired arrows like a rapid-fire bow. In the metropolis, a magnificent building stood tall, the Level 8 Guild, Pearl Divine Palace. In fact, it was part of the same organization as the Level 9 Guild, Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, in the Imperial Capital. Only the 2 major guilds in the Imperial Capital were eligible to advance to Level 9. Who is he really? Li Huiyang looked at the dagger that suddenly appeared in his hand, his eyes reddening with emotion, almost moved to tears. A score of 0.02, the lowest in history. At least it didn't turn negative. At least it counts as completing the theft and salvaging the collapse of returning to square one overnight. Li Huiyang hadn't expected that his first failure in front of peers at the same level would almost cost him dearly. He vowed to himself never to start a performance rating without being fully prepared. Mysterious archer. Thanks anyway. He carefully stored the dagger back into his backpack, pondering. I wonder which major power he belongs to. Never mind. I need to report back to the old man and enter the sky ring battlefield first. Li Huiyang stepped out of the ethereal space room, intending to contact his younger brother and father. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks, frozen for a full 3 seconds. Wait, what did that person say at the end? Grandson, next time, call me. Oh, Li Huiyang's face turned pale. No way, damn. Am I going to die of embarrassment? He then realized how awkward his impromptu kinship technique was in the heat of the moment, leaving him utterly stiff. Meanwhile, with the efforts of Su Ming and Xiao Yi, all the wild creatures in Shunlong Valley were thoroughly dealt with. They once again gained a large amount of experience points, rare drops, and a significant number of attribute points. Su Ming looked at the steadily increasing numbers on his panel, a bright smile on his face. Once the wild creatures' levels exceeded LV 180, equivalent to a human's 5th transformation, the base attributes plundered also increased significantly. Until the final moment, the system issued a prompt, revealing the coordinates of all remaining challengers. Su Ming unhesitatingly activated the time arrow skill, initiating a grand sweep. Before the others could react, they were taken down by arrows that hit a second earlier. The information log was updated. Congratulations on becoming the sole survivor of Shunlong Valley. Attribute rewards: life 10,000, mana 10,000, strength 100, agility 100. You have received a permanent secret realm buff. Any life recovery, life steal effect x2, with an additional 10 of life value that can be stored and used in the secret realm. You have obtained the item, ethereal holy fruit x10. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he received a beneficial buff. The ability to store life immediately reminded him of the legendary blood-drinking sword. This wasn't just a simple lifesteal effect. Combined with the enhancement from Bloodthirsty Frenzy, it was practically an efficient blood-sucking pump. His gaze shifted to the 10 crystal-clear void spirit fruits, and he already had a plan in mind. These treasures could be fed to his contracted beasts, not only boosting their potential, but also strengthening their bond. Even though the effect of 10 void spirit fruits might not be significant for a divine beast like the phoenix starting from a young stage, they were still rare treasures that brought satisfaction when obtained. A system notification sounded in his ear. The void spirit space will close in 10 minutes. By now, Su Ming had become quite adept at hunting monsters, and the timing was just right to head to the sky ring battlefield to complete his 5th transformation. With anticipation, he prepared to exit the void spirit space. The legendary scales of Nigrar, the coordinates of the dragon god's grave. What a fruitful trip indeed, Su Ming remarked softly. The scene before him shifted rapidly with intertwining lights and shadows. When he opened his eyes again, Su Ming was back at the entrance connecting to the void spirit space in the Temple of Slaughter. He quickly glanced at the updated data on his panel, feeling deeply satisfied with the daily feedback of plunder or reward enhancements. Name: Su Ming. Class: Temporal Arrow God. Level: LV 180 LV 184th Transformation. Health: 238,000. Mana: 9,999,999. Strength: 1,577. Agility: 1,555. Attack speed: 6.99 arrows. Attack: 6,866. Defense: 2,892. Critical rate: 67. Anti-critical rate: 45. Single arrow storage: 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. The health, typically the weakest point for an archer class, had reached an impressive 238,000. This figure was astonishing, considering that even a shield master focusing on maximum health would have around 250,000 at level 180 before their 5th transformation. Su Ming had caught up to the forefront. His other basic attributes were even more remarkable, enough to drop jaws among players. Many shield masters had attack power under 1,000, and even offensive classes would consider themselves lucky to reach above 2,000. This was a stark contrast, and when innate bonuses were factored in, it became an insurmountable chasm. Before long, he saw a figure with a smile approaching. Wait, Wang Lin, brother? Su Ming's eyes widened, unable to immediately recognize the familiar yet changed 24-year-old with a heroic demeanor. Where's your mature and rugged look? And your beard? It was the first time Su Ming saw Wang Lin's sharp-featured face without the beard. With the most prominent mutton chops shaved off, Wang Lin's entire aura transformed, prompting Su Ming to almost exclaim, "A dawn of a new era." Haha, Su Ming, I really have to thank you. Wang Lin laughed heartily. You've rekindled my old passion. To hell with the demons and devils. We'll take them down. It seemed that Su Ming's recent changes had significantly impacted Wang Lin, but in a positive direction, much to Su Ming's relief. As they walked and chatted, Su Ming smiled and said, "Thank you for your help, brother Wang Lin. This trip was truly rewarding." Wang Lin, seemingly unsurprised, nodded. "If you're just coming out now, you must be the last victor. Next is the Sky Ring battlefield. Here's your Sky Ring entry token. He handed over a ring-shaped crystal. Holding it, Su Ming immediately saw two pieces of information projected from the ring. Su Ming's faction, Dragon Nation. Guild, Temple of Slaughter. Su Ming has been recorded on the world leaderboard. Current points, 0. Rank, none. Feeling a tinge of curiosity, Su Ming asked, Brother Wang Lin, do you know what the highest total points were in the past? The Sky Ring Battlefield's level limit is LV 180 LV 239. Even the most outrageous challenges are just minor trials for a seasoned expert at the 9th transformation. Wang Lin slightly shook his head, a hint of reverence flashing in his eyes. Moreover, the Six Paths Divine Tower has only descended upon this world for 20 years. Thus, the Celestial Ring battlefield has only been opened 20 times. The next will be the 21st. The previous world champion in total points? Su Ming asked curiously. He. Wang Lin suddenly gave a meaningful smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. He leaned closer to Su Ming and replied in a low voice. Over 270,000, a full 20,000 more than the second place. As for who it is, you'll find out soon enough. He was being cryptic. However, seeing the mysterious expression on Wang Lin's face, Su Ming had some guesses. It probably wasn't Brother Wang Lin, but someone from our Dragon Kingdom. Wang Lin then explained in detail to Su Ming, tapping his fingers on the table. After the annual confirmation of the world ranking, the Divine Tower allocates resources applicable to those at the 5th transformation. So, each country takes it very seriously. Besides, those who achieve higher ranks can obtain rare rewards not easily found elsewhere. During their conversation, the Griffin had already arrived at the Imperial City's Yart trading post. In the entire city, there wasn't a place below the 7th level. Who would dare cause trouble in such a place full of hidden talents? You might suddenly get swatted by a passing expert at the 8th or 9th transformation. Su Ming walked in with familiar steps, the air filled with a faint scent of spices and magical elements. Oh, esteemed guest Su Ming, we have prepared a private reception room for you. A uniformed attendant immediately approached, bowing in greeting. This time, the old man Yaju Lin wasn't around, possibly off on a family task. But no one dared to neglect this distinguished guest. Any special items could nurture the dream sprout. Su Ming simply recycled a large batch of unused equipment and headed straight to the appraisal room. After all, the Dragon King's scale crystal awaited him. His strength could increase another notch, and the thought made his lips curl into a smile. Appraising this item will cost 20 million. Would you like to proceed? The appraiser's voice interrupted his thoughts. What the heck? Su Ming's eyes widened. Although he had anticipated it, he was still a bit surprised. He remembered that the 2 scale crystals he appraised before were only 8 million each. This single piece costs more to appraise than 2. Su Ming pondered, his gaze fixed on the scale crystal in his hand. Could it be the weakest of the ancestral Dragon Kings? No, perhaps there's another possibility. Zhagu Rong might not be on the same level as Nigel. It's all a bluff. But it couldn't be too low either. It might be the direct descendant who inherited the title after the Lava Dragon King fell. Su Ming squinted, as if discovering some peculiar secret. Appraise it, he said without hesitation, handing the scale crystal to the appraiser. While waiting, the appraisal results are as follows. Will scale crystal legendary item information. A scale crystal born alongside the primordial spirit Dragon King Nigel, which after thousands of years has become a powerful artifact. Passive abilities. 1. The holder is immune to all control and has a forced 50 reduction in any final damage calculation. 2. Gains the protection of the Dragon God's will, not subjected to mental oppression even when facing divine beings. Effective after appraisal. Active abilities. 1. Upon activation, can break through all illusions and reach the endpoint of the illusion. Effective after appraisal. 2. Upon activation, can forcefully put all targets within a 100 by 100 by 100 range into a dream, waking after suffering 90 of their maximum health and damage. Each activation lasts 3 seconds and does not affect divine-level targets. Unique cooldown of 24 hours. Effective after appraisal. Traits. Immortal. Holder's health 100,000 effective after appraisal. Holder's mana 100,000 effective after appraisal. Holder's attack power 1500, defense 1500 effective after appraisal. Holder's critical rate 15, critical resistance 15 effective after appraisal. Su Ming stared at the appraisal results, his breath nearly stopping, hands slightly trembling. This is truly the legendary Dragon King's scale crystal. His face bore an uncontrollable expression of joy, eyes gleaming with excitement. No wonder the appraisal fee is so high. Su Ming muttered to himself, clutching the scale crystal tightly, trying to suppress his excitement. 2 active abilities and 2 passive abilities. His eyes lit up as he savored the enhanced attributes. This is incredibly powerful. Su Ming could barely contain his urge to cheer. The passive ability to be immune to any control was godlike, and coupled with illusion breaking and forced damage reduction, his survivability had skyrocketed. What was most terrifying, however, was the second active ability moving at terrifying speed for 3 seconds, causing all enemies within range to fall asleep. It was both a group control and a perfect close-range defense. Unknowingly, I've become stronger again, Su Ming mused as he stroked the surface of the scale crystal, his gaze falling on the information within, further confirming his suspicions. The name Dragon King Nigel was clearly inscribed on the scale crystal, while the 2 scale crystals from Zagorome only used Ancient Lava Dragon as a replacement. What did this mean? Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. Almost laughing out loud, Zagorome's prestige was clearly lacking. He began planning for the future. Once Xiao Yi restored the second active ability of the Shadow Space Stone, they might be able to bypass level restrictions and enter the interlayer space of the secret realm. Now that he had gained Nigel's recognition, the distance between him and the dragon race seemed not so far away. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Su Ming's mind: a new friendly exchange method. He imagined battling the demon while riding on Zagorome's back. Riding a phoenix. Riding a true dragon, what a wonderful life. Su Ming carefully put away the scale crystal and left the appraisal room, checking the list of items needed for Xiao Yi's advancement to Tier 3. Your contracted beast meets the advancement level requirement of LV80 LV80. Tier 3 advancement requires Magic Shadow Sand covering the feather body, Metamorphosis within the Netherstone, Shadow, Eternal Fragment 1. Starting to get challenging at Tier 3, huh? Su Ming shrugged when he saw the last item. The Shadow Eternal Fragment was just incomplete Shadow Crystal debris, and he had already collected 3 complete Shadow Crystals. Magic Shadow Sand wasn't hard to obtain, but the Netherstone required some luck. Soon, he found Steward Yabu to discuss the matter. The round-faced, middle-aged man looked surprised at the mention. Netherstone? Such a niche item is hard to find. The steward frowned in thought for a moment. Then his eyes brightened. Oh, that family might have it. They are definitely interested in your deposited glorious stone. It's quite valuable. When the steward re-entered the room, his face was beaming with a smile. Su Ming, my young friend, it's settled. You'll have it by the afternoon. Su Ming was intrigued. May I ask which family it is? The Jiang Mu family. The family of the guardian deity of our Dragon Nation mages. Mu family. Su Ming was taken aback. In the surface world, he knew there was a famous Mu family in Jiangnan, but that was the largest leather factory group in the entire Jiangnan. Wow, the big shots in the hidden world are so down-to-earth in the surface world. Su Ming thought to himself, but outwardly, he showed gratitude. Thank you. Regardless of whether the Yalt family had any intentions to curry favor, the tangible benefits had fallen into his lap. Su Ming quickly compiled a detailed list of needs and had a pleasant conversation with the steward. This kind of straightforward monetary transaction was the most direct, with no strings attached. He preferred not to rely on the guild when it was unnecessary. Of course, he would repay Wang Lin and Old Master Wang Bo for their care in the future. But for now, completing his job transition was the top priority. With only 1 day left before the opening of the Sky Ring battlefield, he would no longer hunt monsters today. As Su Ming was about to leave, the chubby steward reminded him, if you come across any high-level archery items, don't forget to let me know. Sure thing, young friend Su Ming, take care. Watching Su Ming's figure disappear into the distance, you couldn't help but express his admiration. The younger generation is truly impressive. He was even more convinced that Su Ming was the heir of the esteemed Mr. Wang Bo. Su Ming and Wang Lin mounted the griffin once more. Before Wang Lin could speak, Su Ming preemptively and half-jokingly shared the words he had prepared. What? You've already obtained a contract beast? Wang Lin's eyes widened in shock, as he had just been about to discuss this very topic. A shadow bird chick with a trace of phoenix bloodline? My goodness, is this the unique opportunity of your ethereal space? I'm envious. Before entering the ethereal space, Su Ming had subtly confirmed that with his current strength and the Temple of Godslayers' interest in his hidden profession, even if Xiao Yi were fully exposed to the public, Mr. Wang Bo would ensure his protection. However, it was still a bit risky. Since Xiao Yi learned Shadow Possession and Shadow Phantom, combined with the innate abilities of the Phantom Phoenix, she could alter her appearance and information. The Shadow Bird, powerful yet not overly coveted, was the perfect contract beast. Young friend Su Ming, being with you is never a dull moment. The Shadow Bird is the monarch of shadows. Wang Lin's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Yi, come out, perform well, and don't give anything away. With that, a shadow rose beside the griffin, revealing Xiao Yi's slightly altered wind feathers and phoenix tail. Xiao Yi let out a cry. Don't worry, Su Ming. Oh, as Su Ming and Xiao Yi communicated telepathically, Wang Lin was utterly dumbfounded, repeatedly gasping in disbelief. Upon inspection, Xiao Yi's details appeared in his view. Species, Shadow Bird. Affiliation, Ethereal Space. Level, LV80. It's really a Shadow Bird, and it's already level 80. Wang Lin exclaimed. Su Ming nodded. Yes, the materials for advancement were available at the Alt Trading House. Wang Lin collected his thoughts, his expression serious. The moment Xiao Yi appeared, his griffin instinctively reacted with fear due to their contract. Species suppression. Its bloodline was indeed extraordinary. Young friend Su Ming, may I write it? Wang Lin suddenly asked. Su Ming. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi quickly distanced herself. In her simple-mindedness, only Su Ming, her contractor, was worthy of the naturally proud Phoenix's approval. Griffin, no love left. Ahem, I couldn't resist. Just joking, just joking. I still love you the most, little eagle. Wang Lin hurriedly comforted his mount. Griffin, Ku begrudgingly accepted its owner's explanation. Brother Wang Lin, her name is Xiao Yi, and she's a girl, Su Ming introduced. Wang Lin's pupils contracted as he looked apologetically at Xiao Yi. Little one, I meant no harm. Don't take it to heart. I didn't realize you were a girl. You really are something else. So, you can ride her now, right? Go on, ride your Xiao Yi. Su Ming. Thus, the two men and two birds set off to temporarily reside near the information tower in the capital. Su Ming and brother Wang Lin continued their conversation about the heavenly ring battlefield. The next day, the top of the capital's information tower emitted a beam of white light towards the sky, creating ripples. However, only those holding a heavenly ring entry token could witness this scene. Activate the entry token, and we will enter the space where the heavenly ring battlefield is located. Following Wang Lin's instructions, Su Ming channeled his mana into the token, immediately feeling enveloped by a light akin to teleportation. Heavenly ring battlefield, faction space, Dragon Kingdom. As Su Ming opened his eyes, the completely different surroundings left him utterly astonished. He felt as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens, gazing upon a magnificent hall that stretched infinitely. Was this the heavenly ring? Inside the hall of the cosmos was an eternally independent world, brimming with unknowns, dangers, and opportunities. At that moment, Su Ming's information log updated with a new message. The heavenly ring battlefield will open in 3 minutes, Wang Lin said with a serious expression. Su Ming, my young friend, I've sent you the details of all the challengers from the Dragon Nation. Soon, everyone will be randomly scattered into the battlefield. Be extremely careful and prepare quickly. If you encounter danger, try to find and seek help from nearby Dragon Nation challengers. The two had talked through the night. Su Ming nodded solemnly, fully aware that this was a true life-and-death battlefield. Whether facing competitors with hidden agendas, high-intensity wild creatures, or special tamed species, the chance of survival when alone was very low. However, danger and opportunity coexisted, and nearly every year, all the fifth-tier powerhouses competed for entry. Understood, brother Wang Lin. You be careful too. Su Ming wasn't worried about his safety. With the 3 legendary scale crystals, the indestructible arrow body, and the space-time travel talent, he had nothing to fear from any being below a demon god. There must be demon gods sealed within the world of the heavenly ring battlefield. Su Ming pondered to himself. His last 2 transfer tasks were likely related to these demon gods. In the next moment, a powerful spatial guide transformed both him and Wang Lin into stars, drawing them into the hall of the cosmos. Heavenly ring battlefield, elemental ring domain, a corner of the ruined relic. The relic was vast, with ethereal mist permeating the air and a haunting melody echoing in the ears of all challengers. Phase 1, relics appear, treasures emerge, cosmic upheaval lasting 3 days. With the opening of the heavenly ring battlefield, the various relic treasures buried within would emerge one after another, marking the beginning of the competition for all. Several notification panels appeared before Su Ming. Su Ming's faction, Dragon Nation. The points earned will be accumulated to the Dragon Nation's total faction points. World leaderboard updates in real time, with battlefield buff bonuses settled daily at 2400 hours based on rankings. Initial points based on your level, 1800. Su Ming, current points, 1800, rank, 10,00010,000. Indeed, he was the lowest level among these 10,000 people. He hadn't reached the 5th tier yet, stuck at level 180. This made Su Ming chuckle. His goal was to rise from the initial last place to the top to complete his transfer task. Additionally, there was a leaderboard visible to everyone, recording only the top 1,000 ranks. The top 8 had 2,390 points, indicating 8 competitors at level 239. Brother Wang Lin, at level 236, was ranked 39th, while the 1,000th place had 2,250 points. Su Ming shrugged. Almost no one here was below level 200. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Ming immediately used Eagle Eye. The moment he arrived, his vision expanded. Due to the enormity of this world, he found no challengers nearby, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, his gaze fell on the ruined relic behind him. Surely, there was treasure inside. So, Xiao Yi temporarily retreated into her own shadow. Instead of taking to the air, Su Ming swiftly glided along the ground and rushed in. As he entered, a wave of intense heat greeted him. The temperature was astonishingly high, far beyond ordinary heat, enough to cause direct burns. If it weren't for Su Ming's special abilities, an average person without potions or tools wouldn't be able to withstand it. Upon stepping through the crumbling giant doors, Su Ming immediately sensed the unusual nature of this space. However, the flames posed no threat to him, was naturally immune to fire damage. Rustling sounds. It was as if some ancient mechanism had been triggered. Su Ming's entrance activated this relic. In the next second, countless flames coalesced into horse shapes, charging at him like a ferocious cavalry unit. This small world was indeed special, and even the wild creatures were not to be underestimated. Information about these creatures appeared in Su Ming's vision. Flame Warhorse, Wild Creature Level, LV 198, Health, 105.5k 105.5k, Buff, 50 Fire Damage Resistance within Elemental Domain, possesses powerful elemental abilities, highly resistant to elements it controls, Weak Point. Hooves. These creatures were different from ordinary monsters, each possessing unique racial buffs. Nonetheless, they were no match for Su Ming. Gale Arrow. Su Ming swiftly drew his bow, forming a gale arrow on the string. This skill not only dealt considerable damage, but also boosted his speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Terrifying arrows rained down, splitting into thousands, and under the powerful barrage, the flame horses were struck down and vanished. Any fear stems from a lack of firepower. Su Ming firmly believed in this. You have slain Flame Warhorse LV 198, gained 404k experience, and 1 point. You have slain Flame Warhorse LV 199, gained 404k experience, and 1 point. TSK, only 1 point per creature, Su Ming muttered to himself. But even so, under his overwhelming assault, none of the Flame Warhorses survived. His accumulated experience and points grew rapidly. Flame Warhorse Progress, 100, you have plundered 42 attack points. Plundering 2, can't forget that. The thought brought a gleam of excitement to Su Ming's eyes. How many types of wild creatures could this vast universe have? Each one was a moving attribute point for him. Soon, Su Ming cleared the area and collected all the fire element-infused crystals into his backpack. He cautiously ventured deeper into an inner treasure mountain, wasting no time on other distractions. Little did he know, while he was busy shooting down those fiery steeds, his actions sent shockwaves through the hearts of nearly all participants. A person named Su Ming, previously unheard of on the leaderboard, suddenly appeared, and his rank quickly changed. 977, 832, 620, 120, 79. Su Ming had broken into the top 100. And this was only because the number of flame warhorses was limited. Otherwise, he might have taken first place. Oh my gosh, is Su Ming from Long Nation? Why have I never heard of him? How did he earn so many points just after entering? He can't possibly have slain hundreds of creatures alone. He must have stumbled upon a treasure. Envy. While slaying creatures could earn points, monsters like the flame warhorses, which offered low base points, were rarely the focus of anyone's hunting strategy. People merely showed envy and jealousy, assuming Su Ming had found a treasure right from the start. This also put him on the radar of those with ulterior motives. Wang Lin, who was in a corner searching for teammates, was stunned by the leaderboard changes. Damn, Su Ming is a real monster. If it were Su Ming, he might indeed start a massacre upon encountering wild creatures. Wang Lin had to admit that Su Ming's current output with his 1,000 and 10,000 arrows was something even he could only admire. However, the vulnerability of archers was an unavoidable issue for Su Ming, and even with life-saving items, they weren't foolproof. I need to help cover for him as much as possible. Hang in there, Su Ming. Su Ming stepped into the treasure mountain and gasped in astonishment upon seeing the peculiar nature of the peak. Wow, it's a whole different world. The contrast was overwhelming. Only after entering the mountain did he realize the spatial inversion. Here large snowflakes were gently falling. The core of this scorching relic was actually a frozen wonderland. This snowy mountain is unusual. Could it be an illusion? Not taking any chances, Su Ming immediately activated the illusion-breaking ability of his will crystal. This skill had no cooldown and could be used instantly when encountering an illusion. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. That's an iced lotus. Su Ming's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Luck was on his side, as he had randomly landed near this relic and immediately encountered such a rare and high-quality item. So, it's you creating all this snow, he murmured, squinting at the lotus. Just then, countless slender snakes with silver-white patterns emerged swiftly from the snow beneath the lotus. A massive snowstorm accompanied by snowflakes swept toward him. I knew there would be guardian monsters here too. Information about the creatures instantly appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Ice Ring Snake Enhanced Monster Level, LV 200. Health, 1, 0, 21, 0001, 0, 21, 000. Enhancement Buff, Ice and Snow Damage Resistance 50 in Elemental Ring Domain. Info, creatures with powerful elemental forces, highly resistant to the elements they control. Weakness, Head. Spatial Lock. Su Ming smirked, choosing to confront the blizzard heathen. With his shield active, his defense was impenetrable, and with defense calculations doubled, the entire swarm of ice snakes couldn't harm him at all. Damn, I feel like an unstoppable charging tank, haha. Su Ming chuckled to himself. Shadow arrow. Thwip, 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 thwip. The attack dealt terrifying damage with an area silence effect. Soon, the snakes were flipped over, and the blizzard dissipated. System alert: you have slain Ice Ring Snake LV200, gaining 405,000 experience and 1 point. System alert: you have slain Ice Ring Snake LV200, gaining 405,000 experience and 1 point. System alert: Ice Ring Snake progress 100, you have absorbed 3,500 life. Neither monsters nor bosses could stop him from claiming the Ice Lotus. While pondering, Su Ming casually collected the loot from the snake group. Wait, there's equipment. His eyes narrowed, spotting 3 vividly blue bows among the drops. Considering he could now easily take down similar-level opponents, he was looking forward to a legendary bow, making weapon replacement unnecessary. However, these golden-quality bows were perfectly suited for his LV-180 needs. As expected, they have a slowing feature, not bad. Su Ming quickly checked the equipment attributes. Ice Ring Bow Golden Type. Weapon Class: Archer. Level Requirement: LV-125. Attributes: Attack 200, Attack Speed 0.8s, Critical Hit 5. Durability: 150,150. Feature: each arrow shot slows the target by 20 for 1 second. Given Su Ming's terrifying arrow barrage, any skill-based arrow could apply a slowing effect. Of course, enemies he could instantly kill were a different matter. The key was that it offered 0.3 more arrows in attack speed compared to his fire longbow, bringing his base attack speed to 7.29 arrows. Su Ming immediately equipped the new bow and stored the other icy crystals in his backpack. His attention was now fully on the Ice Lotus. After consuming it, your frost resistance significantly increases, and even the freezing effect is enhanced. Su Ming silently recited the effects of this item in his mind, his eyes gleaming with greed. Mine, all mine. He quickly focused on the translucent snow lotus in front of him, and without hesitation, bent down. Eat. He bit into a lotus leaf, and the cold instantly spread through his mouth. Eating such a treasure directly, without picking it, was bound to have the best effect. The icy sensation spread from his mouth throughout his body, with a cold current circulating inside. Piece by piece, Su Ming swallowed quickly. A system notification immediately echoed in his mind. You have gained a permanent buff, increasing frost resistance by 20. All your freezing and slowing effects are extended by 1 second. You have gained 500 points. It's done, it's done. Ha ha. Su Ming laughed heartily, exhaling visible cold air like a winter mist. His face was covered in frost, yet it couldn't hide his beaming smile. He didn't care whether the buff would be useful in the future. At least it was permanent, so it couldn't be bad. Besides, how could extending freezing by 1 second not be useful? It perfectly complemented his newly acquired arrow slowing gear, instantly elevating the tactical value of his ice arrows. Great, time to loot other places. Su Ming brushed off the ice crystal remnants from his hands, looking around with satisfaction. Who would have thought that acquiring the Snow Lotus would yield 500 points? Surely others had their own encounters as well. He casually opened the points interface to check the current world leaderboard, and his eyes widened. What? I'm first. Su Ming was stunned, recalling his actions, thinking he hadn't done anything particularly special. Maybe it was just because he wiped out the 2 tribes of monsters in this ruin? Just wiping out monsters solo, isn't it a piece of cake? Su Ming shrugged helplessly, causing ice crystals to fall from his shoulders. Unbeknownst to him, others who saw the rank changes were in complete shock. What the heck? Su Ming's rank is soaring again. 79, 62, 43, 1. What's going on? Jumped from 43rd to 1st. How much treasure has he found? Some began to lose their composure. In this life-and-death competitive arena, seeing treasures fall into others' hands was more painful than being killed. Su Ming noticed his real-time rank displayed as 19998. Only a short while into the game and 2 fifth transcendences have already died. TSK. He sighed lightly, frowning slightly. Then a glint flashed in his eyes. But if I can maintain the top rank by the end of the first day, won't I meet the requirement? The top 1,000 are out, and then facing enemies will be hunting time. Today turned into a joyful time of monster slaying and treasure hunting. Su Ming moved forward constantly, his steps light. By the river, a group of large-horned crocodiles was lazily basking in the sun. Su Ming knocked an arrow, his gaze focused. Don't run. Shadow arrow. Whiz, 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 whiz. Arrows rained down like a storm. You have killed a large-horned crocodile LV-201, gaining 409,000 experience and 1 point. Large-horned crocodile progress. 100. You have plundered 30 strength points. Hey, it's the solar holy grass. Su Ming's sharp eyes spotted the rare herb surrounded by a group of vultures in the distance, a material needed for advanced potions. Then die for me. Shoot. Whiz, 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 whiz. You have killed a Dusk Vulture LV-201, gaining 409,000 experience and 1 point. Dusk Vulture Progress 100. You have plundered 28 agility points. While rare treasures were scarce, Su Ming spent most of his time amicably interacting with the wild creatures in the elemental ring domain. Therefore, even though each wild creature only gave 1 point, his points continued to skyrocket. Current points, 11,451. Since his exchange with Wang Lin, relying on his own strength, Su Ming no longer needed to deliberately hide his abilities, feeling a strong sense of security. After all, even if the reported hidden class was now a 1,000-arrow shooter, so what if he's a bit overpowered? With his current strength, as long as he doesn't step out of the Dragon Kingdom in the inner world, no one could touch him, and even the old man at Wang Bo's side wouldn't allow it. Moreover, he had extremely strong survival and teleportation tools, no longer having to live in fear. Now, I want to show all challengers that the first place is mine for the taking. Su Ming curled his lips, eyes shining with confidence. Then, he suddenly stopped, his body tensing, eyes becoming sharp. Because, a few kilometers ahead, the space rippled slightly, and a figure with an imposing aura was rapidly approaching him. No same faction notification, an assassin from another country. Is he trying to get close and kill me? Su Ming's eyes turned cold, shifting backward, tracing a few runes in the air with his fingers. Space lock, if you dare flash in, you'll hit a wall. Arrow tracking talisman, lock on. Marishalaga was an assassin from Asangwa, barely reaching level 200, but he had prepared thoroughly for this competition. Somewhere on the battlefield, he licked his cold blade, a sinister smile on his lips. He knew that in battles of this level, any fragile class would struggle to escape his pursuit. Is there an archer from another country? A cold glint flashed in Marishalaga's eyes. Fortune favors me. Your head is mine. The assassin's figure flickered like a phantom. He was used to hunting down archers, whose frailty was an assassin's natural prey. Ha ha ha. He mused at his own luck, his eyes gleaming with menace. However, in the next moment, a strange energy wave emanated from the front. Arrow tracking charm, lock on. A calm voice pronounced judgment like the voice of death. Marishalaga watched the opposing archer calmly draw his bow, feeling disdain. You might get one more shot. Once I'm close, a fragile archer is an easy kill. The advantage is mine. Clang. The air suddenly solidified, as if a towering barrier rose around him. Marishalaga's head spun, his movement slowed. The archer, Su Ming, smirked as the system interface clearly displayed his opponent's information. Name, Marishalaga. Class, Skywalker Assassin. Level, LV-200. Perfect for a direct lock with the arrow tracking charm. Su Ming's eyes flashed with icy light. Ice arrow fire. His time travel ability activated, unleashing a swarm of 3,000 arrows in an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows didn't scatter but instead converged precisely on a single target point. One arrow? Is this one arrow? Marishalaga's eyes widened in disbelief, terror consuming him. What the spare me? I don't want to die? What kind of devil is he? Oh, those were the assassin's final screams. He blinked into action only to find his life points drained in the blink of an eye. The system's notification sounded in Su Ming's ear. You have slain a competitor, earning half of their points, 1,000. Additionally, the Dragon Nation's cumulative points increased tenfold, 10,000. Su Ming had anticipated this. He knew that slaying a competitor would yield half of their points, and since faction points were calculated tenfold, the competition between nations would only grow more intense. Just bad luck for him. Su Ming waved dismissively, scanning his surroundings. In the vast battlefield, the odds of encountering a challenger in the same area were slim. But as time passed and the universe contracted inward, all remaining participants would gradually converge on the most perilous core zone. Shaking his head, Su Ming continued forward. Meanwhile, challengers from other nations, seeing the Dragon Nation's points surge on the leaderboard, were in disarray. What the heck? 1,000 points in an instant? Look, the Dragon Nation's points increased by 10,000. Did Su Ming encounter a challenger and instantly kill them? Damn Su Ming. Our lighthouse nation will bury you here forever. Su Ming paid no mind to the thoughts of other challengers. On his way to the core area, he encountered no other challengers, but repeatedly plundered the attributes of various wild creatures, steadily increasing his strength. Soon, the time for the first day's leaderboard settlement arrived. The system notification appeared before him. Your current points, 191,981. Your current ranking, 19,994. Received Heaven's Ring Battlefield Buff. 50 increased damage to wild creatures, 50 reduced damage from wild creatures, 20 increased damage to non-faction challengers. Last one day. Su Ming wasn't overly concerned with this buff. Instead, he focused on his class advancement task. Done. As long as it's completed once, it's recorded here. Then his gaze fell on the next task. At least slay 100 non-faction top 1,000 ranked enemies, 0-100. The first rankings are out. Now begins the hunting season. From the moment they stepped onto this battlefield, everyone from different factions had to be prepared to face life and death at any moment. Su Ming's eyes sharpened with a singular thought in his mind: obliterate any obstacles in his path. Gale arrow. The piercing whistle of arrows cutting through the air echoed continuously, whoosh whoosh whoosh, resounding all around. Su Ming dashed closely along the ground, his hands a blur as he repeatedly drew and loosed his bow, never pausing the relentless storm of gale arrows. Whether practicing by shooting into the air or taking out passing wild creatures, his arrows created a dense zone of death wherever he went. System notifications rang in his ears. You have slain Yun Susan LV-208, gaining 411,000 experience. Yun Susan progress, 100. You have plundered 45 attack points. You have slain Peng Tian de G LV-209, gaining 411,000 experience. Peng Tian de G progress, 100. You have plundered 36 agility points. Su Ming smirked. Is this what they call killing monsters at will? I'm quite the monster myself. The speed of the gale arrow could accumulate continuously within 10 seconds, allowing Su Ming to move like a phantom through the elemental ring domain, maintaining his maximum achievable speed. He began his mission with two goals in mind: eliminate all enemies and find brother Wang Lin. Wang Lin had helped him so much. He would never let him fall here. From this moment, an invisible hunting wind began to sweep across the sky ring battlefield. Whenever an arrow was released into this wind, the next moment saw thousands of arrows bizarrely piercing others' bodies with no chance to evade. Lada Duo Shi, rank 942. Shi Bei Man, rank 452. With astonishing speed, Su Ming almost toured the entire elemental ring domain. He thoroughly plundered all the wild creature species, reaping his rewards to satisfaction. He encountered hundreds of challengers along the way, but never found the person he sought. It seems brother Wang Lin isn't in this area, Su Ming muttered to himself. When he encountered a few Dragon Nation challengers, he refrained from disturbing them out of alliance considerations. However, when those from opposing factions tried to kill him, despite his lack of intention to confront them, well, sorry about that. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and under the deluge of arrows, these opponents all turned into experience points and ranking notifications. This made him realize even more that on this battlefield, apart from those in his own faction, he must not show mercy to opponents from other factions. Because there are points to earn. Su Ming halted his steps, eyes locked ahead. Rising from the earth was a colossal elemental spirit, exuding an oppressive aura. Su Ming drew his bow once more, a glint of battle intent in his eyes. This was the final boss of the elemental ring domain. Su Ming's eyes already displayed its information. Level, LV210. Health, 45, 006, 00045, 006, 000. Elemental ring domain enhancement. Every time it takes damage equal to 30 of its maximum health, it randomly triggers a skill without chanting. Info: a powerful elemental being awakened from its slumber in the elemental ring domain, now enraged and set to destroy everything. Weakness: none. Oh. Su Ming tilted his head with interest. This creature's 5 skills all required considerable chanting time and covered a vast area. Since physical damage was reduced by 80, there was only one path. I'll go with pure true damage. Without hesitation, he drew his bow. Golden light blazed, holy light arrow. In just 1 second, tens of thousands of arrows were released. The sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the atmosphere. Although Su Ming was only at level 180 and couldn't lock onto the level 210 Elemental Lord boss with an arrow tracking talisman, each arrow dealt over 120,000 damage. Under this insane barrage, the Elemental Lord barely had time to roar before it was reduced to debris. The ground shook violently as a tornado swept across the land, followed by thunderclouds brewing with lightning. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Did 3 skills trigger simultaneously? However, it also meant everything was over. The system notification sounded in his ear. You have slain the Elemental Lord LV-210 boss, gaining 1.9 million experience and 1,000 points. You have slain the Elemental Lord LV-210 boss for the first time, gaining additional attributes: life, 3,000. Elemental Lord boss progress, 100. You have plundered 3,800 life. Su Ming exhaled softly. The speed was astonishing. The boss didn't even last until the second. It seemed this level of opponent was becoming trivial for him. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, without a hint of arrogance. His real targets, his true enemies, were the exalted demon gods, the heavenly demon lord, and even the abyssal overlord. There was no need to waste much time on such minor matters. He quickly stepped forward to check the boss's loot. A strangely glowing elemental crystal caught his eye, something every elemental mage would envy, worth a fortune. Wait, is that a skill book? Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked at an ancient book forming in the light. Elemental Mastery Universal Skill Book. Level requirement: LV 150. Elemental Mastery, LV1. Master powerful elemental abilities, extending the range of any group skill with elemental properties by 1.5 times. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was a passive universal skill. Moreover, it would greatly enhance the range of his shadow arrows and explosive arrows. He quickly calculated that when the skill reached level 10, the range should increase to double. Considering his output was already sufficient, this range boost was extremely practical. Learn it, he commanded without hesitation. You meet the conditions to learn Elemental Mastery, successfully learning the skill, Elemental Mastery, LV1. Su Ming immediately took out his treasured skill proficiency crystals from his backpack, using 9 in succession. When he checked his skill panel again, Elemental Mastery had reached LV10. The maximum range wasn't the expected double, but an astounding 2.5 times. Not bad, not bad, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. The speed of clearing mobs in groups just got a bit faster. Finally, he found an arrowhead fragment among the loot. Upon inspection, he discovered it was poisonous. Each arrow could trigger 500 poison damage once, but paired with the time-lapse arrow, it could initially deal 40,000 damage. Better than nothing, I suppose, Su Ming murmured as he pocketed it. After quickly tallying everything, Su Ming activated his Gale Arrow Speed Boost, gliding over the ground like a phantom. The feeling of having Phoenix Wings Sky Soar always active was truly satisfying. With the elemental domain resolved, he decided to head to the neighboring domain to swiftly complete his class change quest. Soon, the map information shifted before Su Ming's eyes. Sky Ring Battlefield, Blazing Sun Domain, Ruin Mountains. This domain was entirely different from the previous elemental domain. The sun here was particularly dazzling, greatly enhancing light attribute skills. Moreover, all the wild creatures here possessed strong regenerative abilities. Of course, to Su Ming, these were trivial. The hunt began. For 2 consecutive days, Su Ming was either engaging in friendly exchanges with wild creatures or on his way to friendly exchanges with various challengers. Despite being at the lowest level, he had reached a stage far beyond the 5th rank. At that moment, a soft beep came from his personal terminal, and a message popped up on the screen. You have completed part 1 of the job change task. Su Ming, the dominator of destruction, narrowed his eyes and then turned his gaze to the leaderboard. Current ranking, 17836. The numbers flashed before him, symbolizing his absolute dominance on the celestial ring battlefield. In just 3 days, over 2,100 people have died. Su Ming remarked with a calm expression but a hint of coldness in his voice. And over 1,000 of those were due to me. He scanned the detailed statistics on the leaderboard. Among the deceased were 100 former top 1,000 rankers, all of whom fell by his hand because his task required their lives. The rest were fools like Marishalaga, who rushed in senselessly to their deaths. This is probably the highest number of deaths at the start in the past 20 years. Now, challengers from other countries were trembling at such results. They had stopped searching for treasures and were instead seeking allies to survive a few more days in this deadly battlefield. Thus, the atmosphere of this celestial ring battlefield was entirely different from before. Su Ming had accelerated the pace dramatically. During his campaign, he encountered dozens of challengers from the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, he didn't find Wang Lin. He merely informed these compatriots where he had seen their companions and left a fleeting silhouette in the wind. Oh my god, is he the future heir of the God-slaying hall? A Dragon Kingdom challenger looked at Su Ming's departing figure with admiration. He's so handsome, young, and powerful. I'm envious. Su Ming is probably even more terrifying than Old Man Wang Bo was back in the day. Remember, Old Man Wang Bo was ranked number 1 in the world, another challenger exclaimed in shock. And now, in just over a day, he's broken records and skyrocketed past 500,000 points. The fact that Su Ming was the future heir to the title of Bao God of Wang Bo had almost become an accepted truth within the vast network of the Dragon Kingdom's major forces. Seeing his strength firsthand completely reshaped everyone's understanding. Among them, Wang Lin and Li Huiyang had the most complex reactions. Wang Lin smiled wryly to himself. I knew you were a monster, but this is too much. Until now, he thought Su Ming needed his cover, but in reality, it was enough if he didn't hold Su Ming back. I underestimated Su Ming, my young friend. I didn't expect that my guide would surpass me in such a short time. Nevertheless, he felt very gratified, as expected of the one my father called the person of destiny. So, we just need to stay away from the Dragon Kingdom to win effortlessly, Wang Lin calculated silently. Su Ming, my young friend, is carrying us to victory. Haha. Unknowingly, he was already enjoying the thrill of being carried. Oh, this is amazing. Li Huiyang, on the other hand, finally understood who he had encountered in the virtual space. Damn, I actually considered stealing Su Ming's equipment back then. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Su Ming will surely become the Dragon Kingdom's top archer, and on the battlefield, he's a god of death. Li Huiyang was relieved. Luckily, he's my teammate. I need to find the big shot and let him carry me. As for calling him grandpa or anything, if he met the great Su Ming, Li Huiyang thought. It wouldn't be impossible. Oh, this is amazing. Since completing the first part of the job change task, Su Ming's premonition grew stronger. Could this eternal creator be the emergence of a super artifact? He frowned slightly. It seems the crisis on Blue Star is approaching faster than expected. Just 5 ranks. Just 5 ranks more. A determined glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Then I won't have to worry about exposure or being secretly eliminated by big shots from other countries. By then, he would represent the new generation of the Godslaying Hall's strongest, revealing himself on the grand stage of Blue Star as the Thousand Arrows Archer. Gods will be slain, demons will be vanquished. Su Ming smirked slightly. Hee. Even this false identity is terrifying enough. At that moment, the information log updated again. You have generated part 2 of the job change task Ancient Divine Bow, difficulty 10. As expected, the Ancient Divine Bow and a demon god are both sealed in the Celestial Ring battlefield. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with sharp brilliance. Next, I will slay a demon god. Su Ming looked at the introduction of the job change task. The Ancient Divine Bow, difficulty level 10, had a clear description. The forgotten ancient divine battlefield held once immortal artifacts and demon gods. Enter the Celestial Ring Divine Repository to defeat the self-sealed Annihilation Demon God, Caldangero, to obtain clues about the ancient divine bow. Annihilation Demon God, Caldangero, there's no record of this in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Ming muttered to himself. He frowned slightly, tapping the screen with his fingers. Moreover, this demon god is completely different from Garuxifa. The latter is just a shadow avatar with 3 powers yet to be restored. But this one possesses the complete power of a demon god. His gaze was serious as he continued to analyze. Although it will be suppressed to a level 239 strength in the Celestial Ring battlefield, it still can't be underestimated. Any carelessness could be fatal. Very well, the Celestial Ring Divine Repository should be in the core area. After a brief contemplation, Su Ming suddenly exerted force with his legs, accelerating like a gust of wind, his figure becoming a blur as he headed towards the core area. With my speed, by the time others even get close, I'll have already been in the core area for quite a while, he calculated silently, a confident gleam in his eyes. At this point, he stopped hunting for the moment. The only goal was to find the demon god and complete the job change. All minor distractions would vanish before him. Gale Arrow. Soon, as he neared the boundary of the Flame Ring Domain and the Deeper Ring Domain, his vision caught a special target. He spotted a golden rock boss with a halo of holy light above its head. Su Ming smirked slightly. It seemed there was a guardian boss in each domain, conveniently along his path. He was in a good mood. Defeating a boss not only allowed him to plunder attributes, but also guaranteed the drop of a quality archer item of the corresponding level. So, he shot with wild abandon. The Golden Rock and all its minions finally realized the culprit behind the havoc in the entire Sunlit Ring domain. They screeched in fury, wings flapping violently, creating gusts of wind that made the remaining challengers in the domain tremble. Su Ming's steps did not falter, and he quickly scanned the data of this group of golden rocks. So this group of golden rocks is similar to the Black Crow King, a summoning type boss? Sunlit Golden Rock. Enhanced Wild Creature Level, LV210. Health Points, 1, 122, 0001, 122, 000. Enhancement Buff. Restores 0.5 of maximum health every second in the Sunlit Ring domain. Information. A creature bathed in holy light, possessing a permanent continuous recovery ability. Weakness. Eyes. The number of these golden rocks was slowly increasing, converging from all directions in the sky, soon reaching dozens. The one with the giant golden tail feathers among them was the final boss. TSK. While others are still looking for teams to join, he's already about to take down the second boss on his own. A flash of excitement crossed Su Ming's eyes as system information unfolded before him. Sunlit Golden Rock King. Level, LV215. Health Points, 46, 402, 00046, 402, 000. Sunlit Ring Domain Enhancement. Summons 10 golden rocks immediately upon taking 30 of maximum health and damage. Information. The Dominator slumbering in the Flame Ring Domain, destined to slay any intruders. Weakness. Cannot be triggered. Once a regional boss is triggered, it will attack all challengers unless killed or if they leave the area. Too bad. You encountered me. Su Ming chuckled, shaking his head, not even pausing as he moved directly to attack. His figure flickered, leaving afterimages in the air. If Xiaoyi wasn't currently advancing in the contract space, I'd be charging in on his back. He unleashed direct firepower. Holy Light Arrow. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A series of arrows shot through the air, each trailing a brilliant holy light, forming a lethal web of arrows. You think you're the only ones who can fly? The Golden Rock's plan to soar high and distance themselves was instantly shattered. The arrows mercilessly pierced their bodies, causing their wings to lose their luster, and one by one, they plummeted from the sky. One by one, the minions fell stiffly from the sky, and the radiant sun rock lord widened its eyes in disbelief, watching its forces decimated in an instant. The next moment, countless arrows converged on it. If this fierce bird could speak, it would certainly roar at Su Ming in its dying breath. I may not be human, but you're a real dog. Chirp. A plaintive cry pierced the sky, echoing endlessly. A system notification popped up in front of Su Ming. You have slain the Radiant Sun Rock LV-210, gaining 411k experience. You have slain the Radiant Sun Rock Lord LV-215 boss, gaining 1.95 million experience and 1,000 points. You have achieved the first kill of the Radiant Sun Rock Lord LV-215 boss, gaining additional attributes, agility 42. Radiant Sun Rock Lord boss progress, 100. You have plundered 32 points of strength. That feels good. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, but his actions didn't pause. He quickly collected all the loot and continued to move forward while examining the 2 special items dropped by the boss. Is this a core of free attributes? Su Ming examined the diamond-shaped crystal nucleus in his hand, a happy smile spreading across his face. The system description indicated it could be used to enhance certain attributes. Use. You have used the core of free attributes, choosing life 20k. As a fragile archer, my health has increased a bit more. Su Ming muttered to himself, then checked the second item. Marking seal, archer exclusive seal. Feature. Targets that have appeared within the archer's line of sight will have their position marked even after leaving the sight range, lasting 30 minutes from the time they exit the sight. Oh, this is a full position mark. Su Ming immediately activated the seal's feature, and several map coordinates appeared on his panel. These were all the locations of Dragon Nation challengers he had seen in the past 30 minutes. Wow, just a glance in the crowd, and I can know the position from all angles for 30 minutes. This is an incredibly useful and powerful ability for both reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. It greatly enhances life assurance. He eventually left the Fiery Ring region and entered the deeper Celestial Ring burial grounds. Taking advantage of the journey, Su Ming reviewed the panel data accumulated from his recent plundering. TSK. My attack power has surpassed 10,000. Terrifying. Name, Su Ming. Class, Temporal Arrow God. Level, LV-180 LV-180 4th transition. Life, 574k. Mana, 999. Strength, 1968. Agility, 1945. Attack speed, 7.29 arrows. Attack, 10,845. Defense, 5,038. Critical hit, 85. Critical resistance, 60. Single arrow storage, 9999999999999 inch. This is the terror of the sky-piercing arrow intent. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. From an insignificant start to now, the accumulation has gradually evolved from quantity to quality. An archer at level 180 with 570k life, anyone who hears about it would be shocked. Hehe. Celestial Ring Battlefield, Celestial Ring Burial Grounds, Howling Mountain Range. Su Ming's expression turned serious. At this moment, not only did the Divine Spirit arrow resonate, but the Eternal Divine String also emitted a response. The Demon God Caldanger is sealed within a divine relic in the burial grounds, and they are pointing the way. Direction, to the right. Hawkeye. No wonder this place is called the Boneyard. It's eerily quiet compared to other areas. Su Ming squinted as he surveyed his surroundings, wasting no time as he sprinted cautiously towards the right side of the mountain range. He glanced at his personal ranking data. Current world points ranking, 17055. Only a little over 7,000 challengers remained in the entire Tianhuan battlefield. However, apart from Su Ming, no other challengers could reach the deeper regions of the Boneyard within just 3 days. This meant he could complete his class transition without any interference. Just then, the entire Tianhuan battlefield echoed with a seductive voice. Phase 2. Outer Ring Collapse. Heavens and Earth Crumble. Beast Tide arises lasting 3 days. So it's Phase 2 already? Su Ming tilted his head slightly, pondering. But since I'm already in the Boneyard, this Beast Tide doesn't seem to concern me much. He knew challengers from various countries were probably starting to group up. Others team up to kill small monsters, while I solo the demon gods. Everyone has a bright future ahead. Su Ming chuckled softly. During his journey, he had already cleared out the wild monsters along the way. This time, the ordinary equipment he salvaged amounted to billions. Boom. Suddenly, the mountains of the Boneyard began to shake. Su Ming quickly took cover at the foot of the mountain. Darkness and shadows spread rapidly, and the world gradually dimmed. Soon after, from the depths of the Boneyard, countless beastly roars echoed through the sky, earth, and rivers. Damn, is this a beast tide? Did the beast tide originate here? So I've run straight into it. Su Ming almost burst out laughing. It turned out the wild monsters of the beast tide were reviving from the Boneyard and rushing towards the blazing sun ring, elemental ring, and several other regions from all directions. Regardless of the situation in other directions, Su Ming could clearly feel the intense tremors of countless beasts trampling the earth ahead. It seems that only a dozen Dragon Nation challengers remain in the 2 rings behind me, because my rampage has made this the weakest point. But there's no need to panic. As long as I'm here, no wild monster will cross the boneyard. Phoenix wings sky soar. Su Ming finally stopped hiding. In the dim sky, the holy wings on his back were particularly dazzling, spreading wide in the air. Superstorm roar. With a longbow in hand, Su Ming stood proudly between heaven and earth. In the sky and on the ground, I am the bow god Su Ming. Fire. Gale arrow holy light arrow guard arrow seal arrow rock shatter arrow thunder arrow shadow arrow. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Arrows from the sky pierced through giant eagles, while arrows from the ground toppled apes and bulls. Faster, even faster. Bloodthirsty frenzy instantly stacked, and the wind talisman took effect simultaneously. Attack speed, 7.29, 7.79, 7.89, 9.79 arrows per second. Nearly 10 pulls per second. The wind stacked up, producing 30,000 arrows per minute. One man became an army, slaughtering countless beasts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Every moment, corpses littered the ground, and the wails lingered long. Chirp. A clear phoenix cry stimulated Su Ming's thoughts. Shortly after, a stunningly beautiful and majestic dark phoenix flew out from the shadows. Xiaoyi, you're getting more and more beautiful. The phoenix's wings were fuller, its tail swayed, shadows followed, exuding mystery and power. Su Ming, I want to fight with you too. Shadow merge. Xiao Yi used her skill, transforming into a shadow of the phoenix, casting a giant shadow of the dark phoenix spirit behind Su Ming. Instantly, Su Ming felt it through their bond. He and Xiao Yi were spiritually connected, becoming one. The power of shadows instantly enveloped Su Ming, and a surge of immense energy flooded his entire being. He gripped his bow tightly, feeling an unprecedented strength. All arrows fired deal an additional 50 true damage, and this damage cannot be healed. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Wow, my damage output is now 1.5 times greater. He observed Xiao Yi's condition, calculating in his mind. Xiao Yi needs to continuously consume mana to use this skill, but it can absorb mana from me through the Shadow Space Stone. Isn't that essentially cost-free? Even more thrilling was that Xiao Yi could still use other shadow abilities in this state. Now, she has truly transformed into the Shadow Phoenix Dominator. Su Ming assessed the newfound power, contemplating, the extra half of the damage is all true damage and can't be healed because of the shadow erosion power. Powerful, truly worthy of a divine beast. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain Thunder Eagle LV-216, gaining 413,000 experience. You have slain Stone Larva Spider LV-218, gaining 413,000 experience. You have slain Giant Armored Rhino LV-218, gaining 414,000 experience. You have slain Forest Python LV-219, gaining 414,000 experience. Countless kill messages refreshed incessantly, drawing in more unseen wild creatures from the periphery. Su Ming's arrows never ceased, reaping wave after wave of attribute enhancements. Stone Larva Spider Progress 100. You have plundered 38 agility points. Forest Python Progress 100. You have plundered 3,500 health points. Mountain Crushing Giant Ape Progress 100. You have plundered 32 strength points. Phoenix wings unfurled behind him, yet Su Ming didn't retreat. Instead, he pressed forward relentlessly. Arrows rained down in torrents as he advanced toward the source of the beast tide, the same place the spirit arrow guided him. No one can stop me, die. Su Ming thought as he continued his relentless assault. He had anticipated that the experience needed to level up post-5th transition was a formidable barrier, which is why many people remain stuck at that level for years. This perfect slaughter ground suited him well, and he was determined to make the most of it. Soon, all that was left in his wake were corpses and countless dropped items. As he moved forward, he collected everything, thinking, all of this is going to feed the dream seedling. The seedling in the contract space quickly showed signs of growth again, much to Su Ming's satisfaction. Suddenly, he came across a unique structure. This is a god vault. Su Ming's eyes narrowed in confirmation. Indeed, the source is the celestial ring god vault I've been searching for. A door exuding an eerie aura was only half open, now releasing all the beasts inside. After the beast tide, those who survived would get the chance to enter the god vault and explore for truly rare treasures. Su Ming recalled the information his brother Wang Lin had shared. The god vault is the most dangerous place in the entire celestial ring battlefield, and the treasures are beyond imagination. Due to the level 239 strength cap, challengers each year only dare to contest at the edges of the god vault. But Su Ming wasn't planning to wait for the beast tide to end. He intended to continue his indiscriminate barrage. Xiao Yi, it's not enough. One more time, he shouted loudly. Chirp, 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 chirp. Xiao Yi responded, simultaneously using shadow power to generate a shadow barrier, shielding both of them. With a flick of his phoenix wings, Su Ming decisively charged into the God Vault gate, exhilaratedly exclaiming in his mind, Demon God Caldangelo? I'm coming to raid your place. A superstorm raged fiercely around Su Ming, mercilessly shattering everything strange within the space. At that moment, a blurry-faced being within the divine repository opened its eyes and a deep, hoarse voice echoed. Who has disrupted the process of the divine repository? I must go and see. The ground began to tremble as Su Ming, suspended in midair, watched the beast surging from beneath the divine repository. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand never pausing in its archery. Whiz, 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 arrows rained down like a storm. Only about 30,000 arrows per second, feels a bit lacking. The damage still isn't enough, Su Ming murmured to himself. It was his first time witnessing the source of the frenzied beast tide in this world. As his right hand continued to draw and release, countless corpses piled up in front of him. But for Su Ming, this was far from sufficient. He craved more slaughter, shooting with even more madness. He thought that after this, once he completed his job change, reaching the required level 240 for the sixth transformation might not be so distant. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. To others, such a feat was nothing short of a fairy tale. The number of beasts he slew in a single day exceeded what they could accumulate in an entire year. As Su Ming delved deeper, he suddenly noticed a twisted humanoid creature in the sky ahead, seemingly emerging from within through a frenzy of slaughter. A special human? Su Ming grew alert, simultaneously seeing the creature's information. Race Void Sage. Affiliation Abyss. Level 239. A Void Sage? From the Abyss, a servant of the demon god. Su Ming's heart tightened as he quickly realized it was likely a guardian of Cal D'Angelo. Fortunately, the powerful world rules of the Sky Ring battlefield had suppressed this seemingly mysterious being to a level cap of 239. The creature suddenly spoke. I sense a wonderful aura from you. Su Ming was surprised, guessing that it might have sensed some material absorbed by Xiao Yi, or the aura of Galuxifa. With this realization, Su Ming temporarily abandoned the idea of a surprise attack to instantly kill it. He realized that the divine repository concealed many layers of space, and this void sage likely knew directly where Cal D'Angelo's relic was located. It was a time-saving and effortless opportunity. Su Ming quickly devised a plan and took out the Shadow Eternal Crystal from Galuxifa. With a calm demeanor and without fear, he said, Void Sage, are you a servant of Lord Cal D'Angelo? The Void Sage was stunned. What? Human, you dare to speak my master's name directly. Who exactly are you? One more step, and you die. It was shocked that this seemingly weak human knew the name of the demon god, and indeed sensed the shadow demon god's power on Su Ming, which is why it hadn't killed him immediately. Su Ming smirked, raising the Shadow Eternal Crystal confidently, declaring, I am an acolyte of the great demon god Galuxifa. Today, I bring forth powerful forces in accordance with my lord's will, to awaken the great Lord Caldangelo. The Void Sage Camillo fixed his gaze on the Shadow Eternal Crystal, examining it greedily. Inside the crystal flowed a rich shadow energy, the very essence of the ancient Lucifer's incarnation. Indeed, Camillo took a deep breath. The aura of this crystal is truly exquisite. A crooked smile spread across his face, and a mad gleam sparkled in his eyes, clearly overwhelmed by excitement. Yet, his words were filled with enthusiasm and joy. Oh, esteemed human, forgive my rudeness. You are not like those ignorant insects, Camillo said with fervor in his voice. For the great demon god, I, Camillo, am willing to sacrifice everything. At this thought, the anger that once filled the Void Sage's eyes, anger from the disrupted beast tide, had vanished. His smile widened, and he looked at the human, Su Ming, with fervent eyes. Human, can you truly revive my lord completely? Camillo asked, then suddenly changed his tone. You're not smiling at me, are you? Your smile is sweet, but don't do it again. Su Ming straightened his posture, his eyes alight with fervor. Indeed, once I activate the eternal crystal of the great demon god Lucifer, this world will be under our dominion, he declared passionately. His display pleased the Void Sage even more. Camillo felt a rush of joy within. How many years has it been? How many years? Its great endeavor is finally about to be completed. From now on, following the great demon god, we shall claim world after world as our own. Once Lord Caldangelo awakens, all living beings in this small world will become nourishment. And it, along with this human, will be the greatest contributors, he. Su Ming chuckled inwardly. Here in the land of divine treasures, winning an Oscar. It's a pity I wasn't nominated for Best Actor in my previous life. Who would have thought that here, I could fool not only the great dragons and dragon kings, but also the servants of the demon god. Outwardly, he maintained a devout expression. Camillo, Please take me to the slumbering place of Lord Caldangelo. I, Tai Ming, will complete the greatest feat. Having come this far, any further suspicion would be impolite. Camillo maintained his twisted smile. Tai Ming, follow me, hee hee. At that moment, a massive force of a black hole suddenly erupted beside it. All the surrounding wild creatures were uncontrollably drawn into it, disappearing in an instant. Su Ming squinted slightly in observation. This guy, if not restricted by the heavenly ring battlefield, would definitely have disaster-level strength. It should take some effort to defeat it. But no matter, now it's my good partner, Tai Ming. Following Camillo, Su Ming navigated through various spaces within the divine treasure. He thought to himself, indeed, leaving it to guide was the right move. Once away from the edges, the interior of the divine treasure is a myriad of overlapping spaces. These overlapping spaces are even more complex than the previous dragon relic. While Camillo cleared the path, Su Ming was not idle, simultaneously taking out flying wild creatures on both sides. Shadow arrow, arrows infused with dense shadow energy shot from his fingertips, and with a series of whoosh whoosh whoosh, they pierced through one wild creature after another. A substantial amount of experience points accumulated once more, far surpassing the weak human race's strength, with rich and immensely powerful shadow energy. Tai Ming is indeed a favorite of the great demon god, Camillo praised. As a member of the extremely intelligent Void Sage race, only now did he truly acknowledge Su Ming's identity. Therefore, everything is for the revival of the demon god. Camillo looked at Su Ming with eyes full of reverence. Su Ming is the commendable benefactor it admires. The great Lord Caldangelo slumbers in the space ahead. To ensure the demon god is not disturbed, no one but me can find this place. Camillo's tone was filled with pride and excitement. Excellent. Su Ming's handsome face also showed extreme excitement, but inwardly he jested. What a tricky space. The demon god sure knows how to hide. So, I must thank a certain sage for leading the way. Camillo had already sliced open a spatial rift, revealing the entrance to the ancient burial ground. Su Ming saw the words, ancient burial ground, tomb relic, demon god sealed domain, engraved on the doorframe and decisively stepped inside. He was greeted by a massive tomb. And of course, the demon god lay within the coffin. Time to raid the house. Finally, it's time for the real heist. Here I come, Su Ming thought excitedly. Camillo, you stand guard outside the tomb. No matter what happens next, do not act rashly. Once I return, we shall together welcome the revival of the great demon god. Su Ming maintained a confident demeanor, despite the terrifying sight that could drive anyone insane. I understand, esteemed Iron Manganese. I offer my devotion and await good news. Camillo responded respectfully. With that, Su Ming ventured alone into the depths of the dark tomb. Wow, this is sooner than I expected. Su Ming thought to himself after entering. I thought I'd have to spend more time searching, but the Void Sage turned out to be quite straightforward, giving me a pleasant surprise. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. When it comes to the art of deception, even the powerful Void Sage can't match the wisdom of those bugs I've encountered. He had only used one piece of shadow crystal, and he still had two complete ones in his backpack. After securing them, he gripped his ice bow in his left hand, ready to summon the spirit arrow with his right. This arrow was his assurance in completely defeating Carl D'Angelo. The passage wasn't long, likely because the cooperative Camillo had already deactivated numerous traps. Eventually, Su Ming arrived in a vast hall. In the center stood a massive crystal pillar, within which he could clearly see a figure enveloped in shadowy chaos and its basic information. Name, Carl D'Angelo. Title concept, Absolute Extinction Demon God. Level, LV-239. Sealed, 6 Paths Divine Tower. How many secrets are still hidden? Su Ming murmured. The countless small worlds connected to the Divine Tower not only housed dragon kings, but also remnants of sealed demon gods. What kind of existence could have hidden all these in history? Su Ming didn't believe this was the work of the all-devouring demon race, as even the mighty demon lord couldn't escape a similar fate. The demon lord was also sealed within the dragon's tomb. Wang Lin had warned him that the crisis on Blue Star was drawing near, but Su Ming merely shrugged it off. Drawing near? Come on, these world-ending beings are all sleeping right under our noses. Fortunately, these beings no longer possessed their past power. The spirit arrow could obliterate them in an instant. At that moment, Su Ming decisively chose, strike while the iron is hot. However, just as he stepped into the hall, the presence within the crystal pillar suddenly emitted a mental voice from its slumber. The aura of the shadow demon god? No, you killed the shadow demon god. Su Ming smirked, realizing that this demon god was not so easily fooled, as it could genuinely sense the power of Galuxifa. Who let you in? My power has diminished even further. Camillo, foolish creature, you were tricked by this little bug. The voice within the crystal pillar roared. If I kill you and take the shadow demon god's items, I can recover significantly. The crystal pillar began to darken, and an evil force stirred restlessly. Heh. Su Ming notched an arrow on his bow, a cold glint in his eye. All right then, no more pretending. Carl D'Angelo, you talk too much. He unleashed a volley of swift arrows, each blessed with holy light, targeting the crystal pillar to inflict true damage and prevent any sneaky enhancements. In just a second, the center of the hall was surrounded by flashing arrows from every direction. Whoosh, 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 the sound of arrows piercing the air was unending. Foolish insect, I am an immortal being. You are utterly laughable. The demon god within the crystal continued to mock. Now's the time, switch arrows. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Spirit arrow. Under the cover of countless holy arrows, he drew his bow to full, aimed. Whoosh. With the release of the final arrow, Su Ming finally displayed a sunny smile. Oh demon, you still don't understand the true strength of humans. Su Ming let out a cold smile as he readied the divine spirit arrow in his hand. Why would I pretend? It's all about releasing the killing shot at the perfect moment. Caldangelo was completely unprepared, lost in the illusion of impending victory, unaware that Su Ming's bow was fully drawn. The arrow was released, and the power of time travel activated instantly. The massive arrow tore through the air, mercilessly piercing the center of the crystal, then the shadowy figure's body, and finally embedding itself in the far wall of the temple. You, what are you stammering about? Safe travels, I won't be seeing you off. Su Ming gave his opponent no time to react, immediately rushing to retrieve the divine spirit arrow. As a standalone artifact, its greatest flaw was that it had to be recovered after each shot to be used again. This is why Su Ming knew that once it left his hand, it had to be a fatal shot. No, the demon's voice was filled with pain and disbelief. Damn you. Do you think this can kill me? Forcing me to use the essence of the demon god, you're dead. Caldangelo attempted to use his powers. Void walk, void walk, void? His voice shifted from confidence to panic, and finally to terror. What's happening? Why can't I use it? A piercing scream echoed through the temple. Caldangelo's body had a massive hole, but he wasn't completely dead. The divine spirit arrow not only pierced the physical body, but also the soul, which is what made it so terrifying. Su Ming felt his heart racing, but his gaze remained cold. He had used his acting skills to the fullest to find the opportunity for a fatal strike. Although it was successful, it only severely injured the opponent. Since one arrow wasn't enough to kill the demon god, another would follow. As for why Caldangelo couldn't use Void Walk, the answer was simple. Su Ming had sealed the space the moment he entered the temple to prevent any escape or unexpected alliances with Camilo. This preparation was now proving invaluable. Fire! Su Ming unhesitatingly drew his bow again, sending the second arrow whistling from the opposite direction. Whoosh! Another massive hole appeared in the demon's body. The entire tomb began to shake violently. Outside, Camilo knelt in fervent worship, his face a blur of chaos, yet filled with devoutness. Such a commotion, it seems timing will succeed soon. Great Lord Caldangelo, I can finally follow you again. I await the moment you step out of the tomb. Then, rule over countless small worlds, even annihilate those above the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, inside the tomb, Su Ming couldn't help but curse. Are you still not dead? He was on the verge of a breakdown. This was a divine-level artifact, the divine spirit arrow, and after 2 direct hits on an enemy in a sealed state, it still wasn't dead. However, from the demon's condition, it was clearly weaker. Su Ming smirked coldly. Then, the 3rd arrow. Fire. Still not dead? 4th arrow. Fire. Caldangelo howled in agony. Why? I possess the ultimate space skill, Void Walk, yet I can't move. What kind of sealing power does this damn insect have? Another arrow flew, and the demon felt death approaching. What terrified it more was that this arrow truly had the power to destroy it completely. As an annihilation demon god, its power could annihilate not just physically, but mentally, spiritually, even erasing traces through time and space. Yet now, it sensed similar laws in the arrow. It wasn't dead yet, but a few more hits and it truly would be. Spare me, stop shooting, spare me. The demon began to plead. If you spare me, I'll tell you a shocking secret. A shocking secret? Su Ming chuckled. Oh? I thought you weren't going to die. What secret? You must make a pact with me. Put it down. Noiri not playing fair. An arrow pierced through, and Caldangelo's voice was abruptly cut off. You have slain Caldangelo. Finally, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a deep breath. Finally shot it dead. Whether for himself or the mission, this demon god had to die. As for the secret it mentioned, if it truly existed, there might be clues within the tomb. Sure enough, with Caldangelo's death, the job change mission was completed. Simultaneously, a nearly dissipating demon sealing scroll appeared before Su Ming, with a passage of text information about the ancient divine bow. Divine spirit arrow, eternal divine string, ancient divine bow. Let's go. Woohoo, let's go. As the glow of the scroll gradually dimmed, Su Ming's eyes were fixed on every detail, missing no clue. The ancient divine bow was also sealed within the divine cache, though not at this location. He carefully studied the intricately drawn patterns on the scroll and realized this could very well be the complete map of the divine cache. Besides the ancient divine bow, the divine cache also held various rare and precious high-grade sacred medicines. A smile played on Su Ming's lips, lingering there. The second task to change profession, the ancient divine bow. He had cleverly completed this second task with his wisdom, and the outcome far exceeded his expectations. Having an honest guide is really something, Su Ming thought with delight. Soon, the final task to change profession appeared before him. Third task to change profession, the eternal creator. Difficulty, 10. Description, an eternal artifact sealed in the river of history waits, waiting for the moment its owner holds it, to create the eternal artifact destruction at the pinnacle of the divine cache. The final task. The profession change was nearing completion. The pinnacle of the divine cache. Su Ming frowned slightly. Is it a place here? He pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait, if it's the highest place, could it be the cloud layer at the top, right of the demon sealing scroll? Luckily, he had the ability to fly. Without flying skills, or a flying beast, one would be left staring helplessly. Su Ming set aside his thoughts, not dwelling on the task content for now. The answer would only be revealed upon reaching the pinnacle of the divine cache. He began to seriously examine this special hall. Earlier, upon entering, he had a friendly exchange with the demon god Carl D'Angelo, a tense and thrilling encounter. Now, observing calmly, he noticed many unknown secret patterns on the walls and the crystal pillars sealing the demon god. A tower-like pattern caught his attention was that the Six Paths Divine Tower, and the place where the Six Paths Divine Tower originally stood, was at a continent above the stars. Su Ming looked closely and discovered it wasn't a complete continent, but composed of 10 fragments pieced together. The Six Paths Divine Tower connected the heavens and earth of the entire continent. Above the patterned sky, within the clouds, faint silhouettes of figures and palaces could be seen. Now, the Six Paths Divine Tower had fallen on Blue Star. Had the once grand firmament and earth decayed and collapsed? Su Ming was deeply shaken. It seemed Blue Star was an extraordinary place. Finally, he left the hall calmly, retracing his steps. There was no retreat in his heart. No matter how this world would change in the future, he would forge ahead relentlessly. In the future, the name of the Bao god Su Ming would resonate throughout the universe. Above and below, only my arrow. Since he had come to this world, how could he live in mediocrity? Su Ming opened the tomb's door from the inside, and the outside light poured in, brightening the surroundings. By now, he had once again transformed into an Oscar-winning actor, with a look of fervor and joy on his face. He saw Camillo still kneeling devoutly, not rising. Oh, revered Iron Manganese, has Lord Carl D'Angelo awakened? Camillo asked devoutly. Indeed, wise Camillo of the demon god. Su Ming replied solemnly. But you must understand, the Lord is currently in a crucial phase of gathering strength. So you must not disturb him, understand? Oh, thank you. Hearing Su Ming's definitive answer, Camillo's expression crumbled a bit more, his spirit nearly breaking. The previous grand commotion left no room for him to doubt the possibility of failure. Moreover, he could never have imagined Su Ming possessed the ability to slay this demon god. We understand. We shall remain kneeling here. Welcome, Master Caldangelo, from the tomb. Su Ming squinted his eyes, assessing the situation before him, and then cleverly adjusted his posture to appear exhausted. Cough, cough. He feigned a weak cough. It's like this, Camillo. To revive the great Master Caldangelo, I sacrificed many treasures. So, Master Caldan promised to grant me items from his treasury. Su Ming's voice was low and humble. You surely have the key to open the treasury, right? Then, together, we can welcome Master Caldangelo. Hearing this, Camillo immediately stood up reverently, his twisted face showing an expression of fanatical excitement. Of course, Honorable Iron Manganese. This is your due. Camillo replied respectfully. You are a companion to my master and me, destined to conquer all, haha. He laughed strangely. Please follow me. Although there aren't any supreme items in the treasury now, it holds many resources collected by my master from various small worlds. Oh, so you get to live a little longer. Su Ming remained expressionless, but inside he was bubbling with excitement and anticipation. He had only been probing and had no real hope, but to his surprise, it worked. Soon, the two of them made their way around to the back of the tomb. Camillo stood before an unremarkable stone tablet and began to chant a complex incantation, interspersed with ancient and twisted syllables. As the final syllable fell, the stone tablet slowly shifted, revealing a concealed space beneath. Another hidden space? Su Ming murmured to himself. The seemingly empty area before them suddenly rippled, and a massive bronze door appeared out of nowhere. With a deep rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. Holy! Su Ming almost couldn't contain his exclamation. His eyes were immediately dazzled by a brilliant golden light. It was a mountain of gold. The entire treasury was filled with shimmering coins, piled high like a mountain, nearly filling the entire space. However, Camillo sighed instead, his tone tinged with regret. Honorable iron manganese. Over countless years, to revive my master. Only these items remain that are of no use in this world. For example, these piles of special coins are actually forged from heavenly gold stones infused with immense magical power. But we hardly use them now. As Camillo rambled on, Su Ming listened quietly, the smile on his face growing broader. Iron manganese, Camillo reminded. You may take 3 items from what's left. 3. Su Ming slowly curved his lips into a smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. No. I want them all. Well, what? Camillo tilted his head in confusion. The Void Sage hadn't noticed that at some point, a silver-white gleaming scale crystal had appeared in Su Ming's hand. Will scale crystal activate? Su Ming commanded in a low voice. This ultimate control item burst into blinding light, allowing Su Ming to instantly turn the tables against any opponent below God level. With the scale crystal in hand, there was no casting time. Every living being below God level in his vicinity would be forcibly put to sleep. This is Dragon King. Scale. How dare you deceive me? Master Caldangelo. Camillo's voice gradually weakened, and this chaotic-faced creature was finally subdued by the Dragon King scale crystal's mighty power, swaying before collapsing powerlessly to the ground, perhaps still dreaming of welcoming the demon god. Su Ming grinned triumphantly. Hee. You think you're a demon god like Caldangelo? I don't care what powers you have. You're going to sleep first. Then, Su Ming calmly retrieved the spirit arrow from his spatial bag, drew the bow, and aimed at the fallen Camillo. The arrow flew, tearing through the air. This time, there was no mishap. The arrow pierced through the honest sage's chest with precision. You have slain Camillo. It too has fallen under the arrow god. The system notification appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming felt an inexplicable tinge of disappointment, looking at Camillo's body and murmuring, "What an honest fool." Then, Su Ming turned, his gaze once again falling on the mountain of treasure, his eyes reflecting the dazzling gold, and his mouth broke into a jubilant smile. Mine, mine, all mine. A towering mountain of gold loomed before him. Su Ming gazed at the gleaming coins. Though they were fundamentally different from the gold coins on Blue Star, each one was imbued with immense and unique magical power. He thought to himself that these coins would be the perfect energy supply for the various formations in the inner world, eliminating any concerns about energy depletion. Aside from that, as Camillo mentioned, there wasn't much else here. Su Ming clicked his tongue. What a waste of good resources. All this energy from the artifacts was just channeled to Caldangelo. However, there were still some treasures left behind. Su Ming's attention was suddenly drawn to an item. Huh? This amulet. I can use it. Steelheart amulet. An item with universal traits, triggered in battle. Every 10 seconds, when a physical attack hits a target, it temporarily increases the bearer's maximum health and defense by 1, up to a maximum of 100, refreshing and resetting in the next 10 seconds. This stacks health and defense limits. Su Ming was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling. If the maximum increase is 100, then hitting 100 targets within 10 seconds would be a breeze for him. Once triggered, with his now reached 600,000 health, his temporary health limit could soar to 1.2 million. Moreover, the shield from his immortal arrow body is also 100 of total health, meaning he could gain an additional 1.2 million health shield, and the defense boost would be equally impressive. Finally shedding the fragility. Su Ming clenched his fist. Even as an archer, I can face tank bosses Hedon. He even considered that if he had a passive counterattack skill, he could play as a countertank. But he quickly shook his head. Who needs tanking when you can rain down destruction? Su Ming continued to search and his eyes lit up. Oh, there are dozens of skill books. It made sense since these skill books were of no use to them. Sunder Strike, Ice and Snow, Words of Despair, Healing Aura, Kuin's Giant Sphere skill books for warriors, mages, priests, and more were all available. Although Su Ming didn't need output skills for an archer, Words of Despair caught his attention. Surprisingly, this skill book had no restrictions. This skill is interesting. It can be extremely useful at times. Words of Despair. Universal Skill Book. Level requirement. None. Words of Despair LV1. Can be cast on a target you've rendered unconscious but alive, allowing you to control them to act or answer questions according to your command while unconscious, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown for the same target is 300 seconds. Su Ming's eyes brightened. This was just the LV1 effect. At max level, the duration could reach at least 10 seconds. Combined with the Will Crystal's Force Dream entry, he could extract any truth from major existences in that brief 10 seconds. For instance, he could effortlessly manipulate Zakurong, and when facing enemies, he could quickly uncover their backgrounds and secrets. A system notification sounded in his ear. You meet the learning conditions for Words of Despair and have successfully learned the skill. Words of Despair LV1. With that, Su Ming packed everything else into his inventory. It's great being a professional, It's like having a built-in four-dimensional pocket, he thought with satisfaction. Things he couldn't use, the dream sprout could. The small sprout in the contract space had already grown into a small tree, though it only had a few leaves. Su Ming could feel his mind becoming more active. Time to go. Su Ming rose into the air, ascending above the tomb. He drew his bowstring fully, unleashing his skills in succession. Explosive arrow, explosive arrow. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of flaming arrows began bombarding the tomb fiercely. All traces of this must disappear. The spatial rift began to violently collapse the moment Su Ming leaped out, as if a silent catastrophe was spreading. With a scroll in hand, Su Ming's gaze was locked onto the map's guidance. The ancient divine bow's resting place was near the divine vault. A call, and Xiao Yi appeared instantly. Su Ming mounted the back of the newly ascended third-tier phoenix, and its terrifying speed burst forth immediately. After reaching the third tier, Xiao Yi's flight speed in mounted mode was its own speed plus 110 of Su Ming's speed. Truly the prowess of a ruler of the skies. Gale arrow. Speed accumulated in an instant, and the dark phoenix transformed into a shadowy arrow streaking across the sky. The thrill of racing not a car, but a phoenix was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Su Ming continually unleashed gale arrows along the way, casually clearing groups of wild creatures below. Chiu 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 chiu. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain a mimic lizard LV-218, gaining 417,000 experience. You have slain a death tree LV-218, gaining 417,000 experience. You have slain a red thorn bee LV-220, gaining 418,000 experience. We've arrived. After a frenzy of slaughter, Su Ming finally reached the mysterious land surrounded by giant stones. An ancient stone circle? From high above, Su Ming immediately sensed the peculiarity of this place. Countless towering stones were arranged in interlocking rings, with the center resembling an ancient altar. This sight reminded him of the divine crow altar leading to the Hall of Heroes in the world corridor. Eagle-eye. After confirming there were no ambushes nearby, Su Ming cautiously guided Xiao Yi to land and entered the center of the stone circle. At that moment, an unassuming item in Su Ming's backpack suddenly emitted an intense light. It was the fusion divine stone. Su Ming instantly realized that this stone's primary vessel was neither the heroic spirit arrow nor the eternal divine string, but the ancient divine bow. It was attempting to activate the stone circle. Quickly, Su Ming took out the fusion divine stone, and it shone brilliantly in his hand. Boom! Boom! With deafening roars, the stones began to move. The ground beneath Su Ming shook violently as the stone circle started to rise, shooting towards the clouds, as if reaching for the divine vault. As he pondered, the center of the stone circle continued to elevate, and the surrounding stones gradually formed a neat staircase before Su Ming. Is this the path to the heavens? Under the grand and mysterious sky, at the end of the staircase floated a bow of breathtaking power. Xiao Yi automatically hid in Su Ming's shadow, while Su Ming gazed resolutely ahead. The ancient divine bow. I have arrived, Su Ming murmured with a smile. This was the divine bow meant for him. Ancient divine bow. Fusion artifact. Fusion activation. A blood-red bow appeared before Su Ming, its hue so deep it was almost black. The moment he grasped it, Su Ming seemed to see towering giants being pierced, perishing with resentment. The bow, string, and divine arrows were all complete. The staircase continued to extend, the fusion divine stone guiding him onward. At that moment, the clouds of the divine vault seemed to part by an invisible hand. This was the heart of the celestial ring, its very center. Su Ming felt as if he had transcended the entire celestial battlefield, able to overlook everything below. This was the divine vault. The celestial battlefield turned out to be a segment of an ancient divine battleground, ultimately scattered among the spaces connected by the 6 divine towers. In the next moment, 4 ancient items floated before Su Ming. Heroic spirit arrow. Fusion artifact. Fusion activation. Eternal divine string. Fusion artifact. Fusion activation. Ancient divine bow. Fusion artifact. Fusion activation. Fusion divine stone. The fusion divine stone triggered an unknown power, with a system prompt flashing. Proceed with unknown level fusion? Yes, no. Unknown level? Truly a super artifact. Yes. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, Su Ming made the final confirmation, forging the eternal annihilation. Above the firmament, a streak of blood-red light illuminated the circular arena. Su Ming looked down to see the battlefield below, which was collapsing even more terrifyingly than before. Wang Lin, Li Huiyang, and others had all gathered together. All challengers, whether from the Dragon Nation or other countries, had ceased their conflicts and were now sprinting with all their might towards the central burial ground of the arena. We really owe it to Brother Su Ming, someone exclaimed. Indeed, we've had a clear path all along. That's the kind of beast tide everyone avoids, yet Brother Su Ming wiped it out single-handedly. Ahem. Wang Lin, you guys in the God-slaying hall kept this a tight secret from us. Wang Lin's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, I had no idea myself. Thanks to Su Ming's extensive elimination of threats in their area, the challengers gathered with the Dragon Nation's main forces suffered almost no casualties. Meanwhile, challengers from other countries were utterly dumbfounded. What? It wasn't like this last year. The ground began to shake violently, and in the ensuing chaos, someone shouted in panic. The ground is collapsing, run. There's still a beast tied ahead, we can't charge through. I don't want to die, I want my mom. Ah! Screams echoed all around. Su Ming merely shrugged and looked up at the sky. Within the blood-red light, a longbow with a string appeared. He was astonished to find that the once heroic spirit arrow had transformed into an ordinary arrow that could be summoned at will. Wait, no way, it's become my exclusive arrow. A system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations on your successful fusion. You have obtained the eternal super artifact annihilation. The blood-red longbow was no longer a tangible weapon. As Su Ming gazed at it, he felt his thoughts merging with it. It was a conceptual super artifact. Eternal, indestructible, leaving no trace in the river of time, and even causality would never bear its shadow. That's not the most important part. The key is, it belongs solely to me. This weapon responded to his call in a unique manner, as if it had been waiting for Su Ming all along. From now on, his bow and arrows would always exist conceptually. The exclusive arrows were no longer mere skill-enhancing arrows. They struck all targets conceptually. God of Annihilation arrows. Is this what it means to obliterate everything? Su Ming marveled. Conceptual strikes. This weapon is simply terrifying. Su Ming then reviewed the additional capabilities of this super artifact. Annihilation. Eternal super artifact exclusive to Su Ming. Type. Conceptual weapon. Level requirement. None. Class. God of Annihilation arrows. Initial base attributes. Total attack power x2. Total attack speed x2. Total critical strike x2. Total critical resistance x2. Growth attributes. Total damage increase x level. Traits. Eternal and indestructible. One-hit kills soul entities. Killing any target accumulates the power of annihilation. Progress stacks. Current 0-100. When the power of annihilation reaches 100, self-annihilation mode can be activated for 1 minute. Immune to any damage or control. One-hit kill and erase all attack targets, including fully formed divine beings. Su Ming pondered. The additional information may seem ordinary, but it reveals one thing: invincibility. One-hit kills soul entities. Su Ming recalled the enemies he encountered in the small world. Whether it was the incarnation of Garusifa or Caldanjaro, they were essentially soul entities. Except for the Abyss Demon God, the original bodies couldn't enter the small world. I see. No wonder the heroic spirit arrows were so effective. And the power of annihilation, it can even kill a fully formed god with a single arrow? Moreover, the concepts of annihilation and extinction are straightforward, yet deeply unsettling. Just like the simplest things in the world often turn out to be the most terrifying, these two concepts are unstoppable. When paired with the arrow pursuit talisman, they become utterly unavoidable. Su Ming fully understands that the most frightening thing is conceptual erasurience annihilated. Not only can one not be resurrected, but even time reversal cannot bring them back. A simple, yet brutal reality. These two concepts, combined with 3 unique characteristics, are destined to surpass God-level abilities. Su Ming noticed that his basic attributes seemed to soar, slightly enhancing his output capability. What surprised him even more was the appearance of a new basic attribute on his status panel: total damage increase. This attribute, unaffected by damage reduction effects, represents the maximum damage boost on the panel. Su Ming knew that classes below the 7th transformation couldn't possibly possess this attribute, yet he had acquired it at only the 5th transformation. Even more astonishing was that it wasn't a mere 5 or 10 increase. By reaching level 180, he had an astounding 180 total damage increase. This means the additional 180 damage is full damage. Su Ming thought to himself, it's 1,000 times more terrifying than true damage. He knew that true damage could still be mitigated by certain methods, like his Guardian Talisman, which could reduce the first hit by 99. But as his level continued to rise, this total damage increase would cause his damage to multiply dramatically. What was that ice bow I had before? We're really not acquainted. Su Ming thought. Annihilate. A blood-red bow instantly appeared in his left hand, exuding an extraordinary aura. Su Ming quickly checked his status panel. Name: Su Ming. Class: Temporal Arrow God. Level: LV-180 LV-180 4th transformation. HP: 622,000. MP: 9,999,999. Strength: 2,703. Agility: 2,655. Attack speed: 12.98 arrows. Attack: 22,688. Defense: 5,538. Critical hit: 160. Critical resistance: 120. Total damage increase, 180. Single arrow capacity, 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. An attack power over 20,000. That's inhuman. Su Ming marveled. And an attack speed of 13 arrows per second surpasses human limits. Truly invincible. With everything completed, the steps of the divine vault slowly descended. Boom. Su Ming put away the blood-red bow, knowing it was time to leave. Xiao Yi, here we go. Su Ming quickly mounted Xiao Yi's back, and together they dove downwards. Just then, another message refreshed. You have completed the third advancement quest, Eternal Creator. Difficulty, 10. It's over, finally over. Su Ming sighed with relief. Compared to the previous transformations, these 3 quests for the 5th transformation took him over 10 days. Those were 10 long days. Yeah, it was indeed a bit slow. Su Ming propped his chin on his hand, once again confirming the panel information. The thrilling moment of transitioning into the Annihilation Arrow God had finally arrived, causing his stats to skyrocket instantly. Health increased by 80,000, mana by 80,000, strength by 200 points, and attack speed directly improved by 1.0. Uniquely, the transition process also awarded an additional 1.0 attack speed. With this double boost, Su Ming's panel now showed an astonishing attack speed of 14.98 arrows per second, and with each level up, his attack speed would further increase by 0.02. I truly am the man with the hand of God. Su Ming thought proudly, racing across the map on his mount, Xiao Yi, while keeping an eye on the continuously refreshing level notifications. System alerts flashed by like raindrops. Level 202, 205, 218, 234. Finally, Su Ming's level settled at LV 234, a whopping increase of 54 levels. Seeing the levels stop rising, Su Ming frowned. Didn't hit the cap? Seems like I haven't slain enough monsters. He pondered, knowing that if Wang Lin were here, he would surely kneel and shout to the heavens, "Oh heavens!" In such a short time, Su Ming had killed as many monsters as others would in 2 years. Even the once sensational hidden class assassin Li Huiyang, after quickly reaching 5 transitions and 2 months of relentless monster hunting and thievery, only managed to climb from level 180 to 198. At this moment, Su Ming was standing on equal footing with Wang Lin in terms of level. As for strength, a disdainful thought crossed his mind. Wang Lin, I won't bother you, especially after obtaining the exclusive eternal artifact, extermination. Once its power was fully stacked, even a 9 transition master was nothing more than a toy under his arrows. All things in the world rest upon a single arrow. I shall annihilate the gods. Then, an even more exciting effect was unveiled. Su Ming commanded Xiao Yi, Gale Arrow Xiao Yi, let's sweep up all the treasures in the divine repository. Xiao Yi responded eagerly. All ours. 1 arrow released thousands of arrows in a gale. The second effect of infinite firepower triggered. Each arrow shot split into 9,999 identical effect arrows, enhanced by his transition. Guessed right, it's absolute madness. Su Ming was ecstatic. From this moment, he officially went from shooting 3,000 arrows per arrow to 10,000. Combined with the stacking effect of the Gale amulet, he now possessed a terrifying attack speed of 16 arrows per second. Holy smokes, 160,000 arrows per second. Su Ming was awestruck by his firepower. When you're poor, you hone your skills. When you're rich, you cover with firepower. Who needs skills? Everywhere you look, it's just arrows. As long as he kept himself safe, Su Ming believed his output was enough to surpass even 9 transition elites. He pondered slightly. No rush, let's first secure Brother Wang's secret realm and the dragon burial. Once I've reached 6 transitions, I'll be unstoppable. Then, those countries stirring trouble on Blue Star won't stand a chance. With the absence of the small island nation, Su Ming felt a tinge of regret. Without them, I'll start with the lighthouse nation. For a brief moment, he regretted the premature downfall of the small island nation, missing the chance to handle it personally. Finally, Su Ming checked his newly acquired talents, his eyes lighting up. My survival ability, just got a bit stronger. And a chance for an instant full health kill. Exclusive talent ultimate annihilation. Undetectable, permanently retained. 1. Each time you kill a god-level being, you become permanently immune to the influence of the law they govern. 2. Consuming extermination power can cover your body, paralyzing any target that touches you for 3 seconds. 3. Each attack has a 5 chance to instantly kill any non-god level creature with full health. The first 2 effects uniquely enhanced Su Ming's survival capabilities, elevating his strength to a new level. The benefits of defeating the demon god left Su Ming thrilled. Once immune to the corresponding power of the law, any future encounters with similar forces would be completely ineffective. The third effect was even more astonishing, it's absolutely god level, potentially dealing with all troublemakers on Blue Star without needing a 6th transformation. After a random onslaught, tens of thousands, Even hundreds of thousands of arrows were unleashed simultaneously, each equipped with tracking, unblockable, and guaranteed hit properties. More terrifyingly, every arrow had a 5 chance to trigger an instant kill condition. Su Ming couldn't help but gasp at this data. Huh? The exclusive skills are different this time. Su Ming's eyes lit up, noticing that 2 aura skills had appeared this time. Skill Exclusive Annihilation Aura LV1. Within a range of 10,000 cubic meters, any selected target that kills an enemy can also provide you with the power of annihilation and increases the damage dealt by all selected targets by 50, including yourself. Transfer Aura LV1. Within a range of 10,000 cubic meters, 80 of the damage received by any selected target can be transferred to another target, including yourself. Excitement surged within Su Ming. He already possessed powerful arrows with 10 unique effects, and no matter which one he used randomly, he could instantly annihilate countless wild creatures and bosses through sheer firepower. These 2 auras were the icing on the cake. Annihilation Aura not only speeds up the acquisition of annihilation power, making all targets in range work for him, but also increases his own damage by 50. Transfer Aura is even more intriguing, as enemies have to endure 80 self-inflicted damage with each attack, and the damage can be transferred between targets. Tired of shooting arrows? Maybe I can also play a shocking support role. Watch my hat trick. Su Ming secretly anticipated the even more insane range and effects once the auras reached their maximum level. Over the next 2 days, Xiao Yi sped along, continuously gathering resources according to the simple map on the demon sealing scroll. Soon, Su Ming's backpack was filled with a massive amount of high-grade holy herbs, enough to open a potion shop that even top players would envy. Now, Su Ming's single arrow damage had reached an incredibly terrifying level. He swiftly cleared all the wild creature groups within the divine treasure. Gale Arrow. Su Ming drew his bow and knocked an arrow, releasing 5 arrows with a whoosh. Whiz, 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 whiz. Each arrow landed a critical hit, and the damage value was multiplied by 10,000. Combined with a total damage increase of 234, it was overwhelmingly terrifying, and this was without factoring in Xiao Yi's shadow possession. Against ordinary wild creatures with lower health, Su Ming could take them down with a single arrow. The tremors from the collapse of the celestial ring gradually subsided. Su Ming stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by residual waves of power, his gaze sweeping over the field of corpses. His attack was like an apocalypse, shattering all opponents with sheer base damage alone. Notifications from the combat system flashed continuously in his vision. You have slain a 3-legged giant toad, LV-225, gaining 428,000 experience. You have slain a blood sea orca, LV-229, gaining 431,000 experience. You have slain a spiked mammoth, LV-229, gaining 431,000 experience. The system then updated the hunting progress. Spiked mammoth progress, 100. You have plundered 38 defense points, followed by Fire Spirit Kelly progress, 100. You have plundered 35 attack points. With these rewards, his level increased once again. Su Ming took a deep breath, a slight smile on his lips. This trip to the Celestial Ring battlefield was worth it. He then summoned the status panel to check the progress of the Power of Annihilation. Power of Annihilation, 46.3100. Expectancy glinted in Su Ming's eyes. Reaching 100 in the Power of Annihilation would mean true invincibility. Even in its incomplete state, it had significant effects. He could envelop his body with the Power of Annihilation, creating a continuous protective barrier. Based on experiments from the past 2 days, each one of the Power of Annihilation could maintain the barrier for 100 seconds, and any enemy touching this barrier would be forcibly paralyzed. This discovery lit up Su Ming's eyes. He could actively contact enemies, paralyzing them. Of course, Su Ming mused to himself, fingers gently caressing his longbow. Why bother when one arrow can settle it? He surveyed the desolate surroundings. This area, once known as the land of divine treasures, was now barren. Su Ming turned to the petite figure beside him. Xiao Yi, let's head out. EOOO. The little phoenix responded joyfully, shimmering with light. Su Ming couldn't help but smile at the sight of this noble, yet still endearingly innocent little phoenix. They soon arrived at a grand gate, beyond which lay the burial grounds of the celestial ring they had traversed earlier. Passing through the gate, Su Ming returned to the skies above the burial grounds. The beast horde was nowhere in sight, but he suddenly recalled. Oh right, there's a final boss in the burial grounds, the strongest boss in the celestial ring battlefield. Can't let it go. He paused for a moment, confidently declaring. Wait for me. I'll come and take you down in a second. With Su Ming and Xiao Yi searching together, they finally discovered the hidden giant monster in a pool of inky black water. The creature's tentacles extended continuously, capturing and devouring wild beasts from the periphery. Is it using other wild beasts as food? Su Ming watched this scene with a hint of amusement, as the system automatically displayed the creature's information. Level, LV2, 35. Health, 57, 226, 00057, 226, 000. Celestial Ring Burial Grounds Enhancement. All control effects are replaced with a 10 slow, non-stackable. Targets attacking it cannot recover health by any means for 10 seconds. Celestial Ring Burial Grounds Enhancement. Triggers the giant octopus body's immunity for 1 second, purifying all damage and abnormal effects. Information. The beast master slumbering in the burial grounds, possessing terrifying attack capabilities. Its massive tentacles have ensnared countless powerful beings. Weakness. Cannot be triggered. This thing even has a 1-second invincibility. Su Ming assessed quietly, already gripping his blood-red longbow, battle intent rising in his eyes. Consider yourself lucky. You can live until the second. Time-piercing arrow fire. With a sharp command, the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed across the heavens. An arrow was released, instantly splitting into thousands, raining down upon the black pool and the massive tentacles occasionally extending from it. Buzz! A piercing shriek erupted from the pool. The sound of arrows piercing flesh was relentless, and the octopus's body, riddled with holes, surfaced immediately. Su Ming's eyes gleamed as he confirmed his judgment. This massive body was already dead. His devastating damage had taken down the final boss in a single strike. Eagle-eyed, Su Ming quickly broadened his view, searching the surroundings with sharp eyes for another trace. In the next second, the giant octopus boss triggered its colossal puppet transformation ability. Boom! A deafening sound accompanied by a shocking change as the dark forest around the pool began to collapse, and the ground shook violently. Countless streams of water, as if drawn by a powerful force, converged towards a central point, forming a vortex. The boss had transformed into a super small octopus, simultaneously unleashing the skills forest collapse and super water absorption. The speed of water convergence increased rapidly, and Su Ming keenly sensed that danger was imminent. The terrifying super jet was about to launch. A confident smile curved at the corner of Su Ming's mouth, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's light. Found you, little octopus. He drew his bow and released an arrow gale arrow. Countless gusts of wind streaked across the sky, the arrow splitting in the air to form an impenetrable net, instantly blocking all possible escape routes for the small octopus. Pierce! Su Ming shouted, releasing another arrow that shot through the air, targeting the octopus's vital point. Tsk tisk. Su Ming admired his handiwork. If it hadn't managed to escape a second earlier, these 2 arrows would have taken 2 of its lives. Before dying, the small octopus retaliated with a final attack, a massive water column that surged towards Su Ming, its pressure strong enough to tear apart an ordinary hunter's body. Unfazed, Su Ming executed an extreme blink, swiftly distancing himself from the attack with incredible speed. In the sky, he maintained an elegant posture, not a single drop of water touching him. Perfectly resolved. A system notification appeared. You have defeated the Oral-Eye Giant Octopus LV-235 boss, gaining 2.125 million experience points and 30,000 points. First-time defeat of the Oral-Eye Giant Octopus LV-235 boss, gaining extra attributes, health 5,500. Oral-Eye Giant Octopus boss progress, 100. You have plundered 42 defense points. With the kill information displayed, Su Ming wasted no time, diving down to collect the loot. While the boss's drops might not be particularly enticing, he knew that obtaining more archer items through his sky arrow intent was invaluable. He carefully examined the spoil's 2 magic-infused giant octopus eyes, high-grade materials suitable for powerful synthesis. As for the 8 plump tentacles, Su Ming pondered, perhaps they could be grilled? He decided to stash them all in his backpack. Then his gaze fell on the dropped equipment and necklace. Platinum grade? Not bad. Su Ming nodded, having already met the level requirement for the gear. He wasn't too concerned about the basic attributes, but the traits were impressive, worthy of replacing his current jade necklace. After all, with the acquisition of the wool crystal, Su Ming could completely ignore all control effects. Puppet necklace. Platinum type, necklace. Class, universal. Level requirement, LV220. Attributes, health 30,000, defense 300, critical resistance 10, durability 320-320. Traits. When receiving damage exceeding 20 of max health, the puppet takes the damage instead, usable once every 24 hours. Traits. When the puppet is not activated, the wearer's defense increases by an additional 200. Extra survival ability is always welcome, right? Moreover, this necklace is heavily defense-oriented. Su Ming expressed his satisfaction. As for output, with the super bow in hand, there's nothing to fear. Su Ming's gaze fell on the last Itema Super Anomaly Crystal. Wow, he thought to himself, this thing is extremely rare. While the Super Anomaly Crystal's effects might not be coveted by all professions, for archers, it's a treasure worth risking one's life for. Its uniqueness lies not in its damage, but in its extremely disruptive effects. Imagine a warrior confidently charging at an archer, only to suddenly be afflicted with a slew of abnormal statuses mid-charge enough to terrify anyone. After all, this isn't a game. It's the harsh reality of Blue Star, where failing to promptly remove these statuses can be deadly. However, Su Ming was unfazed. To him, directly annihilating enemies was far more satisfying. Phase ends, rings converge, enter the burial ground. Holy treasures contest lasting 7 days. Note, starting on the 4th day, you can exit the Heavenly Ring battlefield early after 10 seconds out of combat to settle points. This time, the Heavenly Ring battlefield was markedly different because of Su Ming. He significantly accelerated the collapse of the outer ring, forcing most challengers to flee in panic. Only when the last batch of survivors reached the edge of the burial ground did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who the hell is Su Ming? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He must be cheating, right? How has his score exceeded 3 million? Can anyone explain this to me? What the hell? This staggering number left everyone astounded. In the past 20 years, the highest score ever recorded in the Heavenly Ring battlefield was 270,000, set by Wang Lin's grandfather, Wang Bo, when he first gained fame as the Archer God of the Dragon Nation. Yet Su Ming's score surpassed that record by more than tenfold. How many monsters has he killed in such a short time? How many treasures has he acquired? Someone marveled. Is the Dragon Nation about to produce an even more extraordinary Archer God? No, this can't happen, a challenger from Lighthouse Country said darkly. Su Ming will definitely become a threat to Lighthouse in the future. We must stop him in this battlefield. With most of the burial grounds monsters having left with the beast tide, the 5,882 challengers who reached this area faced significantly reduced danger. At the edge of the burial ground, 3 major factions were in a standoff. The largest group, led by several level 239 challengers from Lighthouse Country, Sunset Country, and others. The second largest group, comprised of various neutral small countries. And the last group, the people from the Dragon Nation. Wang Lin, it seems Lighthouse Country wants to unite the major nations against Su Ming, Tang Mu said. He is the strongest fifth turner of the Dragon Nation's 2 level 9 guilds, Tianlong Pavilion, at level 239. Currently, the Dragon Nation's people are led by him and Wang Lin. If they want to fight, let them come. They think they can just target us. Another person chimed in. I wonder where Su Ming is in the burial ground. Wang Lin felt quite helpless. Judging from the situation, Su Ming had likely ventured deep into the burial ground, a place so dangerous that no one present dared to venture lightly. Yet that kid possessed incredible power. Let's focus on the problem at hand. Wang Lin quickly formulated a battle strategy. The terrain here is perfect for a war of attrition. Avoid direct confrontation. They won't be able to maintain their composure. When they expose a weakness, we'll make sure they don't return. Wang Lin and his group weren't in a hurry. The ones truly anxious were those who had lost their composure due to Su Ming's intimidating reputation. After all, they hadn't even seen Su Ming in person and couldn't grasp the extent of his terrifying strength. Only Wang Lin was secretly pleased, knowing that once Su Ming joined them, those people would be in trouble. His gaze swept across the corner and landed on Li Huiyang. Captain Wang, watch me stir up infighting among them. Trust me, Li Huiyang said confidently. Huiyang, make sure your own safety comes first, Wang Lin reminded him. Got it. Watch me swipe those nasty women's panties. Before his words had even faded, Li Huiyang had vanished without a trace, his movements too swift even for Wang Lin to follow. After experiencing being instantly defeated by Su Ming, Li Huiyang had become more composed. He finally realized that it wasn't that he was too weak, but that Su Ming was unbelievably strong. Comparing all the challengers from the Dragon Country, including the strongest Tang Mu, and thinking about those arrogant guys from Lighthouse Country, he suddenly saw things clearly. These people are not even in the same league as Su Shan. Li Huiyang thought excitedly. He understood clearly how smug the people from Lighthouse Country were now, and how miserably they would cry once Su Shan arrived. As someone hailed as the successor to the god of assassins, he had to show his most admired idol, Su Shan, that he was not just ordinary trash. I want to follow Su Shan and get the job done, Li Huiyang resolved silently. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Xiao Yi were wandering in the depths of the burial ground, leaving friendly marks and collecting some resources as interest. Su Ming thought for a moment and judged that the other challengers should have reached the edge of the burial ground. It's time to meet up with Brother Wang Lin, Su Ming decided. The final contest would involve exploring the inner space of the divine treasure and the emergence of the sacred treasure of the burial ground. Su Ming had already plundered the resources he could from the inner space, leaving only the final sacred treasure not to be missed. Xiao Yi, let's go, Su Ming called out. Okay, Xiao Yi responded cheerfully. The gale arrow seemingly random and clearing the map, yet actually an unrelenting speed machine. At their current pace, it would take only a few minutes to traverse the entire burial ground. Xiao Yi transformed into a dark phoenix, soaring high like a black meteor streaking across the sky. By the way, don't forget to pretend you're a shadow bird, Su Ming reminded. Xiao Yi lifted her noble head. I've already mastered Su Ming's tricks. She had witnessed Su Ming's astonishing art of deception, planting an indelible seed deep within her heart. At that moment, chaos erupted at the burial ground base camp, led by the Lighthouse Country. Damn it, those Dragon Country losers dare not hand over Su Ming, a Lighthouse Country challenger roared. What's Su Ming? I don't think that person even exists, another sneered. He couldn't possibly have ventured into the depths of the burial ground alone. That would be suicide. We outnumber them. Let's attack and wipe out all the Dragon Country people, a leader suggested. Just then, several screams rang out in the camp, followed by people turning on each other. Ah! A female challenger punched her companion's head. I knew you guys were no good, daring to sneak my little vest. Furious, ascension fist. FK, what a violent tigress, as if I'd be interested in you. Bull rush, the attacked man retaliated. ST, I've had enough of you people. Multi-flame bombs die. Another challenger joined the fray. In no time, the conflict spread like wildfire, engulfing dozens, even hundreds. Eventually, even challengers who didn't understand what was happening were drawn into the brawl. Stop, everyone stop, a commanding voice rang out. I'm Rashid, your leader, listen to me. Who the hell are you? I've been fed up with you for a long time, someone retorted directly. Rashid's eyes turned bloodshot, and a dark artifact appeared in his hand. Damn, this was meant for the Dragon Country. Now I have to waste it on these idiots. Arg, he roared in frustration, then suppressed his anger. Hold on, after I take care of the thorn in my side, Su Ming, I'll deal with you all. He scanned the surroundings with a sinister gaze, gritting his teeth as he said, this must be the work of the Dragon Country challengers. A pitch-black shadow loomed ominously, casting its presence over the chaotic battlefield. The challengers, who had been fighting amongst themselves, suddenly seemed to be under a spell, all changing their targets simultaneously and advancing towards the Dragon Nation's camp. Wang Lin and Tang Mu squinted, eyes glinting with caution, though their hearts were heavy as lead. I didn't expect Rashido to have another trick up his sleeve, Wang Lin murmured, tightening his grip on his weapon. It was clear that this conflict was now unavoidable. If it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get. We, the challengers from the Dragon Nation, fear no one, Tang Mu declared through gritted teeth, magical energy already swirling around her. Meanwhile, Li Huiyang had safely returned to the Dragon Nation's camp, his eyes turning cold and sharp. He had successfully incited infighting among the opponents, but hadn't anticipated that they had another move. That guy brought out a famous artifact from the Lighthouse Nation, he analyzed coolly. Luckily, we forced them to reveal this powerful control item early, giving us an edge. He turned to his comrades, his voice resolute. Brothers, let's make sure they don't leave here alive. At the edge of the battlefield, over 1,000 neutral observers were steadily retreating. Many shook their heads in resignation, saying, these Dragon Nation people are doomed. Yet, we haven't even seen this Su Ming, someone whispered. It's because this Dragon Nation person is too terrifying, causing fear in the Lighthouse Nation and other major powers. As the neutrals withdrew, the periphery transformed into a full-scale battlefield. Arrows and magical projectiles crisscrossed, with dazzling and terrifying explosions echoing through the sky. Amidst this tense moment, a shadow streaked across the distant sky, deeper and more striking against the dark backdrop of the land below. Eek! A clear and resonant phoenix cry pierced the air. Whether it was Wang Lin, Tang Mu, or Rashido and his followers, all challengers with flying beasts immediately summoned their mounts to confront this new presence. That bird has terrifying shadow power, someone exclaimed. What? Wait, there's a person on its back. Rashido squinted up at the sky. Wang Lin finally showed a look of excitement, his face breaking into a joyful grin. Su Ming? Su Ming is here. Haha, you've come at the perfect time. Su Ming, my friend, we've been bullied. You see, he winked repeatedly, hinting, you know what to do. Tang Mu was equally astonished, her gaze fixed on the sky. A shadow bird, mysterious and powerful. Her eyes shifted to the figure on the bird's back. On the shadow bird is a young man of unparalleled handsomeness. That's Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes had already locked onto the highest-ranking individuals from both sides. Name, Tang Mu. Profession, Fireblast Mage. Level, LV-239. Name, Rashido. Profession, Shadow Mage. Level, LV-239. Su Ming's information indicated that Tang Mu, at 25, was a top-tier damage dealer in the 5th tier, despite her slow-level advancement. Rashido, on the other hand, was leading this year's Lighthouse Nation team. What? You're Su Ming? Rashido and a group of LV-230 strong individuals beside him showed expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. He still looks like a fresh-faced kid. Chirp, 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 chirp. The shadow bird let out its unique call. One dispel arrow, and they'll learn their lesson, Su Ming said coldly. As he released the bow, the powerful 1-second time-lapse of space-time travel was already in effect. In an instant, a barrage of arrows rained down like a storm. Chirp, 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 the shadow bird called out again, its tone seemingly mocking. We didn't bully the Dragon Nation. We haven't even started fighting yet. Wah? How can this be? No. It was all Rashidado's doing. It has nothing to do with us. I don't want to die. He's a demon, a demon. Flash, why can't I move? They screamed in panic, like clowns in disarray. Su Ming had allowed them the courtesy of uttering a sentence, which was already a great mercy. Why would there be any reason to let them go? Spatial lockdown. With Su Ming's command, the surrounding space was instantly immobilized. Each arrow was as precise and ruthless as the scythe of the Grim Reaper. For those challengers without life-saving items, this was an inescapable death sentence. And for those who had managed to use such items, how could their escape speed compare to the dense rain of arrows falling a second earlier under Su Ming's spatial lockdown? Tang Mu was utterly dumbfounded. Su Ming, with just a lift of his hand, had shot through thousands of 5th-level elite fighters? If he were to become Su Ming's enemy, could he withstand even a single arrow? Unconsciously, Tang Mu's mouth turned from a small "oh" to an exaggerated "oh," his jaw almost dislocating in shock. He stared in terror at the super handsome killer standing atop the shadow bird, and then slowly turned to look at the other challengers from Longhua. Oh. Everyone was as if turned to stone. Two people's expressions were different from the rest. Wang Lin, though his heart was pounding just as fiercely, somehow felt that this was just Su Ming's standard operation. Yes, Su Ming was destined to be the god of archery. The other person with a unique expression was Li Huiyang, who suddenly appeared from his invisible state. It's my idol, my Su god. Li Huiyang's heart was ablaze with passion. I've finally seen Su god in person. He's so handsome, so strong. I'm awakening a new kink. No wonder he's the man who can shoot the likes of me, Li Huiyang, with a single arrow. Su god forever. Arrows rained down like a storm, wave after wave. Where they fell, there were only pleas and screams like those of a sow. Su Ming was the cold-blooded executioner, mercilessly sentencing thousands to death. Wang Lin shrugged helplessly. This is the year with the lowest survival rate in history. In just a few seconds, the total number of challengers dropped from over 5,000 to 1,532. Those who chose to remain neutral and distant stood frozen, unsure if they should be relieved or not. How is this possible? That included over 3,000 elites from the Lighthouse Nation. These are top-tier 5th-level elites. Are they really this weak? Weak? Impossible. So, the only possibility is that Su Ming, whose score skyrocketed again, is just too strong. The future landscape of Blue Star is about to change. Who exactly is Su Ming? I must report this to the chief immediately and find a way to get on Longhua's good side. Su Ming doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I'm going to become a woman and win his heart. You have killed La Shi Tai Duo. You have killed Kinbu Luo. You have killed Jili Tai Mei. Seeing the continuous stream of kill notifications, Su Ming's heart didn't even stir. Compared to those demonic gods, these people were child's play. Besides the kill notifications, Su Ming also saw a message about poison damage increasing. If triggered with the time arrow, the first second would add 500 poison damage totaling 3,500, and then 20 times that would be 70,000 damage. Then, 60,000 poison damage per second, utterly terrifying. Of course, for the current devastating damage that could kill everyone with a single arrow, this poison damage was hardly worth mentioning. Ha. Well, I've gotten a little stronger again. At that moment, Little E prompted Su Ming. You found an item imbued with shadow power. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then followed Little Yi's direction with his gaze. As everyone descended, Su Ming's eyes locked onto the corpse of a beast tamed by La Shi Tai Duo. A pitch-black eye-shaped emblem rolled out from the edge of the corpse, drawing an arc on the ground before coming to a stop. The Shadow-Tide epic item is actually an epic-level emblem? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and a smile curved his lips. What a haul. In the hands of someone like La Shi Tai Duo, it was practically wasted. Besides, he's now resting in peace. Su Ming quickly stepped forward, bent down to pick up the emblem, and played with it for a moment in his hand. So, let me keep it safe for you with tears in my eyes. The emblem's surface emitted a faint shadowy glow, and Su Ming immediately checked the item's information. Shadow-Tide epic item information. An item tainted by the essence of shadows, turning shadows into a tide that invades the heart. Passive ability. Doubles all abnormal effects caused by the holder, reduces received abnormal effects by 30. Active ability. Generates a vast shadow tide field. Choose one of two options. 1. If allies are recognized within the field, remove all abnormalities and significantly boost your prestige, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown 12 hours. Effective after identification. 2. If enemies are recognized within the field, reduce all targets' defenses by 80 and agility by 20, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Effective after identification. Trait. Shadow Coordination. Increases holder's attack by 500, effective after identification. What caught Su Ming's attention first was the unique trait, Shadow Coordination. To use this item, one must master shadow power. and it ensures that the shadow power remains under control. No wonder La Shitai Duo, a shadow mage, was the leader for the Lighthouse Nation this time. Su Ming pondered, recalling the records from the Dragon Nation's officials. The Lighthouse Nation has a powerful mage family, and that lineage is entirely shadow-based. I don't care, it's mine now, hee. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. With the Dark Phoenix as my mount, mastering shadow power is as easy as pie. The active ability allows for a choice of two options, providing group support by removing abnormalities, giving Su Ming great potential as a major support. However, what intrigued Su Ming more was the passive ability doubling abnormal effects, which perfectly suited poison damage. Now, the initial 70,000 poison damage triggered by the time-consuming arrow becomes 140,000. Su Ming swiftly stored the emblem-shaped item into his backpack. The other challengers from the Dragon Nation showed no dissatisfaction. They were still awestruck by Su Ming's astonishing arrow skills. Wang Lin quickly approached, waving his hand excitedly. Su Ming, have you completed your 5th job change? He knew Su Ming entered the Heavenly Ring battlefield mainly for the job change task. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a spot. By now, Su Ming's strength had far surpassed his. Wang Lin felt a bit like a resigned father, but mostly he was thrilled. Now, Wang Lin thought, damn, this decision was spot on. If anyone wants to kill Su Ming, they'd better be prepared for a complete wipeout. Su Ming waved back, nodding to brother Wang Lin. Yeah, I've transitioned to the Arrow Storm Archer. Wow, you're truly a monster. Wait, what did you just say? 10,000 arrows archer. Wang Lin was stunned, recalling the scene of Su Ming's instant kill, countless arrows raining down like a storm. Damn, it really was 1,000 arrows. Then Su Ming turned to see another person, smiling. Li Huiyang stammered. Is my idol looking at me? Su God, can I take a photo with you after we get out? The scenes within the Heavenly Ring battlefield couldn't be captured outside. Su Ming shrugged with a smile. Sure. He didn't mention the possibility of entering the next secret realm soon. See you soon. At this moment, Su Ming looked at the Dragon Kingdom challengers surrounding him with a calm, yet confident demeanor. The final stage is the exploration of the Divine Treasury and the emergence of the Sacred Treasure. I've already cleared the Divine Treasury a bit, so it should be less dangerous than before. You might be able to find some rare treasures there. Su Ming had anticipated this situation. Although he had already taken the most precious treasures for himself, he still left some remnants for others. He continued, as for the sacred treasure of the burial ground, I'm sorry, but if you want to compete with me for it, I want back down. What? You've already entered the Divine Treasury? One challenger exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't that during the most ferocious beast tide? The crowd was shocked, their minds racing as they tried to comprehend the logic. Could Su Ming, an archer, have forced his way through the beast tide? The sound of countless gasps broke the silence around them. While an archer is indeed vulnerable, if one could eliminate all threats before they got too close, it seemed plausible. Just then, a thunderous boom shook the earth, and the entire sky above the burial ground seemed to be pierced by a beam of dawn light. With the ground trembling violently, the sacred treasure of the burial ground was about to emerge, and the gate to the Divine Treasury was fully opened. They were located at opposite ends of the burial ground, but the Divine Treasury wasn't far from this location. Following Su Ming's advice, other challengers turned toward the Divine Treasury. Only a fool would try to compete with Su Ming for the sacred treasure, someone muttered. Can anyone really win against him? Besides, according to records, in the last 20 attempts, no one has ever succeeded in obtaining the sacred treasure of the burial ground. It requires extraordinary means to acquire it, and it only remains in this space for a short time before disappearing. Exploring the edges of the Divine Treasury seems much more practical, and this time, we might even get deeper inside. Xiao Yi eagerly looked into the distance. Let's go see what this so-called sacred treasure is all about. EOOO. With that, under the envious and admiring gazes of the others, Su Ming's figure vanished into the sky. Tang Mu finally let out a sigh of relief and quietly leaned closer to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, be honest, is Su Ming actually Master Wang Boss' illegitimate son? Is he really your half-brother? Get lost, old Tang. Wang Lin snapped, then lowered his voice. Su Ming's identity might be far more significant than you imagine. Tang Mu froze, wisely choosing to drop the sensitive topic. However, he was already plotting in his mind. I have a sister, and if Su Ming becomes my brother-in-law, that would be amazing. So, I must introduce my sister to Su Ming. Meanwhile, as Su Ming flew, he pondered. The records about the sacred treasure were far fewer than those of the Divine Treasury, and no one had ever successfully obtained it, suggesting that it likely exceeded the power of a 5-turn individual. Su Ming analyzed in his mind. The so-called sacred treasure of the burial ground seems more like an unknown entity sending something across realms through the dawn light, absorbing special energy from the burial ground, and then disappearing again when the time is right. He gently caressed his blood-red longbow, feeling the resonance of extinction power ripple through it. Su Ming recalled that the Tianhuan battlefield was once part of a divine battleground, and he gazed toward the beam of light descending from the sky. The Tianhuan battlefield and the burial ground undoubtedly hold secrets yet to be uncovered. After all, the fact that a demonic god's soul slumbers within the divine treasury is already quite extraordinary. We're here. Su Ming and Xiao Yi carefully raced toward the beam of light, finally reaching its end. There, a gourd vine was slowly taking root in the black soil of the burial ground, radiating a rainbow of colors. It seemed to be nurturing a singular treasure. Could it be a baby purple gold gourd? Currently, the purple gourd is only the size of a palm. As the gourd vine continuously absorbs the energy from the burial ground, it visibly becomes more mystical, its surface emitting a subtle sheen. Su Ming is certain that within 2 days, it will fully mature. Su Ming lifts his gaze, looking towards the source of the dawn. The sky is not an ordinary sight but a vast golden chaotic sea, surging with heart-stopping energy. Countless terrifying pressures are stirring within the chaotic sea, silently warning that any being daring to enter the path of dawn will be mercilessly obliterated. Today I'll pierce through this path. Su Ming's eyes sharpen as he raises a blood-red bow, its arrow aimed straight at the heavens. In the next moment, he and a phoenix charge into the golden chaos without hesitation. Buzz! The golden chaotic sea immediately triggers a special restriction, instinctively blocking any creatures attempting to reach the end of the dawn path. Within the chaos, golden lights flicker, and dozens of figures emerge. Is that a golden dragon rock? Information rapidly surfaces before Su Ming's eyes. Phantom Golden Dragon Rock Enhanced Monster. Level, LV239. Health, 1, 355, 0001, 355, 000. Enhanced Buff. Immune to true damage when bathed in dawn. Enhanced Buff. Deals true damage to targets with more than 50 health. Info. A terrifying phantom golden summon spirit, not to be underestimated. Weakness. Eyes. The number of phantom golden dragon rocks is increasing rapidly, yet they do not attack proactively, seeming more like guardians of the gourd vine. Phantom golden summon spirit? Summon spirit. Su Ming ponders. So the other side of the golden chaotic sea must be extraordinary. But now, Su Ming has decided to take the initiative. Still want to guard the gourd vine? I'll just shoot through the chaotic sea passage. When the gourd matures, won't it be ready for the taking? Gale Arrow. An arrow is shot, accelerating rapidly, initiating a terrifying mass slaughter. Shadow Arrow. Thunderbolt Arrow. Whiz, 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 whiz. Crackle, crackle. The celestial battlefield limits everyone to below LV240. What is the true power cap of a 5th transformation? No one has ever reached Su Ming's level before. The road filled with dragon rocks is not an opponent easily handled by thousands of 5th transformation strong fighters. Yet, Su Ming unleashes a barrage of arrows, and with his current strength, he can annihilate an army of over 10,000 5th transformation warriors. They aren't even on the same level. No matter how many dragon rocks there are, what can they do? You have killed a phantom golden dragon rock LV239, gaining 443,000 experience points. You have killed a phantom golden dragon rock LV239, gaining 443,000 experience points. Su Ming's speed in shooting arrows is unimaginable. Although the dragon rocks are appearing faster, Su Ming kills them even more swiftly, advancing relentlessly without pressure. The bloodthirsty frenzy has been triggered, and the wind charm is continuously stacking. Su Ming's right hand twitches slightly from the high-speed action, moving faster than the eye can follow. Kill. However many come, I'll kill them all. Phantom Golden Dragon Rock Progress. 100. You have plundered 5,200 life points. Su Ming shoots with abandon and wildness. Every arrow carries destructive power. Thunder roars, fire bursts, and shadows silently dissolve. The dawn indeed begins to dim. To generate Phantom Golden Dragon Rocks, energy from the Golden Chaotic Sea is consumed, and this energy clearly has a limit. Shoot for me. Whiz, 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 whiz. Riding Xiao Yi, Su Ming continues to soar higher, drawing closer to the chaotic sea. Suddenly, a massive purple lightning bolt strikes from within the chaos. Intruder, die, a vague murmur echoes in his ears. A bolt of purple lightning transformed into an elemental giant, its massive hand crackling as it descended to completely suppress Su Ming. Is that all? Su Ming scoffed, a fiery red crystal appearing in his hand, radiating light. Activate, Molten Flame Domain. With a low shout, the fire of death surged towards the sky alongside the undying fire core, turning the heavens a vivid crimson in an instant. At the same time, Su Ming drew his heaven-extinguishing arrow, his muscles taut and eyes locked on his target. The arrow, with its protective charm, homed in on the purple lightning giant, ready to decide the outcome. Explosive arrow detonate. A tremendous roar echoed through the burial grounds, shaking the entire space. When the smoke cleared, the purple lightning giant had vanished without a trace. At that moment, everyone from Tang Mu and his group who had just arrived at the gates of the divine hidden sect to the neutral parties hiding in safe zones looked up in shock, their gazes drawn to the distant sky. What did Su Ming do? Someone asked, trembling. The sky is red. Amidst the golden light, it seemed as though a sovereign of flames commanded everything with overwhelming power. Tang Mu, a flame-burst mage, watched the spectacular scene in the sky, his heart unable to calm. Compared to Su Ming, his once proud flame-burst technique seemed as trivial as fireworks meant to liven a party. Why? Why is Su Ming so strong? Tang Mu murmured, captivated. If I can't reach Su Ming, my body, my soul, everything feels meaningless. Su Shun is truly a god. Only Wang Lin, in a corner, let out a quiet sigh. He didn't express awe but silently mused. Just past the 5th transformation and already on par with all those at the 9th. It seems the fate of Blue Star has truly chosen him. The future of the Dragon Kingdom, no. Perhaps the entire ancestral land depends on him. Once the final secret realm is over, it's time to reveal the ancient secrets to Su Ming. After 2 days of relentless fighting, the Dawn Road was filled only with the shattering sounds of elemental spirits. Each time they broke and reformed, the light of dawn dimmed. Until now, it seemed peace was finally returning. Maybe this thing is just playing dead? After all, everything that comes here must bow. Su Ming grinned with a boyish charm, though his eyes glimmered with a battle-ready spirit. Obstacles? They don't exist. He moved freely now, as if he were the master of this realm. His level had risen again to LV236 at an astonishing pace that would leave anyone speechless. Su Ming gripped his divine-level world-destroying bow, gazing arrogantly at the sky. He did not linger but ascended higher, his eyes like those of a descending deity, trying to pierce through the golden chaotic sea to see everything clearly. In his hand appeared another silver-white crystal, its gentle glow hinting at unimaginable power. Will crystal shatter illusions and reach the end? Eye of secrets, reveal its truth. In that moment, the scene before Su Ming transformed. Beyond the golden chaos, he saw a grand palace, its magnificence beyond imagination. The massive doors of the palace were slightly ajar, and a chain of dense runes extended from within, emitting an ancient and mysterious light. Finally, the chain descended continuously, traversing the river of time and the expanse of ages. The chain quietly passed through countless worlds, leaving not a trace behind. Eventually, it coiled around the sky where a small tower stood. A small tower? From a divine perspective, it might seem small, but in reality, it was a colossal structure. Su Ming gazed at the tower, a thought striking him it bore some resemblance to the Six Paths Divine Tower. Golden runes flowed around the tower like an ocean, and a gourd vine descended from the sky, eventually pausing above a burial ground, as if seeking a place to root itself. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes were hit with searing pain, as if burned by loss. This shocked him. His eyes were powerful enough to rival those of deities. So what kind of power could elude even divine beings? A spark of insight flashed in his mind. If this place were an ocean world, chaos would be the sea surface, the golden chain the fishing rod, and the gourd treasure the bait. So what was the real catch? Su Ming shrugged and joked to himself. Surely, they can't be fishing for little guys like us with only 5 rotations? At that moment, he finally understood why no one had succeeded in 20 years. The level of involvement here was beyond ordinary imagination. What is inside the palace? Su Ming's eyes were fully illuminated by golden light, yearning to see the full picture. The palace universe encompassed countless worlds, originating from a world above the blue star. The sky and earth were polar opposites, one filled with celestial aura, the other deathly crimson. Xiao Yi communicated with Su Ming through their beast-taming contract, conveying information. It turned out the deathly crimson area was the abyss. Su Ming hadn't expected Xiao Yi to know this, suggesting that it was once powerful before its nirvana. What about the other place? Or, what were the stars between the poles? Buzz! At that moment, the golden chaotic sea began to spin violently, continuously bathing the gourd vine below. The palace was obscured, and Su Ming had to slowly close his eyes. Phew, it was his first time experiencing the sensation of overusing his eyes. Moments later, he regained his composure and looked down again. The gourd was about to mature, and the final assault of the chaotic sea would be particularly fierce. In a flash, 5 pillars of rune light appeared out of nowhere. The central one shot towards the gourd vine, forming a line for the bait. The other 4 transformed into colossal beasts. Su Ming's expression froze. It was unmistakably the 4 divine beasts. The moment they took shape, information about them immediately appeared in Su Ming's eyes. They all turned into bosses. Wow, they really don't consider other 5 rotations as people, do they? Su Ming marveled. Even if 5,000 level 239 experts faced these 4 bosses together, what chance would they have? Even more astonishing was that previous challengers hadn't even forced these 4 bosses to appear. They were stopped by wave after wave of never-ending jousting. These 4 bosses were different from ordinary bosses. They were also phantom gold summoning spirits, without special boss-exclusive talents. Instead, they possessed the power of divine beasts and intimidating health, each with 1 billion? For billion in total. However, to Su Ming, 1 billion was just a small target. I'll blast you to pieces in no time. Su Ming confidently looked at the information floating before him. Phantom Gold Divine Azure Dragon Boss Phantom Gold Shadow. Level, LV239. Health, 10,000 W, 10,000 W. Azure Dragon's Power, Extra Attack 1000, Critical Hit 80. Azure Dragon's Power, all damage becomes true damage, and melee attacks are guaranteed critical hits. Information emerged, forming the spectral golden illusion of Shun Qinglong in the sky, exuding a suffocating aura. This LV239 boss possesses an immensely powerful frontal attack capability, with a staggering health of 100 million, and its weaknesses cannot be triggered. The power of Qinglong grants it an additional agility of 800, a critical hit chance of 30, and a crit resistance of 50. Next, the golden illusion of Shun Baihu flashed into existence, also a LV239 BOS level entity, with a health of 100 million. The power of Baihu endows it with incredibly swift speed and combat prowess, gaining 1 agility per second upon entering battle, up to a maximum of 500. Its weaknesses, too, cannot be exploited. The third spectral form Shinjuchue's golden illusion spread its wings and arrived, a LV239 BOS level entity, with a health of 100 million. The power of Zhuke grants it an extra attack of 500, extra defense of 500, all skill ranges increased by 3 times, and duration extended by 50. It possesses a formidable wide-range spell bombardment ability, and its weaknesses are also untriggerable. The final figure, Shun Xuanwu's golden illusion, appeared. This LV239 BOS level entity also has a health of 100 million. The power of Xuanwu provides it with extra defense of 1000 and crit resistance of 80. More terrifyingly, when it uses a guardian skill, it will absorb 80 of the damage intended for the guarded target, while only receiving 1/3 of the damage itself, granting it a powerful group protection ability. Its weaknesses are likewise untriggerable. Wow, this is something else. Faced with these 4 tank-like bosses, Su Ming felt no fear, but couldn't help but marvel. He knew he had to not only deal with these terrifying beings, but also interrupt the process of the gourd vine flying away. Who can do it? Su Ming rhetorically asked himself, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. It has to be me. He quickly targeted the snake-tailed giant turtle Shin Xuanwu, fully drawing his super divine level world-ending bow. Arrow Pursuit Talisman. Time-consuming arrow, shoot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A rain of arrows tore through the air. Eagle Eye. Extreme Flicker. Just as the giant turtle poked its head out, tens of thousands of arrows shot forward, forming a dense curtain. Roar. The giant turtle was furious, eyes full of disdain. Could this lone figure really think to pierce its thick shell? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yet, the relentless arrow rain continued to penetrate the shell. A system notification appeared. You have slain the golden illusion Shen Xuanwu LV239 boss, gaining 2.2 million experience and 50,000 points. First time slaying the golden illusion Shen Xuanwu LV239 boss. You receive an additional attribute. Life, 5,800. Golden illusion Shun Xuanwu boss progress. 100. You have plundered 60 defense points. Su Ming chuckled coldly, looking at the turtle head riddled with holes. Perfect. The turtle couldn't even use a single skill before its head became a pincushion. You can't even withstand a single arrow from me. The colossal Xuanwu vanished. The other 3 bosses seemed momentarily stunned, disbelief flickering in their eyes. The illusory golden azure dragon, illusory golden white tiger, and illusory golden vermilion bird exchanged glances, a single thought running through their minds. How could such a massive Xuanwu be taken down? Known for its formidable defense and armor skills, Xuanwu was the most resilient of the 4 mythical beasts. And yet, it was instantly defeated? Su Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he shrugged with ease. With tens of thousands of arrows hitting their mark, what did you expect? If not the turtle, who else? He turned to the remaining 3 bosses, his sunny smile appearing like the devil's whisper to them. Now, it's your turn, my little darlings, hee hee. In that brief moment, the 3 illusory golden beasts unleashed their most powerful abilities. They refused to meet the same fate as Xuanwu, unwilling to die such an unjust death. Oh, Su Ming squinted, observing them closely. That's the Extreme Dragon God Claw, Extreme Tiger God Fist, and Extreme Vermilion God Slash. At that moment, the entire Dawn's path resonated and trembled with the beast's attacks. The overwhelming assault locked onto Su Ming, determined to obliterate him in a single strike. I won't give you any chance. A third heavy scale crystal appeared in Su Ming's hand, shimmering with an earthy yellow glow. Rock Armor Scale Crystal activate. The earthy yellow armor swiftly enveloped Su Ming's body, and he smirked confidently. Who says an archer can't face off directly? Arrownet hell. Gather up, all three of you. With a wave of his hand, he commanded. Then, seal arrows shadow, arrows pew 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 pew. Tens of thousands of arrows wove into an impenetrable web in the air, all hitting their targets. Sealing and silencing. An unbeatable combo, anyone? Three resounding explosions echoed across the sky, shrouding everything in a thick smoke. Su Ming wore a smug grin. With the dragon scale crystal, I'm just that unbeatable. Now, it's your turn to defend. But can you? Pew 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 pew. The enormous white tiger darted around, trying to evade the arrow storm. Yet, with the arrow tracking talisman, the tens of thousands of arrows seemed to have eyes, and no matter how it twisted and turned, escape was impossible. Sigh, I even shoot a second ahead of time. Su Ming sneered coldly. Roar. Ooh. A pitiful wail resounded as the relentless arrows pierced through the white tiger's body. You have slain the illusory golden white tiger LV-239 boss, earning 2.2 million experience points and 50,000 points. For the first kill of illusory golden white tiger LV-239 boss, you gain an additional attribute, agility 56. Illusory golden white tiger boss progress, 100. You have plundered 58 attack points. The arrow tracking talisman locked onto the vermilion bird boss next. The fiery red bird soared high, flames rolling between its wings, trying to escape its inevitable fate. But under Su Ming's barrage, its struggles were in vain. Nobody escapes my arrows. Pew 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 pew. A rain of arrows later, the vermilion bird fell. You have slain the illusory golden vermilion bird LV-239 boss, earning 2.2 million experience points and 50,000 points. For the first kill of illusory golden vermilion bird LV-239 boss, you gain an additional attribute, attack 55. Illusory golden vermilion bird boss progress, 100. You have plundered 56 attack points. Another cry of despair echoed through the sky. In just 2 seconds, both the white tiger and vermilion bird had fallen. The last azure dragon phantom used its remaining strength to summon rain, droplets beginning to fall from the sky. Su Ming tilted his head with an odd expression. Are you trying to summon a water dragon? Is this futile struggle useful? He chuckled disdainfully. In that case, let's freeze everything. Ice arrows. Pew 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 pew. You have slain the illusory golden azure dragon LV-239 boss, earning 2.2 million experience points and 50,000 points. For the first kill of illusory golden azure dragon LV-239 boss, you gain an additional attribute, strength 48. Illusory golden azure dragon boss progress, 100. You have plundered 58 attack points. Finally, under Su Ming's arrows, the azure dragon also dissipated into nothingness. It transformed into a cloud ice dragon, its massive body shimmering with a cold light, and slowly faded into the horizon. Su Ming felt a surge of power within him, his attributes increasing significantly. He smiled contentedly. Feels great. The accumulation of quantity led to a qualitative change. Su Ming was now at the forefront of this transformation. He felt confident that any being below the divine level would fall to his arrows. As for those above the divine level, Su Ming shook his head, no longer worried about being targeted. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Annihilation power progress, 100100. His annihilation power had reached perfection. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing at his lips. What about gods? The more, the merrier. When I transform into annihilation, it will be the day the gods fall. The rain continued to fall steadily, showing no sign of stopping. This rain seemed to contain a special power, like a rain of revival, causing the gourd vine below to glow with vibrant energy. The vine began to break free from the burial soil, rushing towards the sky along the light beam. Su Ming squinted, observing the scene with a smile. Sorry, but that's mine now. Extreme flicker. With the power of the will crystal, Su Ming was immune to all control and divine-level mental pressure, so the light beam couldn't affect him. The gourd vine started transforming into countless unique runes, enveloping the soul gourd like a protective umbrella. Extreme flicker. Su Ming decisively dashed into the runes, unhesitatingly reaching for his target. His movements were clean and efficient, tossing the gourd into his backpack. Extreme flicker. He activated his ability again, distancing himself from the destructive aura emitted by the runes. Boom. Crash. The path of dawn began to collapse and explode. As Su Ming gazed along the runes, he suddenly spotted a massive fish head hidden in the void through his secret eye. Is that the abyssal AI coin? Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. Was the holy treasure meant to lure this thing? Damn. He quickly retreated. It was said that once an AI Kuan manifested its true form, it would drown the entire small world in an endless sea. Fortunately, it disappeared into the void as soon as it noticed the gourd's absence. Abyssal creatures are indeed extraordinary, Su Ming murmured. His gaze was resolute, believing that it wouldn't be long before he conquered everything. The path of dawn eventually collapsed, and the runes vanished into the golden chaotic sea along with the light beam. The heavenly ring burial ground returned to tranquility, the sky once again shrouded in darkness. Boom. In the distant sky, the palace gates finally closed. However, the end of the chains was empty. Countless runes reformed into a gourd vine, but the gourd was gone. All life withered. The century ended. Was this the end of the 21st era? The owner of those eyes seemed to exist outside the river of time. A puzzled voice echoed in the void. Huh? Where's my purple gold gourd? My daughter was stolen. No. A heart-wrenching wail reverberated, shaking the void. Then the palace returned to silence. Riding his little steed, Su Ming quickly distanced himself from the area. After using his eagle eye ability to ensure there was no danger around, he finally turned his attention to his backpack. The purple gold gourd baby seemed to be a special treasure with consciousness. Is this considered a spirit artifact? Su Ming pondered. After all, as someone who had crossed worlds, encountering bizarre situations was something he could understand. Finally, Su Ming took out the purple gold gourd baby, only to be momentarily stunned. At that moment, his information log suddenly refreshed with a message. The purple gold spirit god has used the divine master contract on you. Do you accept? Su Ming looked at the gourd in astonishment. You're actually a god? Born with a divine status. That's impressive. As the god master contract manifested in Su Ming's mind, a faint voice seemed to call out to him. God master. Daddy. Su Ming. That's hilarious, folks. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. After some verification, he confirmed one thing: the gourd considered him its father. Truly a model of mistaken identity. Su Ming almost burst out laughing. Once the God Master contract was accepted, it would grant him a space similar to Xiao Mi's divine realm, drawing nourishment from Su Ming to grow. With a single thought, the purple gold spirit god could absorb everything nearby, providing life force to both itself and its contract master. Having it meant owning an automatic treasure collector and a constant source of life. Su Ming's survival ability would be enhanced to an epic level. I'm practically invincible now. Accept. You have accepted the God Master contract of the purple gold spirit god, permanently gaining an extra 100 total life. Wait, an extra 100 total life? It directly increased the stats on his panel. Su Ming immediately checked his panel, and it was true. Name, Su Ming. Class, Annihilation Arrow God. Level, LV236, LV240. Fifth transfer. Life, 1.622 million. Mana, 9,999,999. Strength, 3,548. Agility, 3,275. Attack speed, 14.1 arrows. Attack, 24,864. Defense, 6,364. Critical, 160. Resilience, 120. Total damage increase, 236. Single arrow capacity, 9, 999, 9999, 999, 999. My base life has reached 1.622 million. I never thought a bowman like me would become such a tank. But this wasn't the limit. With the stacking of the Steel Heart Amulet, Su Ming could gain another 100 total life, reaching a temporary 1.622 million. Meanwhile, the shield provided by the immortal arrow body skyrocketed to an astounding 3.244 million. Oh wow, I've become a super boss myself. As the contract deepened, Su Ming established a close connection with the consciousness within the gourd. Through this connection, he saw a purple-clad doll with big, round eyes inside the gourd. A girl? Godmaster. Daddy. The purple-clad doll affectionately roamed his mental space, soon noticing the shocked Xiao Mi. Xiao Mi? Ahem, little one. I'll call you Ziling from now on. Su Ming said to Xiao Mi. Xiao Mi, Ziling will be your playmate from now on. Ziling. Ling. Yay, Daddy. I'm hungry, Ziling responded joyfully. Su Ming, I want to call you Daddy too. Xiao Mi suddenly interjected. Su Ming. Ahem, Xiao Mi is the best, you can't just call anyone Daddy. Don't worry, I'll only ride you. We're the best partners. Oh ho, great partners, let's fight. Su Ming. After some effort, Su Ming finally managed to calm both little cuties. Originally, Ziling could return to her divine space, but she seemed to really like Xiao Mi, so she stayed among the branches of the dream tree. The seed rooted in the contract space had now shown the early form of a towering tree, much to Xiao Mi's resigned amusement. With the addition of a new companion, joy quickly outweighed the initial grievance. The final chapter of the Tianhuan battlefield is drawing to a close, and Su Ming's gaze is fixed on the battlefield leaderboard. Su Ming, current points, 10,327,900, ranked first out of 1,145, he murmured, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Over 10 million points, TSK. Reflecting on the initial 10,000 participants, now reduced to a tenth, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Under Su Ming's protection, nearly 100 challengers from the Dragon Nation remained almost unscathed. In stark contrast, The challengers from boastful nations like the Beacon Nation, A3 Nation, and Mingha Nation were completely wiped out. A cold smile appeared on Su Ming's lips as he recalled Rashitato, who fancied himself an important young figure from the Beacon Nation. Under my arrows, I don't care what your status is. Having completed the 5th transformation and wielding the super god level Doomsday Bow, Su Ming no longer needed to cautiously hide. A hint of warning flashed in his eyes. Any forces that wish to deal with me in the future better be careful. After all, I'm quite insecure, and if I'm not careful, eliminating an entire nation isn't out of the question. In the final moments, Su Ming didn't return to the Dragon Nation Challengers camp, but continued to slay monsters and level up alone. With accumulated experience, his level rose once more. Thinking of Wang Lin still at level 236, Su Ming couldn't help but smile smugly. I told you, Brother Wang, from now on, it's my turn to lead you time to head to the Shenlong burial. On this day, representatives from major powers worldwide had already gathered at the outskirts of the Tianhuan battlefield. Although no 9th transformation powerhouses attended, Su Ming would have recognized many senior experts over level 400 if he were present. Several major nations even dispatched 8th transformation leaders. The Beacon Nation's representative was an uncle of Rashitato, boasting a level of 425. He was full of pride. This time, the first place will definitely belong to our Beacon Nation. Rashitato's shadow ability is incredibly powerful, and he has a mighty epic item. If he can wipe out challengers from other nations, that would be perfect. I can't wait to see the faces of those powerful figures turn sour. Rashitato's uncle slyly eyed the representatives from other nations, already calculating everything in his mind. Suddenly, as the Tianhuan battlefield completely contracted, streams of light appeared, and challengers began to fly out one after another. They flew toward different directions based on their factions. In the outer area, they didn't have to worry about being targeted by other forces unless someone was powerful enough to break through the Tianhuan battlefield's restrictions. But even an 8th transformation expert couldn't possibly achieve that. However, to everyone's surprise, the first to fly out were challengers from weaker nations. Even more puzzling was the fact that they all wore expressions of deep fear, only relaxing with relief once they landed safely. Rashitato's uncle smirked to himself. They must have been scared out of their wits by Rashitato. These people are nothing but useless trash. Then, a batch of challengers with sunny smiles emerged. Rashitato's uncle's eyes widened. Dragon Nation challengers? Why are there so many of them? Damn it, didn't I instruct them to suppress the Dragon Nation challengers? He was puzzled. This shouldn't be possible. Even under normal circumstances, they couldn't have all survived. Did the Dragon Nation get incredibly lucky and avoid Rashitato entirely? Rashitato's uncle's expression darkened instantly. However, he quickly regained his composure, thinking that challengers from major nations would soon appear, and the first place surely belonged to the Beacon Nation. At that moment, a magnificent sound reverberated, signaling that all was settled. Tianhuan concluded, the divine list announced, resources of the 6 realms distributed. This time, the first in the faction, Dragon Nation, gains exclusive mining rights to levels 1 to 6 of the 6 realms 181 to 239 levels. The second in the faction, Bala Nation, gains partial mining rights to levels 1 to 4 of the 6 realms 181 to 239 levels. The third in the faction, Pharaoh Nation, gains partial mining rights to levels 1 to 2 of the 6 realms 181 to 239 levels. The remaining 4th to 10th places only received partial mining rights to the first level. Rashitato's uncle was dumbfounded. Why are the 2nd to 9th places all unknown small nations? Wait, where is our Beacon Nation? He looked around, suddenly realizing a terrifying fact. No, none of our Beacon Nation people have come out? The magnificent celestial palace was gradually receding from view. Standing amidst the radiant light, Su Ming looked past the surrounding challengers from Dragon Country and observed the incredulous expressions on the faces of the leaders from various nations. What the heck? Where are my challengers from the Beacon Country? One leader exclaimed in shock. Oh no, why don't we have a single challenger from India? Another leader banged on the control console, struggling to accept the reality. How is this possible? Why are there so few survivors this year? Questions and doubts echoed as many national leaders were left questioning their strategies. Following the brilliant arc of light, Su Ming returned to the Dragon Country's area, keeping pace with the other challengers from his nation. His neural terminal vibrated softly as his information log began to update with settlement messages, displaying glowing blue characters before his eyes. Su Ming, final score, 10,327,900, achieved historical world rankings. World historical rankings, first place. Su Ming, score, 10,327,900, affiliation, Dragon Country. Second place, Wang Bo, score, 278,000, affiliation, Dragon Country. Just as I thought, Su Ming squinted slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, The original first place had been dominated by Old Master Wang Bo for years, until I broke the record. He suddenly imagined the expressions of future challengers when they saw this score gap and shrugged. I wonder if future challengers will feel hopeless when they see this. You have broken the historical world record and earned the reward. Title, Master of the Battlefield. Temporary enhancement from the celestial battlefield replaced with a permanent buff. 100 points of free attributes. This was Su Ming's reward for entering the historical world rankings. He quickly opened the detailed information of the Master of the Battlefield title, his eyes gleaming. The condition to obtain it was to become the new number one. Thus, Old Master Wang Bo had also once held this title. Master of the Battlefield permanent title. Upon entering combat, gain the dominance aura, immune to any group damage for the first 3 seconds. All attacks have a 10 chance to instill fear in the target. Wow, this title's effects are something else. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Not to mention the 3-second immunity to group damage. The 10 chance for all attacks to instill fear is an incredibly powerful control effect, especially when paired with his unlimited firepower. Fear is a high-level control effect that renders the target unable to attack and turns them away, even more potent than silence. He continued to examine the second rewarda permanent buff adapted from the celestial battlefield. Permanent buff increases damage to wild monsters by 50, reduces damage received from wild monsters by 50, increases damage to all non-wild monster targets by 20. A significant increase in clearing speed for wild creatures. Plus, an extra 20 damage to others, truly impressive. As for the final reward of 100 points of free attributes, Su Ming unhesitatingly allocated them to defense. The free attribute to defense ratio is 1:2, meaning his defense value increased by another 200 points. Currently, I don't lack offensive power. The higher my defense, the greater my sense of security, Su Ming thought. Due to the powerful effect of the indestructible arrow body, as long as his shield remained unbroken, his defense couldn't be ignored, and true damage was ineffective against him. The system continued to refresh new reward information. Your ranking in this celestial battlefield. 1. Score. 10,327,900. Comprehensive Performance Rating, SSS. You've received the basic reward. 300 million experience. 100 points of free attributes. 3 selectable diamond grade accessories. You've earned the score achievement reward. Select 3 from the special skill catalog of 30. You've obtained the performance rating reward. 2 extreme stones. 5 level beast taming crystal. Your faction is Dragon Country, granting an additional 50 resource extraction boost from the 6 realms field. These were the rewards for this ranking. Su Ming once again allocated the newly acquired free attributes to defense, just as he had anticipated. The 3 selectable accessory equipment pieces were special items with no level restrictions. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he saw a necklace, a ring, and a mask, completing a set perfectly. Without hesitation, he clicked the confirm button, and the system notification popped up. You have obtained the Songlio ring, Songlio necklace, and Songlio mask. Su Ming noticed that all 3 accessories shared the same prefix. His experience told him that when equipment pieces form a set, their effects are usually more powerful than individual pieces. He quickly shifted his focus to their attribute panels. Songlio ring. Type, diamond. Class, ring, exclusive to archer class. Level requirement, none. Attributes, attack 1000, critical hit 20, attack speed 0.3 arrows second. Durability 1500-1500. Special feature, every 3 seconds, the next attack is guaranteed to freeze the target for 2 seconds. Special feature, when activated together with the Songlio necklace and Songlio mask, it summons a tsunami in the area, restoring 5 of maximum health per second for 10 seconds, with a 24-hour cooldown. Songlio necklace. Type, diamond. Class, necklace, exclusive to archer class. Level requirement, none. Attributes, health 50,000, strength 300, critical resistance 20, attack speed 0.3 arrows second. Durability 1500-1500. Special feature, every 3 seconds, the next received attack is guaranteed to reflect control effects and 50 damage. Special feature, when activated together with the Songlio ring and Songlio mask, it summons a tsunami in the area, restoring 5 of maximum mana per second for 10 seconds, with a 24-hour cooldown. Songlio mask. Type, diamond. Class, mask, exclusive to archer class. Level requirement, none. Attributes, health 50,000, defense 800, critical resistance 20, attack speed 0.3 arrows second. Durability 1500-1500. Special feature, once entering battle, every 3 seconds you can become fully invisible for 0.5 seconds. Special feature, when activated together with the Songlio necklace and Songlio ring, it summons a tsunami in the area, granting 5 additional agility per second for 10 seconds, with a 24-hour cooldown. Wow! Su Ming gasped, his fingers sliding over the attribute panels. This increases attack speed by 0.9? With the double bonus from destruction, that's an increase of 1.8 arrows per second. His eyes widened further as he focused on the shared skill effect of the 3 pieces summoning a tsunami. No wonder this skill occupied the special trait slots of all 3 accessories. It didn't require the long incantations typical of mages, and its power rivaled that of forbidden spells. Although it lasted only 10 seconds, its might was not something ordinary people could withstand. First an earthquake, now a tsunami, Su Ming smirked. I really am a walking natural disaster. Without hesitation, he equipped the 3 accessories, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, making him even stronger. Then, the system interface lit up again, displaying a list of 30 skills, prompting him to choose 3 to receive individual skill books. Su Ming carefully reviewed each option: sun-chasing arrow, frost arrow barrage, bloodthirsty mark, eagle's sight, Kuin's cage. His eyes scanned over them. These skills were clearly high-quality ones tailored for the archer class. After some thought, Su Ming decided to exclude all offensive skills. He reasoned that he wasn't lacking in control skills either, so he dismissed the idea of choosing Kuin's cage. Ultimately, he settled on 3 supportive skills. You have obtained eagle's sight, mana dissipation arrow, and energetic. What a fruitful journey. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Having successfully reached the 5th transformation, he could now learn a total of 10 general skills, so he eagerly clicked the Learn button. You have successfully learned the skills Eagle's Gaze LV1, Magic Dispelling Arrow LV1, and Energetic LV1, which will significantly boost your combat capabilities. Eagle's Gaze LV1. As an archer, you gain the long-range vision of an eagle. When activated, it summons an unstoppable magical eagle, instantly granting a straight-line vision within a range of 10,000 meters. It consumes 500 mana and has a 60-second cooldown. This skill is crucial for preemptive scouting, especially for an archer like Su Ming, who is no longer as vulnerable. Magic Dispelling Arrow LV1. This passive skill enhances all arrows, consuming an additional 10 of your mana per arrow. It reduces the target's maximum mana by 10 and maximum health by 1, preventing recovery for 3 seconds. Su Ming finds this skill intriguing. Mana for mana. The mana cost is negligible, but with each arrow dealing 1 maximum health damage, hitting 100 arrows guarantees a target's demise. Additionally, there's a 5 chance to instantly kill the opponent with each arrow. Energetic LV1. Archers gain intense vigor, with every 3rd arrow after shooting 2 arrows having 50 additional effects, with no cost or cooldown. This skill, exclusive to archers, enhances effects like freezing, silencing, or blocking, making it far more powerful than simply increasing damage. Su Ming also acquires 2 extreme stones, bringing his total to 3. Each stone is invaluable, equivalent to an extra life. As for the surpassing crystal, Su Ming's eyes gleam, knowing it can exempt Xiao Yi from meeting the requirements for advancing to Tier 5, a significant advantage. Su Ming's arrival instantly makes him the center of attention among all the challengers from Long Nation. Outwardly, everyone wears faint smiles, but inside, they're ecstatic. The top 100 rankings of the Heavenly Ring battlefield are almost entirely dominated by challengers from Long Nation. The overlapping effects of the 6 domain resources are so overwhelming that for the next 10 years, Long Nation won't have to worry about a shortage of Tier 5 resources, greatly accelerating the population's advancement from Tier 5 to Tier 6. Wang Lin looks at Su Ming, exclaiming, "These achievements are all thanks to Su Ming. Idol, idol, can I get a photo with you?" Li Huiyang excitedly pushes through the crowd to stand beside Su Ming, with camera shutters clicking incessantly. The person in charge of Long Nation, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, is stunned by the results of the Long Nation's efforts, exclaiming, "What's going on? The top 50 are all from Long Nation? Does this mean we've claimed all 6 domains?" Such unexpected fortune is almost unbelievable. Su Ming quietly observes the approaching figure, assessing him. Name, Li Xingyan. Profession, Death God Assassin. Level, LV 412. An 8th turn assassin master, truly impressive. Li Xingyan approaches Su Ming with a peculiar expression. "Li Huiyang, what are you doing? You're disgracing the entire Li family. Why are you fawning over a young man like this?" Li Xingyan reprimanded his son sternly, then a fit of violent coughing overtook him. "Cough, cough, Li Huiyang, get out of my way. Let me have a good chat with young Su Ming." As he spoke, his expression changed instantly, showing a kind and friendly smile towards Su Ming. "No way, Dad, you can't steal my Su God." Li Huiyang glared at his father with reluctance. A fierce glint flashed in Li Xingyan's eyes, and Li Huiyang immediately backed down, muttering, "Sorry for the interruption." He respectfully stepped aside. Li Xingyan turned back to Su Ming, his expression transforming to a benevolent smile. "So it really is young Su Ming. Meeting you today, you truly are impressive and charismatic." Su Ming pondered internally, initially thinking this sudden middle-aged man was just a high-ranking member of the Li family. Unexpectedly, this was actually Li Huiyang and Li Huihuang's father. He scrutinized Li Xingyan, thinking, they don't really resemble him. Maybe both brothers take after their mother. Fortunately, Wang Lin stepped in to explain the entire situation at the Tianhuan battlefield in detail to Li Xingyan. After hearing it, Li Xingyan looked shocked, while the others wore helpless expressions. Those who once challenged Su Ming exchanged glances, with only one thought in mind. Su Ming is simply not human. Realizing they weren't on the same level as Su Ming, these people could only feel genuine admiration. They all understood one thing: Su Ming would be an unparalleled, extraordinary Bao God in the future of Longhua. Young Su Ming. It's a pity I only have two useless sons, such a shame. Li Xingyan was visibly astonished, growing more delighted with Su Ming. He thought, if Su Ming were a girl, he would personally intervene. After all, the Li family had significant ties with the Temple of Godslayer and had long known Su Ming's basic information single, with no romantic history. He speculated, after this, that old man Wang Bo will surely receive countless letters from people wanting to match Su Ming. Just as Su Ming and the others were about to leave, a piercing and hateful scream erupted from the neighboring area. Su Ming frowned and looked over. Name, La Shirtai Duo. Occupation, Void Shadow Master. Level, LV 425. Su Ming's pupils contracted. That was an 8th tier Shadow Archmage. A question flitted through his mind. Wait, is his name related to Laxi Tai Duo? Who is Su Ming really? How could he have over 10 million points? You and Longhua must be cheating. No one is allowed to leave, no one. La Shirtai Duo roared, and several dozen 8th and 7th tier powerhouses began gathering around him. Why was our Asangwo completely wiped out? Our Minghan country too. This isn't normal. The final victors are all from Longhua. There must be something wrong. Voices of doubt rose all around. At that moment, Li Xingyan's demeanor changed abruptly. Su Ming felt him transform from a kind elder into a deadly, elusive assassin, exuding a cold, killing intent. Oh, you can't cause harm here. Deaths on the battlefield are commonplace. Or do you intend to cheat? Li Xingyan sneered, standing protectively in front of Su Ming, eyes filled with murderous intent. If not for the inability to harm here, he would have assassinated La Shirtai Duo with one strike. We don't care about the others, but Su Ming must stay today. La Shirtai Duo's gaze was sinister. I heard from those mentally unstable challengers from Balagwo that Su Ming is a killer. He's the one who slaughtered all our people from the lighthouse. Such an inhumane person must face divine punishment. A twisted smile appeared on La Shirtai Duo's gloomy face, and a small, ancient jar suddenly appeared in his hand. Ha ha. Although Laxi Tai Duo is dead, I've discovered a great threat to our lighthouse's future. Today, I'll break the Great Nation Ordinance. Even if I have to consume years of my life, I can kill here, ha. Dense black fog billowed from the jar, quickly enveloping the entire outer area. Is this spatial transfer failure? Li Xingyan's expression changed. La Shirtai Duo, how dare you? Ha ha ha, why wouldn't I dare? Trading a few years of my life to eliminate a threat to the lighthouse's future is worth it. La Shirtai Duo laughed sinisterly. Ha! At worst, I'll be exiled from Lighthouse Nation on the surface, and you won't even have a reason for war, ha! Li Xingyan's expression turned particularly grave. He hadn't expected La Shirtai Duo to take such a drastic action. Cough, cough, cough. You shameless old man. You sure talk a lot. Su Ming casually spread his hands, a blood-red bow gradually appearing in his grip. He calmly stepped in front of Li Xingyan, squinting slightly, his tone filled with disdain. With your body ready for the grave, you think you can kill me? I really don't understand. Who gave you that delusion? At this moment, Su Ming's gaze was as cold as ice, his deep eyes exuding a chilling aura. Hiss, what? Did I hear wrong? Kid, you dared to hide information. You really are Su Ming. Rashida glared at the handsome young man in front of him, gritting his teeth. Damn it, it was you killed Rashitai? Today, I will kill you. With a sinister laugh, Rashida was suddenly surrounded by endless shadows. As he held a small jar in his hand, a jet-black dagger began to materialize at the edge of the Tianhuan battlefield. This is the Void Shadow Needle. In my shadow domain, all rules will be dispelled. Rashida's face grew even more haggard, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet a strange smile appeared. Damn it, it cost me 8 years of my life. Today, I must kill you, and I will become a hero of the Lighthouse Nation. Rashida was in a state of frenzy. Even the other officials around him looked on in shock. Each of them had a glint in their eyes, harboring their own ambitions. So this is the true power of the Lighthouse Nation, they thought to themselves. They've risen to become the largest force in the inner world through plunder and wealth. The opportunity to align themselves with the Lighthouse Nation was incredibly appealing to those with such aspirations. The Lighthouse Nation is mighty, and I've long admired Lord Rashida, one of them declared. I, Buji E, also greatly admire the Taito family. Today, Lord Rashida is acting on behalf of justice by eliminating this threat, another chimed in. These people, witnessing Rashida's strength, were unashamedly sycophantic. They looked at Su Ming with schadenfreude, yet inwardly disdainful. Kid, do you really think you can challenge Lord Rashida? You're out of your depth. Ha ha. Li Xingyan looked at Su Ming in surprise as he stepped forward, initially wanting to intervene, but Su Ming merely waved his hand gently and said softly, Uncle Xingyan, I have a question for you. Hmm? What? Sure. Li Xingyan was puzzled by Su Ming's calm demeanor. Hey, young man, you can't just do whatever you want because you're handsome, someone remarked. I want to ask, if I kill all these people here, would it trigger a war among the nations in the inner world? Su Ming asked with a slight smile. Li Xingyan was almost startled into a stumble. He knew that Rashida had made such a huge sacrifice, consuming 8 years of his lifespan for just one strike. And you, Su Ming, are thinking of killing them all. Don't be reckless. With me here, as long as that strike misses, Rashida won't pose any further threat. After this, it's time for the Dragon Nation to settle accounts with the Lighthouse Nation. I'm just asking, if I kill them, will it be acceptable? Su Ming looked directly at Li Xingyan. Yes, it's fine, Li Xingyan replied, still unsure of what power Su Ming was hiding to be able to defy the world's rules and strike. At this moment, Rashida felt like the master of the entire space. Genius? Just toys for him to slaughter at will. No matter how strong Su Ming might become, today he would fall under his black blade. Ha ha ha. Su Ming, very well. Let everyone else watch helplessly as you die. I can't wait to see your expressions of despair. Clang. Su Ming snapped his fingers lightly, and the prepared wool crystal shone with a silvery light. Space lockdown. Xiaoyi, these shadow forces should be enough to fill you up, Su Ming said softly, as shadow energy flowed like water from his fingers toward Xiaoyi. This person's shadow magic is really weak, Xiaoyi commented disdainfully while devouring the shadow forces. Lingling daddy, I want some too. A playful voice echoed from the small gourd, accompanied by a flickering purple light. Oh, all right then, just don't overeat. Su Ming smiled as he directed more shadow energy towards the gourd. At that moment, not only was Xiaoyi ecstatic, but even the purple gold spirit god inside the gourd showed a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, all the challengers from Longhua, including Li Xingyan and Wang Lin, as well as the leaders from other nations who were defeated, fell into a deep sleep due to the effect of the wool crystal, their bodies collapsing to the ground with peaceful expressions. When Brother Wang Lin and the others wake up, they'll find that everything is gone. Su Ming shrugged with a sly glint in his eyes. He suddenly realized he possessed such a powerful infiltration talent, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. I'm here, so everyone sleep tight, he whispered, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. What others didn't know was that the arrows Su Ming shot from his bow were unstoppable. Not only could they pierce the rules of a small world, but they could also wreak havoc in a large world. Once the bow was drawn, no matter the distance, the target would be hit. Ice arrows. Su Ming flashed a radiant smile as he swiftly pulled the bowstring. In a frenzy of motion, hundreds of thousands of ice arrows shot out like a meteor shower towards his targets, sparing no one except Rashtito. From Su Ming's perspective, as long as all of them were permanently erased, who would know it was his doing? The sound of arrows tearing through the air was continuous, and system notifications rang in Su Ming's mind. You have killed Mashalapai. You have killed Bujiin Mei. Words of despair. Finally, Su Ming used this special skill on Rashtito, as there was something particularly important he needed to confirm. Words of despair only had a 5-second effective time. Su Ming got straight to the point. Rashtito, is the Lighthouse Nation colluding with the demon gods? What do you know? Ever since encountering 2 foolish individuals from the Lighthouse Nation in the world corridor, Su Ming had a bad feeling. Now, with the words of despair skill, targeting a high-ranking member of the Lighthouse Nation's shadow family, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Rashtito, in a trance as if in a dream, gradually became manic. Haha, the Lighthouse Nation will be the future ruler of Blue Star. We've already made contact with that world. They will soon descend upon Blue Star. Finding the demon gods is merely an order from one of the rulers. We've already discovered several sealed locations of the demon gods. By then, the Lighthouse Nation will be the representative of Blue Star. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression became extremely serious, his brows furrowed. As expected, there was something hidden behind the Lighthouse Nation. That world? What kind of world is it? Su Ming pressed further. Rashtito fell into another manic state, responding dreamily, yet his expression suddenly turned to sheer terror. That is a world far beyond the level of Blue Star, a world with gods. No, we can't compare. We are absolutely powerless to resist. The Lighthouse Nation only needs to decisively betray Blue Star and join them, and they will receive the blessings of the gods. At that time, I will regain my vigor and be with the beautiful Kiryu beauties. What's going on? Rashtito suddenly snapped back to reality, his pupils constricting in horror as he saw the handsome young man with a sunny smile in front of him. Su Ming, aren't you supposed to be dead? No, this can't be. I must be dreaming. He was shocked to find that the shadow forces he had spent 8 years of his life gathering had all vanished. Isn't it possible that it was you who was dreaming before? Su Ming smiled, his eyes glinting with coldness. Thanks for the information. Now it's time to repay you. 10,000 ice arrows locked onto Rash Tito, and in a flash of blue light, pierced him into a frozen pincushion. Su Ming whispered, enjoy your eternal slumber. Hurry up. I feel like I just had a brief, beautiful dream. Wang Lin and the others awoke from their unconscious state simultaneously, looking around cautiously. Lashitai and his group were nowhere to be seen, and their spatial transfer abilities had returned to normal, as if the crisis had never occurred. Su Ming, my young friend, what just happened? Are you all right? Wang Lin rushed over to Su Ming, his eyes full of concern. He silently vowed that if anything happened to Su Ming, he would never forgive himself. Li Xingyan was about to speak, but Wang Lin beat him to it, leaving him waiting anxiously on the side. Ahem, Su Ming coughed lightly, his face slightly pale. Honestly, I don't quite understand it myself. At the last moment, I seemed to hear a strange melody from the Tianhuan battlefield. Because Lashitai disrupted the world's rules, Su Ming explained slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone brightened up, their surprise and joy evident. Did that old fool touch the restriction? Someone exclaimed. Ha ha ha, serves him right, another laughed. I knew the Tianhuan battlefield wasn't that simple. Thanks to Su Ming's convincing performance, the group quickly accepted this explanation. In truth, Su Ming didn't care much about this, but he didn't want to reveal the existence of the will crystal. Even a demon god would covet this true Dragon King's companion item. 3 days later, outside the imperial capital, Su Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile as his level increased by 1 more. With Su Ming nearby for protection, Wang Lin didn't have to worry about monsters getting close and was able to kill them freely, successfully reaching level 237. I can't believe you've surpassed me in such a short time, Wang Lin said, feeling like he wanted to disappear when he learned Su Ming had reached level 238. Damn it, the gap between people is even bigger than between a person and a dog. Wang Lin mocked himself, filled with admiration. I really can't compare to Su Ming, or I'll just end up in despair. Don't worry, the old man on the other side of the Lighthouse Nation won't let it slide. We've long planned to take them down, just waiting for you to return from the secret realm, Wang Lin assured him, patting his chest. A system notification sounded in Su Ming's mind. Your guild position has been updated to honorary member, equivalent to vice president. The Temple of Slaughter has received the blessing of conquest from the 6 Paths Divine Tower. Based on your position, you gain a buff. Experience gained in dungeons and secret realms is increased by 900. During these 3 days, Wang Lin's father had come to visit. It was undeniable that this man looked almost identical to Wang Lin, making it clear to anyone that he was Wang Lin's biological father. Su Ming accepted the position change. Although honorary member was a nominal position without the rights of a vice president, it held the same status. This meant that as long as he displayed the guild information, Su Ming could move freely throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. With Li Xingyan's detailed report, Su Ming's achievements moved the seasoned veterans of the 9th turn. Among them, the highest-ranking 9th turn support hidden class, Elder Wu, was even more convinced of Su Ming's potential. Now, the entire Dragon Kingdom would give Su Ming complete freedom, and even Zhu Peiqi's family had to find ways to make amends. Zhu Peiqi's eyes widened, stammering. Su Ming? He's terrifying. Facing the current gap, he dared not call himself a powerful archer. Anna Maria was child's play. Wait, help. Zhu Peiqi suddenly remembered. I once mocked Su Shan. With that thought, the pig's trotter in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Brother Wang Lin, I understand. Su Ming responded seriously. He initially thought the secret realm Wang Lin mentioned was similar to the Tianhuan battlefield, until he secretly checked the spatial coordinates given by Dragon King Nigriel, and suddenly discovered. The entrance to the dragon burial lies within that mysterious realm, where countless dragon remains are interred, including the presence of a heavenly demon lord. Su Ming recalled Wang Lin's warning about the dangers of unexplored areas. Other 5th turn experts venturing in recklessly would be courting death. Su Ming suddenly realized a crucial point. Brother Wang Lin, besides the Dragon Kingdom, the other 4 major nations also have 5 hidden professionals each, right? A total of 25 people enter the secret realm each time, and to reach the core area, all 5 must be hidden professionals from the same faction. He continued to analyze. This secret realm is not something the Dragon Kingdom can take lightly, unlike the Tianhuan battlefield. Even if they don't reach the core area, as long as they make it out alive from the outskirts, the final settlement will rank the 5 nations based on their performance, determining the distribution of critical resources. These resources are vital enough to influence the development of a country from the 8th to even the 9th turn. Therefore, all 5 nations with entry qualifications spare no effort. Su Ming pondered that these 5 countries are the strongest in the inner world. The regulations mentioned by Lashtato were enforced by these 5 nations, such as prohibiting professionals from using their abilities freely in the outer world. He subtly hinted to Elder Wang Bo about the Lighthouse Nation's ulterior motives without revealing the existence of that world. Su Ming planned to resolve the issues with the Lighthouse Nation after dealing with the dragon burial and advancing to the sixth turn. Regarding that mysterious world, Su Ming had a strong premonition that it must be connected to the star continent he saw through the golden chaotic sea. The scene shifts to the 8th level zone of the Imperial Capital Yard Exchange. Despite accepting the position granted by Elder Wang Bo, Su Ming preferred to conduct transactions personally unless necessary. Wang Lin understood this, knowing Su Ming was a young man who cherished his freedom. Upon arriving at the exchange, Su Ming encountered Yizhou Lin, a 7th-turn elder, who was momentarily stunned and then speechless with shock. Su Ming joked, "Uncle, stay calm, won't others despair when they see your Tianhuan battlefield score?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ming waved his hand, and an array of equipment of various qualities piled up like a mountain. He then took out a heap of skill books he couldn't use. Yizhou Lin was once again dumbfounded, at a loss for words. The equipment Su Ming provided was equivalent to several years' worth of an elite team's harvest, including skill proficiency crystals. "I also need night flowers and sleepless shadow vines," Su Ming continued. "These are materials needed for Xiao Yi to advance to the 4th tier. Once she succeeds, I can use the Transcendence Crystal to skip her to the 5th tier. By then, Xiao Yi's level will catch up with mine." Speaking of Ziling, Su Ming discovered that the purple gold gourd could accelerate its growth by absorbing life-rich items. No, it should be transformation. The purple gold spirit god currently exists only as a spiritual gourd, and only upon transforming into its true form can it evolve into a genuine deity. Even as a divine infant, it is still a god. What thrilled Su Ming even more was discovering a unique ability of Ziling. She could directly absorb living beings into the gourd, either to devour or to protect them. If chosen for protection, she could use divine power to shield them from all external perceptions, undetectable even by demon gods. Su Ming was secretly delighted, thinking this could forcibly subdue the troublesome Zhagu Rong with courtesy. This also resolved a potential threat to the Dragon Kingdom. With this thought, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, amused at the thought. "Zhagu Rong, you wouldn't want the other dragons to know about the scales being tricked, would you?" In Jiangcheng, a level 5 zone, Su Ming stepped into the familiar city, reflecting on how far he had come. The days when he needed Wang Lin's protection were long gone. Now, in a place where the highest guild level was only 5, he was the strongest. In his hand appeared a black diamond-shaped crystal, the Shadow Space Stone. As Xiaoyi's power grew, their connection to this teleportation stone became increasingly strong. "Xiaoyi, with your current abilities, you should be able to use this to traverse the smaller spaces of lower-level dungeons, right?" Su Ming silently asked. Before his words had finished, Su Ming found himself at the edge of a lava pool. He noticed a new sign had replaced the former Labula Mine volcano. Labula Lava Mountain, Magma Serpent LV40 LV50, Rare Wild Creature. Iron Beast LV50, Rare Boss. Golden Iron Beast LV50. A new dungeon formed after the eruption of Labula Mine volcano, recommended for teams of 10 or more with second-tier transformations. Looking at the serpents swimming in the lava, Su Ming couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The volcanic eruption that had terrified him last month now seemed trivial. After all, he was a walking disaster himself. "I can do it." Su Ming, Xiaoyi's voice echoed in his mind. The teleportation point of the lava secret realm was within the lava mountain, and although it was currently closed, Su Ming was prepared. In the next moment, Xiaoyi transformed into a boundless shadow that enveloped Su Ming, her shadow possession. Su Ming then activated the Shadow Space Stone, unlocking the ability to traverse spaces. The teleportation stone, which once couldn't cross small worlds, had finally surpassed its limits with Xiaoyi's help. Now, he could enter any secret realm he had previously visited, regardless of its open status. Su Ming felt a surge of joy. The Shadow Space Stone's capabilities had reached a divine level, with cross-world teleportation power comparable to the Dragon King Nigel. "You've activated the Shadow Space Stone. A marked deep world space has been detected. Do you wish to enter?" The system prompt sounded. It worked. Despite his expectations, Su Ming was thrilled. Not only could it be used for such situations, but it could also serve as a means of cross-world escape in a crisis. "No one can catch me now, Yes." Su Ming responded decisively. Instantly, the crystal unleashed a massive shadow force that completely enveloped him. Space rippled, and as the shadows dissipated, Su Ming found himself in the lava secret realm. Looking ahead, he saw a group of rock scorpions. "Ah, old acquaintances." Su Ming chuckled, realizing the realm was spawning a new wave of creatures. Against these level 20 or so minions, a single explosive arrow was more than enough. Boom, 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 boom. With a barrage of arrows, the rock scorpions within range were instantly annihilated. The system promptly announced, "Rock Scorpion Progress 100. You have plundered 15 defense points." Seizing the opportunity to plunder attributes, Su Ming's sky-piercing arrow intent proved invaluable. As for the rock cubes scattered on the ground, he no longer needed to waste time collecting them. Purple Spirit. Lingling, I'm going to absorb now, Su Ming called out. From now on, whether it was his own loot or items others failed to collect, they would instantly be absorbed into his little gourd. And then, Su Ming, it all becomes mine. He couldn't help but laugh. No one could outpace him now. From entering the secret realm until now, only about 7 or 8 seconds had passed. At this moment, another item appeared in Su Ming's hand. The flame emblem, the key to unlocking hidden spaces, was finally going to be put to use. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he reactivated the Shadow Space Stone and summoned the power of the flame emblem. A faint glow enveloped him, and in the next moment, his figure appeared within a long stone passage. The surrounding fire spiders seemed to sense the presence of an intruder and swarmed toward him. Su Ming dismissed them with a flick of his hand, releasing an ice arrow. Instantly, the walls around him were covered in frost, freezing the fire spiders into icy sculptures. A system notification chimed. Fire Spider Progress 100. You have gained 12 points of strength. As Su Ming continued down the passage, he soon saw the massive fireball at the end, sealing Zhagu Rong. Meanwhile, within this sealed space, Zhagu Rong was enduring endless solitude. This dragon, exiled from the divine dragon realm due to a careless mistake that angered the gods, had been in a slumber for millennia. However, today, Zhagu Rong found no peace. Its thoughts kept returning to the memory of being deceived, with the laughter of iron manganese echoing in its ears. Damn iron manganese! Zhagu Rong roared internally, unaware that the seal was gradually loosening. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Zhagu Rong. Su Ming looked at the indistinct dragon silhouette with a serious expression. Clearing his throat, he declared authoritatively, Zhagu Rong, I am the dragon envoy who inherited the power of Nigreal. After defeating Iron Manganese, I learned about your plight and came today to release your seal. Zhagu Rong was taken aback. This unexpected human not only mentioned the name of the Dragon King, but also claimed to have slain Iron Manganese. It roared in disbelief. Boy, no matter who you are, you won't deceive me again. Once I'm free, I'll destroy you pests. Seeing this, Su Ming's lips curved slightly upward. He stepped forward decisively, letting the flame emblem touch the divine runic markings. Ziling, suppress this seal with divine power, he commanded. Ziling and Xiaomi sprang into action immediately, with one shouting, followed Dad and attack, and the other echoing, yes, yes. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, pondering what Xiaomi had been teaching Ziling. With a tremendous roar, the entire space began to shake violently, the magma below boiling and rising in temperature. Zhagu Rong was astonished to find the seal truly breaking, its expression shifting from doubt to joy. So this human really is the dragon envoy, it thought excitedly. And he dealt with that accursed iron manganese. Zhagu Rong's attitude shifted instantly, envisioning a bright future of newfound freedom. Haha, the treasures and delicacies of the world will be mine, it laughed triumphantly. Human, you're not bad, submit to me. Quickly present my companion scale crystal. The great lava dragon is ready to unleash its true might. Su Ming couldn't hold it in any longer, and a hearty laugh burst from his mouth. Ha! This sudden laughter left Zhagu Rong stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in its massive dragon eyes. Human, what are you laughing at? Zhagu Rong's deep voice carried a hint of displeasure. Su Ming restrained his laughter, a trace of mischief in his eyes. I'm laughing because you don't seem to understand the situation. Before his words were even finished, the purple gold gourd in Su Ming's hand suddenly unleashed an astonishing power. The small gourd seemed to contain endless strength, and a dazzling purple gold light erupted from its mouth, instantly immobilizing Zhagu Rong's massive form. In disbelief, Zhagu Rong roared. How is this possible? The great Zhagu Rong cannot be defeated. Kid, who exactly are you? Are you the descendant of some deity? Amidst the angry dragon's roar, scorching magma erupted from the ground, quickly filling the space. However, behind Su Ming, a pair of sacred wings suddenly spread out. The Phoenix Wing Ascension technique was activated, triggering a massive storm. The violent airflow transformed into countless sharp wind blades, firmly isolating the surging magma. Calmly, Su Ming raised the world-ending bow and said, now you have two choices. First, willingly enter the purple spirit gourd to become my divine mark servant. Second, be shot down by me, and I'll forcibly seal you in the gourd as my divine mark servant. Zhagu Rong listened, a hint of resignation flashing in its dragon eyes. Is there a difference? Can I choose option 3? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. I choose option 3. Internally, Zhagu Rong roared. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. It knew that becoming a divine mark servant meant its life would be entirely under Su Ming's control. Any malicious intent towards Su Ming would be immediately detected, and even a single thought from Su Ming could obliterate its soul. Why? Why must the great Zhagu Rong meet such a fate? No, Zhagu Rong howled in despair. Suddenly, Su Ming's tone softened. Considering that Nigel and I get along quite well, I don't intend to kill the few remaining dragons in the world. Or is it that you're seeking death? As he spoke, 3 scale crystals appeared out of thin air in Su Ming's hand. The molten scale crystal, the rock armor scale crystal, and the will scale crystal. Zhao Rong was instantly dumbfounded, its massive dragon eyes widening like saucers. It could sense the familiar aura from the first 2 scale crystals, but the final one exuded an overwhelming pressure from a higher being. The Dragon King. That's the Dragon King's scale crystal. Zhao Rong was shocked. Ignoring Zhao Rong's daze, Su Ming decisively drew the world-ending bow. In that case, let's knock you out first. Facing the threat of death, Zhao Rong finally realized the extraordinary nature of the world-ending bow. It was a fearsome weapon capable of killing deities. Even powerful figures like Wang Lin and Li Shengyan only regarded it as a decent weapon. Wait, human. No, esteemed envoy. Zhao Rong quickly corrected itself. Actually, we are quite friendly, let's talk this out. Zhao Rong had no desire to perish just yet. Having been sealed for millennia and finally seeing the light of day, it still had a long dragon life to enjoy. It wanted to traverse multiple worlds to find beautiful dragon ladies and live a fulfilling life. As long as it survived, with the long lifespan of dragons, it might even outlive this short-lived human. Thus, Zhao Rong chose to submit, but definitely not out of fear, of course. Seeing Zhao Rong yield, Su Ming was satisfied as he put away the bow. Under the suppression of the purple spirit gourd, the weakened Zhao Rong was completely immobilized. Su Ming made a friendly gesture, inviting Zhao Rong in with a smile. Come on, go in willingly. It's a nice place inside, I've experienced it myself. Much more comfortable than any luxurious mansion. The air was filled with a mystical purple aura, soothing to the soul. Zagurong, sensing the change in the environment, was surprised and thought, this isn't hell? It's actually quite pleasant. He had just accepted the slave seal of the purple gold spirit god, becoming the subordinate of Su Ming, the divine master. Su Ming carefully observed the giant dragon before him. Zagurong, a magma dragon, hailed from the dragon's tomb, with an impressive level of 579. This level had reached the 9th tier, surpassing even the 9 humans in strength. Su Ming thought to himself, this dumb dragon comes from the dragon's tomb? No, it must have been born there, but left thousands of years ago. The dragon's tomb now is likely a true cemetery for dragons, with no living dragons remaining. Unable to resist a jab, Su Ming mocked. You call yourself a dragon king? You're really lowering the standard here. Zagurong, not to be outdone, proudly retorted. I am the direct grandson of the great magma dragon king Zagahog, the inheritor of his illustrious name. Okay, I get it, Su Ming said, realizing the potential benefits of having Zagurong on his side. This dragon might prove useful in the upcoming expedition to the dragon's tomb, especially considering that the other half of Nigreal's spirit was still there. As Zagurong was absorbed into the gourd's divine space, the surrounding deep space began to collapse, and magma erupted. Su Ming realized a significant change was about to occur in this secret realm and needed to alert the Jiangqing authorities. He activated the shadow space stone again, safely reappearing on the mountainside of Labula Magma Mountain. The mountain shook violently, signaling an imminent eruption. Soon, alarm bells resounded throughout Jiangqing. Su Ming quickly contacted Dabao, instructing him to inform the Jiangqing authorities through the Yalt family. The volcanic eruption won't significantly impact the inner world, but the secret realm might undergo changes. Dabao, now a minor steward at the Yalt trading house, owed this position to Su Ming. After confirming the message was delivered, Su Ming prepared to leave. He glanced back at the starting point of all this, shaking his head with a slight smile. In a short time, his strength had soared through relentless battles, while for others, not much seemed to have changed. Su Ming arrived at the 9th level district of the Imperial Information Tower. With his current authority, he could teleport freely throughout the Dragon Kingdom. He told Zagurong, if you perform well in the upcoming actions, I might grant you some freedom after we establish a detailed contract. Weighing his options, Su Ming felt that Xiao Yi was a more suitable mount than Zagurong, and given the current strength, Zagurong wasn't much help in many areas. However, after the Dragon's Tomb expedition, he considered training Zagurong to become a guardian beast for the Dragon Kingdom. After all, in the near future, Blue Star might face a significant crisis, and he might have to venture to that mysterious place. Su Ming stood in the divine space, gazing at the resigned Zagurong. The dragon's eyes flickered with a complex light, as its dragon instincts increasingly sensed that this human before it was not ordinary. Yes, you should understand. Su Ming's voice was calm, yet filled with authority. Unless I die a natural death, if you ever act against my wishes, I can obliterate you in an instant. Zagurong trembled almost imperceptibly. Su Ming chuckled inwardly, knowing he had figured out how to handle this proud dragon. A stick first, then a carrot. Besides, Su Ming continued, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't you dragons have long lifespans? When I die naturally, you'll truly be free. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhao Rong's eyes, but quickly dimmed again. Su Ming thought to himself, it's always good to give this foolish dragon a bit of hope, isn't it? After all, human life is short, but only for ordinary people. His thoughts drifted to a world filled with deities, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Daring to invade my blue star homeland? Just wait, I will surely fight my way up. After leaving the imperial capital's information tower, Su Ming encountered Wang Lin and Li Huiyang on the street. The three walked and talked, discussing the Suntupan Shenlong Tomb mystic realm. Su Ming, Wang Lin remarked, I was worried about letting you enter that mystic realm before, but after seeing your strength, I'm completely convinced. Li Huiyang added, here, Su Ming and I represent two different hidden professions. Longwo will also send out 3 other profession types: mage, warrior, and support, all hidden professions. It's said the mage comes from the Jiang and Mu family, while the warrior and support are from Longwo's military. Idol Su Shan, Li Huiyang said excitedly. With you entering that mystic realm, Longwo will definitely uncover its secrets. Wang Lin then disclosed more confidential information to Su Ming, including the restless movements of the demon nodes and the possibility of a passage connecting to another world within the mystic realm. Su Ming nodded calmly, though his mind was in turmoil. If he guessed right, aside from the Shenlong Tomb, the core area of the mystic realm might also connect to a world beyond the stars. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Ming's mind. If that's the case, isn't the Lighthouse Nation's operation going to stir things up? They don't know I've discovered their secret. Regarding Rastado's death, it has now been handed over to Old Master Wang Bo and a group of 9th-turn experts for a subtle confrontation with other major powers. A glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he calculated silently. I can first find the challengers from the Lighthouse Nation, then use despair words to obtain special information. Perfect. I was just worried about not having detailed spatial coordinates. Since the Lighthouse Nation decided to betray Blue Star, they surely know more. Soon, the 3 arrived at the special space of the 6 Paths Divine Tower belonging to Longhua. An elderly voice rang out. You've arrived. Su Ming looked up to see an elderly man with white hair standing there. His system quickly provided the information. Name, Muhi. Profession, Annihilation Mage. Level, LV 516. Su Ming was startled. This was a 9th-turn mage. Seeing the surname Mu, he immediately connected it to the Mu family from Jiangnan. So it was this elder right before him. This must be young friend Su Ming. Mu, he said with a smile. Meeting you today, you are indeed extraordinary. The elder's gaze swept over Su Ming, yet he found himself unable to see through this young man at all. Mu, he sighed, remarking, the potential of today's young people is truly limitless. The younger generation will surpass us, leaving us old bones in the dust. Sensing the elder's goodwill, Su Ming smiled. You're too kind, Elder Mu. I'm just an ordinary archer. He hadn't expected Muhi's reaction to be so amusing after he said that. Wang Lin and Li Huiyang were stunned, their mouths twitching involuntarily. Ordinary. Su Ming's hidden profession had already set him apart from everyone else, leading the pack by a mile. Muhi spoke with a serious expression. Young friend Su Ming, my granddaughter Mu Qingwan will be your companion this time. I kindly ask you to look out for her, as the dangers there are unpredictable. Of course, Qingwan's abilities won't hold you back. He paused before continuing. If it weren't for your outstanding performance on the Tianhuan battlefield, the opening of this secret realm wouldn't have been moved up so quickly. Dragon Nation had been lacking a hidden archer profession, planning to enter on the last day. Now, because of you, we're going in on the first day. A glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he replied solemnly. Don't worry, Elder Mu. I won't let them face any danger. Because I am the greatest danger. He secretly calculated that once the core area was opened, he would unleash his full power, obliterate any obstacles, and then enter the dragon's tomb alone. As they exchanged pleasantries, 3 more figures entered the room: 2 women and 1 man. Mu Qingwan, a quiet girl surrounded by an aura of frost, was clearly of the Frost Annihilation profession, level 235. She was the first in 20 years to possess this hidden spellcasting profession. After noticing Li Huiyang, her gaze shifted to Su Ming, showing a hint of surprise. She simply nodded, leaving an impression of a gentle, reticent person. Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke the silence. Wow, you're Su Ming? You're even more handsome than in the photos. Su Ming turned to see a lively girl with a youthful appearance and a striking figure bounding towards him, nearly making him lose his composure. This lively girl was named Yu Ming, a star enlightener, level 233. Su Ming pondered whether this support-oriented hidden profession, which supposedly harnessed power from the stars, would be effective on the celestial bodies within the palace. The last member was a burly warrior named Feng Xiongjiu, of the Sky Pillar profession, level 235. It was said that his unique talent allowed him to enlarge his body, making him not only a formidable warrior, but also a guardian for the entire team. Su Ming's mind briefly wandered to some odd thoughts, but quickly dismissed them. Yu Ming exclaimed excitedly. It's a shame that Meng Meng and I were on a special mission back then, or we would have witnessed your invincible prowess on the Tianhuan battlefield. Today, we finally get to meet you, the future archer god of Dragon Nation. Su Ming responded with a laugh. Haha, you're not too shabby yourself. Before long, Su Ming had become well acquainted with these fellow hidden profession holders. They were all key talents nurtured by various factions, likely future leaders of Dragon Nation. It's worth noting that while Li Huiyang had the lowest level among them, he had made significant progress on the Tianhuan battlefield, reaching level 219. His boundless thief profession had intriguing aspects beyond mere combat. By now, everyone should understand the dangers of the secret realm, right? Muhi scanned the group, his expression unusually serious. As a formidable figure with 9 rebirths, his furrowed brow showed his deep concern for his granddaughter's safety. Although it's categorized as a secret realm, it actually forms a small world, Muhi explained gravely. This world also has its own powerful native races. Due to level restrictions, these races may not be exceedingly strong, but they are still not something that level 5 challengers can handle easily. Even worse, some of these races actively leave their core areas to hunt challengers. You must be extremely cautious. Muhi continued to warn them, his voice filled with urgency. Su Ming recalled what Wang Lin had mentioned earlier. At the center of the core region, there seemed to be a being manipulating countless races from behind the Ceniza celestial demon in its prime. Dragon Nation had previously lost several hidden class members to it. Of course, this celestial demon wasn't on the level of the celestial demon lord, at most a minor demon general. If it were the celestial demon lord at its peak, even a 9 rebirth powerhouse would find it hard to survive. Su Ming pondered that in such a situation, he would have to activate his invincible annihilation mode. Su Ming glanced at his status panel, where his annihilation power was at 100,100, in perfect condition. He chuckled to himself. With this, I fear no one. Demons or whatever, they'd better not cross my path, or else. Just then, a resounding boom, like a giant bell tolling, echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, a golden light appeared around the 5 individuals who had taken out 5 tokens. A system prompt appeared before them. Godfall Secret Realm LV-181 LV-239 Notice. Once you enter this realm, unless you die, you can only exit after 7 days from the time of entry, unless your level reaches LV-240. This is the first day since entry. Meanwhile, a message was released in the 6th Divine Tower world. The Dragon Nation faction has entered the Godfall Secret Realm. This message was only accessible to the remaining 4 major nations with qualifications. They were stunned. What? Dragon Nation plays dirty. They actually dared to enter early? Don't they know this is the most dangerous time? Oh my gosh, could it be? They know more secrets. That Su Ming is probably in the team. I must avenge La Ba Lei Sai Tai duo. Under suspicion, the other 4 major nations were caught off guard, while the Lighthouse Nation couldn't sit still. This Godfall Secret Realm operation was crucial to their mission of dominating Blue Star. As long as they opened a small passageway early and let a few special beings from that world sneak over, they could coordinate inside and out, causing all Blue Star factions to fall apart. The Lighthouse Nation would then naturally become the divine representatives in this realm. Quick, we must get ahead. The Lighthouse Nation's high command urgently issued orders. Meanwhile, at the Eagle's Eye point of the Dragon Spine Mountains within the Godfall Secret Realm, Su Ming and his group of 5 seemed to have landed at the tail end of a massive dragon vein. Su Ming quickly scanned the surroundings to assess the situation. At the same time, Yu Ming raised her star staff, and instantly, the aura of all 5 members was completely concealed. Truly a well-trained team. Despite her youthful appearance, Yu Ming was actually 24 years old. At that moment, the entire dragon vein began to tremble. In Su Ming's eyes, a group of gigantic monsters had appeared, advancing toward their location. The Stone Corrupt Dragon, a formidable elite monster, is level 225 with an astounding 1,355,000 health points. In the Broken Dragon Mountain range, they receive 30 less physical damage. These colossal creatures can cause devastating destruction with their massive dragon-like bodies when they charge. Su Ming keenly observed that each Stone Corrupt Dragon had a dent in its chest, marking its weak spot, the corrupt heart. As more of these gigantic dragons appeared, the other 4 members of the team prepared for battle. Even for a top-tier 5-person team, it would take at least 10 minutes to defeat these tough-skinned monsters. At that moment, Su Ming calmly ordered the group, "Stop." As the temporary team leader, his command was immediately obeyed. Li Huiyang instantly understood Su Ming's intention and showed an excited expression. No, 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 you're too slow," Su Ming said, drawing his apocalyptic bow to full tension. Ice arrow. In a flurry of whoosh sounds, Su Ming fired 16 arrows in just a second, which miraculously multiplied into 160,000 arrows. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain the Stone Corrupt Dragon LV-225, gaining 847,000 experience points and 10 Dragon Nation performance points. You have slain the stone corrupt dragon LV226, gaining 846,000 experience points and 10 Dragon Nation performance points. Stone corrupt dragon progress 100. You have plundered 42 defense points. Mu Qingwan, Fang Xiongju, and Yu Ming were all stunned. Their expressions varied. Mu Qingwan, Fang Xiongju, confused face. Yu Ming, Omega Omega. Only Li Huiyang remained composed. Good thing I was prepared for this. After all, he had witnessed Su Ming slaughtering thousands of challengers in an instant before. Yu Ming exclaimed in shock. Su Ming? Your reported profession is myriad arrow shooter. And it really means that literally Omega Omega? 1 arrow equals 10,000 arrows. Oh my god. Fang Xiongju also marveled. No, something's off. Does a 5th-tier archer really have such terrifying attack speed? Su Ming's rapid-fire speed left him in awe. Originally hoping to showcase his strength to the rising star Su Ming, he now felt deflated. Even Mu Qingwan's gathered frost dissipated. In just 1 second, all those huge monsters had turned into corpses. Su Ming explained. Old Mu said the outer layer monsters are the most active now. Since you've seen my output, you should understand not to hold back. So, we can quickly clear the area and max out the Dragon Nation performance points. In his mind, Su Ming thought about the challengers from the Beacon Nation, who would soon arrive. Once he obtains their detailed coordinates, he can push straight to the core zone. Li Huiyang immediately responded. Alright, we'll follow Su God's lead. In Su Ming's presence, he was very self-aware. With Su God here, aren't we just tools to open the core zone after all? The Dragon Nation's performance points are shared. The stronger Su Ming is, the more resources the Dragon Nation will get from the 6 Paths Divine Tower. The others also realized that enjoying the ride was more comfortable than taking the initiative. Suddenly, a creature pretending to be a shadow bird appeared, causing Yu Ming and the others to exclaim again. Su Ming said, you should summon your mounts too. I'll teach you how to enjoy monster hunting. Indeed, at this level, everyone chose to bring flying-capable beasts. Spatial lock. Su Ming cast a skill. Now, let's go wild and hunt monsters. As long as you're within 1,000 meters of me, no one can hurt you. And if you're too slow, I'll snag all the monsters. Shadow arrow. Su Ming unleashed another flurry of arrows. Fang Xiongju exclaimed, whoa, did he just take over my guardian role as an archer? Experiencing unprecedented safety, he sighed. Oh man, this is great. Yu Ming's profession had a unique way of gaining experience. She earned an additional 20 experience for boosting targets of the same tier. Just by staying near Su Ming, she gained countless experience points, smiling with delight. Watching everyone enjoy themselves, Su Ming smirked, thinking, the Beacon Nation's fish are finally here. The notification sounds from the 6 Paths Divine Tower echoed, announcing that the camps from the Lighthouse Nation and the Bear Nation had entered the Divine Ruins. Su Ming's lips curled into a sunny smile, and a determined look flashed in his eyes. It's time, he murmured, to clear out the entire perimeter of the Divine Ruins. With a wave of his hands, tens of thousands of shard rock arrows rained down. The arrows not only covered the dense group of wild creatures, but also targeted the entire land. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, mountains shook, as if the entire secret realm was about to be overturned. Yu Ming and the others watched in stunned silence, unable to speak. Su Ming's actions were astonishing, as if he intended to level the entire secret realm. Everyone. Su Ming turned to his companions, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. Challengers from other nations have entered this realm. I plan to deal with them directly. What do you think? Mu Qingwan, Fang Xiongju, Yu Ming, and Li Huiyang almost shouted in unison. Su God is awesome. If they hadn't witnessed Su Ming's terrifying strength firsthand, they would have hesitated to face the hidden profession challengers from other countries. But now, in the face of Su Ming's overwhelming firepower, what did it matter if they had hidden professions? The countless arrows were enough to crush any strong opponent. Su Ming lightly leaped, landing steadily on Xiao Yi's back. After giving a few simple instructions, he disappeared from their sight, heading off alone to deal with the other challengers. Meanwhile, the 5-member team from the Lighthouse Nation, having just entered the Divine Ruins, noticed something unusual. There was constant shaking in the distance, yet no wild creatures in sight. What's going on? One of them exclaimed. Despite their confusion, they decided to quickly advance further into the realm. Don't forget our mission, the leader reminded. Understood, another replied. Once we gain the power bestowed by the gods, Blue Star will surely be dominated by the lighthouse. A third person sneered. What Dragon Nation's rising star Su Ming? He'll be trampled under our feet. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the sky, revealing Su Ming's handsome face. What a coincidence, he said leisurely. I think I just heard my name. The 5 below immediately became alert. What? Your Dragon Nation's Su Ming. And if I am? Su Ming responded calmly. I feel so sleepy. Before the challengers from the Lighthouse Nation could react, they were suddenly overcome by a powerful drowsiness and fell asleep in an instant. Su Ming landed lightly, the silver-white scale crystal in his hand shimmering brightly. TSK. The forced dream entry of the will crystal is truly unbeatable for beings below the god level, Su Ming remarked. Wasting no time, he immediately used Words of Despair. Enhanced to perfection by the skill proficiency crystal, the duration of Words of Despair had now increased to 15 seconds. Soon, with the information gathered from the 5, Su Ming easily obtained the node coordinates. Didn't expect it to be not far from the coordinates of the dragon's burial, he mused. Finally, Su Ming cleared his throat and commanded the sleeping challengers from the Lighthouse Nation. Throw out all the items from your backpacks. This team from the Lighthouse Nation was of extraordinary significance, and Su Ming was already planning his next steps. Upon Su Ming's command, a pile of resources and items quickly accumulated on the ground, clearly indicating that these challengers carried quite a few valuable things. He softly called out, "Ziling, absorb them for me." Instantly, the items were swiftly gathered up. Having dealt with the immediate situation, Su Ming let out a cold chuckle. "Let's send them off, then." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Ice arrow." A flash of cold light shot forth, and the 5 opponents were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, entering an eternal slumber. The system promptly announced, "You have slain Onuma. You have slain Meiyushuji." Su Ming glanced around, contemplating. These 5, and indeed all the high-ranking members of the Lighthouse Nation, have made a grave mistake. Their error wasn't in lacking strength, but in severely underestimating me. The mysterious disappearance of Rastado last time had nations suspecting Long Nation, yet none would imagine it was my doing. In their eyes, even if I gained fame on the Heavenly Ring battlefield, I was just a promising rising star. To those who have undergone 9 transformations, I would seem like an ant, easily crushed. It was this misjudgment that led to these 5 meeting such an ignoble end. If they knew I could even slay gods, they might have been frightened out of their wits. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. Good. After this secret realm venture, with my strength, there's no need to hide my identity anymore. His eyes gleamed with a cold light. I'll confront the Lighthouse Nation directly. You want to cause trouble? I'll wipe you out first. Minutes later, the outer regions of the secret realm echoed with cries of despair. I'll kill you. How is this possible? No. Murderer. You're a murderer. Devil. Su Ming is a devil. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings again, his gaze resting on the challengers frozen in ice. He clapped his hands lightly, not even blinking. Aside from his temporary teammates from Long Nation, the other 20 challengers were effortlessly dispatched by him. Su Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he wasn't a saint either. These individuals had entered the fallen god's secret realm as his adversaries, understanding the risks of life and death. Moreover, whenever he appeared, challengers from other factions always tried to kill him first. He sneered. So this is just self-defense. Su Ming softly called his system. The external threats have been dealt with. Now it's time to address the threats within the secret realm. Soon, he rejoined his 4 teammates. Li Huiyang curiously inquired, "Su God, have you already finished?" He was calculating in his mind, considering that challengers from the other 4 nations should be scattered across different outer regions, requiring both speed and the ability to track them down. Yet, it had only been less than half an hour. Su Ming responded with a calm smile. "Yes, you no longer need to worry about threats from other challengers." Fang Xiongju's giant form gradually shrank back to normal, disbelief written all over his face. "Brother Su Ming, did you really wipe out the challengers from the other 4 nations?" Earlier, they thought Su Ming would only have time to handle one faction's challengers in half an hour, but the result far exceeded their expectations. Those people were all in hidden professions. Fang Xiongju murmured. Why? Why is there such a huge gap even among hidden professions? Next to him, Yu Ming was equally astounded. Coming from the military, she understood the implications of Su Ming's current performance. In a confrontation between armies, with Su Ming's current status as a master archer, he alone could rival an entire army of archers. She thought to herself, Su Ming will undoubtedly become the foremost figure of Long Nation in the future. Yu Ming stole a glance at Su Ming's handsome face, lowering her head as her heart raced. She quietly wondered, I wonder if Su Ming likes adorable girls. The outer region of the Divine Fall Mystery Realm was no different from ordinary mystery realms. Su Ming led the group through the dense wilderness, overcoming obstacles. After dealing with other challengers, he instructed everyone to stop concealing their presence and to advance with full force. Su Ming drew his bow and alternated between shadow arrows and explosive arrows. The air was filled with the whistling sound of arrows, leaving no living thing in their path. System notifications flashed continuously. You have killed Death Ghost Vine LV-228, gaining 931,000 experience. You have killed Wild Giant Snake LV-231, gaining 933,000 experience. You have killed Sky Soaring Kuin Chicken LV-231, gaining 933,000 experience. As the kill notifications kept popping up, Su Ming's attribute plunder reached 100. He was delighted to find that his level had finally increased to LV239. Along the way, not only did Su Ming gain a lot, but Yu Ming was also grinning from ear to ear. Her special hidden class allowed her to level up easily just by staying near Su Ming. Under Su Ming's fierce assault, the outer region of the mystery realm was quickly cleared, leaving not a single wild creature. The passage to the middle layer had opened, but it seemed to be guarded by a beast at the entrance. Normally, the group would try to sneak past the guardian beast into the middle layer. But with Su Ming's newfound strength, they decided to face it head-on. Guarding the passage was an ancient Gu Eagle, level 225, with a health of 48, 556, 00048, 556, 000. As a passage guardian, its attack and defense would not decrease. The system prompt indicated that avoiding its detection could also grant passage, but defeating it would earn a divine fall token. A divine fall token? Su Ming's eyes lit up. This must be very useful in the divine fall mystery realm. We can't miss it. He turned to his companions and said, "Stand back, stay out of this boss's blood goo range." The other four grimaced, feeling like mere tools. Nonetheless, they each contributed their skills to support Su Ming. Mu Qingwan used Frost to immobilize the boss, while Yu Ming and Feng Xiongju provided buffs and shields. As for Li Huiyang, he could only watch in awe and exclaim, "Su Shen, you're amazing." Su Ming instantly drew his bow and activated the arrow pursuit talisman. Tens of thousands of arrows, instead of scattering, all hit the boss's massive body with precision. Su Ming remained unaffected, calm, and composed. The next second, system notifications popped up. You have killed Ancient Gu Eagle LV225 boss, gaining 4,250,000 experience. Dragon Kingdom performance points 1200. You have killed Ancient Gu Eagle LV225 boss for the first time, gaining extra attributes. Health 5600. Ancient Gu Eagle boss progress 100. You have plundered 48 attack points. Is it dead already? Yu Ming's mouth dropped open. It seems Su Ming doesn't need any buffs to instantly kill this boss. My god, can arrows target a single entity like that? Usually quiet, Mu Qingwan was also surprised. Everyone looked at Su Ming with renewed admiration. Su Ming shrugged it off, waving his hand as he explained, "It's my item ability. Normally, you can't make thousands of arrows all hit the same target." Oh, I see. The group realized, but the awe in their eyes remained undiminished. Su Ming held the god-slaying bow, a confident gleam in his eyes. He glanced around at his companions' astonished faces and chuckled, saying, "This so-called artifact is now in my hands." The group stared at Su Ming in shock. They had initially thought he possessed extraordinary abilities to take on multiple opponents, but now they realized that even against top-tier adversaries, Su Ming could hold his ground in an unknown battle. The instant layering of damage from 10,000 arrows, combined with the relentless attack speed, was truly astonishing. Seeing their stunned expressions, Su Ming reassured them, "Don't lose heart. You will all become pillars of the Dragon Nation in the future. Many of the nation's affairs will be entrusted to you, and your potential is just as immeasurable." Though a bit resigned, the group accepted his words with humility. Someone couldn't help but jest, "Su God, when you say it, it just sounds a bit off, doesn't it?" As the battle concluded, the loot automatically fell into Su Ming's hands, showcasing the wonder of the purple spirit. He quickly tossed a poison feather into his backpack and then discovered a skill book arrow poison Gushang. Su Ming was secretly delighted, realizing this skill book likely dropped due to his sky-piercing arrow talent. That's satisfying, Su Ming thought. With the synergy of the 5 poison cube, my arrows will deal insane poison damage in the future, taking down bosses with ease. The system notification followed. You meet the learning conditions for arrow poison Gushang and have successfully learned the skill. Arrow poison Gushang LV1. The others had no objections to Su Ming's exclusive claim on the spoils. Su Ming decisively used a skill proficiency crystal, and in no time, arrow poison Gushang reached its perfect state. Arrow poison Gushang LV10. The archer's arrows carry an incredible poison, adding 10,000 base poison damage to each arrow and doubling the total poison damage obtained through other means. Passive, no cost, no cooldown. Su Ming calculated silently. With a base poison damage of 10,000, combined with the 20 times multiplier from the 5 poison cube and time-consuming arrow, the future power was unimaginable. The final item was a Godfall order, an ancient jade token. The system displayed Godfall order information, a special token that seems to serve as some sort of control core. Su Ming shrugged with a light laugh. This information might as well say nothing. Though I don't know its specific use, I'll keep it ready. There might be a delightful surprise. All right, Su Ming turned to the group. We can now openly enter the middle layer of the secret realm. Mu Qingwan added. Grandfather said that the middle layer of the secret realm is actually the largest area, over 100 times bigger than the outer zone. With the secret realm opening to us, it means many relics in the middle layer are now accessible. So, there will be many native races competing with us for resources. When we encounter them, there's no room for negotiation. The group stepped into the passage, and the scene before them changed dramatically. The grandeur of the heavens and earth, shrouded in celestial mist, made this place feel like a paradise compared to the outer zone. The group couldn't help but marvel. Su Ming picked up where Mu Qingwan left off, with a bright smile. Any race that crosses our path is just out of luck who dares stand in Su Ming's way. They'll have to ask the god-slaying Bao if it agrees. He had already decided to push through, quickly leading his 4 companions to unlock the core area and enter the dragon grave. Suddenly, Su Ming remembered his discomfort from yesterday and sighed. Yesterday, I caught a cold, dizzy, nauseous, feverish, and weak all over. It was so painful. He turned to the group and sincerely said, I hope everyone takes care of their health, prepares accordingly, and recovers quickly. Thank you all for your continued support. In the mysterious realm of the fallen gods, in the valley of 10,000 fallen gods, the nameless valley appeared with 5 individuals. Instantly, they were on high alert, scanning their surroundings, ready to face any unknown threats. Su Ming and Yu Ming, the team's archer and support, immediately used their scouting skills. Su Ming activated his eagle eye and falcon's gaze, the former expanding his visual range while the latter offered long-distance, directional observation. Yu Ming employed her unique class skill star sight, an undirected prophecy-like vision ability that uniquely prioritized locking onto the nearest non-teammate target, identifying potential threats. Su Ming looked approvingly at this legal little girl, thinking, her special class, apart from its defensive capabilities, is top-notch in every other aspect. Su Ming, to our right rear. Yu Ming suddenly whispered, I've spotted a group of minotaurs forming a team. They seem to be advancing based on the light screen of a pointer in their hands. Su Ming quickly turned, secretly pleased. This was exactly the lead they needed, sparing them the time of searching aimlessly. He decided to follow the minotaurs, infiltrate their base, and capture the mastermind demon. This would inevitably open the pathway to the core area, just as when he cleared all the wild creatures in the outer area, forcing the passage guardian beast to appear. Yu Ming and Li Huiyang cast their skills again, activating Breath of Secrecy and Shroud of Darkness, respectively. Su Ming was somewhat surprised to find that Li Huiyang possessed a group invisibility skill, though it wasn't as effective as his own exclusive stealth. God Su, this group invisibility only lasts for 10 seconds, Li Huiyang explained quietly. But with you taking action, that's more than enough. The 5 of them silently moved into the forest on the right side of the Minotaur group. Su Ming perked up his ears, listening intently to the conversation of the leading Minotaurs ahead. Niuji, those suicidal outsiders will be coming in soon, right? A gruff voice asked. Yes, Lord Nyoging, another voice responded respectfully. Times have changed, those damned guys won't leave alive once they enter. This was followed by a smug moo laughter. We've finally found the clue to the ruins the Lord has been seeking for years, Nyoging continued, excitement in his voice. Soon, the Lord will descend personally. Rest assured, Lord Nyoging, Nyoji replied confidently. I've stored it in the Chinquan Nyo bag. Soon, the Nyo clan will rise, overshadowing the Panlong clan. And those arrogant outsiders, in front of the Lord, are nothing but clowns. The Lord has already annihilated many. Another burst of moo laughter followed. Su Ming was about to make a move, but paused upon hearing the term Lord. He quickly assessed the situation, realizing that the Lord mentioned by the Minotaurs was not the true demon Lord, but likely some minion self-proclaimed with that title. Who knew that guy could be so shameless? Su Ming mocked internally. If it were the real demon Lord, this realm would have exploded long ago. But even if you were the real demon Lord, what of it? I'd just unleash a grand annihilation and enjoy the slaughter. Su Ming turned to Li Huiyang, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Li Huiyang, did you hear that? Now, I'm entrusting you with an important task. Can you steal the items from that Minotaur deputy leader's Chinquan Nyo bag? The other 3 looked at Li Huiyang with hopeful eyes as well. Su Ming hadn't revealed himself or made a move yet because he feared accidentally wiping out the Minotaurs and losing the chance to gather more information. The Chinquan Nyo bag was originally part of the Minotaur's body, and with its death, it vanished into dust. Li Huiyang was both shocked and thrilled, his eyes sparkling. Since his abilities awakened, he had been both envied and despised, fearing theft. That was until Su Ming appeared, nearly causing him to fail. Su Shun, I'm willing to risk everything to complete the mission and steal the Nyo. Li Huiyang said determinedly. Mu Qingwan, after a mental struggle, suddenly spoke up. Su Ming sensed a familiar power, and the space seemed to be drawn into illusion. The Minotaur was oblivious, and Li Huiyang's move was sure to succeed. Su Shun, I'm going for it. Li Huiyang approached the Minotaur with a flicker, a small black hole appearing in his hand. The unsuspecting Minotaurs were relaxing, unaware that their belongings were disappearing. Li Huiyang was ecstatic. Got it. Just one more, and another one. With Mu Qingwan's help, his stealing efficiency skyrocketed, not only acquiring the target Minotaur deputy leader's items, but also swiping things from other Minotaurs. Now's the time, let's go. Li Huiyang decisively retreated, thinking his rating could reach SSS this time, catching up to Su Shin's speed. Moments later, a Minotaur awoke groggily. Moo moo moo, Xiao Mimi, let's keep playing? Moo? Where are my clothes? Other Minotaurs also noticed something was amiss. Moo moo, my Nyo great sword is gone. My pointer is missing too. The two Minotaur leaders realized something was wrong. There's an enemy. We're under attack. Suddenly, they saw a handsome face with a sunny smile. Su Ming's longbow was fully drawn. Correct, but too late. Ice arrow fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows whistled through the air. Punk, I'm going to kill you. The Minotaur's roar was abruptly cut off. You have slain Niu Gong. You have slain Niu Ji. You have slain Niu Bao. In an instant, only shattered ice blocks riddled with holes remained on the ground. Everyone was amazed. Su Ming had annihilated the thick-skinned Minotaurs in less than a second, a terrifying feat. Su Ming waved casually, secretly pleased. If they knew this level 239 fragile archer had a health value of 1.868 million, their jaws would drop. Great. As long as we enter that ruin first, we can ambush the celestial demon and take it down in one go. Su Ming smirked. Things were going even smoother than expected. Soon after, Su Ming received the special compass-like screen and an ancient scroll from Li Huiyang. His eyes lingered on the scroll for a moment. Secretly pleased that it was exactly as he had suspected, a demon sealing scroll. Although the others were unaware, Su Ming had seen a complete version of such a scroll before. Even though this one had lost its original power, he could still quickly verify its authenticity. The location of the relic is exactly where we need to go, Su Ming said in a deep voice, a glint in his eye. We'll empty the place out and wait for someone to walk into their doom. His words were both a command and a reassurance for everyone. At his words, the group immediately sprang into action. Along the way, Yu Mingming curiously observed Mu Qingwan and suddenly asked, Xiao Wanwan, why do I feel like your aura has changed? Mu Qingwan smiled gently and replied softly, No, Mingming Jia. Yu Mingming, unconvinced, blinked and said, Oh dear, it's a woman's intuition. I feel like you've become more alluring. Su Ming remained silent, but his secret I had already detected Mu Qingwan's change. He mused to himself, in this world, is it really that strange for someone to have two personalities? Moreover, he noticed that Mu Qingwan's situation was different from typical dual personalities. Each time her personality shifted, her power level and aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Compared to the previously introverted and gentle Mu Qingwan, she now seemed like a living embodiment of magic. Her slender, curvaceous body seemed to harbor a colossal destructive force capable of freezing the entire world. Several possibilities flashed through Su Ming's mind. A magical beast? A monster? Or perhaps a divine creation? Despite Mu Qingwan's efforts to control and conceal it, she couldn't escape Su Ming's penetrating gaze. Even Yu Mingming, who could communicate with the stars, sensed something unusual. Su Ming had an epiphany. Frost annihilation, so that's it. He finally realized why Mu Qingwan's ability felt familiar. It was on the same level as the power of destruction. Wow, this girl isn't simple, is she? Su Ming thought to himself. Perhaps an ancient deity resides within her. However, she hadn't shown any malice towards him or Yu Mingming. So, Su Ming decided not to expose the secret for now. He planned to find a way to draw out this presence once they reached the relic. If it had any ill intentions, Su Ming thought with a smirk. Haha, once the great annihilation is unleashed, no one will be spared. As Su Ming glanced at Mu Qingwan, she happened to look back at him. Instantly, she felt a non-existent bead of sweat trickle down her spine. Quickly, she averted her gaze, and everything returned to normal. The others didn't notice her subtle change. Mu Qingwan sighed in relief, realizing she had switched back to her gentle persona. Su Ming was filled with curiosity. What exactly was different about that restrained personality? It was just a man's curiosity, after all. He thought to himself, if it ever fully emerged, that would be interesting indeed. After half an hour of traveling, the group finally arrived at the Valley of 10,000 Fallen Gods within the mysterious divine ruins, discovering a deeply hidden lost relic. Without the guidance of the special compass-like screen and the lost text on the demon sealing scroll, they would never have found this concealed site. Su Ming looked around with satisfaction and said, We've arrived, and it seems we're the first ones here. He couldn't help but appreciate how convenient it was to have someone with a talent for prophecy on his side. Now he no longer viewed the others merely as tools. Su Ming mused, the Dragon Kingdom truly is a land full of hidden talents. Su Ming stood at the entrance of the ruins, reflecting on the earlier defeat of 20 hidden class players from various countries. He couldn't help but compare his teammates' abilities with theirs. If Mu Qingwan fully unleashed her second personality, she could also wipe out opponents, though it might cause irreversible harm to herself. Yu Mingming, as a star enlightener, had such powerful foresight and map-wide scouting abilities that Su Ming was full of praise, far surpassing those who could only provide minor combat buffs. Then there was Li Huiyang, a 1EO vacant oddball on Blue Star, along with himself, the inhuman existence. Su Ming mused that perhaps this was destiny's arrangement. Fang Xiongju suddenly lamented, "Ah, Fang, your oddity is being able to grow larger? How many men would envy that?" Su Ming chuckled inwardly but had to admit that Fang Xiongju's potential for gigantification was limitless, possibly growing large enough to crush stars in the future. However, he also felt a sense of regret because the basic health and defense of the human race were too low, meaning Fang Xiongju could be easily targeted and killed after enlarging. Su Ming hoped that if Fang Xiongju could encounter a Titan spirit god or similar opportunity in the future, he might soar to great heights. The group stepped into the slightly dilapidated ruins. Suddenly, the entrance behind them vanished without a trace, and a path leading to an unknown place emerged out of thin air. Then, the rear collapsed with a thunderous crash. Boom! Charge forward. Leave the monsters to me. Su Ming shouted. He didn't want to miss out on this mobile source of attributes. Besides, even if a crisis arose, he could teleport out of the ruins anytime using the Shadow Space Stone. Before he finished speaking, a swarm of reed bats surged toward them. Scarlet Giant Bat. Enhanced Monster Level, LV232. Health, 1, for 84,0001, for 84,000. Enhancement, immune to abnormal states within the ruins. Information, monsters that have slumbered for countless years with the ruins, possessing strong mental control abilities. Weakness, eyes. Trying to control my soul? Sorry, I'm immune. Su Ming sneered. Explosive arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. A series of massive explosions erupted behind him. Xiao Yi leaped from Su Ming's shadow, and Su Ming jumped onto it, continuing to shoot relentlessly. System notification, you have slain Scarlet Giant Bat LV232, gaining 891,000 experience. System notification, you have slain Scarlet Giant Bat LV233, gaining 891,000 experience. System notification, Scarlet Giant Bat progress, 100, you've plundered 48 agility points. Su Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction, having swiftly dealt with the group of monsters. With Xiao Yi's speed, he quickly caught up with his companions ahead, leaving Yu Mengmeng and the others in awe. Su Ming, you're so fast. Yu Mengmeng exclaimed. Su Ming cleared his throat. Ahem, men shouldn't be called fast. It's called being swift. Yu Mengmeng nodded, half understanding. Then her expression turned serious. Everyone be careful. I've foreseen a massive trap at the door ahead. In these ruins, Yu Mengmeng's foresight was particularly vital. Unlike ordinary support-type astrologers, her predictions were more specific and accurate, allowing the team to prepare for impending crises. This enabled Su Ming to advance almost without restraint. A trap, huh? Watch me shoot it apart. Su Ming declared confidently. It can be shot apart. Yu Mengmeng looked incredulous. Shatter arrow. Su Ming smiled silently, firing an arrow that split into a barrage of arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, a violent tremor emanated from the door. Boom, boom. Countless stones crumbled and disintegrated, the ground shaking violently. Holy cow, is this? Fang Xiongju's eyes widened. I thought it seemed familiar. Isn't this one of the Cataclysm skills earthquake? A bowman using the skill? Unbelievable. The others were deep in thought, then utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Su Ming flashed a bright smile, casually waving his hand. Just a small trick. Since the trap's been destroyed, let's not waste time and head straight through. The group rushed down the mechanized path into the depths of the ruins, and the sense of danger in Yu Mengmeng's heart instantly dissipated. She looked up and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this an elemental crystal vein?" Even the well-informed Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the sight. The scene was breathtaking. Countless blocks of pink crystals shimmered with enchanting light, filling the entire space. Su Ming thought to himself that if all these crystals were brought back to the Dragon Kingdom, it would surely lead to the rise of many powerful elemental-based professionals. Mu Qingwan and the others looked at Su Ming expectantly, waiting for his decision. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly said, "These are of no use to me, and it's time to give back to the Dragon Kingdom. Digging them manually would be a huge waste of time. But I happen to have a spatial receiving tool." With that, Su Ming gave Xiling a knowing look. The naive and adorable Xiling excitedly activated the powers of the purple gold gourd. In an instant, a massive vortex appeared within the ruins. Everyone watched in awe as countless elemental crystal blocks vanished before their eyes. Inside the gourd, Zha Gurong's eyes widened like saucers as he exclaimed, "Whoa, a huge crystal vein appeared beneath us? Su Ming, you're a legend. Did I see that right?" That massive crystal vein was absorbed in an instant. Everyone was stunned, feeling as if they were getting to know Su Ming all over again each time they witnessed his actions. Unknowingly, they all began to understand the feelings of their elder brother Wang Lin. It was truly worthwhile to have come to this ruin temporarily. This was an entire crystal vein, containing multiple elements like fire, Xian water, condensed ice, and gung metal. Su Ming thought that the Dragon Kingdom would never lack high-grade elemental materials again. Once buried by the Huang River, people could collect crystals everywhere in the inner world. He secretly hoped to find another type of crystal vein, because the Chang River in the inner world still held even more treasures. Just as Su Ming collected the crystal vein, the entire ruin suddenly shook violently. A system notification sounded. This is an underground insect nest. Special monster, Death Spirit Ancestor Insect. Level, LV-239, HP, 11, Necromancy. Under special control, cannot die by normal means. Information, from the Abyss, controlled by the Undead Master, cannot die normally. Weakness, none. Damn, these bugs can't be killed, Fang Xiong exclaimed, instantly enlarging himself to collapse the earth and stone ahead. Quick, everyone take to the air, Su Ming shouted. His companion, Xiao Yi, immediately summoned several shadows, enveloping Su Ming and the other four. In the blink of an eye, they were high in the sky, thousands of meters above. Before they could marvel at the terrifying spatial abilities of the shadow bird, they saw Su Ming in the air already drawing a massive bow. Shadow arrow, explosive arrow, rock shatter arrow. The arrows shot out in quick succession, hurtling towards the ground. Everyone stay within 100 meters of me. The demon is coming, Su Ming warned. The system notifications followed. You have killed Death Spirit Ancestor Insect LV-239, gaining 10 experience. They can't be killed normally. But under the concept of merciless eradication, who can survive? Su Ming mused. Li Huiyang asked in surprise. Su God, you can kill these bugs? He realized he was unable to kill these creatures himself. Yet under Su Ming's barrage of arrows, only charred husks of insects remained on the ground. The system prompted again. Death Spirit Ancestor Insect Progress. 100. You have plundered 48 agility points. Su Ming realized. I knew there was a reason the demons sought this ruin. It turns out that beneath the crystal vein, half of its soul was sealed. Huh. Yu Ming tilted her head, looking at Su Ming with some embarrassment, seeming caught off guard by this sudden information. So, we were the ones who broke the seal? Su Ming smirked, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Yes, but that's better. Now we can take down the boss instantly. His words were filled with confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. Yu Ming, Mu Qingwan, Li Huiyang, and Fang Xiongju exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes full of doubt. If they didn't know Su Ming's integrity, they might have thought his bold words were just a dream. At that moment, the swarm began to die off en masse, a phenomenon that startled a powerful being. I can feel my insect minions. The voice was filled with disbelief. No, how is that possible? They are immortal. Why are they decreasing? Meanwhile, deep within the Valley of Fallen Gods, a celestial demon general was both surprised and thrilled. It realized that once it located the insect minions, it would find its other half-soul. Then, it would evolve into its complete form, becoming the true ruler of the land of fallen gods, with the power to devour other worlds. The Panlong clan, the Red Tiger clan, the Dark Crow clan, follow me to conquer the world. The celestial demon general's call echoed through the land of fallen gods, and countless native creatures' eyes shone with excitement and greed. Long live the Holy Lord! Long live the Holy Lord! They chanted. Hee, soon we'll march beyond the fallen gods, and I will plunder everything. The exotic wines and beauties of other worlds will be ours. Suddenly, someone asked in confusion, why don't I see the Nyo clan? Meanwhile, Su Ming and the others hadn't left the vicinity of the ruins. Mu Qingwan, Yu Ming, and Li Huiyang surrounded Su Ming, preparing to cast a freezing formation to create an absolutely safe defensive zone for him. With this barrier, Su Ming could fight freely against the multitude of races. Su Ming shook his head inwardly. Even without this formation, others couldn't harm him, but their unconditional trust left him feeling slightly helpless. They're coming, Su Ming said calmly, while Yu Ming's prophetic ability sensed an unprecedented terror, causing her to panic a bit. For them, facing a being close to divine level was indeed a huge challenge. However, Su Ming chuckled inwardly. Sorry, but I've already killed several demon gods. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening destruction, but Mu Qingwan once again tapped into a trace of her annihilation power, making the Frost City surprisingly resilient. A cloud of remnants rolled up countless creatures, and behind it, a towering skeletal shadow imprinted itself in Su Ming's eyes. Did you think I couldn't see you? Su Ming sneered inwardly. The native creatures began to shout. Outsiders near the Holy Lord's ruins? How dare they destroy the Holy Lord's palace? Watch me use the Panlong divine light to kill them. Everything on the battlefield was ready. This was Su Ming's first large-scale battle against alien creatures. Though it seemed like he was fighting alone, the support of his four companions was invaluable. My great Bao has been eager for this. Su Ming shouted, Phoenix wings soar. In an instant, The sacred wings on Su Ming's back unfolded in full glory, and Shao emerged with him as a shadow. A powerful shadow force enveloped Su Ming, and during this time, every arrow he shot would deal an additional 50 true damage that couldn't be healed. Is that a shadow bird? Why does it feel more like the legendary phoenix? Someone exclaimed. Shao Yi quickly denied. I didn't. Don't say that. I don't know. Don't mention it. Su Ming began his arrow barrage. Gale, arrow guardian, arrow holy light, arrow shadow veil, arrow thunderbolt, arrow explosive arrow. The first 3 arrows stacked and stole statuses, while the last 3 were for violent area damage. In no time, arrows flew out at an astonishing rate of 160,000 per second. The firelight carried lightning, capable of silencing and breaking defenses. Hunting time, Su Ming shouted, and the battle officially commenced. The 5 outsiders stood frozen, seemingly petrified by the scene before them. They had disturbed the Lord's presence, an offense punishable by death. As whispers spread among the onlookers, one foolhardy individual dared to draw a bowstring against them. Does he really think he can take on so many of us strong fighters alone? Someone scoffed, just as the sky was suddenly engulfed in flames and lightning. Arrows seemed to traverse time and space, reaching the clouds in an instant. The rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning were awe-inspiring. The powerful figures present quickly cast protective spells, layered wind amulets, and activated berserk skills. Su Ming's divine right hand became a blur of shadows as arrows rained down. In an instant, all enemies annihilated. System notifications flashed. You have slain Shu Zhongfen. You have slain Yiqiong. You have slain Demon Skeleton Puppet LV-239, gaining 925,000 experience. You have slain Demon Skeleton Puppet LV-239, gaining 925,000 experience. Su Ming understood that many of the high-ranking beings had been replaced by demon spirits. His level panel updated, officially advancing to LV-240. Fortunately, a temporary breakthrough in this secret realm wouldn't trigger an expulsion. He aimed his great bow at the hidden mastermind. Arrow Pursuit Amulet. Time-piercing Orogo, he muttered, releasing a lethal shot. The concealed demon spirit panicked. What? How could you possibly discover me? The scattered arrows suddenly converged, all targeting a specific spot in the sky. He missed. The surviving outsiders sighed in relief, but a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the empty sky. This sight completely shattered the remaining outsiders' will to fight. They fell to their knees, crying out in despair. The Lord? How could the Lord be there? Was it shot dead? No, the Lord can't possibly be killed. Is he even human? That damned human. I die with regrets. With an emotionless expression, Su Ming continued his relentless assault. Meanwhile, he flashed to the wormhole at the ruins, incinerating its interior with an explosive arrow. Did you think I left that soul there for no reason? It was all to lure out the greedy demon spirit general, Su Ming mused. Just a demon lieutenant after all. Its brain wasn't quite up to par. Turning to the remaining outsiders, he beamed a sunny smile. To be called a devil by creatures like you is truly an honor. We are mortal enemies. And I'm here to kill you. Arrow Net Inferno. Finally, Su Ming rounded up any stragglers and ended the massacre with a decisive explosive arrow. Yu Ming and the others looked at the battlefield littered with bodies, feeling disoriented by the wind. Luckily, the ice wall we built blocked most of their final attacks. They reassured themselves, grateful they hadn't just been spectators. At this moment, everyone finally recognized Su Ming's true power. He was only on the verge of his 6th transformation, yet he already possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary 9th transformation masters. Mu Qingwan and Li Huiyang both thought of their grandfathers. Inwardly, they were wary. If even their grandfathers couldn't deal with Su Ming instantly, just how terrifying was this young man's potential? Su Ming retrieved the world-destroying divine bow, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. With just one arrow, he had achieved an absolute kill. He sighed softly and stored all the spoils of war into his small gourd. Let's head straight to their lair, Su Ming declared, a cold gleam in his eyes. Leave no treasure behind. In the following moments, Su Ming led his group like a storm, sweeping through the entire middle layer. Everywhere they went, nothing was spared. Su Ming thought to himself, Brother Wang Lin, you wouldn't have thought I'd handle this so effortlessly, would you? Finally, deep within the mountainous ancestral land of the Panlong tribe, Su Ming discovered a passage leading to the core area. Grand 5-point stone platform stood there. He suddenly understood. No wonder it requires 5 hidden professions to activate. After confirming the situation, Su Ming turned to the 4 people beside him. Earlier, he had specifically asked Ziling to verify the presence within Mu Qingwan, and it seemed to be a good sign. I have something very important to resolve in the core area, Su Ming said seriously. I might not be able to look out for you then. The 4 immediately understood and responded. Don't worry, Su God. We've already discussed it and decided not to enter the core area. It's too mysterious, and those who went in before never returned. Only you have the ability to come back safely. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until the day before entering that he learned the Dragon Nation didn't want challengers entering the core area because it was too dangerous. Wang Lin had hesitated to speak, believing Su Ming might be the only one capable of uncovering the truth. In that case, let's begin. The five of them each activated a stone pillar, and a golden beam of light shot into the sky. Wait, the golden chaos sea? Su Ming exclaimed. So the core area really is connected to that world. Wang Lin's guess was correct. Here lies the secret concerning Blue Planet's survival. He turned to instruct the others, live well, and return to the Dragon Nation together. With the presence within Mu Qingwan as a safeguard, he was no longer worried about their safety. Su Ming smiled, stepped into the golden beam of light, and passed through the chaos sea. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a forest of maple trees. Suddenly, his information log updated. Your level has reached LV240, meeting the prerequisite for the Divine Awakening job change for the 6th transition. You have obtained the exclusive Eternal Artifact, Annihilation. Would you like to start the Divine Awakening job change task and become the World God Master Fate Arrow God? Su Ming was stunned. He didn't need the 6 Paths Divine Tower to trigger the job change task, and the World God Master. Ziling called him God Master Daddy. Could he really become Blue Planet's God Master? So this is my 6th transition? Su Ming murmured to himself, wielding Fate the Fate Arrow God. Su Ming stared at the sudden system prompt in front of him, his heartbeat quickening. Would you like to start the Divine Revelation class change quest to become the World God Master Fate Arrow God? He took a deep breath and unhesitatingly chose yes. Immediately, a stream of information flooded into his mind. You have chosen Fate Arrow God, generating the Divine Revelation class change quest. Divine Revelation construct a Divine Kingdom world. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. I have to establish a Divine Kingdom. He examined the task description closely and then breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't about creating something from nothing, but rather choosing and receiving the origin of a world, becoming its nominal God Master. The task came with 3 important tips. 1. The world origin you receive must be fatefully linked to you. 2. The Divine Kingdom world will not affect you, as it is a conceptualization of fate. 3. Once the construction is complete, the destruction will truly transform into your eternal divine artifact. Su Ming quickly realized that the world linked to him by fate was Blue Star. No wonder destruction is a prerequisite. It involves concepts, he mused. If Blue Star possesses the concept of a divine kingdom, the entire world will advance rapidly. This is beneficial for Blue Star, especially with both the lurking demons and the world I'm currently in eyeing it covetously. Su Ming recalled how his brother Wang Lin mentioned that ancient texts referred to Blue Star as the ancestral land, and that the descent of the 6-path God Tower was no coincidence. Yet, the task description offered no specific guidance, so he decided to seek help. Xiao Yi, Su Ming called softly. In an instant, a shadow enveloped Su Ming, and he skillfully mounted Xiao Yi's back. Let's go, Su Ming whispered. A shadow streaked by, stirring the fallen leaves in the maple forest. No one noticed that a human from another realm had visited the leaf burial forest. Upon reaching the spatial node of the dragon tomb, Su Ming cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He hadn't encountered any living creatures along the way, indicating this was a desolate area of the world. Suddenly, the Nigral 12 spirit crystal in Su Ming's backpack emitted a faint glow, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming vanished from the spot. Minutes later, a group of blue-eyed humans appeared on the outskirts of the leaf burial forest. They surrounded a handsome blonde youth, their expressions fawning. What happened? The blonde youth frowned. I clearly sensed a spatial fluctuation, so why has it all disappeared? Has anyone from that group of so-called beacons arrived yet? Many around echoed this sentiment, their voices laced with contempt and disdain. A blonde-haired boy stood with a cold expression, his eyes glinting dangerously. He ordered in a cold voice, "Post a few men here. Report immediately if anything unusual happens. This is, after all, the Far East, rumored to be the resting place of dragons. It's too dangerous." Understood. His subordinates responded in unison, quickly dispersing to set up defenses. What they didn't know was that by being just a few minutes late, they missed Su Ming and an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity to discover the dragon's tomb. The dragon's tomb had always been an ancient legend, with even deities unable to locate its exact position. Su Ming, however, managed to enter with the help of the spirit dragon king, Nigral. Dragon's tomb. Come forth, Zagu Rong. Su Ming called out softly, ready to showcase his skills. Under the divine abilities of Xiling, a massive lava dragon suddenly appeared in the sky above the dragon's tomb. Roar! Zagu Rong let out a thunderous roar, then turned to Su Ming, eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Master Messenger, is this truly my ancestral dragon's tomb? Su Ming smiled slightly. Do you think I would deceive you? Yup, exactly, silly dragon. Xiao Yi chimed in playfully. Ling Ling Daddy's always right, Xiling added sweetly. Without wasting time, Su Ming looked decisively at Zagu Rong. Even though this place has changed, you should still sense the Dragon King's aura, right? Zagu Rong nodded his enormous head repeatedly. Master Messenger, in the southwest, I can feel it. At the same time, Nigrel's half-spiritual crystal resonated strongly. With a silly dragon and 2 little cuties, let's go. Su Ming said excitedly, his heart filled with anticipation. This journey concerned the dragon's artifact, and with Demia in hand, he was full of confidence. If gods block, he slays gods. If demons block, he slays demons. As they entered the domain of the dragon's tomb, Su Ming was surprised to find the sky filled with murky air. Fortunately, his will crystal allowed him to be immune. He had Xiao Yi hide in his shadow, while Xiling returned to her divine space. As for Zagu Rong, with his thick skin, the environment posed no problem. Thus, the man and dragon began their rapid descent. At that moment, a mental voice sounded in Su Ming's mind. You've finally arrived. Simultaneously, the spiritual crystal in Su Ming's backpack flew out on its own, moving continuously before him. Follow it. Su Ming instructed Zagu Rong before charging forward himself. Passing through the labyrinthine underground world, Su Ming marveled inwardly. No wonder Nigrel would like this underground plant world. This maze was like an enhanced version of the dragon's ruins. However, with the guidance of the spiritual crystal, their path was smooth. Eventually, Su Ming saw the spirit form of Nigrel. It seemed to sense his presence, transforming into a spiritual crystal. The 2 crystals merged, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The entire deep world began to be enveloped by consciousness. Relax, I'm drawing you into a dream, Nigrel's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Forgive me for doing so, as the demon lord may become aware. Oh, this little dragon, is it your companion? Su Ming didn't immediately answer, instead looking around at the surreal scenery with an odd expression. Blue skies, white clouds, a gentle breeze over open fields, and a dreamy flower field unfolded before him. The dream flower of the other shore constructs dreams based on one's inner desires. So I thought you might like this place, Nigrel explained. Su Ming smiled slightly. Well, thank you, Nigrel. He thought to himself that it seemed his identity had been fully recognized by Nigrel. Perhaps the title of Divine Sovereign also played a role. Thus, this complete spirit form seemed particularly close to him, treating him as an equal. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.